Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 788 to Chapter 848. After listening to Xianxia's words, Tyrant thought for a while and said, among the 8 major domains, the western region is the most special. Because of the existence of the Great Laying Temple, the western region is the strongest among the 8 major domains. Although the size of the western region is very small compared to the other major domains, the Great Laying Temple is an existence that can be compared to the Pure Land. Even if there isn't any power in the western region that can be compared to the Great Laying Temple, the other major domains still can't compare with it. Tyrant paused and continued, Tianyi Gate is a very strong power. As far as I know, the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Changqing, is already a 7th grade minor saint. Besides that, there should be another 7th grade minor saint in Tianyi Gate. 2 7th grade minor saints? Xianxia frowned. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint, but if he were to face a 7th grade minor saint, it would be hard for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint even if he used his dragon form and the power of his saint bone. He didn't want any accidents to happen in this attack on Tianyi Gate. He must kill Tianyi Gate without leaving any future troubles. He didn't care about the other experts of Tianyi Gate, but he couldn't ignore a 7th grade minor saint unless he could advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. If that was the case, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint in his dragon form. Even the powerful Xianxia was only a 4th grade minor saint. She could only deal with a 6th grade minor saint at most. She wouldn't be a match for a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. So, given our current strength, we won't have the upper hand if we attack Tianyi Gate. Tyrant said. Tianyi Gate must be annihilated and it must be done quickly. Tomorrow, we will head to the western domain and annihilate Tianyi Gate. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. Dealing with Tianyi Gate was an urgent matter. He didn't want to waste any time. Do you have any good methods? Tyrant asked. As long as I advance to the 3rd grade minor saint, I can easily kill a 7th grade minor saint. Xianxia said. You have advanced to the 2nd grade minor saint right after advancing to the 3rd grade minor saint. Isn't it not an easy task? Tyrant asked. I have my ways. After saying that, Xianxia disappeared. He went to the depths of Nebula Sect and found Nebula Kid. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Nebula Kid didn't dare to neglect and immediately stood up from his seat. When he noticed that Xianxia's cultivation had improved, Nebula Kid's facial expression changed. Xianxia, your cultivation has increased again. How terrifying. Nebula Kid felt helpless in his heart. There was nothing he could do when encountering such a monster. He didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Xianxia. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was already a 2nd grade minor saint, even a 1st grade minor saint like Xianxia could kill him as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Those 5th grade minor saints who died in Nebula Sect were still alive. Example of this. Master, do you still remember our agreement? I want to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword now. Xianxia went straight to the point. The reason why he came to Nebula Kid was to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With the help of the Heavenly Saint Sword, his cultivation would advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for him to annihilate Tianyi Gate. Of course I remember. Nebula Kid didn't hesitate and immediately took out the Nebula Sword. It was reasonable for Xianxia to take back his belongings. Moreover, Nebula Kid had gotten something from Xianxia that was far more valuable than the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Not to mention the 9 Sunless Ron pill, Xianxia had also helped him to rule the 4 domains and make Nebula Sect flourish. Of course, there was another more important reason. If Xianxia wanted to take back the Nebula Sword, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Very good. With the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, I can advance to the 3rd grade minor saint immediately. But you don't have to worry about it. When I come back from my task, I will help you reforge the Nebula Sword. It won't be any worse than the current one. Xianxia waved his hand and sent his divine sense into the Nebula Sword. In an instant, the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment that was condensed within the sword was drawn out by Xianxia, as if it had been summoned by something. Thank you. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Xianxia. Ever since he knew the true identity of Xianxia, he had never doubted his decision. Now, it seemed like his decision was incomparably wise. If he chose to go against Jiang Chen, it was hard to imagine what would happen to him now. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. He disappeared with a fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. What he needed to do next was to refine the fragment and fuse it with the Heavenly Saint sword to advance to the third-grade minor saint. Tomorrow, he would attack the Tianyi Gate. Refining the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword was an easy task to Jiang Chen. There was a close connection between him and the Heavenly Saint sword. It was too easy for him to fuse with it. Asterisk wing asterisk asterisk wing asterisk. The Heavenly Saint sword was trembling violently. It was a kind of excitement, especially the fragment that he had just obtained. It was jumping with excitement. It felt like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Early the next morning, an incomparably bright light soared to the sky. It rippled in the sky above the nebulous sect. Endless brilliance was emitting a strong pressure. The Heavenly Saint sword had become even more mystical. It was much stronger than before. So far, he had already found 4 fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword. There were only 3 left. Once all 7 fragments were found, the Heavenly Saint sword would be restored to its peerless glory. The return of the Heavenly Saint sword naturally brought endless benefits to Jiang Chen. Under the impact, Jiang Chen had formed another 2,000 new dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 65,000. His cultivation had also advanced to the peak of the third-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and grabbed the Heavenly Saint sword. His qi was unprecedentedly strong. He came to the sky above the courtyard and shouted, "De Huang, Xiaoyu, tyrant, let's go. Follow me to annihilate the Tianyi Gate." After that, Jiang Chen disappeared in a flash, flying towards the direction of the western domain. Kaka, De Huang dog laughed heartily and chased after Jiang Chen. Xianxia and Tyrant had also disappeared. They exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Their cultivation was still too weak. It wasn't suitable for them to participate in such a battle. This made them feel depressed. They immediately went into seclusion, swearing to break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be left far behind by Jiang Chen and the others. Tianyi Gate. In the whole of Xuanyu, besides the Great Lightning Tune Temple, Tianyi Gate was considered as one of the major powers. It was also one of the giants in a large area. However, ever since they offended Jiang Chen, Tianyi Gate had suffered many setbacks and losses. This time, the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate were infuriated. In the main hall of Tianyi Gate, even the sect master Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Grand Elder had appeared. They were 2 powerful 7th-grade minor saints. Normally, they wouldn't show themselves, but this time, both of them showed up at the same time. Their faces looked incomparably ugly. All the people who were sent to the eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were dead. The sole jade slip that they left behind was broken, which meant that they were dead. Needless to say, this must be the work of Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen had annihilated the northern and southern dynasties not long ago and conquered the 4 major domains. This proved that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill their elders. D*MN. This is 2D*MN. The Tianyi Palace has existed for such a long time, but we've never suffered such a great loss. It's a great shame and humiliation. We can't let this matter go like this. A powerful 6th-grade minor saint said furiously. That's right. In my opinion, we should send our most powerful experts to the eastern continent to annihilate the entire family of Jiang Chen. Another person was also infuriated. His whole body was steaming with murderous intent. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he annihilated all of Jiang Chen's family. The journey is too far and too troublesome. I didn't agree to deal with Jiang Chen's family from the beginning. Moreover, we have already lost the battle. Jiang Chen must be well prepared. If we want to deal with them again, we must do it with great fanfare. If this matter is spread out, it will be a disgrace to us. A white-bearded elder shook his head and said. He didn't agree to continue attacking the eastern continent. After all, Tianyi Gate was a powerful power. If this matter was spread out, it would affect the reputation of Tianyi Gate. They couldn't afford to lose their face. In my opinion, we don't even need to do anything. With Jiang Chen's character, he will definitely come knocking on our door. That brat's wings have grown big now, and he's doing whatever he wants. If we attack his family, I'm sure he won't let it go, and he will definitely come looking for us. Our target is only Xianxia, not his family. His family members pose no threat to us. Another respectable elder said. Humph. If Xianxia really comes, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Even if he has the strength to kill a 5th-grade minor saint, the power of our Tianyi Gate is incomparable to those powers in the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains. It's not something that Xianxia can deal with. In any case, Xianxia's growth is too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will end up like those major powers in the 4 domains. Because of our enmity, our ending will be even worse. Many of the elders of the Tianyi Palace were talking about it. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that a kid at the Battle King realm would become a serious threat in such a short period of time and cause them huge losses. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have allowed a tiger to grow in his bosom. They should have killed him earlier. Humph. How could a nobody like him cause such a mess in our sect? All of you are trash. You can't even deal with a brat. Since Xianxia wants to come, let him come. This will save us the trouble of finding him. If he dares to come, I will personally kill him. That's right, Xianxia. Xianxia said. Luo Chongqing said. Luo Chongqing was really alarmed this time. The Tianyi Gate had never suffered such a huge loss before. He felt that he had to solve this problem himself. As a 7th-grade minor saint, he knew Xianxia's potential better than anyone else. If such a genius was given the chance to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day, the Tianyi Gate would be destroyed by Xianxia. As a matter of fact, they would never have thought that this day would come so quickly. In fact, it was almost about to arrive. While the higher-ups of the Tianyi Gate were having a meeting in the main hall, Xianxia and his friends had already appeared in the western domain. Under the guidance of Tyrant, they found the mountain gate of the Tianyi Gate very quickly. The Tianyi mountain range had a circumference of a few thousand miles. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with boundless white fog. It was like a fairyland. Such scenery alone gave people the feeling of forgetting to go home. On this huge mountain range, there was a colossus. It was an enormous sect, the Tianyi Gate. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared outside the Tianyi mountain range. Their bodies exuded a solemn killing intent. This was especially so for that extremely beautiful white-robed woman. The aura that she casually exuded could even freeze the void. It was extremely terrifying. The Tianyi Gate is right in front. Little Chinzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant looked at Xianxia. There's nothing much to say. Today, I'm going to erase this power from the western domain. Xianxia's tone was extremely cold. He wouldn't show any mercy or politeness to Tianyi Gate. That day in Martial Saint Dynasty, the experts of Tianyi Gate had destroyed a large number of buildings in Martial Saint Dynasty. At least thousands of innocent people had died. One should know that in the eyes of Tianyi Gate, those who died were all defenseless mortals. Even if Tianyi Gate wanted to capture Jiangxinhai, they couldn't treat the lives of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty as if they were grass. It was imaginable that if it wasn't for Yan Qinyu's timely arrival, no one knew how many innocent people would have died in the Martial Saint Dynasty. This was a gruesome crime. The blood of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't be shed in vain. Kaka. Master Dog will go first. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. Fighting and killing had always been his favorite and specialty. Dragging his majestic body, he appeared on the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate in a flash. The mountain gate of Tianyi Gate was huge. It was 100 zhang high. 3 big words were carved on it, Tianyi Gate. Where did this dog come from? How dare he trespass into the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate? Is he courting death? Kill him. How dare a dog be so arrogant? Doesn't he know where he is? Several guards of the mountain gate flew into the sky in anger. In an instant, they surrounded De Huang Dog. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. De Huang Dog didn't even look at them. From his body, many golden rays shot out. Each ray was like an invincible sharp sword. The bodies of several disciples of Tianyi Gate were instantly pierced and burst into blood mist. Rumble, De Huang Dog's head hit the gate of Tianyi Gate. The majestic gate was smashed into powder in an instant. Such a huge movement instantly shocked the entire mountain range. All the elders and disciples on and off the mountain of Tianyi Gate heard it clearly. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Then, they flew out one after another. What's going on? Someone is here to make trouble. It's Xianxia. It must be Xianxia. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Let's go out and have a look. We must kill him today. In the main hall, many of the higher-ups who were still in a meeting were instantly alarmed. However, before they could go out, they heard an earth-shattering roar coming from outside the mountain range. Roar, De Huang Dog's body grew bigger once again. He exerted his peerless divine might and cast the soul-crunching tune at Tianyi Gate. Endless sound waves swept out like waves. Those elders and disciples who rushed out from Tianyi Gate were the first to be affected by the sound waves. Arg, miserable shrieks lingered in the ears. One by one, figures fell from the sky. Their bodies were covered with blood and died on the spot. De Huang Dog was a third-grade minor demon saint. To these disciples and elders with weak cultivation base, the existence of De Huang Dog was a destructive force that couldn't be resisted at all. Rumble, the death of a large number of elders and disciples wasn't a big deal. Large areas of buildings collapsed under the roar of De Huang Dog, turning into ruins. The scene was very similar to what happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. The power of De Huang Dog's roar not only destroyed a large area of buildings, but also killed hundreds of elders and disciples. It could be said to be extremely brutal. My God! Where did this dog come from? He's too strong. Hurry up and inform the elders that someone has trespassed into Tianyi Gate. This dog is too powerful. Let's retreat quickly. This is a minor demon saint. Only the elders of minor saint realm can deal with it. Everyone was shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. None of them dared to be careless. The intruder was too terrifying. Swoosh, at this time, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out from the interior of Tianyi Gate. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. Xianxia looked at them and deeply felt the power of Tianyi Gate. It wasn't something that any power in Xuanyu could compare with. It seemed like if Tianyi Gate wasn't afraid of Great Master Ranfeng and didn't dare to attack him in the Western Domain, he would have been dead by now. However, that was all in the past. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be afraid of Tianyi Gate. Today, Tianyi Gate would be completely destroyed in his hands. Xianxia, Yan Xinyu, and Tyrant flew forward and came to the side of De Huang Dog, facing the experts on the opposite side. On the side of Tianyi Gate, there was a leader. He seemed to be in his 40s. He was very muscular. His face was covered with a full beard. He was wearing a loose green robe. His eyes were cold. His chi was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No one dared to look at him directly. This man was the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Chongqing. Beside Luo Chongqing was a 60 to 70-year-old supreme elder. He was also a 7th-grade minor saint, but judging from his chi, he wasn't weaker than Luo Chongqing. These two 7th-grade minor saints were very powerful. Other than that, there were also many other experts of Tianyi Gate. There were 4 6th-grade minor saints, 8 5th-grade minor saints, and the remaining minor saints added up to 20. At this moment, all the minor saints of Tianyi Gate were looking at the destroyed buildings of Tianyi Gate and the elders and disciples who died tragically. Their faces were filled with unprecedented anger. This was a great humiliation. Tianyi Gate had been established for such a long time, but no one had ever dared to come to our sect and kill people. This was simply unimaginable. Then, all of them raised their heads and looked at the opposite side. A white-robed youth and a majestic De Huang Dog. With such a symbol, they didn't need to guess who they were. In addition to the enmity between Tianyi Gate and Xianxia, their identity was even more obvious. You are Xianxia? Luo Chongqing said. His eyes fell on Xianxia like two sharp swords. That's right. Xianxia said indifferently. Damn it. Xianxian, how dare you come to Tianyi Gate to kill people? You must be tired of living. I will tear you into pieces today. A sixth-grade minor saint elder shouted. It seemed like he couldn't wait to tear Xianxian into pieces. The dignified Tianyi Gate has always been doing shameless things. You all came to my hometown to kill my family members. Am I not allowed to come to your sect? Let me tell you, Tianyi Gate is finished today. I, Xianxian, am here to take revenge. I will make your shameless sect disappear from the western domain. Xianxian's chi was strong. His murderous aura soared up to the sky. His words seemed like a joke, but he wasn't joking at all. Haha. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. A little brat dares to say that he wants to annihilate Tianyi Gate? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Xianxian, how can a few trash like you create trouble in Tianyi Gate? You really don't know what's good for you. I alone am enough to kill you. Since you are here, it saves us the trouble of finding you. I will send you to heaven now. A powerful sixth-grade minor saint said arrogantly. He didn't put Xianxian in his eyes at all. His chi fluctuated and he turned into a whirlwind, rushing at Xianxian. De Huang Dog, Yan Qinyu, and Tyrant shook their heads at the same time. They gave the elder a pitiful look and retreated at the same time. Kacha a cracking sound was heard from Xianxian's arm. A sturdy and powerful blood-red dragon arm emerged. The blood-red dragon claw clawed forward, tearing a huge hole in the void. The powerful true dragon palm was like a terrifying cage, enveloping the elder. What? The sixth-grade minor saint's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment Xianxian attacked, he could feel Xianxian's power. That blood-red dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Xianxian's dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Bang poo the true dragon palm slammed onto the old man's body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to resist, but he found out that his entire body was trapped by the true dragon palm, making it extremely difficult for him to move. In other words, with just a single strike, he was completely controlled by Xianxian. What? This time, the entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. Even Luo Changqing was shocked. Xianxian's power was beyond his imagination. A powerful sixth-grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single move from Xianxian. How terrifying was this? Xianxian, quickly release Elder Wu. Luo Changqing's chi fluctuated. His powerful domain spread out. He didn't think that Xianxian would be this powerful. Now that a sixth-grade minor saint had been captured, he had to take Xianxian seriously. At the same time, he understood that he had to do it himself in order to kill Xianxian. Release? I can release his corpse. Xianxian sneered. The true dragon palm suddenly exerted force. All the force was exerted on Elder Wu's head. With a ka-cha sound, Elder Wu's head was smashed into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Xianxian waved his hand and threw a headless corpse to Luo Changqing. As you wish. I'm returning it to you. Bastard. Luo Changqing was infuriated. He had never seen such a deranged person before. Not only did he come to cause trouble in Tianyi Gate, he even killed a respectable elder of Tianyi Gate in front of him. Such a scene was intolerable to him. Today, all of you will die. Xianxian's murderous intent soared to the sky. He cast out his 5-elemental domain and launched an attack at Luo Changqing. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Changqing's murderous intent was stronger than Xianxian's. Immediately, he cast out his domain and struck at Xianxian. He couldn't remember when was the last time he attacked. As the boss of Tianyi Gate, a powerful 7th-grade minor saint, he hadn't attacked anyone for a long time. Once he attacked, he would definitely kill. Bang the two domains collided with each other and separated. Xianxian was sent flying 100 meters away before he could regain his balance. In comparison, Luo Changqing's face looked even worse. He looked at Xianxian with eyes full of horror. Impossible. How can a man possess 5 types of domain at the same time? This is absolutely impossible. Luo Changqing felt that he had encountered a monster. This was an unimaginable thing. 5 domains directly subverted Luo Changqing's understanding of cultivation. This person is too terrifying. Fortunately, his cultivation base is still weak. I must get rid of him today. Luo Changqing gritted his teeth, the fierceness in his eyes becoming even more exuberant. It seems like I have to use my dragon transformation to deal with a 7th grade minor saint. Xianxia thought to himself. Just now, he had purposely used his own strength to fight against Luo Changqing, but the result wasn't ideal. Although he could still fight against a 7th grade minor saint, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint. So, he still had to transform into his dragon form. Roar, Xianxia faced the sky and let out a dragon roar. The clouds beyond the 9th heaven were directly shattered. A surge of power from ancient times suddenly burst out from his body. His appearance changed drastically in an instant. His body was more than twice as majestic as before. His entire body was covered with blood-red dragon scales. He looked incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Yanqinyu, who was behind him, opened her mouth wide. This was the first time she saw Xianxia transform into his dragon form. Naturally, she was surprised. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. This is a type of transformation technique. Under this transformation, Xianxia's combat power will be increased by 10 times. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to deal with a 7th grade minor saint. De Huang Dog said. Yanqinyu nodded, but the appearance of Xianxia was still very scary. What kind of monster is this? Transformation technique? I feel that his combat power has increased by a lot. This bastard is really abnormal. I have never heard of this kind of transformation technique before. The elders of Tianyi Gate's facial expression changed. The existence of Xianxia was too shocking to them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a terrifying technique in this world. Luo Changqing's facial expression darkened. He could feel that Xianxia's power had increased by a lot after his transformation. Even a 7th grade minor saint like him could feel the tremendous pressure. Supreme Elder, let's attack together and kill him. The rest of you, kill the 2 people and the dog. No, we can't kill that monk. Luo Changqing said. Killing a monk in Western Domain was simply courting death. If the genius of Great Lightning Tune Temple was killed, the consequences wouldn't be something that Tianyi Gate could bear. Yes. All the minor saint elders nodded. They weren't fools. Their opponent was far scarier than what they had imagined. Otherwise, the sect master and the supreme elder wouldn't have joined forces to deal with Xianxia. The supreme elder took a step forward. His huge foot stomped on the void, creating a hole in the void. A black gale came out from the hole. At the same time, the remaining 30-plus minor saints surrounded Yanqinyu and De Huang Dog. Kaka, you need to have some ability if you want to kill Master Dog. De Huang Dog laughed. Suddenly, a pair of golden light wings grew out from his back. He disappeared in an instant, breaking through the defense of those minor saints and arrived above Tianyi Gate. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and roared at the buildings and disciples of Tianyi Gate. Roar it was the soul-crunching sound again. Endless screams were heard from below. The buildings were collapsing. Tianyi Gate was in a mess. Mother cur. Stop that damn dog. Someone cursed. A 6th grade minor saint flew out and attacked De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was a 3rd grade minor demon saint. He could fight a 5th grade minor saint, but he was no match for a 6th grade minor saint. However, De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. It wouldn't be easy for a 6th grade minor saint to kill him. De Huang Dog's laughter reverberated in the sky above Tianyi Gate. A 6th grade minor saint couldn't kill him. This bastard's speed was too fast. He appeared at another place in a blink, wreaking havoc wantonly. To the ordinary elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it was a disaster. Swoosh, swoosh, 7 to 8 minor saints separated and attacked De Huang Dog. There were 2 6th grade minor saints among them. Even so, De Huang Dog was still able to deal with them, causing them to roar in anger. This showed how brutal he was. On the other side, 3 minor saints besieged Tyrant. Two of them were second-grade minor saints and one was third-grade minor saint. They didn't put this first-grade minor saint in their eyes. Plus, they were instructed to besiege Tyrant, not to kill him. The rest of the minor saints besieged Xianxia, but her facial expression didn't change at all. She was no longer the same as before. Her fourth-grade minor saint strength gave her the ability to suppress a sixth-grade minor saint. In addition to her 9 meridians and Ice God's heart, her attacks were extremely terrifying. Her opponents couldn't withstand it at all. "Tyrant, I advise you not to get involved in this mess," a second-grade minor saint said to Tyrant. Bah. Tyrant uttered a word of Buddhism. Then, he struck the second-grade minor saint who was closest to him with his palm. Motionless Dharma King Seal. A giant Dharma King shadow suddenly appeared. It was as big as a mountain. It was extremely terrifying and fast. It hit the second-grade minor saint in an instant. Arg, the second-grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. He was killed by Tyrant's palm. The other two minor saints' facial expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking tyrant would be so abnormal. He was merely a first-grade minor saint, but he was able to kill a second-grade minor saint with just a single strike. What made them depressed was that Tyrant was too cruel. They didn't plan to deal with Tyrant at first, but they couldn't stop him from killing them. Bah. Tyrant's facial expression didn't change. He looked like an eminent monk. He had obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the 3 lost supreme seals of Buddhism sect. They were the Motionless Bright King Seal, Motionless Lion King Seal and Motionless Dharma King Seal. Each of these seals was extremely terrifying and contained the essence of Buddhism sect. Although Tyrant was only a first-grade minor saint, he could kill a second-grade minor saint effortlessly with these powerful seals. Damn it! Catch him! The third-grade minor saint was infuriated. He suddenly reached out his palm and tried to grab Tyrant. On the other side, Xianxia was displaying her divine power. Even though there was a sixth-grade minor saint besieging her, she wasn't afraid at all. Her profound ice was seeping out, freezing the entire void. Her domain was the legendary Ice God domain. It was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths of time, not only did those minor saints fail to kill her, but 2 of them were killed by her instead. Such a scene was witnessed by Luo Changqing and the Supreme Elder. They were shocked. Since when did so many abnormal beings appear in this world? Moreover, they had encountered all of them at the same time. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. Tianyi Gate was losing people every second. Minor saint elders were falling one after another. That dog was wreaking havoc wantonly. It took so many minor saints besieging him to stop De Huang Dog, but De Huang Dog was too cunning. It was too difficult to kill him. Luo Changqing and the Supreme Elder had already noticed that it wouldn't be easy to kill either De Huang Dog or that woman unless they personally attacked. Therefore, they had to join forces to eliminate Jiang Chen as soon as possible. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, the others wouldn't pose a threat to them. Attack! Luo Changqing shouted. Together with the Supreme Elder, they attacked Jiang Chen from both sides. 2 powerful 7th-grade minor saints unleashed all of their qi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Their killing intent soared up to the sky. Their domain was spread out, enveloping Jiangchen completely. 5 Elemental Domain. Jiangchen also unleashed his domain. The powerful 5 Elemental Domain was definitely the most abnormal being in this world. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the dragon wings on Jiangchen's back fluttered casually. His body raised a gust of wind. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Supreme Elder. His sharp dragon claws clawed at him. Sky-dominating palm. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk the Supreme Elder's sky-dominating palm collided with Jiang Chen's dragon claw. It was supposed to be an invincible attack, but what happened was something that the Supreme Elder couldn't accept in his entire life. The resplendent palm print that he struck out produced a sizzling sound and a large amount of sparks. It was torn apart by Jiang Chen's dragon claw bit by bit and finally shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder exclaimed. He finally knew the scariness of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. With a wave of his arm, a long sword that was glowing with blue light appeared. It was the power of the stars. Xianxia could tell that this sword was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword at first glance. It seemed like this old man's cultivation method was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword, which allowed him to absorb the power of the stars. The power of this sword was extraordinary. One look and anyone could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Xianxia didn't know how to forge a new combat weapon for Nebula Kid. If he had this sword, he could go back and forge it meticulously. Xianxia's attack was extremely fast. It happened in just a few seconds. The Supreme Elder didn't even have the chance to use his sword. Xianxia's sharp claw penetrated his chest and crushed his heart into pieces. The Supreme Elder felt the threat of death, but it was too late. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body was crushed by a powerful force. Bang! The 7th grade minor Saint Supreme Elder was instantly killed by Xianxia. His entire body was crushed into powder. The longsword was kept by Xianxia. It was a miserable scene. At the same time, Luo Changqing's attack arrived. What he casted was also a powerful combat technique, but it didn't have any effect on Xianxia. Xianxia in his dragon form was too terrifying. Just his physical body alone had reached an unimaginable level. Xianxia stretched out his dragon claw. It contained the true dragon palm. Only by using the true dragon combat skill could he fully display the power of the combat skill. Luo Changqing's attack was crushed by Xianxia. Xianxia then thrust his sharp claw forward. The boundless force was like a ferocious beast, pushing Luo Changqing back. Luo Changqing was much stronger than the Supreme Elder, but Xianxia didn't have to spend much effort to kill him. However, Luo Changqing's facial expression changed dramatically. The Supreme Elder was killed by Xianxia in a second. Such a scene was too shocking. It was an unimaginable psychological blow to him. Before today, he couldn't imagine how a 3rd grade minor saint could kill a 7th grade minor saint. My God! The Supreme Elder has been killed. How could that Xianxia be so terrifying? It's over. Our Tianyi Gate is doomed. That Xianxia is too abnormal. Not even a 7th grade minor saint is his match. I'm afraid that even the sect master is no match for him. How could this happen? The Supreme Elder was killed by him. No one wasn't shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in chaos. Even those minor saints who were besieging De Huangdog and Yanqinyu had a drastic change in their facial expression. They thought that the sect master and the Supreme Elder were both 7th grade minor saints. Xianxia would be the one who would be killed in a second. They didn't expect that the powerful Supreme Elder would be killed in a second. How could they fight this? If the sect master was killed by Xianxia, no one in Tianyi Gate would be able to resist the evil star Xianxia. I have no enmity with all of you. Originally, I had no enmity with you, and I could even be good friends with you. Back in the Devil Realm, it was you who provoked me first and destroyed our friendship. Later, you sought out the Dark Shadow organization to kill me. I never thought about how to deal with the First Heaven School, because in my eyes, although the First Heaven School is a great influence in the Western regions, you are not qualified to be taken seriously by me. However, you went to attack my family, which is simply unforgivable. From the moment you sent people to the Eastern continent, you should have known what kind of punishment you would receive. Xianxia's tone was extremely cold. His murderous aura was overwhelming. Every step he took forced Luo Changqing to take a few steps back. Xianxia, don't be complacent. Do you think that you are invincible just because you killed the Supreme Elder? Do you think that Tianyi Gate doesn't have any trump cards after ruling the Western domain for so long? Let me tell you, you will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. All of you will die, including your family members. Luo Changqing said while gritting his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue shield that looked like a compass suddenly appeared in his hand. The shield was radiating boundless brilliance. One look and anyone could tell that it was a rare treasure. Xianxia's eyes sparkled, because he could already tell that this shield was a powerful minor saint weapon that was comparable to the brilliant mirror. Just like what Luo Changqing said, how could a major power like Tianyi Gate not have any trump cards? This combat weapon could indeed enhance his combat strength, but Xianxia didn't care about it at all. If Luo Changqing thought that he could defeat Xianxia with just a golden shield, it would be ridiculous. Starlight Shield, show me your power. Luo Changqing suddenly shouted. The starlight shield in his hand buzzed and trembled violently. Then, an ancient tower located at the center of Tianyi Gate was instantly covered with blue starlight, forming a connection with the starlight shield. Buzz, after the starlight shield and the ancient tower were connected, a strong power was immediately emitted. Xianxia frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the starlight shield and the Supreme Elder's longsword were of the same nature. Both of them could draw support from the power of the stars. The ancient tower must have stored a large amount of the power of the stars. Then, it was connected with the starlight shield using a formation, allowing the starlight shield to exert its greatest power. This was the foundation of Tianyi Gate. The stored power of the stars was used to defend against external enemies during critical moments. Look, Sect Master has activated the Starlight Tower. The Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield have fused together, increasing the combat strength by several folds. That Xianxia is certainly not a match for Sect Master. Haha, this is the true foundation of Tianyi Gate. No one knows how much power of the stars is stored in the Starlight Tower. It's enough for the Starlight Shield to be used continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Kill Xianxia. He must be killed. This man is too scary. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. The activation of the Starlight Tower allowed the elders of Tianyi Gate to see hope again. They recovered from the haze of Xianxia's strength. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Xianxia was, he wouldn't be a match for the combination of the Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield. Xianxia, you have killed so many people of Tianyi Gate and caused our Tianyi Gate to suffer a great loss. I will make you pay with your blood. Luo Changqing shouted. He held the Starlight Shield in his hand and fused it with his domain. The powerful Starlight Shield shook violently and grew more than twice its original size. It now had a radius of 2 zhang. Luo Changqing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. He raised the Starlight Shield high and slammed it down on Xianxia. Let me see how powerful your Starlight Shield is. Xianxia attacked brazenly. He didn't put the Starlight Shield in his eyes at all. He didn't even use the Heavenly Saint Sword. Instead, he cast out the true Dragon Palm. The huge dragon claw pressed down like a barrier and collided with the Starlight Shield. Kong Long, both of them collided with each other, producing a loud bang. The void was directly smashed, creating a large amount of sparks. The power of the Starlight Shield was indeed great. Xianxia was sent flying again, but this time, he only flew for 2 zhang before he stabilized his body. No wonder it's a powerful minor saint weapon, a peak existence. Xianxia praised. His eyes that were looking at the Starlight Shield became a little excited. If Nangong Wendian could fuse and refine such a powerful treasure, he would be able to break through to the minor saint realm immediately. Nangong Wendian cultivated the limitless stars transformation and absorbed the power of the stars. The combination of the Starlight Shield and the limitless stars transformation was perfect. How can this brat's body be so hard? Even the Starlight Shield couldn't cause any damage to him. Is he still a human? Luo Changqing was shocked once again. The Starlight Shield was now supported by the Starlight Pagoda, making it much more powerful. Even so, it still couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia. His opponent's strength was simply appalling. However, what made Luo Changqing feel relieved was that the Starlight Shield had finally suppressed Xianxia. What a good Starlight Shield! Come on! Xianxia roared again. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand with a clang. The power of the Starlight Shield didn't make him feel any fear. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. This time, Xianxia was supposed to be very relaxed when he attacked the Tianyi Gate. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a strong resistance. This made him very happy. The Heavenly Saint Sword had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was wrapped in a blood-red light. It looked extremely mystical. The dragon head was the hilt of the sword. The body of the sword was covered with dragon patterns. Adding the fact that the Heavenly Saint Sword had just fused with the 4th fragment, its quality had improved a lot. Now, the Heavenly Saint Sword had reached the peak of the minor saint weapon. It wasn't any weaker than the Starlight Shield and the Brilliant Mirror. Moreover, the Starlight Shield was supported by the Starlight Pagoda while the Heavenly Saint Sword only needed Xianxia to support it. Moreover, the Heavenly Saint Sword was different from the Brilliant Mirror. The Brilliant Mirror consumed a lot of Yuan force while the Heavenly Saint Sword was Xianxia's natal weapon. It had a certain connection with Xianxia's origin. Therefore, if Xianxia wanted to use the Heavenly Saint Sword, he could do it as he pleased. Kong Long, the Starlight Shield once again burst into endless brilliance. It attacked Xianxia with the momentum of Mount Tai. Xianxia's chi was also full of vigor. The Heavenly Saint Sword carried raging flames, burning the void. A spatial crack was slashed out. The sword light was like a bright waterfall. At this moment, Xianxia and the Heavenly Saint Sword merged into one. Like a meteor, they collided with the Starlight Shield. Kong Long the Starlight Shield and the Heavenly Saint Sword collided with each other. No one knew how powerful the collision was. Xianxia was like an ancient dragon, too powerful. His entire being was the symbol of invincibility. Under the condition of merging with the Heavenly Saint Sword, he was able to sweep away everything. Not even the Starlight Shield was able to withstand his attack. Luo Changqing, who was holding the Starlight Shield, was sent flying a few meters away by the Heavenly Saint Sword. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that his arm that was holding the Starlight Shield was going numb. Even the shield in his hand was about to fly away. The blue starlight rippled. The connection between the Starlight Shield and the Starlight Tower began to shake violently. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? Luo Changqing was truly shocked. He had never been so shocked before. He was a dignified 7th-grade minor saint who was using the Starlight Shield, but he was once again repelled by a 3rd-grade minor saint. He couldn't believe and accept such a scene. Haha. The Starlight Shield is nothing. It will still be destroyed by my Heavenly Saint Sword. Today, your Tianyi Gate will be annihilated. Xianxia laughed loudly. His body was filled with boundless combat strength. Even the sky was trembling. The feeling of power made Xianxia a little obsessed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. However, it seemed that even with the help of the Starlight Shield, Luo Changqing wouldn't be a match for him. Howl the Heavenly Saint Sword let out a sword howl that soared to the sky. A blood-red sword light rushed to the sky. Under Xianxia's control, it once again slashed at Luo Changqing. The Heavenly Saint Sword left a dazzling shadow in the void like the Milky Way. Luo Changqing bellowed in anger, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. He could only rely on the Starlight Shield to resist Xianxia's violent attack. Kong Long the two minor saint weapons collided again. As expected, Luo Changqing was sent flying again. Xianxia was getting more and more courageous while Luo Changqing was getting more and more surprised. If this continued, Luo Changqing wouldn't be able to resist Xianxia's attack for a long time. Look, that Xianxia is too ferocious. Sect Master can't stop him anymore. What should we do? Could it be that our Tianyi Gate is finished? How could there be such a perverted person in this world? It's over. Tianyi Gate is finished. The Supreme Elder is dead. Now, even the sect master can't stop Xianxia. There's no one else in the sect who's more powerful than the sect master. The entire Tianyi Gate fell into despair once again. Luo Changqing's defeat made them unable to see any hope. Rumble. With the Heavenly Saint Sword in hand, Xianxia brought along an unparalleled domineering aura and once again clashed with Luo Changqing's Starlight Shield. Without any surprise, Luo Changqing was sent flying by Xianxia for the 3rd time. Wow, after 3 consecutive collisions, even Luo Changqing found it hard to resist. Every strike from Xianxia was like a huge mountain crashing into him. Luo Changqing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incomparably pale. Looking at Xianxia again, he was like a divine dragon that had descended into the world. His battle intent was monstrous, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The two of them directly formed the clearest contrast. At this point in the battle, Luo Changqing was no fool. He was very clear that if the battle continued, he would die in the hands of Xianxia sooner or later. There was no doubt about this. Escape? No, that was impossible. He was the sect master of Tianyi Gate. If he chose to escape, what would happen to the sect? What would happen to the thousands of elders and disciples? He had the ability to escape, but they didn't have the ability to escape from the clutches of Jiangchen. At that time, if Jiangchen vented his anger on the elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it would be a disaster for everyone in Tianyi Gate. But what else could they do if they didn't escape? Jiangchen wouldn't let go of Tianyi Gate either. Quickly, go and invite the experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Luo Chongqing shouted. At this time, only the Great Lightning Tune Temple could help them. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was the Holy Land of Western Domain. It was the most powerful force that ruled the entire Western Domain. The reason why the major powers in Western Domain could live in harmony with each other and rarely fought was because of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The Great Lightning Tune Temple's aim was to create a peaceful Western Domain. Ba. Just as Luo Chongqing's voice faded away, a voice that sounded like a great bell suddenly reverberated in the sky. After that, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky above Tianyi Gate. They were two eminent monks of Buddha sect. Both of them looked to be in their 40s. Their chi was similar to Luo Chongqing's. Both of them were powerful 7th-grade minor saints like Luo Chongqing. The appearance of two eminent monks of minor saint in the Western Domain meant that they were from the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Seeing that the eminent monk from the Tempest Temple had appeared, Luo Chongqing's face was instantly filled with surprise. The other people from the Tianyi Gate were the same. From their point of view, no matter how arrogant Jiangchen was, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of the Tempest Temple. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Seeing this, Jiangchen frowned. The people from the Tempest Temple must have gotten wind of it, so they sent experts to stop him. Benefactor, please stop. The Western region is the holy land of Buddhism. Large-scale slaughter is forbidden here. One of the monks looked at Jiangchen and said. It's none of your business. The Tempest Temple better stay out of it. Jiangchen casually glanced at the monk who spoke. Today, he was determined to annihilate the Tianyi Gate. Even if it was the Tempest Temple, he wouldn't give them any face. In fact, he had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face. If it wasn't for the Tempest Temple, these two would have been dead by now if they dared to stop him. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. This is the holy land of Buddhism. Our Tempest Temple is the overseer of the Western region. We will absolutely not allow you to kill the innocent. The other monk spoke in a rather overbearing tone. It was obvious that his temper wasn't very good. Humph. Jiangchen coldly snorted. He didn't pay any attention to the two monks. With a sway of his body, he once again launched an attack towards Luo Chongqing. His majestic body instantly appeared in front of Luo Chongqing, and the heavenly saint sword once again slashed at Luo Chongqing, sending him flying. This time, the starlight shield in Luo Chongqing's hand was sent flying as well. Then, Jiangchen grabbed it and kept it. Walla, the 5 elemental sphere spread out like a tidal wave. With a walla sound, it enveloped Luo Chongqing. The dragon claw fiercely stretched out, grabbing Luo Chongqing and pulling him towards himself. This series of actions was too fast. Not to mention the two monks, even Luo Chongqing himself didn't have the time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was imprisoned in Jiangchen's hand. Even moving had become incomparably difficult. Evil creature, hurry up and help. An eminent monk let out a loud shout and struck out a palm strike at Jiangchen. Jiangchen waved his hand, and a dazzling radiance blasted out, easily dispersing the monk's attack. Evil creature, human blood flows in your body, but you have become neither human nor demon. This is a sign that you have turned into a devil. This poor monk represents the Tempest Temple to execute you. That monk had a bad temper. Once again, he attacked Jiangchen. Jiangchen was enraged. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger, let alone him, Jiangchen. He had already held back with that attack just now, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unforgiving. Did he really think that he could use his identity as a member of the Tempest Temple to oppress him? What a joke. True Dragon Palm. Rumble, Jiangchen unleashed the True Dragon Palm, and with a single slap, he sent the monk flying away. Pooh, that monk spat out blood on the spot. His strength wasn't even as strong as Luo Changqing. Now that Jiang Chen was in his dragon transformation state, the other party was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This move didn't kill him directly, but only injured him. That was already very merciful. Bald donkey, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are from the Tempest Temple. The Tempest Temple can't interfere in my, Jiang Chen's, business. Hurry up and get lost. Jiang Chen pointed at the two great experts of the Tempest Temple and scolded them. He didn't give them any face at all. Seeing this situation, Luo Changqing, who had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, was in complete despair. He finally knew how strong and terrifying Jiang Chen was. He didn't even give face to the Tempest Temple. Moreover, he scolded two minor saint experts of the Tempest Temple, Bald Donkey. This was the first time in the Western domain. Bastard! Great devil! I will definitely eliminate you. The other eminent monk was furious. He was about to attack as well. Buddha light was emitting from his body. As the light flowed, the talisman of Buddha sect appeared. Ba. Don't meddle in other people's business. The fault lies with the Tianyi Gate. The people of the Tianyi Gate went to the eastern continent to kill the family of Jiang Chen. This is a shameful way of bullying ordinary people. Tyrant stood out and spoke. He was now a disciple of the Tempest Temple. He didn't want the Tempest Temple to get involved in this matter. He knew Jiang Chen's character too well. He knew how determined Jiang Chen was to annihilate the Tianyi Gate. Even if the God of Heaven came, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. You are a disciple of Buddha sect. How could you walk together with an evildoer? You are a disgrace to our Buddha sect. Not only did the eminent monk not appreciate Tyrant's kindness, he even started to criticize him. You are a disciple of the Tempest Temple? You will be severely punished when you return, and then you will be expelled from the Tempest Temple. The eminent monk who was injured by Jiang Chen said to Tyrant. Seeing the attitude of the two, Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes. These two fellows were simply unreasonable. Little monk, step aside. We will return to the Tempest Temple with you later to receive your punishment. The other eminent monk said. F***CKU. Tyrant shook his head and said in a low voice. What did you say? The eminent monk widened his eyes and looked at Tyrant in disbelief. This poor monk said, F***CKU. Tyrant repeated loudly in a serious manner. In his heart, he didn't have a good impression of the Great Laying Temple. The reason why he joined the Great Laying Temple was because of his master. All these years, the Great Laying Temple had been bothering Great Master Ran Feng. Tyrant hated the Great Laying Temple to begin with. Besides, with his temper, how could he stand these two guys standing in front of him and shouting at him? When these four words were shouted out by Tyrant, the atmosphere instantly became incomparably cold. Apart from that, the two eminent monks stared at Tyrant with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disbelief. Was this bastard really a Buddhist? Was he really from the Great Laying Temple? He looked serious, but the moment he spoke, he revealed his true nature. Vulgarities came out of his mouth. This was not the steadiness that a Buddhist disciple should have. If he really was a Buddhist, he must be a scum of the Buddhist sect. That's right, he must be a scum. Insulting the elders is an unforgivable sin. How can Buddhism accept an unfilial son like you? Today, I will clean up the sect first. The senior monk was furious. He suddenly slapped the monk with his palm. Courting death. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the eminent monk in an instant. His terrifying dragon claw grabbed the eminent monk's arm and exerted force. With a ka-cha sound, the eminent monk's arm was ripped off by Jiang Chen. Arg! The eminent monk immediately let out a blood-curdling scream when his arm was forcefully torn off. Jiang Chen didn't care about him. He took the opportunity to step on the eminent monk's face, sending him flying away. When the other eminent monk saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch the other person. My arm, my hand! The eminent monk roared, completely losing his usual dignified demeanor. The two eminent monks looked at Jiang Chen in horror. They finally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. In fact, this time, the Great Lane Temple sent them here not only because they were strong enough but also because of the reputation of the Great Lane Temple. However, they didn't expect that the reputation of the Great Lane Temple would be completely useless in front of Xianxia. It was ruthlessly smashed into pieces. What was even more insane was that their master actually dared to hurt the higher-ups of the Great Lane Temple. In the western regions, this was simply unimaginable. Audacious madman, do you know what you are doing? If I were you, I would immediately release the sect master of Tianyi Gate and come with us to the Tempest Temple to accept your punishment. You might still have a chance to live. The monk continued to shout at Xianxia, as if he couldn't see the situation clearly. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. The Tempest Temple's reputation was too great. In the western region, there had never been anyone who dared to look down on the Tempest Temple. Get out of here right now. Don't think that I won't kill you, Xianxia and Lingling said. Xianxia had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face by allowing these two guys to stand here and talk. However, it didn't mean that Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill them. Whether it was his previous life or his current life, he had never had any relationship with the Tempest Temple. In his previous life, he had befriended Ancestor Green Lotus, but Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Tempest Temple. Ancestor Green Lotus was a free and easy person who practiced medicine to help the people. He was a true living Buddha. Compared to a true Buddha like Ancestor Green Lotus, the current Great Lane Temple didn't live up to its reputation. If the Great Lane Temple was truly the representative of the supreme holy land of Buddhism, Ancestor Green Lotus and Great Master Ranfeng would have joined it. In the ancient times, Buddhism was prosperous and the Gautama Buddha founded the Tempest Temple. However, ever since the Gautama Buddha ascended to the heavens, the Buddhism in Saint Origin world had declined day by day. Only a few true Buddhas remained in the Tempest Temple. Sensing Xianxia's killing intent, the two eminent monks didn't dare to utter another word. However, they didn't leave, but secretly informed the people of the Tempest Temple. Xianxia treated them as if they were nothing. The Great Lane Temple was a very powerful temple, and this place was the western region. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Lane Temple right now. If he really killed someone from the Great Lane Temple, it would bring him trouble. Xianxia's gaze returned to Luo Changqing. At this moment, Luo Changqing had already lost all hope. In his eyes, Xianxia was a madman, a mad devil. He even dared to hurt the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. He even tore off their arms. Was there anything in this world that he wouldn't dare to do? Xianxia, don't kill me. Let's write off all the debts between us. From now on, my Tianyi Gate will no longer be your enemy. You have already killed so many people of the Tianyi Gate. You have already taken your revenge. Moreover, your family is safe and sound. You have gained a lot from this. Luo Changqing opened his mouth and begged for mercy. What a joke. If I didn't return in time, I'm afraid that my family would have been annihilated by you all. You even captured my father to threaten me. Do you think you can write off all the debts with just a few words? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Let me tell you, you are going to die today. A lot of people are going to die with you. Xianxia's dragon eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. His sharp claws pierced through Luo Changqing's body, instantly destroying him. At this point, the two 7th-grade minor saints of the Tianyi Gate had died in the hands of Xianxia. Luo Changqing was killed by the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. The two eminent monks of the Tempest Temple had witnessed Xianxia killing Luo Changqing. Xianxia's way of treating them as heir had made them feel endless humiliation. Not only did he not put them in his eyes, he also didn't put the dignity of the Tempest Temple in his eyes. The two of them gritted their teeth but didn't dare to say anything. This half-human half-dragon man in front of them was simply a madman. He was a peerless devil. Anyone who provoked him must die. Master, Luo Changqing's death caused a wave of wailing in the Tianyi Gate. It was a kind of sorrow that all the heirs had been killed. Everyone felt despair. Before today, they were still very proud of being the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate was still one of the top major powers in the Western domain. However, the collapse would only last for a moment. What awaited them next would be the ultimate destruction. No one knew how many people of the Tianyi Gate could survive after falling into the hands of such a god of death. You have already killed the master of the Tianyi Gate. Can you let the others go? The eminent monk in the distance said. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Jiangchen didn't even bother to pay attention to them. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the camp of the minor saints in a blink of an eye. The 5 elemental sphere spread out and surrounded all the minor saints. In order to destroy a major power, one must completely destroy it. Jiangchen never liked to leave behind future troubles. He could spare the elders and disciples of the Tianyi Gate who were below the minor saint realm, but every minor saint was a potential threat. Jiangchen wouldn't allow such a threat to exist at all times. Asterisk arg, asterisk Jiangchen went on a killing spree. The group of minor saints began to let out earth-shattering screams as they fell into the 5 elemental sphere. Everything was under Jiangchen's control. No one could escape from it. What awaited them was only death. The scene was bloody. The entire Tianyi Gate was facing the real destruction. This was an unprecedented disaster for the Tianyi Gate. Because the minor saints were divided into 2 groups to deal with De Huangdog and Yan Xinyu respectively, Jiangchen's 5 elemental sphere didn't cover all of them at once. The remaining minor saints didn't dare to hesitate when they saw the situation. They didn't care about their sex anymore and immediately ran away. It would be too late if they didn't run now. Jiangchen was a peerless evil star who killed without blinking an eye. Even the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't save them. Only by running away would they have a chance of survival. None of you can run away. Jiangchen's chi was monstrous. The 5 elemental sphere expanded all of a sudden. All the minor saints who were trying to escape were enveloped by the 5 elemental sphere. Asterisk arg, asterisk the screams continued. Jiangchen was like a peerless devil. He started a massacre in his 5 elemental sphere. 20 to 30 minor saints fell one by one. In just a few blinks, half of them had died in Jiangchen's hands. Even a powerful 6th grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiangchen. Below, all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate were looking at the one-sided massacre with pale faces. It was a feeling of helplessness, despair, and deep fear. They had never thought that such a calamity would happen. It was too cruel. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Save us, eminent monks! Save us! A minor saint who was trapped cried out to the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The faces of the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple turned pale. They were here to suppress Jiangchen and solve the crisis of Tianyi Gate. But now, they had become spectators, watching Jiangchen kill the people of Tianyi Gate with their own eyes. They couldn't do anything but watch helplessly. This was the biggest humiliation in their lives. Even the dignity of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was trampled mercilessly by Jiangchen. Stop! You madman! The Great Lightning Tune Temple will never let you go. The eminent monk shouted loudly, but Jiangchen didn't seem to hear him. He was still crazily killing those minor saints. The only way to stop him is to stop him directly. Why don't you give it a try? Tyrant stood at the side and said sarcastically. The eminent monk looked at Tyrant and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear the shameless monk into pieces. How could a little monk, a junior, dare to disrespect him? However, he didn't have the guts to personally stop Jiangchen. His companion's arm had been torn off. He was afraid that he would be killed if he went forward. Arg, the ending of Tianyi Gate had been decided. Under Jiangchen's crazy slaughter, all the minor saint elders of Tianyi Gate were killed without exception. From now on, Tianyi Gate had become a third-rate power in the western region. It had been a long time since the fall of so many minor saints in the western region. Jiangchen retracted his chi and his dragon form, returning to his original appearance. His clothes were as white as snow. It was hard to associate him with the murderous maniac that he used to be. Jiangchen's words made all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of sadness. They felt relieved because they would be able to live. Jiangchen wasn't a madman who would kill indiscriminately. He didn't kill them all. In fact, the ones who decided to go to the eastern continent to deal with martial saint dynasty were only the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. It had nothing to do with these people. Countless disciples were wailing. Jiang Chen's words had destroyed the foundation of heavenly sect. From now on, they would lose their home. The place where they had lived for so long was gone all of a sudden. It was imaginable how heavy their mood was. That's right. You are Jiang Chen? You're finished. You're a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. Buddha will never forgive you for committing such a great sin of killing. The senior monk had a grieved look. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Shut your mouth if you want to die. Jiang Chen glared at the senior monk Leng Leng. If the senior monk wasn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would be a dead man by now. Yan Xingyu and the others came near to Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog looked at the starlight tower that had been activated and said, "The power of the stars in there is good stuff." Jiang Chen nodded. The power of the stars in the starlight tower had been accumulated for an unknown period of time. Whether it was the quantity or the purity, it was incomparable to ordinary stars. The power of the stars was useless to Jiang Chen, but it was very useful to Namgong Wentian and Nebula Kid. If Namgong Wentian could obtain a large amount of the power of the stars and the starlight shield, he would be able to break through to the minor saint realm without any hindrance. Ba. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put away the starlight pagoda, another loud sound resounded through the heavens. Everyone saw a huge golden light that looked like a huge millstone in the distance. Vaguely, some runes could be seen on the surface of the golden light. It was a pure yang energy that could crush all evils in this world. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Another great warrior from the Great Laying Temple had come. It looked like it would be impossible for him to settle this peacefully today. Because of his relationship with Great Master Ran Feng, as well as the fact that both Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant were from the Great Laying Temple, Jiang Chen didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Laying Temple. However, since they were trying to stop him from taking revenge, there was no way he could back down. The golden light flickered and turned into an old monk wearing a kasaya. This old monk had an incomparably strong physique. There was a string of runes engraved on his neck. His body was covered with pure Buddha light, as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. Most importantly, his cultivation grade was too strong. Although he hadn't stepped into the Great Saint Buddha realm, he was already at the peak of 9th grade minor saint, only a step away from the Great Saint realm. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew this person. Back in Green Lotus Mountain, this monk was the one who invited Great Master Ran Feng to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple. His name was Yuan Ji, a 9th grade minor saint. He was very terrifying. If he really attacked, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to resist him. Fuck. Another sanctimonious old monk has come. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. De Huang Dog didn't know how to conceal his voice. Therefore, his words were heard clearly by Great Master Yuan Ji. However, Great Master Yuan Ji was an eminent monk after all. He only gave De Huang Dog a glance before retracting his gaze. Great Master Yuan Ji's gaze swept across the messy Tianyi Gate. There was also the pungent smell of blood in the air. In addition, there were the destroyed buildings and the experts who were killed. A trace of anger emerged on his face. Great Master Yuan Ji, you have to seek justice for us. The two eminent monks who saw Great Master Yuan Ji just now rushed forward to greet him. The monk with the severed arm was gnashing his teeth in anger. Only now did Great Master Yuan Ji see the miserable state of the two eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, especially when he saw one of them had his arm torn off. His white bones were exposed. The anger in his eyes flared up. In this Western domain, no one had ever dared to harm the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in public. This was equivalent to making the entire Buddha sect their enemy. Benefactor, why did you kill so many people of Tianyi Gate? Great Master Yuan Ji shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. This is a personal grudge between me and Tianyi Gate. It has nothing to do with your Great Lightning Tune Temple. We will mind our own business. I hope that your Great Lightning Tune Temple won't meddle in other people's business. Jiang Chen said. Evildoer, how dare you speak to Great Master Yuan Ji in such a tone? This is unforgivable. The eminent monk roared at Jiang Chen. The appearance of Great Master Yuan Ji had given him a powerful backer. He no longer had to be afraid of Jiang Chen. He didn't believe that a puny third-grade minor saint like Xianxia could deal with a ninth-grade minor saint like Great Master Yuanji. They weren't on the same level. Great Master Yuanji, this man is cruel by nature. He has already turned into a devil. He killed the innocent and tore off one of my arms. He doesn't put the Great Lightning Tune Temple in his eyes at all. And that little monk, as a disciple of Buddhist sect, he has joined hands with an evildoer. He has really brought shame to the Buddhist sect. The monk with the severed arm said. Both of them told Great Master Yuanji everything that had happened here with some embellishments, including Tyrant. Only then did Great Master Yuanji notice Tyrant's presence. His expression changed because he was no stranger to this little monk. Over the years, he had visited Green Lotus Mountain many times to look for Great Master Ran Feng, so he knew very well that Great Master Ran Feng had a disciple. You are the disciple of Ran Feng? Great Master Yuanji asked. That's right. Tyrant admitted immediately. Being the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng was an incomparably glorious thing in his heart. What? Great Master Ran Feng's disciple? How dare you mix around with a monster? Once you return to the Great Laying Temple, you will definitely be punished. Even though Ran Feng has joined our Great Laying Temple, it's only in name. He stays at Green Lotus Mountain all day and has never been to the Great Laying Temple. Even that little monk rarely goes to the Great Laying Temple. After knowing Tyrant's identity, the two eminent monks were a little surprised. After all, Great Master Ran Feng's disciple could not be neglected. Little monk, this matter involves the reputation of Buddhism. If you repent now and draw a clear line between yourself and this evildoer, I can pretend that nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. Grandmaster Yuanji said to Tyrant. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. I have a bottom line. The people of Tiannygate deserve to die. I killed them just now. Of course, I didn't kill them. I sent them to the Pure Land of Bliss to repent. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words were filled with righteousness. In fact, he was saying that he was not in the wrong. They were the ones who were in the wrong and deserved to die. Hearing this, not to mention the two eminent monks, even Grandmaster Yuanji felt like fainting. He thought to himself that Great Master Ran Feng had actually raised such a top-notch disciple. The words he said in a serious manner were enough to infuriate people to death. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were already used to it. This monk had always said shocking things. Whenever he didn't say something that would infuriate people, it wouldn't be Tyrant's style. In that case, I will punish you on behalf of your master. Also, Benefactor Xianxia, I want you to go to the Great Laying Temple to receive punishment and repent, Grandmaster Yuanji said. The Great Laying Temple had ruled the western region for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. A big sect was almost annihilated. Such a thing happened in the western region, and it made the Great Laying Temple lose a lot of face. As the culprit, Xianxia must be punished by the Great Laying Temple. I, Ran Feng, have no right to punish my disciple. Right at this moment, another deep and resounding voice sounded. Following that, an old monk wearing a simple and unadorned imperial robe walked out from the void and stopped in front of Grandmaster Yuanji. The old monk looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and his face was covered with white beard. It was Great Master Ran Feng. Master. Tyrant came in front of Great Master Ran Feng and bowed deeply. Greetings, Great Master Ran Feng. Xianxia cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng. He knew that Great Master Ran Feng would definitely appear. This old monk looked gentle, but as the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally had a domineering aura. He knew how important Tyrant was to Great Master Ran Feng, and Great Master Ran Feng would definitely protect his disciple. Just like what he said earlier, even if his disciple made a mistake, it was not up to others to punish him. Not bad at all. Great Master Ran Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia. He couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Xianxia was definitely the most abnormal genius he had ever seen. Tyrant's improvement was already very scary, and he only advanced to the minor saint realm after obtaining the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, a first-grade minor saint. However, Xianxia was now a third-grade minor saint. What was more terrifying was that Xianxia was able to kill a seventh-grade minor saint with a mere third-grade minor saint. Such abnormal combat strength was unheard of. Even with Great Master Ranfeng's knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Great Master Ranfeng didn't blame Xianxia for annihilating the Tianyi Gate. He saw hope in Xianxia. There were some things that one could only rely on oneself. It was impossible to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple. From another point of view, Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't on the same side. This could be seen from the fact that he had been staying in Green Lotus Mountain for so many years, and the fact that the Great Lightning Tune Temple had never invited him. Old friend Ranfeng, long time no see. When Great Master Yuanji saw Ranfeng, he immediately greeted him. However, his tone wasn't as courteous and enthusiastic as before. Xianxia guessed that perhaps after the Great Laying Temple invited Great Master Ranfeng to join them, he still didn't get what he wanted, and was disappointed with him. Yuanji, you just said that you want to teach my disciple a lesson. Since when is it your turn to teach my disciple a lesson? Great Master Ranfeng, who had always been kind and gentle, suddenly became fierce. This old man is Tyrant's master. He is indeed domineering. It was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ranfeng. He was instantly impressed by Great Master Ranfeng's domineering manner. The old monk looked kind and gentle, but he didn't expect him to be so domineering. He didn't even give face to the minor saint of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Of course. Xianxia smiled. This was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ranfeng. He had already seen Great Master Ranfeng when he was in the Western Domain. In order to save him, Great Master Ranfeng sent out his divine sense and killed a 9th-grade combat king with a single glance. Ranfeng, let's not talk about your disciple's matter for now. I hope that your appearance isn't because of this evildoer. Yuanji was obviously afraid of Great Master Ranfeng. He turned his attention to Xianxia. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to punish the little monk. With Great Master Ranfeng's temper, he would definitely stop him. However, Xianxia must be punished today. Evildoer? Why does this sound so unpleasant? Xianxia is a rare and peerless genius. The grudge between him and Tianyi Gate is a grudge of life and death. If Tianyi Gate wants to kill him, he will eliminate Tianyi Gate. Isn't this reasonable? Besides, Xianxia only killed those minor saints. He didn't kill any innocent people. There are too many grudges like this in Saint Origin World. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple want to get involved in all of them? Great Master Ranfeng said leisurely. His appearance this time was obviously because of Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to chat with Yuanji. In his heart, Xianxia was more important than the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. He couldn't rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple, but he could rely on Xianxia. Xianxia would be of great help to him in the future. Ranfeng, don't forget your identity. You are now an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. You have to think about the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. But now, you are siding with an outsider. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia has destroyed the Order of the Western Domain by killing all the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate, how dare he hurt an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple? This is no different from slapping the face of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Such an evildoer must be eliminated. For your sake, I will spare his life, but he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive his punishment. Yuanji was also angry. All these years, he had been in frequent contact with Great Master Ranfeng, but it was all for a specific purpose. Later on, Great Master Ranfeng joined the Great Laying Temple, and it was indeed due to Yuanji's efforts. However, ever since Great Master Ranfeng joined the Great Laying Temple, not only did the Great Laying Temple not obtain any benefits from him, this great master didn't even step through the doorstep of the Great Laying Temple. This situation made Yuanji very angry, and it also made him understand that wanting to get what he wanted from Great Master Ranfeng was simply a delusion. I have already given your Great Lightning Tune Temple a lot of face. The fact that the two of them are still standing here is the best proof. Xianxia said. What he said was the truth. He and the Tianyi Gate were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation. The two 7th-grade minor saints of the Great Lightning Tune Temple had come to stop him from annihilating the Tianyi Gate. According to Xianxia's temper, he would have killed both of them directly. The fact that they were still standing here showed that Xianxia had already given the Great Lightning Tune Temple some face. Evildoer, such a thing has never happened in the Western Domain before. You must be punished, and this is already considered a light punishment. Yuanji shouted loudly. Yuanji, for the sake of our many years of friendship, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? In the future, Xianxia and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will not interfere with each other's business. What do you think? Great Master Ranfeng said. After all, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was too powerful. To Xianxia, it was better not to offend them. Alright, as long as you hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go. What do you think? Yuanji looked at Great Master Ranfeng. All along, the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple had been coveting the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. They said that it was something that was passed down by Ancestor Green Lotus. I have already said that my master didn't leave any inheritance behind. Great Master Ranfeng didn't show it on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. After so many years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple still hadn't given up. This was the real reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple looked for him. Ranfeng, stop pretending. You know what the Great Lightning Tune Temple wants. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus obtained the supreme scripture of Buddhism, and he must have passed it down. We don't want his other inheritance, just this scripture. Ranfeng, you should understand that this is something that belongs to Buddhism, not an individual. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is the holy land of Buddhism, and the scripture should be kept in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If you hand it over, you will have made a great contribution to Buddhism, and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will let bygones be bygones. Yuanji said. It's a pity that you can't agree to my condition. Great Master Ranfeng shook his head. Ranfeng, the Great Lightning Tune Temple will never agree to your condition. That place isn't easy to enter. Yuanji said loudly. Xianxia stood on the side and furrowed his brows. Because of him, the conflict between the Great Lightning Temple and Great Master Ranfeng had once again intensified. He had no idea what kind of condition Great Master Ranfeng wanted the Great Lightning Temple to promise him, but he guessed that it was related to Ancestor Green Lotus. If Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the immortal realm, there must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Then there's nothing else to say. Today, I will protect Xianxia. Yuanji, whether you give me face or not, I will protect Xianxia. Great Master Ranfeng's attitude became tough again. Since he couldn't convince Ranfeng, there was nothing else he could say. Then, I have no choice but to exchange pointers with you, Brother Ranfeng. Yuanji's chi fluctuated, perfectly displaying the strength of a 9th-grade minor saint. He hadn't fought with Great Master Ranfeng for all these years, but he wanted to see how strong the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus was. You are no longer qualified to fight with me. Great Master Ranfeng remained indifferent and said in an indifferent tone. What did you say? Yuanji glared at Great Master Ranfeng and released an even stronger aura. An incomparably dazzling Buddhist Dharma seal was shot out by him. The huge Dharma seal looked like a golden barrier, like a huge compass. It carried a powerful aura and crazily attacked Great Master Ranfeng. In the face of Yuanji's attack, Great Master Ranfeng's facial expression didn't change. He showed an indifferent expression. He casually stretched out a finger and pointed at the void in front of him. A popping sound was heard. The Buddhist seal that Yuanji had unleashed was instantly destroyed. All the attacks were shattered into nothingness. Even the void returned to its original state. In other words, a casual point from Great Master Ranfeng could blow away the chi wave created by Yuanji. The attack of a 9th-grade minor saint didn't even leave a trace in the void. What? Yuanji was right. The appearance of a great sage was a major event. The Great Lightning Temple would definitely be alerted. Almost as soon as Yuanji's voice faded, 2 imposing auras emerged in the sky. A great sage was extremely powerful. They could travel millions of miles with just a great void teleportation. If the great sage of the Great Lightning Temple wanted to make a move, it would only take a few seconds for them to appear here from the moment they sensed Great Sage aura of Great Sage Ranfeng. This was also the reason why Great Master Ranfeng didn't run away with Xianxia. As long as the Great Lightning Tune Temple didn't let them off, they wouldn't be able to escape. Today's grudge must be settled. The two Buddhas of the Great Lightning Temple appeared. The golden light emanating from their bodies was much stronger than Yuanji's. Both of them had a golden Buddha mark on their glabella, which made them look extremely mystical. These two Buddhas looked much younger than Great Master Ranfeng. They seemed to be in their 50s. They had a dignified demeanor, and even their eyes were golden. Ranfeng, you have advanced to the Great Saint realm. Congratulations! One of the Buddhas said with a smile when he saw Great Master Ranfeng advancing to the Great Saint realm. They were naturally happy to see a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple after sensing the qi of a great saint. Great Master Ranfeng frowned. Xianxia's facial expression turned ugly. The cultivation of these two Buddhas was very high. One of them was the same as Great Master Ranfeng, a first-grade great saint, but the other had already reached the second-grade great saint. One should know that it was very difficult to cross the gap between each level in the Great Saint realm. Uncle Master Tiandang, Ranfeng has colluded with evildoers and is going against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Yuanji bowed to one of the Buddhas. Even with his status and age, he still had to address him as Uncle Master. This showed how honorable the other party's position in the Great Tempest Temple was. Yuanji used his telepathic thoughts to tell the two Buddhas everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Yuanji, the facial expression of Great Master Tiandang and the other Buddha changed. The way they looked at Great Master Ranfeng changed instantly. Master, what should we do now? Tyrant was a little worried. Each of the Buddhas was from the Tian generation of Buddha sect. Each of them was very profound and difficult to deal with. Now that there were two of them, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Ranfeng, your ascension to the Buddha realm is a matter worthy of celebration. I'm happy for you, but don't go astray and associate yourself with this evildoer. The Tianyi school is a great force in the western region. Now, all the high-level members were killed by this evildoer without any explanation. As the leader of the western region, the Big Laying Temple must take care of this. Master Tiandang said. Great Master Tiandang, this is a personal enmity between Jiangchen and the Tianyi Gate. I hope that the Great Lightning Tune Temple can give me some face and stop this matter. Jiangchen is my good friend. Little friend Xianxia contributed a lot to the advancement of the Great Sage realm. Besides, little friend Xianxia didn't kill the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I, Ranfeng, am also an important person. Can't I give you some face? Great Master Ranfeng said. It was impossible for them to hand Xianxia over to the Great Laying Temple. If Xianxia fell into the hands of the Great Laying Temple, he would definitely be imprisoned as a monster. If that happened, Jiangchen's life would be finished. Ranfeng, I think Yuanji has told you everything that needs to be said. Jiangchen must be punished. If you insist on protecting him, I can only use force. Great Master Tiandang's tone suddenly became fierce. Yuanji had told him everything, especially about the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the lost scriptures of Buddhism. Since Great Master Ranfeng didn't want to cooperate, there was no need to be polite. He couldn't ruin the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple for an outsider who didn't have his heart in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Ba. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together and stood in front of Jiangchen. He didn't take a step back. There was nothing more to say. He was using his actions to protect Jiangchen. Humph. An old man who has just advanced to the Buddha realm. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. Senior brother Tiandang, stand here and don't move. Let me test his strength. I want to see how extraordinary the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is. Great Master Tianhong harumphed coldly. He took a step forward and stopped not far from Great Master Ranfeng. Like Great Master Ranfeng, he was also a first-grade great saint. However, Great Master Ranfeng had just advanced to the first-grade great saint while he had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Ranfeng, make your move. Great Master Tianhong's eyes sparkled. His qi was unparalleled. I dare not. Great Master Ranfeng's facial expression didn't change. Little Chinzi, who do you think is more powerful between my master and him? Little Saint Monk asked. Great Master Ranfeng has taken the 9 Yang Les Rond pill. His potential has been stimulated once again, allowing him to break through his bottleneck. He must be stronger than before. Besides, do you think that the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus will be weak? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, but he was feeling gloomy. In his past life, when he was dominating the world, these old monks were like small shrimps in front of him. He could easily kill them all with just a breath of air. However, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. His current strength wasn't good enough. Encountering such a scene, he could only watch. He didn't even have the qualification to participate. In that case, I will make my move first. Swaying palm. Tian Hong's chi fluctuated. Endless golden light spread out. He struck out the palm technique of Buddha sect. A huge palm print was condensed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The entire void changed dramatically. As soon as he made his move, he locked on to Great Master Ran Feng. Under the control of his domain, a new battlefield was opened up. Otherwise, the attack of a great saint would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to sink, injuring the innocent. In the face of Tian Hong's powerful attack, Great Master Ran Feng's expression didn't change. He struck out his palm leisurely. It was an ordinary palm that didn't contain any profound meaning of Buddha sect, but it was such an ordinary palm that shattered Tian Hong's swaying palm. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk Great Master Tian Hong received a strong impact. He retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was an indescribable discomfort. The invisible domain was trembling. His face turned pale, looking at Great Master Ran Feng in shock. Impossible. Great Master Tian Hong was incomparably shocked. His cultivation had stagnated at the first-grade Great Saint for at least 20 years. He had reached the peak of the first-grade Great Saint, but Great Master Ran Feng, who had just stepped into the first-grade Great Saint, was able to repel him with just a single strike. What surprised Great Master Tian Hong even more was that Great Master Ran Feng didn't use any of the Buddhist sect's supreme arts, but Great Master Ran Feng was able to use the powerful swaying palm. Just imagine, if Great Master Ran Feng also used a powerful Buddhist sect's supreme art, Great Master Tian Hong's ending wouldn't be as simple as being pushed back. Ba. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together. From the beginning until now, he had been behaving calmly. This was his first battle after advancing to the Great Saint realm. Although he had defeated his opponent, he didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. This showed his temperament. Good. Tyrant shouted and leaped forward. He wasn't as calm as Great Master Ran Feng. Besides, how could he not be excited when he saw his master's divine power? In Tyrant's eyes, besides being his master and father, his master was also his idol. Previously, he was worried that Great Master Ran Feng, who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, wouldn't be a match for Great Master Tian Hong. Now, it seemed like Jiang Chen's eyesight was really good. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Great Master Ran Feng's ferociousness had not only defeated Great Master Tian Hong, but also did it with such ease. This old monk is truly ferocious. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and drooled. Yan Qingyu didn't say anything, but she was also shocked by Great Master Ran Feng's means. This was the first time she saw a great saint in action. She deeply felt the terror of a great saint. There was still a long way to go in the path of cultivation. I don't believe that a first-grade Great Saint who has just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint is stronger than me. Great Master Tian Hong was infuriated. His chi rose once more, preparing for another battle with Great Master Ran Feng. Anyone who had reached the Great Saint realm would have their own pride. Great Master Tian Hong absolutely didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade Great Saint who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint. That strike just now had completely disgraced him. Junior brother Tian Hong, let me do it. Great Master Tian Dang spoke. He had already noticed that the gap between Great Master Ran Feng and Great Master Ran Feng wasn't small. Although Great Master Ran Feng had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, his strength was still very strong. Great Master Tian Hong was no match for him. If he continued to fight, not only would he not be able to avenge himself, he would also be humiliated even more. Yes, senior brother. Although Great Master Tian Hong was unwilling, He still obeyed his senior brother's words. Immediately, he retreated. Dong. Great Master Tiandang took a step forward. A loud sound echoed in the void. Great Master Tiandang's foot directly entered the space. A cold wind blew out from the space. It was a powerful spatial turbulence. Although it affected Great Master Tiandang's body, it couldn't harm him at all. Tyrant and Da Huang Dog started to worry. Great Master Tiandang was much stronger than Tianhong. There was a gap of 1 level between the two of them. On their side there was only one great saint, Great Master Ran Feng. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, Great Master Ran Feng was determined to protect Jiang Chen. He wouldn't care even if he had to go against the Great Laying Temple. Jiang Chen was touched by Great Master Ran Feng's action. In the past, he was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus. He had never thought that he would be involved with the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen swore that no matter what the outcome of today's matter was, he would remember Great Master Ran Feng's kindness. No matter what kind of difficulties Great Master Ran Feng would face in the future, he would spare no effort to help Great Master Ran Feng. The disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is truly extraordinary. He has such powerful strength even though he has just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Even I have to admire him. Ran Feng, we are all people of Buddha sect. We don't want to make things too unpleasant. If you withdraw from the dispute now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Great Master Tiandang said. Ba. Let's do it. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression remained unchanged. His words stunned Great Master Tiandang. He didn't expect that Great Master Ran Feng would ask him to take action. He really didn't know where Great Master Ran Feng got the confidence to fight him with a mere first-grade great saint. Alright. Let me see how many means the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus has. Great Master Tiandang was a little angry. In his point of view, this Ran Feng didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Great Master Ran Feng would never back down. Putting aside the fact that he had to protect Jiang Chen, the identity of the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus made it impossible for him to back down. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to his master's name. Miluo Dharma Seal. Great Master Tiandang made his move. It was the same powerful Dharma seal of Buddha sect. A huge seal was conjured. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a huge heavenly barrier. There was a powerful shadow of Miluo on it. The divine aura of a second-grade great saint was many times stronger than Tianhong. In the face of Great Master Tiandang's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's eyes glittered with brilliance. His chi rose abruptly. It was many times stronger than when he was dealing with Tianhong. Feeling the tyrannical chi waves from Great Master Ran Feng's body, Great Master Tianhong's facial expression turned even uglier. He suddenly understood that Ran Feng had already held back when he was dealing with him. Kong Long, Great Master Ran Feng slowly raised his palm and slapped forward lightly. No one knew how much power was contained in this slap. A huge Ming King Dharma seal was struck out. After the Ming King Dharma seal appeared, it was as if it had come to life, suppressing everything like a mountain. The Miluo Dharma seal cast by Great Master Tiandang was inferior to the Ming King Dharma seal in essence. The Supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect was incomparable to any ordinary Dharma seal. Naturally, its power was incomparable. Fortunately, Great Master Tiandang's cultivation base was a grade higher. Otherwise, the chi unleashed by the Ming King Dharma seal would be enough to destroy the Miluo Dharma seal. Amidst the powerful vibration, Great Master Tiandang's Ming King Dharma seal was destroyed. Under the tremendous attack, Great Master Tiandang was forced to take a step back. When he looked at Great Master Ran Feng again, he was like a towering pine tree. The entire scene was in an uproar. No one knew how many people were shocked by the scene. Great Master Tianhong and the 2 7th-grade minor saints gaped at Great Master Ran Feng in disbelief. Even Tyrant and Da Huang Dog were dumbfounded. The only one who had a normal reaction was Jiang Chen. Waha! Master is too awesome. Master is the best. Tyrant laughed heartily. He didn't look like a disciple of Buddha sect anymore. He rarely saw his master in action. He didn't expect his master to be so ferocious. He had just advanced to the first grade great saint, but he was able to repel a second grade great saint. Could he be any more awesome? Of course, the one who was most surprised was Great Master Tiandang himself. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by Ran Feng. He was a mighty second grade great saint, but he was defeated by a newly advanced first grade great saint. This was such a shameful thing. However, Great Master Tiandang suddenly thought of Great Master Ranfeng's seal just now. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. Ran Feng, what you used just now is one of the 3 great supreme seals of Buddha sect, the unmovable bright king seal. The 3 great seals have been lost for a long time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to use it. If you can hand over the cultivation method of the 3 great seals to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go and I won't make things difficult for Xianxia. What do you say? Great Master Tiandong's eyes were burning with passion. The 3 supreme mudras of Buddhism, now that they had reappeared in the world, how could he not be excited? Furthermore, being defeated by the feudal mudras, he suddenly didn't feel ashamed anymore. If the Great Laying Temple could obtain the 3 supreme mudras, he would be the hero of the entire Great Laying Temple. He would even be qualified to cultivate the 3 supreme mudras. Not to mention cultivating all of them, even cultivating just one of them would bring him endless benefits. This belongs to my master. I don't have the right to hand it over to anyone else. If you have the ability, you can ask my master for it. Great Master Ran Feng said. His words stunned Xianxia. It seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't dead, nor had he ascended. He was still in Saint Origin world. In that case, I will suppress you now. Great Master Tiandong's chi fluctuated violently once more. Both of his hands danced in the air, pinching out a complicated seal and launched another attack at Great Master Ran Feng. At the same time, he secretly sent out his divine sense to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to suppress Great Master Ran Feng with the help of the Supreme Seal. At this moment, he needed a higher-level Buddha. Great Sage was a supreme existence. To ordinary cultivators, it was a distant existence. No matter which region one was in, it was extremely difficult to see one. Today, so many great sages had appeared in the Western domain. Such a scene was really rare. Great Master Ran Feng remained indifferent to Great Master Tiandong's attack. He used the Akalanatha seal again. The powerful Supreme Seal was enough for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Xianxia suddenly saw the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ran Feng. Of course, there was still a huge gap between the current Great Master Ran Feng and Ancestor Green Lotus when he was at his peak. Xianxia was recognized as the greatest saint in the world. He didn't respect anyone. If there was one person that he admired, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. If there was a ranking in Saint Origin world, he would be ranked first. No one would dare to compete with Ancestor Green Lotus for the second place. Kong Long, just as Great Master Ran Feng and Great Master Tiandang were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud rumble was heard in the sky. A bright Buddha light that looked like a Milky Way hung in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately, Ran Feng and Great Master Ran Feng stopped their battle and raised their heads to look at the sky. For God's sake, another great saint has come. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. The Great Lightning Tune Temple would never stop today. What a powerful chi. I'm afraid that it's a third-grade great saint. My master won't be able to withstand it. Tyrant frowned. His face was full of worry. It seemed like there was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Although his master's divine power was matchless, he had just stepped into the great saint realm. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to fight against the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect such a scene to happen. He thought that the Great Laying Temple would interfere in the conflict between him and the Heavenly Sect, and that they would step forward to stop him. At that time, Great Master Ran Feng would be the only one who could solve the problem. The sudden appearance of a third-grade Great Saint Buddha changed the situation again. Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but shake his head. It was impossible for him to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. It was already very good that he could hold on until now. Great Master Ran Feng turned around and looked at Xianxia. He saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face, and not a single ripple could be seen in his eyes. Even when facing such a situation, Jiang Chen was still able to maintain his composure. Just this mentality alone was enough for Great Master Ranfeng to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This was a peerless genius, and he was destined to become a dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. No matter what, Great Master Ranfeng had to protect Jiang Chen and prevent him from falling into the hands of the Great Laying Temple. However, that was his master's inheritance. How could he give it to someone else? The third great saint appeared. He was also an old monk with a fat head and big ears. There was an obvious mark of an old monk, which was his ears. His ears were big and long, with a dangling earlobe that looked like a meatball, shrouded in golden brilliance. Senior brother Tian Ho. Tian Dang and Tian Hong hastily bowed to greet the newcomer. No one would dare to neglect a mighty third great saint. Such a figure would be highly regarded in any place in Saint Origin world. While greeting, Great Master Tian Dang had already told Buddha Tian Ho everything that had happened here using divine sense. After listening to Tian Dang's narration, Great Master Tian Ho sighed, as if he was feeling sorry and disappointed. Finally, Buddha Tian Ho's eyes fell on Great Master Ranfeng. His eyes seemed gentle, but they were incomparably sharp, like 2 sharp blades that could make one's soul tremble. Junior brother Ranfeng, you really disappoint me. Great Master Tian Ho said with a sigh. I just want to make a compromise. Jiang Chen is my best friend. Besides, this is between little friend Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. There are so many kinds of grudges in this world. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple have to intervene in all of them? Great Master Ranfeng said. This is the Western region, so it's different. The place where our Buddhist sect is located must be a symbol of peace. There must be no mass killings. This is related to the face of the Buddhist sect. If we let Jiang Chen go today, who in the Western region will still obey the Great Laying Temple? Master Tian Ho said. Obey? Rule? These 2 words are too incongruous when used in Buddhism. Buddhism is particular about meticulousness and the pursuit of virtue. But now, the Tempest Temple has given birth to the idea of ruling and fighting for hegemony. They even care about their appearance. The true meaning of Buddhism is getting further and further away from us. Great Master Ranfeng also sighed. The current Great Laying Temple could no longer represent the Buddhist sect. It could only represent itself, a powerful force, and a giant in the Western regions. It had long lost the elegance of the Buddha. Bastard, Ranfeng, how dare you criticize the Great Laying Temple like that? Great Master Tiandang flew into a rage again. Junior brother Ranfeng, you don't have to say any unnecessary words. In order to defend the dignity of the Great Laying Temple, I must punish this evildoer and bring him back to the Great Laying Temple for punishment. Great Master Tian Ho's chi fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. The power of a third great saint was incomparable to the second great saint Tiandang. Great Master Ranfeng could deal with Tiandang and Tian Hong, but he couldn't deal with Great Master Tian Ho even if he had the 3 supreme Dharma seals. Hold on. Great Master Ranfeng spoke. Junior brother Ranfeng, do you really think you can stop me? Great Master Tian Ho's eyes widened. Ranfeng is willing to exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for the peace between little friend Jiang Chen and the Great Laying Temple. Great Master Ranfeng said. What? A few exclamations were heard at the same time. Even Jiang Chen widened his eyes, looking at Great Master Ranfeng in disbelief. He didn't expect that Great Master Ranfeng would exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for him. That was the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It had always been regarded as more important than his own life by Great Master Ranfeng. However, in order to save Jiang Chen, Great Master Ranfeng made such a decision. This made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. Master. Tyrant looked very angry. Of course, he wasn't angry because his master had taken out the Dharma seals to save Jiang Chen. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would have made the same decision. Jiang Chen was his life and death brother, more important than anything else. What he was angry about was the Great Laying Temple. Even a fool could see the current situation. The grudge between Jiang Chen and Tianyi Gate was just a fuse. The Great Laying Temple had been eyeing the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus for a long time. In his impression, his master had never been threatened. Today's incident made him feel helpless and aggrieved. Mother Ker. De Huang Dog cursed. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he was afraid that he would have pounced on these bald donkeys and bitten them to death. Junior brother Ranfeng, a monk doesn't lie. Is what you said true? Great Master Tian Ho instantly retracted his chi. When he mentioned the Supreme Dharma seals, blazing sparks flashed in his eyes. Compared to the 3 Supreme Dharma seals, a puny Jiangchen was nothing. I don't agree. Great Master Ranfeng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiangchen. He took a step forward and stood opposite to Great Master Tian Ho. Even in the face of a powerful third-grade great saint, his facial expression didn't change. Little friend Jiangchen. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Jiangchen. I, Jiangchen, appreciate Grandmaster's kindness. However, if the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus is given away to someone else because of me, I won't be able to rest easy. What Grandmaster has done for me today is more than enough. I will always remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiangchen cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. After that, he looked at Tian Ho and the other 2 and said in an indifferent tone, "You people from the Great Lightning Tune Temple really like to meddle in other people's business. In that case, I'll follow you to the Great Lightning Tune Temple." Little Chenzi, you can't go. Tyrant became anxious on the spot. Although the Great Lightning Tune Temple was a sacred place of Buddhist sect, the punishment for demons and ghosts was extremely terrifying. They had now regarded Jiangchen as a demon. Once Jiangchen arrived at the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would certainly be punished and the consequences would be unimaginable. Good, it's good that you took the initiative to stand out. However, not only you, but also that woman and that dog. The 3 of you will be going to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive your punishment. You will have to pay for the sins you have committed in the Tianyi Gate. Great Master Tian Ho's tone was calm, but everyone could sense the anger in his heart. He didn't care about the Bull Shasterisk T Jiangchen and a Huang Dog. What he cared about was the Supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect. He was so close to getting it, but this Jiangchen wanted to stop him. It was so infuriating. No way. Jiangchen's expression changed. He was instantly enraged. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was asking for a mile after giving him an inch. If he went to the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone to receive the punishment, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Besides, with his methods, it wouldn't be easy for the Great Lightning Tune Temple to punish him. However, Great Master Tian Ho actually wanted to send De Huang Dog and Yan Xinyu to the Great Lightning Tune Temple together. This was something that Jiangchen couldn't accept. He could be hurt, but he would never allow others to hurt the people around him. Mother Ker, old bald donkey, Master Dog will bite your head off sooner or later. De Huang Dog couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. Such a crazy evildoer will only be a scourge if he stays in this world. Let me deal with him first. Great Master Tian Dang, who was at the side, locked his gaze on De Huang Dog. After that, he suddenly stretched out his palm and shrouded De Huang Dog. He wanted to kill De Huang Dog on the spot. Stop. Jiangchen's eyes turned red. His opponent's attack was too fast and the gap in their strength was too huge. It was impossible for him to stop it. Great Master Ranfeng was locked by Tian Ho, so he couldn't rescue De Huang Dog in time. Tian Dang's palm was about to hit De Huang Dog's body. If this attack landed on his body, the consequences would be imaginable. De Huang Dog would be turned into powder and die tragically on the spot. Howl, at this moment, a howl resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a high-pitched voice was heard. Old bald donkey, who gave you the courage to touch the people of my demon race? As this domineering voice rang out, a terrifying rainbow-colored claw pierced through the void. The claw looked incomparably beautiful. The rainbow-colored brilliance flowed like a rainbow across the sky. Of course, under this beauty, there was an infinite amount of terror and destructive power hidden. Ka-cha. The terrifying 7-colored sharp claw shattered Tian Dang's attack in an instant. At the same time, it grabbed one of his arms. Everyone saw that Tian Dang's arm, a dignified second-grade great saint, was torn off by the sharp claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Who? Not far away, Tianho's countenance drastically changed. He immediately blasted out a palm strike. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared in the air. That illusory figure radiated a multicolored light. It was the most beautiful light in the world. That illusory figure casually blasted out a beam of light, directly shattering Tianho's attack. Dong, the void trembled. A middle-aged man wearing a 7-colored feather robe emerged from the void. He disappeared with every step he took. In a blink of an eye, he arrived above the battlefield. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build. His eyes were radiating 7-colored divine light. His demonic chi soared to the sky. There was a mark on his glabella. It was the mark of a peacock. Peacock King. Great Master Tianho exclaimed. He recognized the man. He was a super great demon of the Pure Land. No one dared to provoke him. He had never thought that he would appear here today. Awesome. De Huangdog was very excited. This Peacock King was too awesome. He had torn the arm of a 2nd-grade Great Saint and suppressed a 3rd-grade Great Saint. His demonic chi was monstrous and domineering. The atmosphere of the scene became incomparably solemn because of the sudden appearance of the Peacock King. Even Great Master Tianho lost his previous chi. Although the Great Lightning Tune Temple was the ruler of the Western Domain and was a powerful holy land of Buddha sect, they weren't willing to provoke the demon race. Not to mention the Great Lightning Tune Temple, even the other 7 families in the Pure Land didn't want to offend the demon race. The demon race was one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. The people of the demon race were ferocious, overbearing, and unreasonable. It was very difficult to take advantage of the demon race. Furthermore, this Peacock King was a great saint of the demon race. He couldn't be offended. Xianxia's eyes fell upon the Peacock King. More than 100 years ago, he knew that there was a peerless genius in the demon race. However, at that time, the Peacock King was merely a minor demon saint. It was impossible for him to reach the level of experts like Xianxia. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the Peacock King had grown into the terrifying Peacock King. The Peacock King in front of him was already a 4th-grade Great Saint of the demon race, a level stronger than Great Master Tianho. Moreover, the peacock was a very rare and powerful beast. The peacock was one of the top existences in the demon race and held a pivotal position. A beast like the Peacock King had incomparably terrifying combat strength. It was very difficult for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. His appearance could represent the demon race. Therefore, even though this was the territory of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of the Peacock King. The Peacock King appeared at the critical moment to help Xianxia and even hurt the Buddha of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. It was obvious that the Peacock King had come for De Huangdog. Xianxia didn't have any relationship with the demon race. It must be because the demon race knew about the existence of De Huangdog. He was a dragon horse, a true divine beast. Peacock King, the hands of the demon race have stretched too far. How dare you interfere in our Western domain? Great Master Tianho said furiously. The Peacock King was extremely arrogant. He didn't even look at Great Master Tianho and treated him like air. He treated Great Master Tianho's words like farts. His gaze fell on De Huangdog. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of De Huangdog. All of a sudden, his rainbow-colored pupils shone brilliantly and enveloped De Huangdog's entire body. De Huangdog struggled violently but found that it was to no avail. Since he couldn't break free, De Huangdog simply stopped moving. Of course, he didn't feel any hostility from the Peacock King. Moreover, this ferocious fellow had torn off one of Tiandang's arms the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he was on his side. Xianxia didn't stop the Peacock King. He knew that the Peacock King was confirming the bloodline of De Huangdog. When he found out that De Huangdog had the true bloodline of a divine beast, not only would he not harm De Huangdog, he would also be wild with joy. Divine beasts that were blessed by the heavens had long been extinct in this world. They could only be seen in higher planes. The demon race had existed in Saint Origin world for so many years, but no one with the true bloodline of a divine beast had appeared. It was already a blessing to have a few mutated species among the major races. If the demon race could get their hands on a divine beast and bring it back to cultivate, the demon race would certainly flourish in the future. The appearance of the Peacock King was enough to show how much importance the demon race attached to De Huang Dog. The Peacock King's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had completely sensed the bloodline of a divine beast in De Huang Dog. The surprise on his face was indescribable. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the Peacock King retracted the seven-colored radiance. Originally, he was wild with joy, but all of a sudden, he slapped the head of De Huang Dog with his palm, producing a sound of iron striking. For God's sake, why did you slap me? De Huang Dog glared at the Peacock King angrily. Was this guy sick? Didn't he know that it was impolite to slap someone's head at the first meeting? Motherf asterisk cur, you have the bloodline of a powerful mutated dragon horse, but you look like a dog. This is outrageous. The Peacock King said and slapped the head of De Huang Dog a few more times. Only then did he calm down. Xianxia, Tyrant, and Yanqingyu couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog was slapped so many times by the Peacock King, but he didn't show any anger. Finally, there was someone who could take care of this bastard. However, they could also see that although the Peacock King was slapping De Huang Dog, he didn't use any force. Otherwise, with his cultivation, no matter how hard the De Huang Dog's head was, it would be smashed into pieces. The Peacock King was overjoyed, but he was depressed about the dog's appearance. I'm doing this to disguise myself. De Huang Dog quickly distanced himself from the Peacock King. Not bad. Your reaction is fast, and your head is quite hard too. You are indeed worthy of the bloodline of a divine beast. No matter what you look like, the bloodline of a divine beast can't be faked. Haha, our demon race is going to prosper. The Peacock King laughed heartily. Then, the Peacock King turned around and looked at the Buddhas of the Great Laying Temple. He immediately scolded, "Bald donkey, your Great Laying Temple is really something. How dare you kill the geniuses of the demon race? Are you going to declare war on the demon race? Peacock King, don't go too far. This isn't the territory of your demon race. You better not get involved in the business of the Great Laying Temple." Great Master Tian Ho was furious. He was a highly respected Buddha, but he couldn't stand being scolded as a bald donkey. Haha, old bald donkey, who do you think you are? If I don't give face to the Great Laying Temple, I will slap you to death. Since I, the Peacock King, want to meddle in other people's business, I will definitely meddle in it. Today, I will bring my people away. Ask the abbot of the Great Laying Temple to come and see if he can stop me. The Peacock King was too arrogant. He didn't even put the Great Laying Temple in his eyes. Great Master Tian Ho was infuriated, but he didn't lose his temper. He didn't dare to go against the Peacock King directly. Who didn't know about the Peacock King's ferocious name? If he was angered and killed, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. You? This is the Western region. If you dare to kill the geniuses of the demon race, I will directly smash your bald donkey head. The Peacock King didn't give any face to the senior monks of the Great Laying Temple. Wakaka, De Huang Dog laughed and jumped up and down in the air. He kept sticking his tongue out at the senior monks of the Great Laying Temple. The only thing he didn't do was shake his butt at their faces. The faces of the people of the Great Laying Temple turned ashen. They were so angry that their lips turned purple. They simply couldn't bear it. However, there was nothing they could do. The demon race wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, they had a backer who was much stronger than the Great Laying Temple. Just the Peacock King in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Great Master Tian Ho shook his head and said to the Peacock King, "Peacock King, the genius of your demon race is still fine. Not only did we not hurt him, but you also tore off one of our great sage's arms. You still have the advantage. Now, take this dog and leave. I hope the demon race won't get involved in other matters." No way. Xianxia is my life and death brother. His matter is my matter. Peacock King, you must kill these bald donkeys now. Otherwise, I will not join the demon race. Peacock King said. Big Yellow opened his mouth. He was a man who would never forgive his enemies. Now that they had the upper hand, Big Yellow wouldn't let this matter rest. These few old monks were so arrogant just now that they had almost stewed him. He had to vent his anger on them. Mother Cur, you're even fiercer than me. This is the western regions. It's not good to kill me directly. The Peacock King rolled his eyes. De Huang Dog actually used joining the demon race to threaten him. Are you going to kill me or not? If you don't kill me, I won't join the demon race. De Huang Dog was enraged. You dare to threaten me? In this world, no one dares to threaten me, the Peacock King. You damn dog, you dare to threaten me? Do you know the consequences? The Peacock King glared at De Huang Dog, but his attitude changed instantly when he saw that De Huang Dog didn't care about him. Good, you have character. I like it. Pooh, Xianxia and Tyrant almost vomited blood. Today, they finally saw what a weirdo was. The Peacock King against De Huang Dog was like a big weirdo against a small weirdo. Peacock King, how dare you attack us in the western regions? Great Master Tian Ho shouted. He threatened me, and now you, bald donkeys, dare to threaten me? I will kill you all today. Let's see what your Great Laying Temple can do. The Peacock King was a guy who couldn't stand being threatened. According to his character, he might just go up and bleed these Buddhas one by one. At this time, Great Master Ranfeng took a step forward and said to the Peacock King, let's not make things too big. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good. Since Great Master Ranfeng said so, then forget it. Count yourself lucky, bald donkeys. De Huang Dog said. In fact, he was very clear that if the Peacock King really killed these few eminent monks, the Great Laying Temple would never let it go. After all, Xianxia's current cultivation was still too weak. Making things too big would do him no good. As long as Xianxia's matter was settled, De Huang Dog didn't care whether these eminent monks were killed or not. Alright, I will give Great Master Ranfeng some face. Alright, I'll give Great Master Ranfeng some face. Ancestor Green Lotus is the Buddha I admire the most. He's a true transcendent being, unlike the current Great Laying Temple that's fighting for power and influence. I think the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is more pleasing to the eye. All of you bald donkeys, listen up. With me, Peacock King, here, don't even think about touching a single hair of Jiangchen. The Peacock King's attitude towards Great Master Ranfeng was obviously much better. After all, the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus was not just for show. Today's Buddhism was no longer the same as it used to be. Great Master Tian Ho could only choose to remain silent in the face of the Peacock King's strength. However, he immediately looked at Great Master Ranfeng and said, Junior Brother Ranfeng, you said that as long as we release Jiangchen, you will hand over the 3 great supreme magical seals. Do you agree? Great Master Tian Ho had already made up his mind. As long as he could get the 3 great supreme magical seals, it would be the biggest gain. Compared to Jiangchen, the 3 great supreme magical seals were much more precious. I did say that, but I regret it now. This is the grudge between the Great Laying Temple and Jiangchen. I won't interfere anymore. You can punish Jiangchen. I won't interfere. Great Master Ranfeng said with a straight face. The people of the Great Laying Temple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tyrant and De Huang Dog laughed out loud. They didn't expect this old monk to be so shameless. Now that the Peacock King had appeared, they couldn't do anything about it. What a joke! How could the Great Lightning Tune Temple hand over the seal so easily? Since Peacock King was here, it would be impossible for Great Master Tian Ho and the others to deal with Jiangchen. It was too naive of them to think that they could get the Supreme Dharma seal with what they said just now. Great Master Ranfeng wasn't a fool. He had no choice but to hand over the seal just now. Now that Peacock King had appeared, he was no longer needed. Senior Brother Tian Ho, what should we do now? Should we call the experts of the temple? Tian Hong transmitted his voice to Great Master Tian Ho. Great Master Tiandong's face turned pale. He was very depressed after having one of his arms torn off by the Peacock King. However, it was not difficult for him to regrow a severed arm after becoming a great saint. Such an injury was nothing to him. Great Master Tian Ho frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "No need. Let's go." "Are we just going to let it go?" Great Master Tiandang was very unwilling. "There's no need to incur the wrath of the demon race for the sake of a nobody. Let's set our sights on Ancestor Green Lotus inheritance first. As long as we can obtain it, the Tempest Temple will be able to return to its peak." After Great Master Tian Ho finished speaking, he left with the people of the Great Laying Temple. There was no point in staying here. They couldn't defeat the Peacock King. Staying here would only bring disgrace to themselves. He left just like that. De Huang Dog said. Obviously, he did not expect the people from the Tempest Temple to leave so decisively. "That means they are wise," the Peacock King said arrogantly. After the men from the Great Laying Temple left, Jiang Chen and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. For Jiang Chen, he was still too weak right now, and it wasn't suitable for him to offend a superpower like the Great Laying Temple. It would be best if both parties could live in harmony. "Thank you, Peacock King, for lending a helping hand. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this favor." Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the Peacock King. He was a man who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Those who helped him would definitely repay the favor in the future. Plus, he didn't dislike the demon race. The way the demon race acted was similar to the devil religion. They were swift and decisive, especially people like the Peacock King. Jiang Chen was willing to have dealings with them. "Good, you are a very good young man. I heard that you have conquered the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains, creating a precedent in the divine continent. Today, you have eliminated a major power like the Tianyi Gate with your third-grade minor saint cultivation. This is really rare. I like domineering people the most. I don't care what kind of major power they are. As long as they offend me, I will kill them. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just report my name to me." The Peacock King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. His words were full of praise. He was also a rare genius in the demon race, but compared to the current Jiang Chen, he was still far behind. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't surprised that the Peacock King was so familiar with his matters. If the demon race wanted to inquire about De Huang Dog, they would definitely know everything about him. Moreover, such a big incident had happened in the 4 domains. Even the major families in the Pure Land would know about it. "You, follow me to the demon race." The Peacock King looked at De Huang Dog. This dog was the main reason why he came here. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog, he wouldn't have the leisure to care about the grudge between the Great Lightning Tune Temple and Jiang Chen. "I won't go." "What's so good about the demon race?" De Huang Dog curled his lips. "What did you say?" The Peacock King's eyes widened. If this was said by someone else, he would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, he didn't have any temper towards this dog. De Huang, the demon race is one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. They have a deep foundation. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. If you go to the demon race, you will definitely be nurtured with great resources. Moreover, your status will not be low in the future. With your current cultivation level, going to the demon race is indeed a good choice," Jiang Chen said. He knew that the reason why De Huang Dog didn't want to go to the demon race was because he didn't want to be separated from him. Both of them had been together since they were in the Origin Mountain Range. They had never been separated. No one could compare to their deep relationship. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to be separated from De Huang Dog, but he didn't want to delay De Huang Dog's future. De Huang Dog was now a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. It wouldn't be easy for him to continue to improve his strength. However, the demon race was different. Each of the 8 major families in the Pure Land had a deep foundation. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, he would be nurtured with great importance by the demon race. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't have shown up in person. Moreover, with De Huang Dog's talent, his cultivation would certainly improve by leaps and bounds after he went to the demon race. It was very likely that he would break through to the Great Sage Realm in the shortest time possible. At that time, he would be of great help to Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Then, he shook his head and said, "All right, I will go with you to the demon race." Today, it was all thanks to the Peacock King's help. So, Yi Shiwen still had to give him face. Moreover, De Huang Dog was a demon after all. Going to the demon race could be considered as his final destination. That's right. I will protect you when you go to the demon race. The Peacock King pretended to pat the dog's head again. This master dog's divine might is matchless. I need you to protect me. De Huang Dog said in a deadpan manner. The Peacock King had an impulse to beat the dog's head. It was unknown how many people in the demon race wanted to let him, the Peacock King, look at them, but they didn't have a chance. This dog actually didn't appreciate his kindness. Xianxia smiled. He could see that the Peacock King liked De Huang very much. With the Peacock King around, De Huang wouldn't suffer any grievances when he went to the demon race. Of course, even without the Peacock King, De Huang Dog wasn't someone who would suffer losses. Kid, without this master dog to protect you in the future, you have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, you can always come to the demon race to look for me. De Huang Dog left these words for Xianxia and then disappeared with the Peacock King. Xianxia, Yanxinyu, and Tyrant looked at the place where De Huang Dog and the Peacock King disappeared. They didn't look away for a long time. De Huang left just like that. Yanxinyu was a little reluctant. Going to the demon race will bring him endless benefits. As for the Pure Land, we will be going there soon. Xianxia said. Little friend Xianxia, since the matter has been resolved, this old monk will be going back. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together in front of Xianxia. Great Master, after what happened today, the relationship between you and the Great Laying Temple has been completely ruined. Moreover, the 3 supreme seals of Buddhism have been exposed. I'm afraid that the Great Laying Temple will not let this matter rest. Xianxia said. He was a little worried. The Great Laying Temple's goal was very clear. Although Great Master Ranfeng had reached the Great Saint Realm, there was still a huge gap between him and the Great Laying Temple. In order to obtain the seals, the Great Laying Temple would definitely find a way to deal with Great Master Ranfeng. Little friend, don't worry. This old monk has his own countermeasures. After Great Master Ranfeng finished his words, he disappeared and left the place. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Initially, he wanted to ask about Ancestor Green Lotus, but he didn't expect Great Master Ranfeng to just leave like that. However, this also made him understand that it wasn't time for him to reveal the secrets hidden in Great Master Ranfeng's heart. At least, with the current situation, Xianxia and Tyrant were still very weak. My master has pinned all his hopes on me. I must not let him down. Tyrant looked at the place where Great Master Ranfeng disappeared. He was a smart person. He naturally knew that his master had a secret in his heart. However, he had never told him about it because his strength was still too weak. Tyrant secretly swore that he must improve his strength as soon as possible so that no one could bully his master in the future. Alright. The matter of the Tanny Gate has come to an end. Let's collect the power of the stars in the Starlight Tower and leave. After saying that, Xianxia flew towards the Starlight Tower. The people of the Tanny Gate had seen everything clearly. Until now, all of them were still in a state of deep shock. They would never forget what had happened today for the rest of their lives. So many terrifying great saint experts had appeared. Even the great saint of the demon race, Peacock King, had appeared. Unfortunately, Xianxia, the main culprit of the destruction of the Tanny Gate, didn't receive any punishment. This indicated that from today onwards, the name of the Tanny Gate would be completely erased from Saint Origin World, just like what Xianxia had said. There was still a large amount of power of the stars in the Starlight Tower. Xianxia took out the Starlight Shield and absorbed all the power of the stars. A powerful minor saint weapon would have a certain amount of storage space. The more powerful the weapon, the bigger the storage space. The storage space of the Starlight Shield was bigger than the Starlight Tower. Therefore, it was very easy for it to store the power of the stars. The Tanny Gate was annihilated. Xianxia didn't care how much turmoil this incident would bring to the Western Domain. He left with Tyrant and Yanxinyu. De Huang Dog had gone to the demon race and wouldn't be back in a short period of time. Although the grudge between Xuanyu and Tanny Gate had been resolved, there were still more things waiting for Xianxia. Although he was already a third-grade minor saint, the enemies that he had to face were much stronger than before. It made Xianxia more eager to improve his cultivation. Next, Xianxia was going to the Pure Land. The Pure Land was a vast and boundless domain. It was much bigger than any of the 8 domains. Wuningzhu was an ancient people. De Huang Dog was in the demon race. Both of them had gone to the Pure Land. The Saint Cliff that Xianxia fell from in his previous life was also in the Pure Land. It was only a matter of time before Xianxia went to the Pure Land. Wuningzhu's matter must be resolved in the Pure Land. Now, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was involved in this matter. Because of Xianxia, Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple had completely fallen out. It was imaginable that even if Great Master Ranfeng had the time to deal with the Great Lightning Tune Temple, his life wouldn't be any better. Moreover, the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus was involved in this matter. These secrets could only be accessed by a great saint. Xianxia deeply felt that his strength wasn't enough. After returning to the Nebula sect, Xianxia didn't waste any time and went straight to Nangong Wendian. Currently, Nangong Wendian was in seclusion to break through to the minor saint realm. He was forcefully awakened by Xianxia. "Little Xianxia, you are back? Needless to say, the Tianyi Gate must have been annihilated by you. Where is De Huang?" Nangong Wendian could basically guess the ending of the Tianyi Gate when he saw Xianxia's powerful return. However, he was puzzled that De Huang Dog didn't come back with him. De Huang has been taken away by the great saint of the demon race. Yanxinyu said. The monster clan, one of the 8 clans of the Pure Land, why did they take De Huang away? Nangong Wentian was stunned. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending? De Huang is a dragon horse and has a powerful bloodline of a divine beast. If the demon clan can get their hands on De Huang, not only will they get a great potential stock, they will also get a peerless genius. More importantly, divine beasts generally symbolize auspiciousness. The demon clan has the bloodline of a divine beast, which can bring a certain amount of luck to the demon clan. Tyrant said. In that case, this dog has gone to the demon race to be a lord. Nangong Wentian came to a sudden realization, and immediately became envious and jealous. Alright, let's cut the crap. I'm going to the Pure Land soon. All of you must improve your strength. This Starlight Shield is a powerful minor saint weapon. Its grade has already reached the peak of minor saint weapon. It's comparable to the Brilliant Mirror. After you refine it and combine it with the Myriad Star Ruler, your power will be boundless. Xianxia took out the Starlight Shield and placed it in front of Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian's gaze landed on the Starlight Shield, and his eyes instantly shone brightly. Ever since he started cultivating the boundless star transformation, his sensitivity towards the power of the stars had become more and more acute. One look and he could tell that the shield in front of him was a rare treasure. Little Xianxia, you are so nice to me. If you were a girl, I would definitely bear your child. Nangong Wentian said in a serious tone. Slap. Xianxia kicked Nangong Wentian's face, leaving a deep footprint. Half of his face swelled up. Damn you. You don't have to be so cruel. Nangong Wentian was about to cry. Cut the crap. This Starlight Shield contains a large amount of power of the stars. It's enough for you to break through to the minor saint realm. Hurry up and go into seclusion. Xianxia pointed at Nangong Wentian's nose and shouted. Got it. Nangong Wentian quickly turned and left. However, he only took 2 steps before he turned back to Xianxia and said, Oh right, Yan has returned to the Moing cult. It seems like the Moing cult's devil blood pool has undergone some changes. Only Gu Tianma's physique can suppress it. After saying that, Nangong Wentian went into seclusion again. Will Yan be alright? Yanxinyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Tianma's physique is unparalleled. He is the devil of all devils. The devil blood pool will only bring benefits to Yan. We don't have to worry about him. Xianxia smiled. He wasn't worried about Gu Tianma at all. Gu Tianma's bloodline would only grow stronger with his growth. His potential was basically limitless. Xiaoyu, you stay here with Tyrant. I will go and find Master. Xianxia said and flew towards the center of Nebula sect. Helping Nebula Kid reforge the Nebula sword might be the last thing he would do in Xuanyu. He would leave after that. In a sealed space, Nebula Kid was sitting cross-legged on a futon, cultivating. He felt the space in the hall trembling. He opened his eyes and saw Xianxia appearing in front of him like a ghost. He could feel that the current Xianxia was already a third-grade minor saint. Although he guessed that it was because of the Heavenly Saint's sword, he still couldn't accept such a rapid advancement. However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. Xianxia wasn't an ordinary person after all. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. It was only a matter of time before he became a great saint. He wasn't someone that Nebula Kid could compare with. Xianxia, you are getting more and more powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you should be leaving soon. Nebula Kid said with a smile. He knew that Xianxia would go to the Pure Land. It was impossible for someone like Xianxia to stay in a small place like Xuanyu. That's right. I came back this time to help you reforge the Nebula sword. After that, I will leave. Xianxia said, Master, please take out your sword. After hearing this, Nebula Kid's eyes lit up. He thought that Xianxia was a man of his words. Without hesitation, he took out his sword. Even though the Nebula sword had lost part of the Heavenly Saint's sword, it was still an incomparably sharp sword. King Xianxia waved his arm and another sword appeared in his hand. This sword was glowing with azure light. It looked extremely mystical. After it appeared, it made a buzzing sound and trembled violently. Compared to Nebula Kid's sword, this sword was much stronger. Good sword. Nebula Kid's eyes sparkled. He couldn't help but praise it. He didn't ask Xianxia where did he get this sword from. There was no need to ask. It was imaginable that if he could fuse this sword with his own sword and forge a new Nebula sword, its power would be much stronger than the previous one. Xianxia didn't know the name of this sword, but he knew that it was the sword used by the Supreme Elder of Nebula sect. A 7th-grade minor saint combat weapon wouldn't be weak. Nebula Kid's eyes fell on Xianxia's hand. Forging a combat weapon was an incomparably difficult task. There were very few blacksmiths in Saint Origin World. They were even rarer than alchemists. However, there were many cultivators who could forge their own natal weapon. That was why blacksmiths weren't as famous as alchemists. However, in Saint Origin World, there was a big family of blacksmiths that was respected by countless of people. It was the Bin family, one of the 8 families in Pure Land. The people of this family were born with great talent in forging. The quality of the combat weapons that they forged was also the best. Nebula Kid didn't doubt Xianxia's skills. Although he hadn't seen the abilities of the greatest saint in the world, he had heard about it. This was a peerless genius that would only appear once every 10,000 years in Saint Origin World. He was proficient in alchemy and weapon forging. Apart from his combat strength, he was also an excellent alchemist and blacksmith. Forging battle weapons and concocting elixirs were different approaches, but they had the same result. The main thing that was tested was the refinement of the soul energy and the control of the flames. In Xianxia's hand, the 2 swords fused together very quickly. It wasn't difficult to forge a new Nebula sword. To Xianxia, it was a very simple task because the 2 swords were related to the Star Force. There wasn't any repulsion between the 2 swords. Thus, the fusion was a matter of course. 2 hours later. A loud howl sounded. The Nebula sword was reforged. It was radiating a bright blue light. It was flying back and forth in the air above the palace like a blue dragon. It looked extremely mystical. Nebula Kid's eyes were incomparably bright. Looking at the new Nebula sword, his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. Nebula Kid grabbed the Nebula sword with his big hand. The Nebula sword immediately fell into his hand. Feeling the power and transformation of the sword, Nebula Kid couldn't help but laugh out loud. He instilled his divine sense into the Nebula sword. His whole body had a close connection with the sword. This is great. Nebula Kid was very excited. Compared to the Nebula sword that had fused with the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword, this sword was more suitable for him. Just like what Xianxia had said, the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword didn't belong to him. Forcefully fusing with it would only make him stronger temporarily. However, the sword in front of him was different. He could definitely forge it into his own natal weapon. Master, the deal between you and me has been completed. Of course, I, Xianxia, will always be a member of the Nebula sect. Sooner or later, I will move the Nebula sect to the Pure Land. Xianxia's chi fluctuated as he said. I absolutely believe in your ability. When do you plan to go to the Pure Land? Nebula Kid asked. If it was someone else who said such arrogant words, Nebula Kid would just casually laugh and treat it as a fart. However, it was Xianxia who said it. He had 100 reasons to believe that this dream would come true sooner or later. Since the matters here have been settled, I don't want to waste any more time. I plan to leave tomorrow. Xianxia said. Thinking of entering the Pure Land again, his excitement couldn't help but be ignited. It was just like the time when he came to the Divine Continent from the Eastern Continent. I'll leave the Nebula sect to you. Xianxia held his fists towards Nebula Kid and left. He had already prepared to leave for the Pure Land tomorrow. Congratulations, Father, for advancing to the 6th grade minor saint. Xianxia clasped his fists at Dan King. Currently, Dan King had successfully advanced to the 6th grade minor saint and was much stronger than before. This is all thanks to your 9 yang less rond pill. Without the 9 yang less rond pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through the bottleneck so quickly. Dan King said. His words were filled with gratitude towards Xianxia. Father, is there anything I can help you with? Xianxia said with a smile. Although he didn't put Dan King in his eyes due to his current strength, he still respected Dan King very much. This was a person worthy of being friends with. Putting aside the fact that Dan King had helped Wu Ningzhu a lot and helped him obtain the mulberry divine tree, Xianxia was very grateful to Dan King for helping him during the crisis of Nebula sect. Xian'er, now that the matter in Xuanyu has been settled and the 4 domains have basically been conquered by you, your next target should be the Pure Land, right? Dan King said. Although he hadn't been in contact with Xianxia for a long time, he knew a genius like Xianxia very well. A genius like Xianxia wouldn't be satisfied with a peaceful life. His next step would definitely be the Pure Land. Moreover, since Wu Ningzhu had gone to the ancient people's palace, Xianxia would definitely go there as well. That's right. I am preparing to go to the Pure Land. Xianxia said. Xian'er, your foundation is too strong. I can see that every time you advance, you will need to consume a huge amount of energy. Now that you have advanced to the minor saint realm, the heaven elixir won't be of much use to you in the near future. At that time, you will need to consume even more saint elixir. However, you should know that the saint elixir is an extremely rare and precious energy pill. It won't be an easy task to obtain a huge amount of saint elixir. Even if you concoct it yourself, I'm afraid that you won't have enough time to concoct it. Have you thought about this? Dan King said. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned. What Dan King was worried about was exactly what he was worried about. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and was blessed by the heavens. It was a peerless skill. However, the only downside of it was that the amount of energy pills required for each advancement was too huge. In Saint Origin World, energy pills were divided into 4 grades: human elixir, earth elixir, heaven elixir, and saint elixir. To the current Xianxia, human elixir and earth elixir were useless. Once he reached the high realm of minor saint, heaven elixir wouldn't be able to support him anymore. At that time, he would need a huge amount of saint elixir. Moreover, the amount of saint elixir would be enormous. He was only in the minor saint realm now. There were still 9 more levels of great saint. Xianxia didn't even dare to imagine the consumption of saint elixir. Moreover, the saint elixir was different from the heaven elixir. It was extremely precious. Some low-level great saints rarely used the saint elixir to cultivate. If a monster like Xianxia kept using the saint elixir, he was afraid that even the big families in the Pure Land wouldn't be able to afford it. Such a huge support was terrifying just thinking about it. However, Xianxia's gaze immediately fell on Dan King. Dan King wouldn't come to me for no reason. There must be a reason why Dan King said this. Godfather, you are right. Foster father, you are right. This is also the thing that worries me the most. The Saint rank restoration dawn are too precious, and my consumption is too great. I can't see anything in a short time, but once I advance to the great sage realm, I will have to worry about it. Foster father suddenly telling me this, could it be that you have a solution? Asked Xianxia. He didn't want to be unable to advance to the great saint realm because he didn't have a large amount of saint elixir to support him. That would be really depressing. He had left a treasure in the Pure Land which contained a large amount of saint elixir. However, he had been there once and was blocked by a heavenly barrier. It was impossible for him to retrieve the treasure in a short time. Moreover, even if he managed to retrieve the treasure, the amount of saint elixir inside would not be enough to support his consumption. Although Xianxia was the greatest saint in the past, cultivating the Xianyuan art and the dragon transformation art were two different things. The huge consumption of saint elixir was incomparable. Chen Er, have you heard of the void triangular domain? Asked Dan King. Void triangular domain? Xianxia was stunned. He immediately started to search his memory. However, he couldn't find any information about the void triangular domain. Godfather, I don't think there is a place called void triangular domain in the divine continent. Xianxia used to travel across the divine continent. If there was a place called void triangular domain, he would have heard of it even if he had never been there. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Void triangular domain isn't located in the Saint Origin world. It's a special place in the void. It's an independent spatial zone. Said Dan King. Not located in the Saint Origin world? Xianxia was surprised. He became interested in the void triangular domain. He knew that Dan King wasn't just talking about it. That's right. The origin of the void triangular domain can be traced back to 100 years ago. The Saint Origin world was a completely sealed world. The spatial law was completely sealed. That's right. The emergence of void triangular domain can be traced back to 100 years ago. Back then, Saint Origin world was a completely sealed world. The spatial law was completely sealed. The Great Saint was the final destination. Even the peerless Great Saint who stood at the peak of this world would eventually turn into a pile of soil and disappear in the long river of history. 100 years ago, a peerless genius was born. He stood at the peak of this world but he wasn't willing to give up. So, he stood in the sky above the Saint Cliff and split open the gate of the immortal world with his sword, creating a new path for the great saints of Saint Origin world. He was the greatest saint. If I'm not mistaken, he was also called Xianxia. Unfortunately, the greatest saint fell after splitting open the gate of the immortal world. Dan King said and told Xianxia about the history of the greatest saint. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to feel the feeling of being told about his heroic deeds by an outsider. After listening to the story, Xianxia understood that the emergence of void triangular domain must have something to do with him splitting open the gate of the immortal world. The heroic deeds of the greatest saint isn't a secret. I know about it. But what does it have to do with void triangular domain? Xianxia asked. When the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, the spatial zone of the Saint Origin world was shaken. A series of changes happened. Many weak spatial zones appeared and alien races appeared. Void triangular domain appeared at that time. Due to the shaking of the world barrier, a spatial link was formed between void triangular domain and void triangular domain. It's a special spatial zone. The reason why it's called void triangular domain is because it has a spatial node with Saint Origin world and two other worlds. One is the boundless land and the other is the black-yellow continent. Dan King said. After listening to Dan King's introduction, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked despite his calm temperament. He knew that there were many planes in this heavens and earth. Each plane was a world, and Saint Origin world was just one of the many planes. However, because of the barrier of the world and the restriction of the origin of the world, it was very difficult to connect the planes. Therefore, it was very difficult to travel from one world to another. Without a doubt, the existence of void triangular domain had connected the three worlds, forming a common node. However, what puzzled Xianxia was why there weren't any cultivators from the boundless land and the black-yellow continent in Saint Origin world. You must be wondering why the structure of Saint Origin world hasn't changed since void triangular domain connected the three worlds. The reason is because of void triangular domain. For example, if a cultivator wants to travel from the boundless land to Saint Origin world, he or she needs to enter void triangular domain first. Then, he or she can travel to Saint Origin world through the spatial node. Although void triangular domain is an independent world, the world barrier is extremely weak. It can't withstand the chi of a great saint. Once a great saint appears in void triangular domain, he or she will be attacked by the origin of the domain. Therefore, no great saint has ever entered void triangular domain and no one has ever thought of going to another world through void triangular domain. Dan King explained. So that's how it is. Xianxia was enlightened. Great saints couldn't enter void triangular domain. Only a fool would be willing to enter another world. For example, if a minor saint came to Saint Origin world from the boundless land, he or she would be treated as an outsider. If he or she offended a major power, they might just kill him or her. That would be a tragedy. If that's the case, what's the purpose of the existence of void triangular domain? It has nothing to do with the consumption of energy for my advancement, right? Xianxia asked. If void triangular domain was an independent world, he wouldn't be interested in it anymore. It's very meaningful. The existence of void triangular domain is equivalent to providing a place for the three worlds to trade. You should know that the species and treasures in each world are different. If they can be traded with each other, it would be a win-win situation. More importantly, void triangular domain produces a kind of mineral called true metastone. This kind of true metastone contains pure light energy. After a cultivator absorbs it, he or she can directly convert it into energy. The energy contained in a high-grade true metastone is even denser than a saint elixir. Dan King had a smile on his face. His intention was clear. He looked at Xianxia. Sure enough, Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard about the true metastone. How do I enter void triangular domain? Xianxia got straight to the point. This true metastone was very important to him. It would be a necessary treasure for him to advance to the great saint realm in the future. Chen, don't be anxious. I know how important true metastones are to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Let me tell you about the situation in void triangular domain. Dan King said. In order to enter void triangular domain, one must first understand the situation on the other side and know what he was going to face. Void triangular domain is an independent world. In other words, although this world is very small, it is not even as big as a domain in the divine continent. However, it is a complete world with its own origin. This world is very special. It is formed by two special elements, the dark element and the light element. There is a kind of human living in this world. They are born with the ability to absorb the dark element to cultivate. Their bodies are very strong. They call themselves the dark generation. Dan King paused for a while and continued. In void triangular domain, the dark energy is the support of the dark generation's cultivation. The light energy is the source of the true metastones. The physique of the dark generation is very special. They basically rely on the dark element to cultivate. Therefore, true metastones are useless to them. Therefore, they use a large amount of true metastones to trade with the cultivators from other worlds. Due to the limitation of their physique and conditions, there are no alchemists, blacksmiths, or beasts in the void triangular domain. Xianxia was enlightened. Therefore, the dark generation, the ruler of void triangular domain, used their useless true metastones to trade for pills, combat weapons, and even demonic and devil souls from other worlds to strengthen themselves. That's right. Because of this, the void triangular domain has become a unique trading place for many years. It is the largest trading place that connects the cultivators from the three worlds. In the void triangular domain, not only can you exchange a large amount of true metastones, you can also trade with the cultivators from the boundless land and the black-yellow continent to exchange for their treasures. Dan King said. A powerful trading point in the void triangular domain. This is really surprising. Xianxia sighed. This situation was caused by the sword that he had used in the past. The void triangular domain opens once every 3 years as the people of the dark generation are still cautious against the cultivators from the other three worlds. The resources that they could get from this trade are enough to last them for 3 years. the domain will open again in half a month's time. Dan King said. How are we going to enter the passage to Void Triangular Domain? Xianxia quickly asked. He was concerned about how to enter the Void Triangular Domain. After listening to Dan King's explanation, Xianxia's interest in the Void Triangular Domain was piqued. In the Divine Continent, there are 8 spatial passageways that lead to the spatial nodes of Void Triangular Domain. They belong to the 8 clans of the Pure Land. Apart from that, the Dark Generation has also distributed a lot of spatial talismans that lead to the spatial nodes. Most of the people who can get these talismans are alchemists. The Dark Generation has a very good attitude towards alchemists. I happen to have a spatial talisman with me. Not only can it lead to the Void Triangular Domain, it can also be used to enter the domain. Of course, each spatial talisman can bring a lot of people into the domain. Dan King said and took out a talisman that was emitting dark energy. The talisman contained a very strong spatial energy. It looked very mystical. This talisman is different from the ordinary spatial teleportation talisman. It can only help us find the precise coordinates of the spatial nodes. As for entering the domain, we need to open up a spatial passageway by ourselves. Therefore, this talisman is not a one-time use item. It can be used at will. Of course, it can only be used once every 3 years. Dan King said. Xianxia nodded. To powerful minor saints like them, finding the coordinates was enough. Opening up a spatial passageway was a piece of cake for them. Once every 3 years. I'm sure there will be a lot of people participating in this event. Xianxia said. Of course, the true meta stone is useless to the Dark Generation. However, it is very useful to the cultivators of Saint Origin World. Compared to the Saint Elixir, the supreme grade true meta stone is purer and denser. More importantly, it is a natural true meta stone that doesn't require much effort to concoct. The reason why the Saint Elixir is so rare is because it is very difficult to concoct. The 8 clans of the Pure Land will send their people to Void Triangular Domain. I have been there once before. This will be my second time. Dan King said. The 8 clans of the Pure Land? It's not bad to meet them in Void Triangular Domain. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Finally, it was time to meet the 8 clans of the Pure Land. He looked at Dan King and asked, when are we departing? I will depart tomorrow. You should get ready as well. Although there is still half a month before the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the distance to the Void Triangular Domain is too far. I'm afraid that it will take us at least half a month to reach there. The royal family of the Dark Generation will hold a grand trade fair half a month after we arrive at the Void Triangular Domain. During this half a month, the cultivators from the 3 worlds will be able to visit any city in Void Triangular Domain freely. Dan King said. If that's the case, let's depart tomorrow. Xianxia nodded. It was better to be early than late. It was pointless for him to stay in the Nebula sect anymore. He was going to the Pure Land tomorrow, but the arrival of Dan King had changed his target. He decided to go to Void Triangular Domain first. He would be able to obtain great benefits there. Once he became stronger, he would be more confident in going to the Pure Land. Moreover, he would still have to meet the people from the Pure Land in Void Triangular Domain. He might even have the chance to meet the people from the other 2 worlds. On the same day, Dan King didn't leave the Nebula sect. Xianxia told Tyrant and Xianxia about Void Triangular Domain. Both of them were shocked. Even Tyrant didn't know about the existence of Void Triangular Domain. It seemed like Great Master Ran Feng didn't tell him about it. However, Tyrant was very interested in Void Triangular Domain. Of course, he wanted to go with them. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain great benefits. As for Xianxia, she would follow wherever Xianxia went. Early the next morning, Xianxia, Dan King, Xianxia, and Tyrant left the Nebula sect. This time, only the 4 of them were going to Void Triangular Domain. Nangong Wendian and Han Yan were in seclusion, trying to break through to the Minor Saint realm. Therefore, Xianxia didn't want to disturb them. Moreover, most of those who were going to Void Triangular Domain were experts. Those below the Minor Saint realm wouldn't be able to display their full strength. On top of a desolate mountain range, Dan King took out a spatial talisman. He sent his divine sense into it and the talisman exploded, turning into a dark light spot. This light spot was trembling constantly. It could enter and exit the void at will, guiding Xianxia and the others in the right direction. If it was night time, one wouldn't be able to see this dark light spot with naked eyes. However, that was only true for ordinary people. To minor saints like Xianxia, they could see a fly from thousands of miles away, let alone a dark spot that was right in front of them. Xianxia reached out his hand and tore the void. The void was torn open. Immediately, the four of them entered the void and began to teleport. Inside the void, the four of them were concentrating on following the dark spot. They didn't dare to be careless. Senior Dan King, you said that void triangular domain couldn't withstand the power of a great saint. Does that mean that there are no great saints in the Dark Generation? Tyrant asked curiously. That's right. In the entire void triangular domain, the highest cultivation grade is only a peak 9th grade minor saint. The origin of this world doesn't allow the existence of great saints. Dan King said. Don't the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation want to advance to the great saint realm? I think that once the cultivators of the Dark Generation reach the peak of 9th grade minor saint, they would reach an agreement with the Boundless World, Black Yellow World and Saint Origin World. Then, they would be able to break through to a higher realm. I don't think they would be willing to stay at 9th grade minor saint until they die of old age. Tyrant asked. That's not the case. Due to the special physique of the people of Dark Generation, cultivation will become extremely difficult once they leave void triangular domain. Take our Saint Origin world as an example. It is a complete world. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, and all kinds of elements exist. The dark energy is very weak. Therefore, there are only 2 options for the cultivators of Dark Generation after they reach the 9th grade minor saint. One is to wait for death. The other is to enter the turbulent current of the spatial zone to find a world with rich dark element. However, the chances of finding a world with rich dark element are very slim. Dan King explained. These are not our concern. Our target this time is the true metastones. A large amount of true metastones. As for the life and death of the Dark Generation, it has nothing to do with us. Xianxia said. Currently, he was only interested in true metastones. As for the Dark Generation, in his eyes, they were an alien race that could only rely on the power of darkness to cultivate. In essence, they were no different from monsters. Those who had absorbed the power of darkness for a long period of time were no different from the devil race in terms of character and behavior. Xianxia did not have a good impression of this race. Chen Er is right. These are not our concern. The journey to void triangular domain is very far. It will take half a month. We can't afford to be idle during this time. We have to make good use of this time to concoct a large amount of pills. We will be able to exchange them for more treasures. Dan King reminded. The pills that the Dark Generation needs shouldn't be energy pills like the human elixir, right? Xianxia asked. That's not it. Our energy elixirs still contain a lot of medicinal ingredients. However, they are only energy elixirs after all. Although the Dark Generation also needs them, most of their attention is on other elixirs. All kinds of elixirs are extremely precious to them. Until now, Xianxia had basically understood everything about the void triangular domain and the Dark Generation. Before Xianxia went to do something, he had to find out more about it. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win every battle, especially in a place like void triangular domain. The bigger the trading place, the more people and forces would participate in it. There would be more conflicts and conflicts. A trading place like void triangular domain was definitely the grandest trading place that Xianxia had ever come across. The experts of the 3 great worlds would be there. The 8 families of the Pure Land, the forces of the Boundless World and the Black Yellow World, and the Dark Generation of the void triangular domain. It was impossible that there wouldn't be any sparks when so many forces were gathered here. Of course, Xianxia didn't care about it. The more chaotic the scene was, the more he liked it. Only when there were battles would there be passion. He was a man who never lacked passion. Furthermore, his current cultivation grade was enough for him to gain a foothold in a place like void triangular domain. With Xianxia's current strength, killing a 7th grade minor saint would be as easy as killing a chicken under his dragon form. He would even be able to put up a fight against an ordinary 8th grade minor saint. Perhaps, he would be able to find some great fortune in void triangular domain. At that time, his cultivation grade would improve again. At that time, no one below the Great Saint realm would be a threat to him. In the next half a month, Xianxia and Tyrant were responsible for moving forward according to the direction of the spatial talisman. Xianxia and Dan King began concocting various kinds of pills. Both of them were experts with great wealth. Dan King had an unknown amount of medicinal ingredients stored in Dan King County. The amount of medicinal ingredients that Dan King brought with him was enough for him to concoct pills for a year without stopping. In addition to the large amount of finished pills that he brought with him, he was well prepared for this trip to void triangular domain. Xianxia's wealth was even stronger than Dan King's. He had killed and robbed along the way. The amount of medicinal ingredients and pills he had was no less than Dan King's. Who, inside the silent spatial zone, the strong wind was whistling. Xianxia and Dan King summoned their powerful flames and began concocting pills. Whether it was the concoction technique or the speed, Xianxia was way ahead of Dan King. For example, Dan King would need 30 minutes to concoct 10 pills with 100% effectiveness. However, Xianxia only needed 5 minutes to concoct 20 pills with 100% effectiveness. Xianxia and Tyrant, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. There was no comparison between Xianxia and Dan King. Dan King claimed that he was a Dan King. It was imaginable how profound his attainment in alchemy was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the title of Dan King. However, as a dignified Dan King, he was completely suppressed by Xianxia in his field of expertise. To Dan King, this was a heavy blow to his ego. Sigh. Dan King couldn't help but sigh. His face was filled with a bitter smile. This was the first time he felt so defeated in the history of concocting pills. However, when he thought of Xianxia's strength and saw Xianxia's equipment, he felt a little better. Xian'er is truly a peerless genius. Not only is his combat strength terrifying, his alchemy skills are also unparalleled. His alchemy skills are probably one of the best even in the Dan clan of the 8 great clans. His flame is the strongest yang flame in the world, the legendary True Thunder Fire. There's also another flame that is on par with the True Thunder Dragon Flame. There are very few people in this world who can possess these two kinds of flames at the same time. I'm afraid that only Xian'er can possess these two kinds of flames at the same time. Even the Fire Clan of the 8 great clans doesn't possess these two kinds of flames. It's simply terrifying. Furthermore, his soul power is at least 10 times stronger than mine. There's simply no way to compete with such a powerful combination of soul power and flame. That's right. Dan King was full of praise for Xianxia. It was hard for him not to praise Xianxia when he encountered such a monstrous existence. Half a month passed unknowingly. The 4 of them had been flying in the spatial zone for half a month. Under the guidance of the spatial talisman, they had already left Saint Origin World and arrived at the spatial node between Saint Origin World and Void Triangular Domain. Xianxia and Dan King had already collected all the flames in the spatial zone. Half a month's worth of preparation was more than enough. In addition to Xianxia's strength, it was more than enough for them to deal with anything. Plus, Xianxia still had another powerful technique, which was to rob others if they couldn't handle it. When they arrived at the spatial node, they could clearly see the spatial node in front of them. It was like a huge door that was 100 zhang wide. However, it was sealed and hadn't been opened yet. At this moment, there were already a lot of people standing outside the spatial node. They were standing in different directions. Most of them had powerful cultivation and had a certain status in Saint Origin World. However, judging from their cultivation and qi, they weren't from the 8 major families. These people are the ones who have obtained the spatial talisman of Black King family. Most of them are famous alchemists. Just like us, they have come here in advance to have a look around Void Triangular Domain. Dan King said. There were at least 200 people in front of him. Saint Origin World was just too big. Apart from the 8 major domains, there were also some special places where there were geniuses. For example, Dan Yuan City, where Dan King came from. It was a place that didn't belong to any of the 8 major domains. Why are there so many people? The geniuses of the 8 major families haven't appeared yet. Tyrant looked at the crowd. As a genius, he also wanted to see the demeanor of the geniuses of the 8 major families. The geniuses of the 8 major families have distinguished identities. Since the spatial node hasn't been opened yet, they won't appear so early. Plus, they have their own spatial passageway that can lead them directly to this place. They are much faster than us. Most of them are famous alchemists. Some of them are their trusted followers or people from their own forces. There are also people from the Pure Land. Dan King explained. There were 8 major families in the Pure Land. However, the Pure Land was boundless and there were a lot of forces there. Most of them were the subordinates of the 8 major families. They had to obey the orders of the 8 major families. Brother Dan King, I didn't expect you to be so proactive. You have come before the spatial node has been opened. At this time, a voice was heard from the left not far away. Xianxia and the rest looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a group of 7 to 8 people standing together. The one in the lead seemed to be around 50 years old. He was wearing a Dan robe. He looked wise and valiant. There was a faint soul power overflowing from the surface of his body. One look and anyone could tell that he was a powerful alchemist. His cultivation grade was also extraordinary. He was already a 6th grade minor saint. However, his appearance was similar to Dan King. Isn't Brother Yuan faster than me? I heard that your son has entered the Dan family. Congratulations. Dan King looked at the man and said indifferently. From his tone, one could tell that he didn't like this powerful alchemist. Haha. My son isn't talented, but he has the talent of alchemy. Not too long ago, he had just become a disciple of the Pill race. That's really something. I've heard that Brother Pill King had organized a son-in-law selection previously. To think that one of your adopted daughters turned out to be someone from the ancient race. She was forcefully taken away by the ancient race, and in the end, your son-in-law selection was just too ridiculous. Oh, right. I've heard that the son-in-law you've chosen is a pretty incredible genius. The alchemist's face was filled with a sense of superiority. He specifically mentioned the matter of the Dan King son-in-law selection. It was obvious that he was mocking and ridiculing the Dan King. First, he said that he was the son of the Dan King and became a disciple of the Dan King. Using this, he mocked the Dan King for not having a son. He had finally taken in a foster daughter, and she was even someone from the Gu clan. This man is so annoying. Tyrant said. His name is Yuan Zhong. He is also an alchemist. Our relationship has never been good. Now that his son, Yuan Hao, has been accepted as a disciple of the Dan family, he has become even more arrogant. Naturally, he will mock me whenever he sees me. Dan King Lingling said. Brother Dan King, why didn't your son-in-law come with you? Let us see how talented your son-in-law is. By the way, your son-in-law is only a combat emperor, isn't he? It's embarrassing to bring a combat emperor to the grand meeting of Void Triangular Domain. Yuan Zhong had completely turned on the rhythm of mocking and ridiculing. Dan King still wanted to say something but he was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a step forward and said, I am the son-in-law of Dan King. Coincidentally, I am also an alchemist. I can see that your son's concoction technique is very ordinary. Although he is already a 2nd grade minor saint, it is obvious that he relied on pills to increase his cultivation level. This kind of foundation is very unstable and his future will be very limited. Since when did the Dan family become so bad that they would accept any Tom, Dick or Harry? Jiang Chen's eyes fell on an arrogant young man beside Yuan Zhong. This man was already a rare 2nd grade minor saint. It was very rare to reach this level at such a young age. Unfortunately, Yuan Hao's cultivation level was forcefully increased by using pills. His foundation was very unstable. A person like him wouldn't have a good future in the future. What did you say? How dare you call me a Tom, Dick or Harry? I don't know where you came from. How dare you talk to me like that and insult the Dan family? You are courting death. Yuan Hao was enraged on the spot. He was a young alchemist, a genius with the support of the Dan family. Naturally, his arrogance soared to the sky. Even the forces in the Pure Land had to be polite to him. No matter where he went, he would be respected. But today, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to call him a cat or a dog. What kind of humiliation was this? It was simply unbearable. Dan King, I didn't expect your son-in-law to be so rude. Brother Yuan, this son-in-law of mine doesn't have a good temper. I advise you to be more polite when you talk to him. I am reminding you out of goodwill. Dan King said with a smile. That Yuan Hao was a rare genius in alchemy, but compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was huge. To put it bluntly, whether it was in alchemy or cultivation, the two of them weren't on the same level. Yuan Hao would only be trampled by Jiang Chen if he wanted to feel superior to Jiang Chen. Dong. Before Yuan Zhong could say anything, Yuan Hao had already lost his patience. He took a step forward, creating cracking sounds in the void. Cracks appeared on the interior of the spatial zone. He unleashed his second-grade minor Saint's Qi. His arrogance soared to the sky. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, that was because he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Brat, how dare you scold me in public and humiliate the Dan family? Any one of these words can send you to a graveless death. Today, I, Yuan Hao, will kill you. Tell me, what is your name? I don't kill nameless people. Yuan Hao's murderous intent soared to the sky. He must kill Jiang Chen. Yuan Hao is truly terrifying. He has already become a second-grade minor saint at such a young age. Yuan Zhong is also a famous alchemist in the Pure Land. His son has also entered the Dan family. Naturally, he has the right to be arrogant. That Dan King who came out of nowhere has offended Yuan Hao and his son. Isn't he courting death? That's right. The current Yuan Zhong is no longer the same as before. Not only has he advanced to the 6th-grade minor saint, he has also climbed up the tree of the Dan family. Ordinary people can't afford to offend him. That son-in-law of Dan King really doesn't know the meaning of death. Young people are full of vigor. However, a loose tongue can cause trouble. This man dared to call Yuan Hao a nobody. Naturally, Yuan Hao won't let this matter go. There's going to be a good show to watch since the spatial node hasn't been opened yet. The surrounding people were all discussing. Most of the people present were famous figures in the alchemy world. Although they were all in different regions, they still knew some of the famous figures in the alchemy world. For example, Dan King and Yuan Zhong were both famous figures in the alchemy world. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen announced his name indifferently. People like Yuan Hao, he was too lazy to even look at them. If they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't even bother with them. However, it seemed like he couldn't back down now. Since Yuan Zhong was Dan King's enemy, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to him. If Yuan Zhong wanted to step on Dan King to feel superior, then Jiang Chen would use his fists to shatter this sense of superiority and take it back for Dan King. Jiang Chen? This name sounds so familiar. I remember now. I heard that the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow domains were in chaos, and a heaven-defying monstrous genius called Jiang Chen made a sudden appearance and swept through the 4 domains. Could it be this fellow before us? It can't be that coincidental, right? What's the relationship between Jiang Chen and Dan King? If it's true, I'm afraid Yuan Hao is no match for him. Many people sighed. The commotion in the 4 domains was too big. Even the people who lived far away had heard about it. Therefore, when they heard the name Jiang Chen, they would associate him with the heaven-defying monstrous genius who had turned the 4 domains upside down. Of course, there were still some who didn't know about it. Yuan Zhong and his son were one of them. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had announced his name, Yuan Hao still didn't put him in his eyes. Kid, if you kneel down and kowtow to my son, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, based on what you said just now, you will definitely die. Not even your godfather can save you. Yuan Zhong pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Tyrant and Dan King looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. They saw a trace of pity in each other's eyes, but it was for Yuan Zhong and his son, not for Jiang Chen. I'm in a good mood now. If you and your son kneel down and kowtow to me, I might consider sparing your lives. Jiang Chen said arrogantly. He had already made up his mind. If this father and son dared to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Courting death. Yuan Hao was enraged. He had a high status, and had never been humiliated like this before. It had always been him who humiliated others. This white-robed man in front of him was really courting death. Since that was the case, he would fulfill his wish. Yuan Hao made his move. He casually grabbed at Jiang Chen. The airflow in the air was condensed. An incomparably bright palm was conjured by him and slapped at Jiang Chen. The terrifying attack of a second-grade minor saint was extremely frightening, but it was nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. He didn't even bother to look at it. He just casually pointed his finger and destroyed the palm that Yuan Hao had conjured. What? Yuan Hao was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Unfortunately, everything was over when Jiang Chen unleashed his ji. The response to Yuan Hao was Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen didn't even move from his original spot. Instead, he threw a punch at Yuan Hao. It was a simple punch that didn't contain any combat skills. The sharp wind generated by the punch directly hit Yuan Hao's body. It was so fast that Yuan Hao didn't even have the time to dodge. Arg! Yuan Hao let out a blood-curdling scream. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Yuan Hao was blown up by Jiang Chen's punch. He turned into a mist of blood and vanished in the void. However, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. That was his son's death. He had spent a lot of effort to nurture his son. His son had always been his greatest pride. His son had just entered the Dan family not long ago. His future was immeasurable. His son was supposed to have a bright future, but now, he had lost everything. His son, whom he was proud of, was killed by a brat who came out of nowhere with a single punch. He was a 6th-grade minor saint, but he couldn't do anything to save his son. Yuan Zhong's eyes turned red when he saw his son being killed in front of him. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was heart-wrenching. It was too painful. Hatred. It was monstrous hatred. Yuan Zhong was infuriated like an enraged lion. His eyes were like a venomous snake, locking onto Jiang Chen's body in an instant. Amazing. That Yuan Hao was a 2nd-grade minor saint, but he was killed by a punch so easily. How strong is that white-robed youth? There's no doubt about it. He must be the Jiang Chen who caused chaos in the 4 big domains. Only he has such a powerful strength. Did you all notice that his chi fluctuated just now? He has exposed his cultivation grade. He is a 3rd-grade minor saint. That Yuan Hao is only a 2nd-grade minor saint. Isn't he courting death by going after Jiang Chen? However, this Jiang Chen is too cruel. He killed the moment he arrived. He didn't put Yuan Zhong in his eyes at all. Yuan Hao is going to be enraged this time. Yuan Hao is his favorite son. Now that he has joined the Dan family, his bright future has been ruined. Jiang Chen is too audacious. Even if he isn't afraid of Yuan Zhong, isn't he afraid of the Dan family? After all, Yuan Hao is already a member of the Dan family. I really don't know how much courage he has to kill a member of the Dan family. Everyone was shocked. Many of them were discussing the incident. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Yuan Hao had a special identity. Apart from being an alchemist, he was also a member of the Dan family. Even if he was just an ordinary outer disciple, he would still be regarded as a superior existence once he had the name of the Dan family. Killing a member of the Dan family was equivalent to provoking the Dan family. Who in the entire divine continent would have such courage? Brat, I want you to die. No, I won't let you die so easily. I will let you experience 100 kinds of tortures in this world before I kill you to avenge my son. Yuan Zhong roared at Jiang Chen. His chi of a 6th-grade minor saint was unleashed perfectly. A surge of chi that was mixed with anger hovered in the sky. He swore that he would kill Jiang Chen to avenge his son. Yuan Zhong, I have already warned you before that this son-in-law of mine isn't someone you can mess with. But you still want to provoke him. Now that your son is dead, you have only yourself to blame. However, I still want to advise you to calm down. Of course, if you want to go down there and reunite with your son, I think your wish will come true. Dan King crossed his arms in front of his chest and began his counterattack. The current Dan King was much more complacent than Yuan Zhong. Who asked you to show off your son in front of me? Now that your son has been killed, you don't have to show off anymore, do you? Suddenly, Dan King felt that bringing Xianxia along was an incomparably joyful thing. Destroying Yuan Zhong's prestige was truly satisfying. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would have been angered to death by Yuan Zhong. How could Yuan Zhong listen to Dan King's words? Dan King's words didn't calm him down at all. Instead, he went into a frenzied state. Immediately, he struck out a large piece of dazzling light. It was like an ocean of yuan force, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, pressing down on Xianxia. You have to die too. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. He struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw with intense killing intent slammed on Yuan Zhong's energy attack. The ocean of yuan force was like a piece of paper under the true dragon palm. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was forcefully torn into pieces. A mere 6th grade minor saint. Even if he didn't transform into his dragon form, Xianxia would still be able to deal with him effortlessly. Dong. Yuan Zhong's expression changed drastically. He would never know how terrifying Xianxia was without a real battle with him. Just like this moment, when Xianxia destroyed his energy attack, Yuan Zhong instantly woke up from his frenzied state. In his eyes, the power of Xianxia's attack was like an ancient barbaric beast. It was so terrifying that even a 6th grade minor saint like him felt powerless. However, he didn't have the time to be shocked. Xianxia's attack came again like a violent storm. Every step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps made Yuan Zhong feel a mountain-like pressure. If Xianxia's pressure was like an ocean, then Yuan Zhong was like a small boat floating in the middle of the waves. He could be destroyed at any time. He was just too weak. ****. The third step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps landed on Yuan Zhong's body. Even though Yuan Zhong had tried his best to resist, he still couldn't stop the terrifying true dragon combat technique. The mountain-like energy felt like the sky was pressing down on him. Yuan Zhong felt that his body was being torn apart bit by bit. Arg! Finally, Yuan Zhong let out a shrill scream. Half of his body was crushed by Xianxia's foot. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have ended up like his son under the attack of Xianxia, dying on the spot. Yuan Zhong dragged the remaining half of his body and retreated into the distance, dripping with blood. At this moment, Yuan Zhong no longer had any of the arrogance from before. He endured the pain and stared at the white-clothed young man standing in the wind, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who are you? How can a 3rd grade minor saint have such powerful combat strength? Even the top geniuses of the 8 families couldn't do this. Yuan Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't a big problem for a powerful 6th grade minor saint to suffer such injuries. Chen Er's growth is just too fast. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint. If he is in his dragon form, I'm afraid that even a 7th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Zhong has kicked an iron plate today. He deserved it. Dan King couldn't help but sigh. If he knew that Xianxia had gone to the Western Domain to annihilate the Tianyi Gate and killed 2 7th grade minor saints, he would be shocked. The ending of Yuan Zhong and his son was because they made a huge mistake. They thought that the leader of this expedition was Dan King and neglected the existence of Xianxia. As a matter of fact, although Dan King had brought Xianxia here, Xianxia was the real backbone of the 4 of them. He was the real leader and had the absolute right to speak. Moreover, Dan King knew Xianxia too well. He was a lawless genius. There was no one that he wouldn't dare to offend. It would be useless to use the name of Dan family to intimidate him. Xianxia would never hesitate to kill those he wanted to kill. That's right. Perhaps Xianxia didn't put the father and son in his eyes at all. It was Yuan Hao who threatened to kill Xianxia because of a few words, which aroused Xianxia's killing intent. It was a tragedy. However, in this world, all kinds of tragedies were happening every day. Moreover, it was Yuan Hao and his son who were courting death. Death was death. They would eventually disappear from this world, never to be remembered by anyone. My God! What kind of monster is this Xianxia? He's just a 3rd grade minor saint, but he could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint. Isn't this too absurd? That's right. Even the top 10 geniuses of the sky ranking of Pure Land wouldn't be able to kill a 6th grade minor saint when he's just a 3rd grade minor saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It's a tragedy for Yu Wenhao and his son. Their son was killed and their father is in such a sorry state. I wonder if Jiangchen will kill them. However, if he does that, he will offend the Dan family. Given the temper of the 8 families, they will surely seek revenge on Jiangchen. The onlookers were shocked. They wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that it would turn into a massacre. A young man who came out of nowhere killed the father and son in the most brutal way. Among those who came with Yu Wenzhong, there were a few 1st and 2nd grade minor saints. Most of them were old. There were 2 young men who were only at the 9th grade combat emperor. Such people were nothing in the Pure Land. At this moment, their faces were filled with horror. At first, they had the same thought as Yu Wenhao. They didn't put this young man in their eyes, but now, it seemed like they had made an unforgivable mistake. Jiangchen's chi didn't diminish. He walked towards Yu Wenzhong step by step. His overbearing chi had scared Yu Wenzhong to death. He was regretting his decision. He should have waited for the opening of Void Triangular Domain. Why did he have to provoke this evil star? What a shameless mouth. Jiangchen, how dare you kill me? Yu Wenzhong shouted with a lack of confidence. He was considered half a member of the Dan family. He didn't believe that the reputation of the Dan family couldn't subdue a young man. Jiangchen responded to him with his actions. The first thing he did was to slap him. This slap carried a terrifying energy wave. If Yu Wenzhong was hit by it, he would be slapped to death. Yu Wenzhong was scared out of his wits. Immediately, he took out his combat weapon. It was a dazzling sword that was thrust towards Jiangchen's palm. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block any attack from Jiangchen. Even if he was at his peak condition, he wouldn't be a match for Jiangchen. Jiangchen's palm changed, avoiding the sharp sword. Then, his palm turned into a cold light and cut off Yu Wenzhong's palm with a qi-la sound. The sword fell into Jiangchen's hand. This wasn't a low-grade minor saint weapon. It was a rare treasure. He could exchange it for a lot of true meta stones in Void Triangular Domain. Arg, Yu Wenzhong let out another blood-curdling scream. The remaining half of his body retreated as he shouted, Jiangchen, you are a crazy devil. My son is a member of the Dan family. I am also half a member of the Dan family. Dan family will never forgive you for killing my son and me. Unfortunately, threats were useless against Jiangchen. Jiangchen held the long sword in his hand and cut off Yu Wenzhong's head with lightning speed. It was the most humiliating way to die under one's own combat weapon. Humph. After killing Yu Wenzhong so casually, Jiangchen harumphed coldly and kept his sword. Then, he slowly returned to Dan King's side. From the beginning to the end, Jiangchen's performance was as calm as the wind and clouds. It was as if killing 2 people was no different from slaughtering 2 chickens. His brutal means made it hard for people to associate him with such a handsome young man. Those who followed Yu Wenzhong and his son were trembling with fear. They had seen Jiangchen kill Yu Wenzhong with their own eyes, but they couldn't do anything to help. In other words, they didn't even have the courage to step forward to help. Jiangchen, you have offended the Dan family. You won't have a good ending. A 2nd grade minor saint old man shouted after gathering his courage. Jiangchen glared at the old man. With just a single glance, the old man was so scared that his body started trembling, and he didn't dare say another word. He even had a feeling that if Jiangchen wanted to kill him, all he needed to do was to look at him. He had never seen such a terrifying and brutal man in his life. Dan family? Jiangchen snorted disdainfully. When he was still in the Pure Land, the people of Dan family would shiver in fear when they heard his name. The 8 families of the Pure Land, Desolate family, Hua family, Dan family, Bin family, Ancient people, Demon family, Shur family, and Narang family. Every family had their own advantages and powerful bloodline. In terms of combat strength, the Dan family could only be ranked last. Although an alchemist was a respectable person, most of them had spent their entire life on concocting pills. That was why their combat strength was relatively weak. Of course, there were some who were exceptional in concocting pills and had powerful combat strength. Jiangchen was one of them. Xianxia was one of them. He was an abnormal being among the abnormal beings. Moreover, the reputation of the 8 families could only suppress the others but not Xianxia. Xianxia had been unstoppable in the Pure Land in his previous life and he could do the same in his current life. After killing Yuan Hao, Xianxia had no intention of letting Yuan Zhong go. Only when the enemy was dead would they not be a threat to him. Everyone was quietly waiting for the opening of Void Triangular Domain. No one dared to provoke Xianxia anymore. Intentionally or unintentionally, the other groups kept a distance from Xianxia and his friends. Firstly, they didn't want to stand together with an evil star. One wrong move and their lives would be in danger. Secondly, Xianxia and his friends had offended the Dan family. They didn't dare to get close to the Dan family. If the Dan family took revenge in the future, they would be implicated. No one was willing to risk their lives. Chen, isn't this a bit too much? Yuan Hao is a member of the Dan family after all. Dan King said in a low voice. Father, you should know that some people are like dogs. If you don't kill them, they will continue to bite you. You have seen what happened today. You don't need to be polite to those who want to kill you. If you don't kill them, you will face all kinds of troubles. As for the Dan family, they better not provoke me. Xianxia said coldly. Tyrant nodded to Xianxia's words. He didn't think that Xianxia was bragging. From the Liang province to the Nebula sect, Xianxia's strength had been proven. Back then, the Liang province and the Nebula sect were the overlords to Xianxia. However, in the end, they were all destroyed by Xianxia. At this moment, the spatial gate in front of them produced a cracking sound. The gate was pulled to both sides, revealing a small gap. Countless rays of light shone through the gap. These rays of light carried the chi of another world. Look, the void triangular domain is about to open. The spatial gate is opening. The illusory door was slowly pulled open by an invisible spatial force. The light inside the door shone on everyone's body like silk. Immediately, Xianxia felt a strong chi of light. Such a pure chi. The element of light is very useful to me. This is the chi of light of void triangular domain. This trip is worth it. As long as I cultivate here, I will be able to improve at any time. I can imagine that the true meta stone is very beneficial to me. Tyrant was incomparably surprised. The chi of light was too pure. It coincided with the cultivation technique of Buddha sect. To put it bluntly, as long as Tyrant cultivated here, he would be able to improve at any time given his innate talent. The 2 types of energy in void triangular domain are alternating day and night. The chi of light now indicates that it is daytime in void triangular domain. If it is night time, the energy of darkness will cover up the energy of light. Dan King explained. He had been to void triangular domain before. Therefore, he had a better understanding of this place. Very soon, the 100 zhang large door was fully opened. Everyone entered the door and rushed towards void triangular domain. Xianxia and Dan King didn't waste any time and entered the door. However, they didn't arrive at the center of void triangular domain after entering the door. Instead, spatial passageways appeared in front of them. These spatial passageways could send them to different cities. Void triangular domain was an independent world. The Dark Generation lived in this world. Basically, they were equivalent to the humans in Saint Origin world. Naturally, there were a lot of them and they were divided into different regions. Under Dan King's lead, they entered a random passageway. As for the others, perhaps they were trying to keep a distance from them, they chose a different passageway. Xianxia didn't care about this. If the others didn't follow them, it would save him a lot of trouble. With a flash of light, Xianxia and the others walked out of the spatial passageway and immediately entered a bright world. Below them was a mountain range, but there were no plants growing on it, only towering peaks. This is also the reason why there are no alchemists in the Dark Generation. Even if an alchemist from the outside came here, it would be useless because there are no medicinal ingredients here. Of course, after the Dark Generation was connected to the other 3 worlds, they have accumulated a lot of medicinal ingredients and treasures, all of which were exchanged using true essence stones. In addition, every 3 years, the major cities of the Dark Generation can make a lot of money from the trade fair. In addition to individual trades, the cultivators of the three forces will also take a share of the profits. Dan King explained. He's simply a rich landlord. Tyrant smiled. The Dark Generation really knew how to do business. They were using all kinds of methods to strengthen themselves. That's for sure. Void Triangular Domain is the territory of the Dark Generation. Even the people of the 8 families will have to behave themselves and do things according to the rules of the Dark Generation. Dan King said. Xianxia agreed with this point. The Dark Generation ruled the entire world. This place couldn't withstand the chi of a great saint. Therefore, a 9th-grade minor saint was the strongest existence here. No matter how strong the 8 families were in Saint Origin World, they wouldn't be able to do anything in Void Triangular Domain. If they were to go against the Dark Generation, they would only suffer. Father, have you been here before? Xianxia looked into the distance. There were mountains everywhere. The sky was bright, but there wasn't even a single cloud. No, I haven't been here before. But the spatial passageway has sent us here. There must be a city nearby. Let's go and have a look. Dan King said. The 4 of them chose a direction and flew towards it. Father, you said that there will be a large-scale trade fair in half a month's time. Where will it be held? Xianxia asked. Normally, a large-scale trade fair would be accompanied by a large-scale auction. At that time, there would be all kinds of treasures. Xianxia's interest was in the large-scale trade fair. The large-scale trade fair will be held in the King City of Void Triangular Domain. The large-scale trade fair will be held in King City of Void Triangular Domain. That's where the Imperial family of Dark Generation resides. Ordinary people aren't qualified to enter King City, but during the large-scale trade fair, King City will be open to all of us. I was fortunate enough to be there once, but I could only be a spectator. When the time comes, there will be a large-scale auction where all kinds of treasures from the 3 great worlds will be auctioned. Some of them have seen before, some of them have never seen before. There will be all kinds of rare treasures that will dazzle my eyes. The major powers of the Boundless Continent, the Black-Yellow Continent, the 8 major families of Saint Origin World and the Imperial family of Dark Generation. It's hard to imagine how spectacular the scene will be. Ordinary people like us will have to thank the heavens if we can even get a seat in the corner of the auction hall, not to mention the treatment of the distinguished guests. That's right. That's right. Dan King's eyes sparkled as he recalled the scene of the large-scale auction in King City. Xianxia and Tyrant exchanged a glance. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were looking forward to such a scene as well. They were looking forward to the various treasures that would be auctioned at that time. This time, they had to get all the benefits they wanted. They couldn't return empty-handed. Very soon, a city appeared in front of him. It wasn't a big city. It was only 100 miles in circumference. In terms of scale, it was indeed small compared to those super cities in Saint Origin World which were 1,000 miles in circumference. The whole city was built with a rare kind of rock. Under the radiance of the radiance, it emitted rays of light, making the city look majestic and noble. Let's go and have a look at the city in front of us. There are experts guarding every city in Void Triangular Domain. There are trading points everywhere in each city. We can exchange some true meta stones there. If we meet any cultivators from the Boundless World or the Black-Yellow World, we can trade with them. Dan King said. Dark Mulberry City, the name of the city in front of them was Dark Mulberry City. Every city in Void Triangular Domain had the word dark at the beginning of its name. It represented the Dark Generation. Even the King City had the word dark at the beginning of its name. It was called Dark Black King City. The 4 of them strode towards the city gate. Similar to the cities in Saint Origin World, there were guards in black armor standing on both sides of the city gate. These guards were all combat emperors, 4th-grade combat emperors. The leader of the guards was a 5th-grade combat emperor. Brother Chen, the Dark Generation seems to be very powerful. It's just an ordinary city and the guards are all 4th-grade combat emperors. Yan Qingyu said in surprise. Xiaoyu, this isn't strange at all. The people of the Dark Generation will automatically absorb the dark force from the world's origin to cultivate due to their special physique. Their cultivation speed is very fast. Under normal circumstances, a 20-year-old youth can reach the Combat Emperor grade. However, their speed of growth will slow down after they reach the Combat Emperor grade. Therefore, these guards are only 4th grade Combat Emperors, so there's no need to be too surprised. Dan King explained. What a heaven-defying physique. Tyrant clicked his tongue and said that it was strange. Even Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head. The advantage of the Dark Generation was really enviable. Halt, intruder. One of the guards shouted at Xianxia and the others, then he came up to them. Which world did you come from? The guard's tone was incomparably arrogant. He didn't show the slightest bit of respect even though he was facing a minor saint expert. In their hearts, these humans were all outsiders. The bloodline of the Dark Generation was incomparably noble. In Void Triangular Domain, no matter how strong an outsider was, he or she would have to restrain themselves and not act recklessly. There was a saying that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory. In Void Triangular Domain, the dragon had to coil up and the tiger had to lie down. Saint Origin World. Dan King said in a strong tone. The guards of the Dark Generation didn't put them in their eyes, but Dan King was a dignified minor saint. Naturally, he wouldn't put a Combat Emperor in his eyes. Plus, he was an alchemist. Even in Void Triangular Domain, he was a respectable existence. Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. He could see through the opponent with just a glance. There was a strong dark force flowing in the opponent's body. That dark force could erupt at any time. In Xianxia's eyes, these people of the Dark Generation looked like humans but their nature was similar to monsters. It seems like the people of Saint Origin World have arrived. It seems like Void Triangular Domain has already been opened. If you want to enter the city, you will need to pay something as a fee. The guard said. Fee? Void Triangular Domain has been open for so many years. The people of the 3 worlds have never asked for a fee before. Dan King was a little angry. He didn't care about some benefits. With his identity as Dan King, he could just take out a few ordinary pills and send these guards away. However, his tone was depressing. The rules have changed. If you want to enter Dark Mulberry City, you will need to pay something. The guard had a smug smile on his face. Bastard. At this time, a loud shout was heard from behind. The 5th grade Combat Emperor guard walked forward and gave the 4th grade Combat Emperor 2 slaps on his face, causing him to be dazed for a moment. Captain. Although he was slapped, the guard was still respectful. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. In the Dark Generation, strength was the most important thing. The captain seemed to know how to do things and he looked like an experienced man. However, the way he looked at Yan Xinyu just now was captured by Xianxia. The way he looked at Yan Xinyu made him feel uncomfortable and disgusted. However, there wasn't any lust in the captain's eyes. There was only amazement in his eyes. Imagine, a 5th grade Combat Emperor, no matter how courageous he was, no matter how high his status was, he wouldn't dare to do anything to a powerful minor saint. However, Xianxia was sure that the reason why the captain didn't charge the guards was because he saw Yan Xinyu's face. Xianxia Linglin gave the captain a glance and strode towards the Dark Mulberry City. After all, they had just arrived at Void Triangular Domain. They didn't want to stir up any trouble the moment they arrived. When the 4 of them had gone far away, the guard said in a low voice, Captain, these are all minor saint experts. They are all very wealthy. Why did you let them go? What do you know? Don't let a small profit hinder our young master's good plan. The captain glared at the guard. Young master's good plan? Young master doesn't seem to know them. The guard didn't seem to be confused. You are really stupid. You should know our young master's hobby. He likes to play with the beauties from the 3 great worlds. Every 3 years, the opening of Void Triangular Domain is the time when young master is most excited. Look at that white-clothed lady, she is truly a stunner. Young master has played with many beauties before, but compared to this lady, she is like the heaven and earth. I have secretly sent a message to young master. Young master will never let go of such a prey. As long as young master can get her, it will be a great merit for us and we will be rewarded handsomely. the captain said with a wise and far-sighted look. Captain is indeed wise. When the time comes, as long as young master is happy, he can just casually reward us with some good treasures. It will be boundless for us, haha. The guard's eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a very beautiful future. However, his laughter only lasted for less than a second before it abruptly stopped. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Even the captain beside him was not able to avoid it. The two of them were completely frozen. Their expressions were still the same, but they had completely turned into two ice men. If one were to sense carefully, they would discover that their vitality had completely disappeared. They were completely dead. The other two guards sensed the abnormality and hurriedly went forward to check. Captain, what's wrong? Not good, the captain is dead. One of the guards cried out in alarm. Someone assassinated the captain. It must be the work of those people who just entered. Our dark generation doesn't have such methods. Hurry up and inform the commander. Another guard began to shout. Xianxia, who had already entered the dark mulberry city, looked gloomy and her eyes were even colder. She was no longer the weak little girl she used to be. If anyone dared to have any thoughts about her, the consequences would be unbearable. The young master they are talking about should be the son of the city lord. Every city in the void triangular domain has a city lord. The city lord is directly under the jurisdiction of the royal family. The city lord has a noble status and is very powerful. As far as I know, there are many nobles in the dark generation who like female cultivators from other worlds. Every time the void triangular domain is opened, many female cultivators would disappear without any reason. It seems like we have met them today. Dan King smiled bitterly. Although they had walked far away, they could still hear the conversation between the captain and the guard. Our main purpose this time is to get true meta stones. Since the so-called young master is looking for trouble, we might as well pay a visit to the city lord's mansion. Xianxia said. He knew that the captain had already sent a message to the so-called young master. Trouble would come to them sooner or later. Moreover, it was impossible for them to hide in the dark mulberry city. If that was the case, they might as well face it head-on. Xianxia needed to pay a visit to the city lord's mansion if he wanted to get a lot of true meta stones. The city lord's mansion was undoubtedly the place with the most true meta stones in the entire dark mulberry city. Rumble, however, not long after Xianxia and the others left the dark mulberry city, a thunderous sound erupted in the sky above the city. Then, dozens of people wearing black armors appeared. Without saying a word, they immediately locked onto Xianxia and the other three and surrounded them. Are you the ones who killed the guards? A tall and sturdy man said. His chi was the strongest among them. There was a dark mark on his glabella. His cultivation grade was high, he was a powerful third-grade minor saint. There were a few minor saint experts following behind him. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Due to the unique characteristics of the dark generation, they were able to transmit information to each other very quickly and they were discovered in an instant. At this time, the two guards who were stationed outside the city gate flew over. When they saw Xianxia and the others, they said loudly, "Third Commander, it's them. They are from Saint Origin World. The captain died just as they entered the city. They must be the culprit." One of the guards pointed at Xianxia and the other three. Humph. Outsiders dare to commit murder in dark mulberry city? You really don't know the meaning of death. I advise you all to surrender without a fight. Don't resist pointlessly. The third commander harumphed coldly, but he didn't attack because he could tell that these people weren't easy to deal with, especially the middle-aged man whose cultivation grade was far higher than his. If a fight really broke out, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the strong sense of superiority of the dark generation made him incomparably arrogant. For a long time, those who came from the other three worlds had always been honest in their transactions. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't dare to offend the people of the dark generation. Get out of my way. Xianxia shouted Lung Lung. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Brat, I think you are courting death. The third commander bellowed and immediately shot out a black beam of light at Xianxia. The beam of light carried a powerful dark energy that carried a strong destructive force. Facing such an attack, Xianxia didn't even bat an eyelid. He casually stretched out his palm and smashed the black light beam into pieces. Then, he grabbed the third commander and pulled him closer. An ocean-like pressure acted on the third commander's body. The third commander's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at the white-robed man in disbelief. He could feel the intense killing intent coming from the white-robed man. You dare to kill me?" The third commander was somewhat afraid. Xianxia didn't say anything but answered him with his actions. The third commander was crushed to death by Xianxia's strength. He didn't show any mercy. Xianxia's motto was that he wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him, but if they offended him, he would use his strength to speak. If he didn't kill, then he wouldn't kill. If he wanted to kill, then he would kill ruthlessly. Since Xianxia killed the two guards of the Dark Generation, the enmity between him and the Dark Generation had been formed. Since he had already killed two guards, he didn't mind killing a few more. At this moment, a black bead the size of a fist flew out from the dead third commander's body. Xianxia was startled at first, but he quickly understood what was going on. He grabbed the black bead with his hand. The people of the Dark Generation are no different from monsters. However, this dark spirit is quite useful to me. I will keep it. Xianxia's face revealed a hint of surprise. This bead was similar to the demon soul of the demonic beasts and the devil soul of the devils. It was the dark spirit of the Dark Generation. It contained a huge amount of energy. This was the dark spirit left behind by a third-grade minor saint. It was priceless. More importantly, Xianxia's dragon transformation art could transform the dark essence of the dark spirit into pure energy essence and be absorbed by him. From this point of view, there was basically no difference between the Dark Generation and the devil race in Xianxia's eyes. Due to the difference in the environment of this world, the people of the Dark Generation were much stronger than the devil race. To Xianxia, be it the devil soul or the dark spirit, they were all high-grade tonics. This discovery naturally made Xianxia excited. Killing a person of the Dark Generation would give him a certain amount of benefits. Not good. He killed the third commander. Damn it. How dare an outsider kill the commander of the Dark Generation in the city? This has never happened before. Quick, hurry up and inform the first commander and second commander. We must kill these crazy outsiders. The remaining guards' facial expression changed dramatically when they saw the death of their commander. Such a situation had never happened before in Void Triangular Domain. In this world, the Dark Generation was the absolute ruler. No matter how powerful the people in the other worlds were, they wouldn't dare to act rashly here. But today, someone had killed their commander on the street. This was unforgivable. All of you, stop. At this moment, another loud shout rang out. The scene instantly quietened down. Everyone saw a man in purple robes descending from the sky. This man walked in the air as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Every movement of his was incomparably elegant. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were sharp, and his thin lips gave off a harsh feeling. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, yet it didn't seem messy at all. This was a man who was even more beautiful than a woman. His body flashed and landed in the middle of the camp. His movements were elegant and handsome. It was unknown how many young girls would fall for him. Young master. The guards immediately clasped their fists and saluted respectfully when they saw the newcomer. The young master glanced at Xianxia and didn't linger for long. His eyes fell on Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia's peerless beauty, even though he had seen countless women, he was still stunned. He couldn't believe that there was such a beauty in this world. Even the fairies and the legends couldn't compare to her beauty. This young master had an extraordinary temperament and a shocking cultivation grade. He had already reached the 5th grade minor saint at such a young age. The people of Dark Generation really had a unique physique. Such a young genius was rare even in the 8 families of Pure Land. If you don't move your eyes away, I will make sure that you will never be able to see again. Xianxia looked at the young master and said coldly. In his mind, Xianxia was a sacred and inviolable person. No one would dare to profane her in front of him. It was already a miracle that this young master was still standing here. Bastard! How dare you lowly humans talk to our young master in such a manner? You are courting death. A minor saint guard shouted at Xianxia. Although his cultivation grade wasn't as high as Xianxia and the others, his tone was high and mighty. From his tone, one could tell that the people of Dark Generation looked down on humans. They didn't consider themselves as humans. In their minds, they were a very noble race that was blessed by the heavens from birth. In fact, most of the people of Dark Generation were like frogs at the bottom of a well. In their minds, the peak of Minor Saint was the strongest existence. They had never seen a great saint or someone stronger than a minor saint. Even in the grand meeting of Void Triangular Domain that was held once every 3 years, they didn't see any great saint experts from the 3 big worlds. Therefore, they naturally thought that the 3 big worlds were just like them. The strongest experts were at the peak of Minor Saint. That was why their minds were closed. They didn't know how big the outside world was. Only the experts of the royal families or the 9th grade minor saint knew that there was always someone stronger than them. Therefore, many people of the Dark Generation looked down on outsiders. In their opinion, these outsiders were only trying to obtain true essence stones that were useless to them. They had a natural sense of nobility in their minds. They looked down on humans and classified themselves as a race above humans. If it wasn't for the fact that these human cultivators could bring them rare treasures and pills, they wouldn't even bother to look at humans. This kind of discrimination infuriated Dan King, but he didn't flip out. As a matter of fact, the royal family of Dark Generation was even more arrogant. Even the 8 major families looked down on them. Even though they knew that there were powerful great saints in Saint Origin World, they still couldn't hide the superiority of their bloodline. In their point of view, they were only limited by the laws of this world. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to become great saints. Of course, in the face of the powerful 8 great clans, as well as the top-notch factions of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent, the Royal Dark Tribe had to be polite on the surface. They still needed these factions to provide them with an endless supply of resources. As soon as the guard finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on his face. The person who did it was the purple-robed young master. Young master, this man has just killed the 3rd commander. The guard's face was full of fear. He didn't know why the young master would suddenly slap him and help an outsider. Although he was a 1st grade minor saint expert, he still acted in fear and trepidation in front of the young master. He didn't dare to show any neglect. Shut up. You have eyes but failed to see. You have neglected my esteemed guest and still dare to talk here? Get lost now. The young master shouted at the surrounding guards. He didn't seem to care about the loss of a 3rd grade minor saint commander. Yes, young master. The guards didn't dare to disobey the young master's words. Immediately, they dispersed. Many of them looked at the guard who was slapped with pity. He didn't even know the young master's preference, but he still dared to speak in front of the young master. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Didn't they see that there was an outstanding beauty among the 4 outsiders? The purple-robed young master clasped his fists at Dan King and the others and said politely, I am Dark Luyun, the young master of the City Lord's mansion. Honored guests, you have come from afar, please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Humph. Dan King harrumphed coldly. He didn't respond to Dark Luyun's words. If he didn't hear the conversation between the 2 guards, he would have thought that Dark Luyun was sincere and that he was a good person. However, now that he knew that Dark Luyun's target was Xianxia, his impression of Dark Luyun was unimaginable. Naturally, he wouldn't give him any face. It seems like the esteemed guest is still angry about the previous incident. We, the Dark Mulberry City, have always been very respectful to the alchemists from the outside. If the esteemed guests don't mind, how about we have a gathering in our mansion? Dark Luyun said in a courteous manner. No one knew how many cultivators had been fooled by his false appearance. Dan King didn't agree to it. Instead, he gave Xianxia a glance. Dark Luyun saw this little action. He instantly understood that the core of these 4 wasn't this powerful alchemist, but this 3rd grade minor saint white-clothed man. Since young master Dark Luyun has invited us, we will naturally accept your invitation. Xianxia smiled. He was going to the City Lord's mansion anyway. No matter what kind of tricks Dark Luyun had, he would accept it. Good. This brother is really straightforward. I, Dark Lu Yun, like to make friends with such kind of people. May I know your name? Dark Lu Yun said straightforwardly. Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. May I know how to address this outstanding beauty? Dark Lu Yun's eyes fell on Yan Qingyu again. Although he was trying his best to conceal it, the feeling of invasion could still be seen from his eyes. Humph. Yan Qingyu harrumphed coldly and turned her head away. She didn't even look at Dark Lu Yun. As a matter of fact, she was trying her best not to attack him. She was a 4th-grade minor saint now. She didn't put a 5th-grade minor saint in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to delay Jiang Chen's business, she was afraid that Dark Lu Yun would have turned into a popsicle just like the other two. Dark Lu Yun was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. With his appearance and demeanor, no woman had ever rejected him. He didn't expect to meet an exception today. She didn't even bother to look at him. This undoubtedly seriously hurt Dark Lu Yun's self-esteem. As the young master of the city lord's mansion, how could he bear it? A trace of viciousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. However, this viciousness disappeared in a flash and he concealed it very well. Everyone, please. Dark Lu Yun made an inviting gesture before turning around and walking in the direction of the city lord's mansion. When he came back to his senses, Dark Lu Yun's expression had completely changed. His smiling face had become extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with viciousness like that of a venomous snake. Damn you, Jiang Chen. You are just a lowly human. How dare you disrespect me and kill my people? I will make sure that you die a graveless death. And this little girl, how dare you act high and mighty in front of me? In this world, there has never been a woman that I, Dark Lu Yun, couldn't handle. Dark Lu Yun's face was filled with a hideous smile. As long as he entered the mansion, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Brother Chen, this man is so annoying. Yan Qingyu whispered to Jiang Chen. Those who are annoying will never have a good ending. Jiang Chen smiled. Little Chenzi, when we arrive at the mansion, are you still going to be controlled by this bastard? Do you have a plan? Tyrant asked. I don't have a plan. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Jiang Chen shrugged. Chen Air, there must be a lot of experts in the mansion. I think we should find a way to exchange some true meta stones and leave. Dan King said. Godfather, even if we want to retreat now, I'm afraid that Dark Lu Yun won't agree to it. I originally wanted to exchange some true essence stones, but I've changed my mind. We must obtain true essence stones, not exchange them. Jiang Chen smiled. His original plan was to exchange true meta stones politely. But since the other party wanted to take advantage of him, there was no need to be polite. Moreover, after knowing that the Dark Generation had the dark spirit in their bodies, Jiang Chen no longer treated them as his own kind, but as his prey. Dan King shook his head and sighed. This son-in-law of his was really audacious. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. This Dark Lu Yun wouldn't have a good ending after offending Jiang Chen. He could even imagine that the opening of Void Triangular Domain would be more lively because of Jiang Chen's presence. The city lord's mansion was noble and luxurious. Whether it was the buildings outside or the scenery inside, all of them exuded nobility. Outside the main gate of the mansion, there were 4 guards in black armors. These guards were stronger than the guards outside the city gate. The strongest among them was an 8th-grade combat emperor. Seeing Dark Lu Yun and the 4 of them walking towards the mansion, the 4 guards quickly bowed and greeted, "Young master." N. Dark Lu Yun nodded casually and strode into the mansion. Jiang Chen and the other 4 were calm and composed. They followed Dark Lu Yun into the mansion. The 4 guards looked at Yan Qingyu and smiled knowingly. Did you see that? The prey is here again. The prey this time is really good. It's much better than the previous prey. I'm afraid that the young master's heart is blooming with joy. This girl is too beautiful. The last time the domain opened, the young master had captured a total of 8 beauties and locked them in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. He has been playing with them for 3 years. I think he is already sick of them. This time, the domain will open again. It's time for the young master to show his talent. These people are really unlucky to fall into the young master's hands. It's hard to imagine what will happen to them. The 3 men are going to die for sure. The 4 of them spoke one after another. Basically, they could already see the fate of Xianxia and the others. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. They knew their young master's preferences very well. The prey that Dark Luyun had set his eyes on wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Following Dark Luyun's footsteps, Xianxia and the others came to a quiet garden. There was no sun and moon in void triangular domain, so it was hard for plants to grow. However, there were a lot of rare and exotic plants growing in Dark Luyun's garden. Xianxia took a glance and couldn't help but nod his head. These plants were incomparably precious. They could grow alone in this unique environment. In the middle of the garden, there was a square table made entirely of special rocks. The surface of the table was clear and transparent. It contained extremely pure energy. Even from afar, one could feel the energy fluctuation coming from it. It made one feel relaxed and relaxed. This rock is a great treasure. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. Dan Qing's eyes widened. This is a true meta stone. It's a supreme grade true meta stone. This guy actually used the supreme grade true meta stone to make a table. This table is made from at least 1,000 supreme grade true meta stones. One should know that each true meta stone is equivalent to a saint elixir. Dan Qing transmitted his voice to them. Xianxia and Tyrant almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was what it meant to be a prodigal. A true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. This guy used 1,000 saint elixir to make a table. However, this situation made Xianxia even more excited. It was imaginable that even in a small city like Dark Mulberry City, the amount of true meta stones was inestimable. Moreover, the people of Dark Generation treated the true meta stones as decorations. If he could get all the true meta stones in Dark Mulberry City, it would be a huge fortune. Dear guests, you have come from afar. I, Dark Luyun, did not greet you personally and caused a misunderstanding. It's my fault. My father likes to make friends with alchemists. Since you have come to Dark Mulberry City, I, Dark Luyun, will do my best to be a good host. Please. Dark Luyun was very polite and made a gesture of invitation. Young Master Dark Luyun, you are too polite. Xianxia smiled and clasped his fists. Then, he sat down without any hesitation. Dan Qing and the others also sat down. Men! Dark Luyun shouted. As soon as his voice fell, 2 young girls dressed in revealing clothes walked out of the garden. These 2 girls looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. They had not even fully matured yet, but they had already become Dark Luyun's maids. Young Master. The 2 young women bowed respectfully towards Dark Luyun. Their faces were filled with fear. Today, an esteemed guest has come to fetch my best Sequoia Dragon tea. Dark Luyun said. Yes, young master. The 2 girls answered and returned with the fastest speed possible. They carried 2 trays, and on top of them were exquisite teapots and teacups that were also made entirely from true meta stones. They placed them in front of Xianxia and the other 3, and then poured tea for them in a practiced manner. The tea was neither warm nor hot. It was like the blood of a dragon rolling around in the cup. A faint fragrance overflowed from it, making people feel relaxed and happy. Good tea. Dan Qing couldn't help but praise. Everyone, please. Dark Luyun was the first to raise his cup. He drank the tea in one gulp and let out a satisfied groan. Xianxia looked at the tea in the cup and sneered. He then drank the tea in one gulp. Good tea. Xianxia praised. Seeing Xianxia drink the tea in one gulp, Dark Luyun's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. He then waved his hand at Dan Qing and the others. Please have a taste. This tea is rare. Dan Qing saw that Xianxia had drunk the tea and did not doubt him. But just when they were about to drink the tea, Xianxia's voice appeared in their minds. The tea is poisoned. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned. Tyrant and Yanxinyi's reaction was better. They had never doubted Xianxia's words. Since Xianxia said that the tea was poisoned, then it must be. The only thing that puzzled them was that Xianxia knew that the tea was poisoned, but he still drank the tea in one gulp. The one who was truly puzzled was the Dan King. He was a powerful alchemist, and it would be extremely difficult for someone to poison him. However, with the Dan King's eyesight and experience, this tea was indeed the real Sequoia Dragon tea, and there was no poison in it. However, out of his trust in Jiang Chen and his vigilance against Dark Lu Yun, Dan King chose to believe that the tea was poisoned. The three of them were smart people. They would not be angry just because the tea was poisoned. After all, they did not have any evidence. Plus, Dark Lu Yun and Jiang Chen had already drunk the tea. The three of them followed Jiang Chen's example and drank the tea in one gulp. Seeing this, Dark Lu Yun was overjoyed, especially when he saw Yan Qinyu drink the tea as well. His mood was so good that he could even imagine the scene where Yan Qinyu was under his control. Senior Dan King, my father likes to make friends with alchemists the most. However, my father is not in the mansion today. He will only be back tomorrow. In my opinion, you all can stay in the mansion for the time being. When my father comes back tomorrow, I am sure that he will give you a warm welcome. Dark Lu Yun said. If that is the case, we will have to trouble young master. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brother Jiang is too kind. This is what Dark Lu Yun should do. Everyone, I have already arranged a place for you all to stay. After Dark Lu Yun finished speaking, the two young girls walked out again and brought Jiang Chen and the others to their living quarters. Not long after they left, a black silhouette suddenly appeared. It was an old man with a skinny body. His cultivation grade was terrifying. He had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor saint and was only a step away from advancing to the 7th grade minor saint. Congratulations, young master. You have succeeded again. After the old man appeared, he let out a sinister smile. Humph. That damned Jiang Chen. How dare he speak disrespectfully to me and kill my men? This is unforgivable. Now, they are all poisoned, and their life and death are at my command. Jiang Chen said. Dark Lu Yun harumphed coldly. Why didn't young master attack directly? There is no one in Dark Mulberry City that young master can't handle. I can kill that alchemist easily. The old man's voice was gloomy and uncomfortable. There is no need to make a big fuss. In front of me, they are just ants that I can easily pinch to death. That Jiang Chen really annoys me. He showed no respect to me and killed my men. More importantly, he has such a beautiful girl by his side. Only I am qualified to have a girl like her. Why does Jiang Chen deserve to have her? I will let him know the consequences of offending me. A lowly human isn't even qualified to be my slave. Of course, I will kill him, but before that, I will let him taste what it means to wish he was dead instead of alive. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he said, I don't need to make a big fuss about it. Now, they have been poisoned by the redwood tree and the dark orchid. The poison will take effect in 6 hours, and at that time, they will lose all of their cultivation. Dark Lu Yun's face was filled with a hideous smile. He looked like a completely different person compared to his previous courteous appearance. *Gia******** Every 3 years in Void Triangular Domain is the time for young master to collect the goods. 6 hours. Looking at the sky, it will be midnight after 6 hours. That will be the time of their death. The old man sneered. Obviously, he had done this many times with Dark Lu Yun. Jiang Chen and the other 3 followed the 2 young girls to a courtyard. This courtyard was very luxurious. There were exactly 4 rooms and the environment was not bad. Judging from the treatment, Dark Lu Yun's way of treating his guests was undeniable. 4 distinguished guests, please. The 2 girls made a gesture of invitation. Anne, help me thank young Master Lu Yun for his hospitality. You can leave now. Without my order, don't come near this place. Jiang Chen said to the 2 girls. Yes. The 2 girls responded and left. Jiang Chen could clearly see the pitiful look they gave him when they left. Puff After the 2 girls left, Dan King, Yan Qinyu, and Tyrant quickly spat out a mouthful of water. It was the Sequoia Dragon tea that they had swallowed earlier. The tea that Yan Qinyu spat out turned into ice cubes. Chenair, the Sequoia Dragon tea is made from the powder of the Sequoia Dragon tree and a few other herbs. It is not poisonous at all and it is very beneficial to the human body. Why did you say that the tea is poisonous? Dan King asked impatiently. This question had been bothering him for a long time. With his eyesight, if there was something wrong with the tea, it was impossible for him to miss it. Father, dark Liuyan sequoia dragon tea is fine. But you didn't notice that there are a few dark orchids hidden in the depths of the garden. The pollen of the dark orchids is colorless and odorless. Even the strongest expert wouldn't be able to notice it. When the sequoia dragon tea and the dark orchid's pollen are mixed together, they will form a colorless and odorless poison. After a cultivator absorbs it, he won't feel anything for a short period of time. The poison will take effect 6 hours later and he will lose all of his cultivation. 3 days is enough for us to die 10,000 times. Xianxia said. In this treacherous world of cultivation, a trash who had lost all of his cultivation could be killed with just a breath. What? Dan King exclaimed. Xianxia was right. He didn't notice the dark orchids hidden in the garden. If it wasn't for Xianxia's sharp senses, the consequences would be unimaginable. This trash is even more cunning than me. I almost fell into his trap. Thank you, little Xianxia. Tyrant didn't know much about pharmacology, but he could rest assured as long as he was with Xianxia. There was only one ending for those who wanted to trick Xianxia, and that was to be tricked by Xianxia. This dark Luyun is really cunning. It seems like he has used this trick on countless human cultivators. How despicable. But Chen, I think you really drank the tea. Why? Dan King cursed dark Luyun in his heart. He couldn't understand why Xianxia did it. Xianxia drank the tea even though he knew it was poisoned. This wasn't Xianxia's style. I'm immune to poison. Xianxia shrugged. The three of them were stunned. They shook their heads helplessly. To an abnormal being like Xianxia, they wouldn't be too surprised no matter how miraculous it was. As a matter of fact, Xianxia could even absorb the poison of the green hellish python. He could easily refine any kind of poison, let alone the little dark orchid. Brother Chen, that dark Luyun thinks that he has poisoned us. He will definitely attack us 6 hours later. What should we do then? Yan Qinyu said worriedly. After all, this was the prefecture of Dark Mulberry City. They couldn't fight with Dark Luyun here because it would create a huge commotion. It will be midnight after 6 hours. If Dark Luyun wants to come, we will make sure that he won't be able to return. It will be like catching a turtle in a jar. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he looked at Tyrant and said, Tyrant, I will need your help this time. What are you trying to do to me? Tyrant glared at him. I don't want to do anything to you. It's a pity that De Huang isn't here. If De Huang is here, I won't need you to take out your mystical stone tablet to help me set up the formation. Xianxia said. I understand now. You want to set up an invisible formation here in advance to isolate the entire courtyard. When Dark Luyun comes, you will make sure that he won't be able to return. At that time, no one will be able to find out even if the sky is broken. Tyrant wasn't an idiot. He had been following Xianxia for a long time. He knew Xianxia's style very well. However, he didn't know that this wasn't the first time Xianxia did something like this. Back when he attacked the stronghold of Moon Pavilion with De Huang Dog, he used this method to annihilate a stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization in one night. Xianxia alone was enough to set up the formation, but this was the prefecture after all. There were real experts hiding in the mansion. Xianxia was only a third-grade minor saint. In order to avoid any accidents, he still needed the help of Tyrant's monument. That way, it would be foolproof. At least an 8th-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to detect the formation. If De Huang Dog was here, with the help of De Huang Dog's heavenly book of source formations, Xianxia and De Huang Dog could work together. They wouldn't need Tyrant's help at all. Chengij, do you think De Huang will come to Void Triangular Domain with us? Yan Qingyu asked when De Huang Dog was mentioned. That's hard to say. If the demon clan wants to send someone, given De Huang's personality, he might really come. Xianxia smiled. I don't think so. If he's coming, why didn't he inform you in advance and bring you along? Tyrant shook his head. It's hard to say. After all, we set off early. The demon clan has their own passageway. Normally, they would set off later. Dan King said. Tyrant nodded. If that was the case, it was hard to say whether De Huang would come to Void Triangular Domain or not. Plus, when they returned to Xuanyu from the Western Domain, they were immediately brought here by Dan King. At that time, De Huang Dog had just arrived at the demon clan. Even if he knew that they were going to Void Triangular Domain, it would be too late to inform Jiang Chen. Let's not worry about De Huang first. If he comes, we will have a chance to meet him in King City. The most important thing now is to get rid of this Dark Luyun. Plus, I want to get all the Supreme Grade True Meta Stones in Dark Mulberry City. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had already seen the True Meta Stone in the garden. This kind of True Meta Stone was very rare. It was exactly the same as what Dan King had told him. Jiang Chen would have to rely on these True Meta Stones to advance to the Great Saint Realm in the future. Dark Luyun had used the True Meta Stones to build a table and a chair. It was enough to show how many True Meta Stones there were in Dark Mulberry City. Jiang Chen was determined to get his hands on a huge amount of True Meta Stones in Void Triangular Domain this time. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Saint Elixir when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Chen was the king of consumption. The amount of True Meta Stones needed to advance from the first level to the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm was immeasurable. It was an astronomical figure. Therefore, he was prepared to get his hands on an astronomical figure of True Meta Stones. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tyrant's eyes lit up. It seemed like Jiang Chen was going to do something big again. Dan King shook his head helplessly. He knew that Void Triangular Domain wouldn't be peaceful this time. He was afraid that Dark Mulberry City was just the beginning. After that, Tyrant took out the blood-red stone tablet and hid it in a corner of the courtyard. Jiang Chen and the stone tablet started to arrange a formation. He struck out invisible seals into the void of the courtyard. Then, he took out the 5 elemental spirits. The formation this time was different from the one he used in the Nebulous Sect. When the Nebulous Sect fought against the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was the 5 elemental Tajura formation created by Jiang Chen and De Huang. The formation this time was nothing special. It was just to cover up everything here. It would turn the entire courtyard into an illusory realm. Once the formation was activated, no one would be able to sense what was happening here. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was leaving countless afterimages in the courtyard, Dan King sighed and said, Chen is really a monstrous genius. There's nothing he doesn't know. It's hard to imagine that a person could be so proficient in so many things. There are some things in this world that can't be judged by common sense. The existence of little Chenzi is the best miracle. Tyrant smiled and said. He had already gotten used to Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. A person who was strong, immune to all kinds of poisons, proficient in alchemy and formations, it could be said that there was nothing he didn't know. His existence itself was a miracle. Yan Qingyu had a smile on her face. When others praised her man, it was even more beautiful than when she was praised. Soon, the entire formation was completely arranged by Jiang Chen. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything. Even Dan King, if he didn't see Jiang Chen's formation with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the sky above the courtyard had been separated from the outside world by the formation. Dark Luyun wouldn't be able to see it either. Haha, now we can only wait for him to fall into the trap. Dark Luyun would never think that he would be buried in the pit that he dug himself. Tyrant laughed. In a blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. At this time, it was already night time. The chi of the entire Void Triangular Domain had changed tremendously. The dark energy had shrouded everything, completely blocking the light. There was no moonlight or starlight in this place. The whole world had fallen into endless darkness. It was pure darkness. There are still 2 hours left. Dark Luyun will definitely come after me. You guys stay here, I'm going out for a while. Jiang Chen said. Brother Chen, where are you going? Yan Qingyu asked. I'm going to look around and see what's going on in the mansion. Jiang Chen said. Chen be careful. Dan King said worriedly. This was the mansion after all. Every time the domain opened, the city would be heavily guarded. If Xianxia went out at this time, he would be easily discovered by the experts in the mansion. Xianxia's body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. Given his concealing ability, even a ninth-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to find him. He didn't believe that there was a ninth-grade minor saint in this small city. In this domain, a ninth-grade minor saint was the pinnacle of existence. All the powerful ninth-grade minor saints should be in King City. Even if there were ninth-grade minor saints in other cities, they would be located near King City. A remote city like Dark Mulberry City wouldn't have a ninth-grade minor saint. Therefore, Xianxia didn't need to worry about anything. In the huge mansion, a ghost-like silhouette was moving back and forth. Even if it flew past the guards' faces, they would only feel a breeze and wouldn't notice it. That ghost-like silhouette was Xianxia. Xianxia came to an empty space and frowned. Why would there be such an empty space in the city lord's mansion? This doesn't match the style of the buildings. Such a large area could at least be used to build a garden, but now it's abandoned. It seems that there's something fishy going on. Xianxia thought to himself. He used to live in the mansion. When he was in Fragrant Sky City, he was the young master of the mansion. The mansion was the most prestigious place in the city. Of course, it had to pay attention to its quality. If there was a wasteland in the mansion, wouldn't it affect the beauty and prestige of the mansion? Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Immediately, he circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. The 5 elemental soul power covered the entire wasteland. Under the probing of the soul power, Xianxia found out that there was a spatial zone under the wasteland. Or it could be said that it wasn't a spatial zone but a building. There is a secret underground chamber. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. There was indeed something strange about this place. However, he couldn't find any entrance after looking around. Obviously, the entrance to the underground chamber was somewhere else, a very hidden place. However, to Xianxia, it didn't matter if there was an entrance or not. With the earth element in his body, he could move freely under the ground just like how he moved outside. No one would notice him. Whoosh, Xianxia casted the spirit of earth and disappeared into the ground with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had entered the underground space. The place where he appeared was right in front of a stone door. On top of the stone door, there was a sign with the words, Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion, written on it. Xianxia frowned. He thought that this place was a treasure house. Now, it seemed that it wasn't. Even if a treasure house had a name, it wouldn't be called Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. Moreover, there wasn't a single guard here. Even the door of the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion didn't have a trace of a formation. Who would be so lax in their treasure house? To put it bluntly, the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion was an underground secret chamber. Since Xianxia had discovered it, he had to find out what kind of secrets were hidden in it. However, when he entered the secret chamber and saw the scene inside, his facial expression changed dramatically and was immediately filled with monstrous anger. The entire secret chamber was in a mess. There were 8 cages made of unknown materials. There was a creature in each cage. To be exact, there was a human in each cage, a woman. There were 8 cages with 8 women locked inside. These women did not have clothes covering their bodies. Some were even naked from head to toe. These women's bodies were full of scars. They didn't look very old. Some of them even looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. What made Xianxia even angrier was the corpses of a few women lying at the corner of the secret chamber. Most of these corpses had dried up and were naked. They were dead, yet they weren't even cleaned up. Their bodies were the same as the women in the cages. Even though they had been dead for a long time, one could still see the scars on their bodies. One of the corpses didn't even have a breast. The wound was smooth and unremarkable. It was actually cut off by a knife. Insane and inhumane. Xianxia tried his best to control his emotions and suppressed his anger. Step by step, he walked towards the women in the cages. Perhaps hearing the footsteps, the women who were originally lying in the cages suddenly woke up. Each of them looked flustered, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. It was a kind of numb fear. It seemed that they had long been used to this kind of scene, but every time it appeared, they could still feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. Kill me. Kill me now. Hurry up and kill me. Beast. Bastard! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost in my next life. I beg you, kill me. When these women saw Xianxia, their reactions were incomparably intense. Some were begging, some were roaring, but their eyes were filled with despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a kind of grief and helplessness. All they wanted was to die. Don't panic. I'm here to save you. I'm the same as you. I'm a human, a citizen of Saint Origin World. Xianxia said hastily and told them his identity. He could already tell that these women had the blood of humans flowing in their veins. They didn't have any dark attribute. They weren't from the dark generation, they were humans just like him. He didn't need to think too much to know that what happened to these women was related to that lascivious young master. Hearing Xianxia's words, these women were stunned at first, then they looked at Xianxia carefully. Sure enough, they could feel the aura of a human, without the slightest bit of dark attribute. More importantly, this man didn't violate or humiliate them, which was enough to prove that he was different from the dark generation. Wow, the 8 women cried bitterly. It had been 3 years, and they didn't know how many times they had cried. They wanted to die, but they didn't even have the qualifications to do so. They lived in endless humiliation every time. Their former glory had already become the past. Prince, I beg you to kill me. As long as you kill me, Xianxia will repay your kindness even if I have to work like a cow or a horse in my next life. The 14 or 15-year-old girl was lying on the ground. She wasn't wearing any clothes, but in her eyes, there was no longer any sense of shame. She only wanted to die now. Xianxia was shocked in his heart. What kind of state did a person have to be in, that they would want to die so desperately? Given Xianxia's eyesight, he could naturally see that these women were like him, cultivators. They were once powerful experts, but now, they were controlled by the dark energy. Even their bodies weren't their own. They couldn't die even if they wanted to. They were like walking corpses. Why are you all here? Xianxia asked. We are cultivators from Saint Origin World, Boundless World and Black Yellow World. 3 years ago, we came here to participate in the trading event and were framed by that animal, Dark Luyun. He imprisoned us, controlled our cultivation base and treated us as his dolls. In his eyes, we are not even comparable to slaves. That's right. One of the women said. Her body was trembling when she thought of what had happened in the past 3 years. It had been 3 years. Their willpower had been completely obliterated. They used to be powerful cultivators, and some of them even came from prestigious families. But now, they didn't feel embarrassed standing naked in front of a man, because to them, everything was meaningless. Death was their last pursuit. 3 years. Not only did that bastard rape us, he also brought his friends to rape us. Those people who died did not commit suicide, nor were they killed by that beast. They were raped to death, and if anyone resisted, they would be beaten up. Some of them even had their breasts cut off. They are a bunch of perverts who enjoy raping us all day long. Young master, please kill us. Help us to be free. Thank you. The 8 women were talking about what had happened in the past 3 years. Just by looking at the scene, one could tell what kind of torture they had gone through in the past 3 years. Kong, a surge of intense anger erupted from Xianxia's body. He couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at the girl named Xianxia and asked, How old are you? Xianxia is 14 years old. Xianxia said honestly. Kaka, Xianxia clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He felt that he was on the verge of exploding. 14 years old? Mother Ker. He was only 11 years old 3 years ago. This animal didn't even spare an 11-year-old child. It was hard to imagine how he managed to survive the 3 years of torture. Suddenly, Xianxia understood why these people were so eager to die. Because, to them, death was a kind of release, a real release. Even if Dark Luyun were to be torn into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to make up for 10% of the suffering these women had gone through. Humans were humans because they had humanity. A thing without humanity was worse than a monster. Evil, perverted, cruel, this wasn't just talking about Dark Luyun. The girl said that Dark Luyun would come with his friends. In their eyes, human women were just puppets, tools. Xianxia suddenly felt that if Dark Luyun died, the entire Dark generation wouldn't need to exist anymore. "I'll save you," Xianxia said. "No, Prince, we won't go. We just want you to kill us and free us from this. Even if we can get out of here alive, we don't have the face to continue living in this world. We're already incomplete, we just want to die. Prince, just kill us. We'll be happy to die in your hands. It's 100 times better than being tortured by those animals. Come, Prince, just do it. Send us on our way. You'll be our greatest benefactor." Looking at those helpless eyes and listening to those heart-wrenching words, Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. He thought that he was a heartless person. He had killed many people and his hands were stained with blood. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Life and death were normal. However, Xianxia had a bottom line in his heart. He was a man, a courageous man. If Dark Luyun had only killed these women, he wouldn't have been so angry. This had crossed the bottom line. Xianxia had never been so angry before. "I'll help you. There's one more thing I can do for you, and that is to avenge you." After a while, Xianxia said indifferently. Hearing this, the 8 women were pleasantly surprised. Inger was so emotional that she shed tears. "Prince, can you really avenge Inger? Can you really help Inger kill that animal?" "I promise you, I'll definitely kill him." Xianxia smiled at Inger. After that, he slowly raised his hand. This was the first time he felt that his hand was trembling. "Prince, do it. You're our benefactor," someone said. "Stop talking." Xianxia didn't want to listen anymore. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Countless rays of golden light shot out like sharp swords, piercing into the bodies of the 8 women. The 8 of them died instantly. Their bodies slowly collapsed, but their eyes were closed. They didn't die in peace. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. To be able to die like this was their greatest dream. Xianxia looked at the corpses and set them on fire. "Your bodies are still pure and holy. I'll use the strongest flame to burn you. I'll avenge you all." After that, a tyrannical wave of qi shot out from Xianxia's body. The entire underground chamber was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the end of the fragrance-dispelling pavilion led to Dark Luyun's room. The destruction of the fragrance-dispelling pavilion didn't cause any commotion in the mansion. However, Dark Luyun could feel it clearly, especially the death of the 8 women. Shua, in the next moment, Dark Luyun disappeared and appeared in front of the underground chamber. Looking at the messy fragrance-dispelling pavilion, Dark Luyun's face turned ashen. Anger erupted from his body. In Dark Mulberry City, there was actually someone who dared to destroy his fragrance-dispelling pavilion. This was simply a joke. How much courage did this person have to do such a thing? Damn it. How dare you destroy the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that I painstakingly built? You even destroyed my doll. Dark Luyun gritted his teeth. He spread his divine sense, wanting to find the culprit. However, he couldn't find anything. The culprit had already left. However, Dark Luyun soon thought of someone. A young man in white. "Xianxia, it's definitely you. I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price. I'll make you wish you were dead." Dark Luyun's eyes flashed with ferocity. Dark Luyun guessed that it was Xianxia without much thought. Otherwise, his fragrance-dispelling pavilion wouldn't be destroyed as soon as Xianxia arrived. The people of the Dark Generation wouldn't do such a thing. In Dark Mulberry City, no one would dare to do such a thing. Today, the Void Triangular Domain had just opened and Xianxia and the others were the first batch of people to enter the city. In the courtyard, Xianxia had returned. His body was filled with murderous qi and his face was cold. Even though he had destroyed the fragrance-dispelling pavilion with his own hands, Xianxia's anger still couldn't be released. He could never forget the miserable condition of the 8 girls. Inger's pitiful and desperate eyes were like a steel needle piercing his heart. The only way to release his anger was to kill Dark Luyun and avenge them. "Chengij, what's wrong? Little Chenzi, you don't look well." "Chen did you notice something wrong?" Yan Qingyu and the other two could tell that Jiang Chen's condition wasn't right. He was like a completely different person compared to when he went out. They could feel that there was a volcano in Jiang Chen's body that was on the verge of erupting. Inhumane and insane. Dark Luyun deserves to die. Everyone who entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion deserves to die. The entire dark generation deserves to die. Jiang Chen felt that his tone was extremely cold, and the veins on his fists were twitching. As a man who had lived 2 lives, his mind was as strong as steel, and he had seen many life and death situations. No matter what happened, he could always remain calm. But today, he was completely enraged, and he couldn't control his anger. Only God knew how he felt when he killed those 8 girls with his own hands. Chen Gij, what happened? Yan Qingyu asked. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. If it wasn't for his sanity, he would have destroyed the entire mansion. Subsequently, Jiang Chen told them everything that he had encountered. Their facial expression changed dramatically, especially Yan Qingyu. The cold qi radiating from her body could almost freeze an ancient beast to death. Tyrant and Dan King were infuriated. Even though they didn't see the inhumane scene with their own eyes, they could imagine that Dark Luyun had set his eyes on Yan Qingyu. If he succeeded, the consequences would be obvious. Of course, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Ba. Tyrant put his palms together in front of his chest. His face was filled with sorrow. Then he started cursing, Mother of Cur. This bastard is worse than a beast. Going to the 18 levels of hell is the lightest punishment for him. Sigh, many young masters of the dark generation have this kind of hobby. If I didn't hear it from Chenair, I wouldn't have known that they treated human girls like puppets. Damn it. Dan King sighed. He could imagine how sad the families and friends of those girls would be if they knew what they had been through. Chen Gij, you must not let that Dark Luyun go. Yan Qingyu said coldly. Not just Dark Luyun. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. From the guards of Dark Mulberry City to the guards of the prefecture, everyone knew what Dark Luyun had done. However, their faces showed that it was only natural. Jiang Chen wanted to avenge the 8 girls. Perhaps it wasn't just the 8 girls, but also those who died in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. Dark Luyun wasn't the only one who needed to be buried with them. It's almost time. There's less than an hour left. That bastard should be here soon. Tyrant said. I have destroyed his fragrance-dispelling pavilion. It's impossible that he didn't know that I was the one who did it. I reckon that he must be furious now. Once the time is up, he will be the first to appear. Jiang Chen sneered. By the way, little Chenzi, perhaps we don't need to go through so much trouble. Tyrant smiled. The physique of the dark generation is dark. Perhaps the edifying light will work on them. If we can edify them, won't we be able to save a lot of trouble? I didn't think of that. However, the nature of this world is different from Saint Origin world. This world is made up of dark and light elements. The dark generation is the only living beings in this world. They are not considered as devils in this world. I'm afraid the edifying light won't work on them. Jiang Chen thought. We'll know after we try. Tyrant smiled. An hour passed very quickly. The 4 of them were sitting in the courtyard, waiting for Dark Luyun's arrival. Sure enough, Dark Luyun didn't disappoint them. He came at the right time. Everyone, are you used to living here? Dark Luyun's voice could be heard even before he stepped into the courtyard. However, his tone wasn't as polite as it was during the day. Perhaps, in his opinion, there was no need to be polite anymore. To mortals who were poisoned, they were no different from ants. Dark Luyun's gaze appeared in the courtyard. Behind him was an old man who was a peak 6th grade minor saint. Both of them had a hideous smile on their faces. Dark Luyun was no longer as polite as he was during the day. At this moment, he was like a devil in the night. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk as soon as Dark Luyun appeared, Jiang Chen made his move. He cast out the edifying light and entered Dark Luyun's body. Dark Luyun frowned and quickly checked his body. He was relieved when he found that there was nothing wrong with his body. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was going to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Xianxia didn't know that Xianxia had already lost all of his cultivation. Xianxia's attack wouldn't pose any threat to him. Xianxia secretly withdrew the edifying light and shook his head at Tyrant. It seemed like he was right. The edifying light was useless in this strange world. This place was different from the devil world. The devils in the devil world would be restrained by the edifying light. Although the devil world was a spatial zone, it was still a spatial zone. This spatial zone was dependent on the Saint Origin world. In other words, the existence of the devil world wasn't really separated from the Saint Origin world. Naturally, it would be affected by the elements of Saint Origin world. However, Void Triangular Domain was different. It was a world of its own with its own elements and the influence of the world's origin. Dark Generation was the only existence in this domain. Therefore, the edifying light was useless. However, Xianxia didn't intend to use the edifying light. The best way to deal with a beast like Dark Luyun was to crush him with his strength. Young Master Luyun is so carefree. Why did you come to us in the middle of the night? Xianxia and the others were sitting on their seats. They didn't even have the intention to stand up. Xianxia, let me ask you. Are you the one who destroyed the fragrance dispelling pavilion? Dark Luyun didn't bother to hide anything and asked directly. That's right. I did it. I have also promised them that I will avenge them by killing you. Xianxia's body was filled with killing intent. He was trying his best not to tear Dark Luyun into pieces. Bastard, you lowly humans, I treated you so well in vain. You killed my guards and commanders, but I didn't hold it against you and even treated you warmly. I didn't expect you to bite the hand that fed you. How despicable. Dark Luyun's voice was stern. He thought about how the fragrance dispelling pavilion that he had painstakingly built was destroyed because of this bastard. Haha, Grandpa has seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Your shamelessness has already reached the level of angering both humans and gods. Don't tell me that poisoning the tea is also a sign of our warm hospitality? Tyrant scolded. Seems like you guys know about it. But now that you have lost your cultivation, you are just like ants in front of me. I can kill you with a single breath. But I won't let you die so easily. All of you will die from endless torture. But this beauty must not die. It is worth it to exchange the fragrance dispelling pavilion for such a beautiful lady. Dark Luyun had completely exposed his fox's tail. Since the other party had lost their cultivation, they could only be manipulated by him. As he spoke, Dark Luyun walked towards Xianxia. He raised his palm and slapped Xianxia. He felt that he must not slap Xianxia to death. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Pa, a loud sound resounded in the courtyard. However, the one who suffered this slap wasn't Xianxia but Dark Luyun. Dark Luyun was sent flying by Xianxia's slap. He crashed into a rock at the side, shattering it. *barf*. Dark Luyun spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. You didn't lose your cultivation. Dark Luyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. What shocked him more was Xianxia's strength. He was a powerful 5th-grade minor saint while Xianxia was only a 3rd-grade minor saint. Even if his cultivation was still there, he shouldn't be able to send him flying with just a slap. One should know that he was a genius of the young generation. Even though he was a 5th-grade minor saint, no ordinary 6th-grade minor saint was his match. Even so, he couldn't withstand a single strike from Xianxia. He even had a feeling that Xianxia had purposely held back his strength. Otherwise, that slap would have killed him. Don't worry. I have the same thought as you. I won't let you die so easily because I will be sorry to those girls who have been harmed by you. Xianxia's tone suddenly became incomparably cold. Dark Luyun had already entered the courtyard. He was now like a turtle in a jar, waiting to be slaughtered by Xianxia. Impossible. You have drunk the Sequoia Dragon tea. Dark Luyun still couldn't believe it. He remembered clearly that Xianxia had drunk the tea in one gulp. It was absolutely not an act. There are many things that are impossible. This is just the beginning. The scene in the fragrance dispelling pavilion kept replaying in Xianxia's mind. He seemed to have seen the eyes of those women again. He must make Dark Luyun and the entire Dark Mulberry City pay a heavy price for what he did. Courting death. You are just a puny 6th grade minor saint. Do you think you can survive just because you weren't poisoned? This is ridiculous. How dare you hurt our young master? This is a heinous crime. The elder's body flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia. The chi of a peak 6th grade minor saint was unleashed. It was many times stronger than Dark Luyun's. However, a 6th grade minor saint couldn't intimidate Xianxia at all. Even if he was a peak 6th grade minor saint, the result would still be the same. Xianxia didn't need to transform to deal with any 6th grade minor saint. As soon as the elder's voice faded, Xianxia sent out another slap at lightning speed. The elder didn't even have time to react before he received a solid slap. Dang dang dang. Xianxia's slap made the elder take a few steps back. Half of the elder's face was swollen. He spat out 2 of his front teeth while looking at Xianxia in horror. The shock in his heart was 100 times stronger than Dark Luyun's. He was a peak 6th grade minor saint, but he was sent flying by a 3rd grade minor saint. He had never dreamt of such a scene. If Xianxia sent Dark Luyun flying because Dark Luyun underestimated his opponent, then luck wouldn't happen twice in a row. The only explanation was that Xianxia was truly powerful. Dark Luyun and the elder were shocked. They had never seen such an abnormal being. There were plenty of geniuses in the Dark Generation, but none of them could imagine what Xianxia was capable of. Brat, you have infuriated me. The elder was infuriated. His body made a cracking sound. A dark shadow appeared behind him. It was the shadow of a ferocious monster. The dark energy spread out, giving people the feeling that they were facing a devil from hell. The Dark Generation is indeed a cruel monster. Your race shouldn't exist in the first place. There's no need for you to exist in the future. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Rumble, the old man's power let out a deafening roar. He conjured a huge dark hand and struck towards Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia also made a move, flicking out the true dragon palm. Moreover, his dragon claws were covered with the flames of extreme yang. The moment these flames appeared, the elder's dark energy clearly trembled, as if it had met its natural enemy. His aura directly shrank by half. Seeing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. It seemed like his flame was different from the edifying light. The edifying light came from Buddha sect and its attribute was leaning towards Buddha sect. There were only 2 elements in the void triangular domain, dark and light. These 2 elements could coexist in this domain and they recognized each other. In addition to the restriction of the domain's origin, the edifying light was useless. However, Xianxia's flame could restrain the Dark Generation. Under this restraint, the old man was like a demon, unable to unleash his full strength. Moreover, there was a certain gap between the old man's strength and Xianxia's. Bang. The true dragon palm collided with the old man's dark palm, instantly destroying it. The old man was sent flying away, and one of his arms was torn off by Xianxia. He let out a blood-curdling screech, because when Xianxia's flame touched his body, it was like a bone that couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Xianxia took a step forward and reached out his dragon claws again. He grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up. The old man kept struggling in Xianxia's hand like a little chick. He couldn't break free from Xianxia's grip. Dark Luyun's facial expression turned even uglier after he struggled to get up from the ground. He couldn't believe what he just saw. The elder had been following him all this while. He knew very well how powerful the elder was. In the entire Dark Mulberry City, apart from his father and another elder who was a 7th grade minor saint, this elder's strength was definitely ranked 3rd. However, despite his strength, he couldn't pose any threat to Xianxia at all. Instead, he was easily controlled by Xianxia. Stop it, Xianxia. Don't forget where you are right now. This is the prefecture of the prefecture. I'm sure my father will be able to hear such a huge commotion. At that time, you will still die. Dark Luyun said sternly. Tisk, I'm really sorry. We've already set up an inescapable net here. The entire monastery has been sealed. Even if the heavens are broken, the outside won't be able to sense anything. Sir Lu Yun, you should know that from the moment you stepped into this monastery, you've already become a turtle in a jar. No, if I compare you to a turtle, wouldn't that be a great insult to the turtle? It would be better to say we've closed the door to beat the dog. That's even worse. If I compare you to a dog, my De Huang will definitely bite me to death. AI, how lamentable. A scum like you can't even find an analogy. Bah. Tyrant shook his head and sighed. He couldn't find any words to describe Dark Lu Yun. However, it was very satisfying to see a scum like Dark Lu Yun getting the punishment he deserved. What did you say? Dark Lu Yun exclaimed. He didn't hear a single word of Tyrant's sarcasm. All he knew was that this place was isolated by a seal. He, who knew nothing about formations, didn't even notice the existence of a formation outside the courtyard. Even the old man beside him didn't notice it at all. However, Dark Lu Yun had to believe that Tyrant was right. Otherwise, the commotion caused by the collision between Xianxia and the old man would have alerted the entire Dark Mulberry City, not to mention the City Lord's mansion. The experts in the City Lord's mansion should have appeared by now. However, the entire City Lord's mansion was as calm as usual. Let me go, lowly human. You dare to kill people in the City Lord's mansion? You are dead meat. The old man was still struggling and threatened Xianxia. He didn't think that threatening Xianxia at this moment was a very unwise choice. Struggle, and die slowly while struggling. Xianxia's tone was extremely cold. His eyes looked like a devil king from hell. He placed the old man into his domain, then unleashed the true thunder fire and true dragon flame. Both types of flames contained Yuan energy, and they stabbed into the old man's body like sharp blades. In just an instant, the old man's body had turned into a sea of flames. Arg, the people of the dark generation were not afraid of flames because their power of darkness was strong enough. However, the old man only learned today that there was a flame in this world that they were truly afraid of. The old man struggled in the disaster and let out a miserable shriek. His hair stood on end. A powerful 6th grade minor saint was screaming and struggling in the sea of fire, but he didn't die. Dark Lu Yun felt that his soul had fallen into hell when he saw the scene. Just like that, the old man screamed for 10 minutes before he finally died. His whole body was burnt to ashes by the flames, leaving nothing behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Xianxia, you are a despicable man. How dare you plot against me? Dark Lu Yun scolded at Xianxia. Haha. This is hilarious. You still have the face to say that others are despicable? If you didn't have the intention to harm others, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Do you know what this is called in Buddhist sect? This is called karma. Those who plot against others will be plotted against by others. Today, Grandpa Monk will teach you the truth of Buddhist sect. Even if you die today, it will be a worthy death. Tyrant laughed and said in a serious tone. He sounded like he was teaching Dark Lu Yun a lesson. However, his words made Xianxia and Dan King frown. Those who plot against others will be plotted against by others. Was there really such a saying in Buddhist sect? This should be the saying of Tyrant, right? Xianxia, how dare you offend me and plot against me in my mansion? You are finished. Dark Lu Yun threatened before turning into a black blur, intending to flee. However, if Dark Lu Yun could still escape under such circumstances, Xianxia wouldn't be able to stay in this world anymore. The speed of the 5-elemental sphere was even faster. It instantly trapped Dark Lu Yun and pulled him down. Dong Dark Lu Yun's body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Xianxia had exerted all his strength in this fall, causing Dark Lu Yun to be dizzy and spurt out blood. In front of me, you don't even have the chance to run away. You are just an ant. What is there to be proud of? Xianxia's ruthless words had stimulated Dark Lu Yun's arrogant soul. He had always been the one scolding others. He didn't expect that he would be the one scolding others today. In this dark mulberry city, he had always been the one plotting against others. The women that he fancied had never escaped from his hands. Those that he wanted to kill, whether they were from the dark generation or the outsiders, were all dead. Today's scene was something that he had never dreamed of. However, Dark Lu Yun wasn't an idiot. He should have known that Xianxia wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could a third-grade minor saint become the leader of the group? Even a sixth-grade minor saint alchemist had to follow his orders. However, even if he had guessed it, he wouldn't have thought that Xianxia would be this powerful. Dark Luyun could already see that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. There was a huge gap between his strength and Xianxia's. If he continued to resist, he would end up like the old man. The entire courtyard was sealed and he couldn't escape. However, he didn't want to die either. The only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. Xianxia, you can't kill me. Xianxia, you can't kill me. Killing me won't bring you any benefits. My dad will never let you go. What happened before was my fault, and I apologize to you. But, you've killed so many of my men, and you've destroyed my fragrance-dispelling pavilion, that's a great advantage. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you endless benefits. Don't you humans need true metastones? I have a large amount of high-grade true metastones with me. You can have as many as you want. Dark Luyun chose to compromise. He believed that as long as Xianxia wasn't an idiot, he would know what he meant. Xianxia should know the consequences of killing him. After all, this was Void Triangular Domain, not Saint Origin World. He believed that Xianxia would agree to his terms as long as he offered a generous offer. Take out all the true metastones you have to show your sincerity. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, you should know that with my identity, I won't carry those useless things with me. The true metastones of the prefecture are stored in a vault. With my identity, I can enter the vault whenever I want. Dark Luyun said. Xianxia nodded. What Dark Luyun said was true. True metastones were useless to the people of Dark Generation. With his identity as the young master of the prefecture, he naturally wouldn't carry these useless things with him. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk however, Xianxia moved all of a sudden. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Dark Luyun in an instant. He struck out a seal and sealed all of Dark Luyun's cultivation base, giving him complete control over Dark Luyun. Xianxia, what are you doing? You've sealed my cultivation. Dark Luyun's facial expression changed. I will get the true metastones. You will die too. But before that, I still have some use for you. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Xianxia, you, asterisk slap, asterisk before Dark Luyun could finish his words, Xianxia slapped him. Half of Dark Luyun's face was badly mutilated. Half of his teeth flew out of his mouth. From now on, without my permission, you better not say a word or make a sound. Otherwise, I will have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. Xianxia said Lung Lung. His eyes were like the eyes of the god of hell. They were filled with endless coldness. Dark Luyun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew that Xianxia was not joking. So, he chose to shut his mouth. He had made up his mind that as long as Xianxia didn't kill him, he still had a chance. After all, this was the prefecture. Brother Chen, why don't you just kill him? Yanqinyu said. Her tone was even colder than Xianxia's. He is still useful. I have promised those girls in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that I will avenge them. I will kill all those who have hurt them in the past 3 years. I will let them die in peace. Xianxia said faintly. Yanqinyu and the other two realized that Dark Luyun wasn't the only one who had humiliated those girls. Dark Luyun's friends had to die as well. Only Dark Luyun knew who they were. Dark Luyun was the only one who knew who they were. Father, little you, tyrant, the 3 of you should lead Dark Mulberry City now. You can go anywhere you want. This is a message talisman that I have refined. After I settle everything in Dark Mulberry City, I will contact you. Xianxia said. Brother Chen, I want to go with you. Yanqinyu said. No, we will be too conspicuous if we stay together. Once we are discovered, the entire Dark Generation will hunt us down. At that time, there will be no place for us in the entire Void Triangular Domain, let alone King City. If I go alone, they won't be able to find us. We still have to go to King City to participate in the large-scale trade fair. Xianxia said. Dan King and Tyrant exchanged a glance after hearing what Xianxia said. Based on their understanding of Xianxia, they knew that Xianxia wanted to send them away. It meant that Xianxia was going to do something big. They were afraid that the entire Dark Mulberry City would be in trouble. They believed that Xianxia had the ability to do so. They could see Xianxia's anger. He must vent his anger. What Dark Luyun had done was inhumane. He must be punished. All right, we will leave now. Chen Er, be careful. Dan King patted Xianxia's shoulder. Don't worry. Xianxia smiled. He already had a plan in his mind. This time, he was going to turn Dark Mulberry City upside down and reap the benefits that belonged to him. After that, Dan King and the other two left the courtyard. With their cultivation base, it was easy for them to leave the prefecture undetected. The guards of the prefecture couldn't stop a minor saint expert. As for the experts of the prefecture, who would have thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the prefecture? After the three of them left, Xianxia looked at Dark Luyun and said, "You have to answer every question I ask you truthfully because you can't hide a single word from me. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut off a part of your body. First, I will cut off your lower body." Xianxia's eyes unintentionally glanced at Dark Luyun's lower body. Dark Luyun was so scared that his crotch tightened and his soul almost left his body. If a man, especially a sex fiend, had his lower body cut off, it would be worse than death. Moreover, he absolutely didn't believe that Xianxia was joking with him. This was a man who was more ruthless than him. Let me ask you, how many people have entered the fragrance dispelling pavilion in the past 3 years? Xianxia asked. His eyes were like the eyes of a devil, staring at Dark Luyun. Dark Luyun's back was already sweating. He had no doubt that the only thing he could do was to answer Xianxia's question truthfully. Even if he tried to hide anything, he would be discovered by Xianxia. Then, what awaited him would be endless torture. Dark Luyun didn't want to die. At least, he wasn't dead yet. He felt that he still had hope. 10. 12. Dark Luyun answered honestly. Kong, carrying the number, a surge of anger burst out from Xianxia's body. This group of animals were worse than animals. Xianxia resisted the urge to slap Dark Luyun to death on the spot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Including you, that's 13. Yes." Dark Luyun didn't dare to hide anything. Xianxia had made up his mind. He wanted to destroy the entire Dark Mulberry City, but before that, he wanted to find these 12 people and kill them one by one. He believed that the dark souls of those women in the fragrance dispelling pavilion were watching him. Even if it was just an illusion, he wanted those dark souls to witness the death of all those who harmed them. None of them would have a good ending, so that those women could rest in peace. Are they all in Dark Mulberry City? Xianxia asked. Yes, they are my friends. They are the descendants of the nobles in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Luyun said. He didn't dare to show any neglect in answering Xianxia's question. He had never seen a third-grade minor saint with such a powerful qi. It was the qi that came from the soul. Let's go. Bring me to them, one by one. Xianxia said in a flat tone. The night in Void Triangular Domain was very dark. The void was filled with cold qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared above a mansion. There were no ripples in the void. They were like ghosts that merged with the void. These 2 silhouettes were none other than Xianxia and Dark Luyun. Dark Luyun was under Xianxia's control. He could not do anything. In his eyes, Xianxia was too scary. Even though he was in Dark Mulberry City, he did not even have the chance to seek help from his father. This is a noble family in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Huiguang and his 2 brothers are here. Dark Luyun pointed at the mansion and said honestly. 3 brothers. It seems like all the young masters of Dark Generation have this kind of fetish. Damn it. Xianxia looked at Dark Luyun and Ling Lung. Dark Luyun was just a noble family, but there were 3 young masters who hooked up with Dark Luyun. The first person that Dark Luyun mentioned must be a frequent visitor of Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. There was no need for such people to live. Let's go. Find them. Don't play any tricks. No tricks will work in my domain. It will only bring you painful punishment. Only I can hear what you are saying. Even if you want to shout for help, no one else can hear you. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but it made Dark Lu Yun feel a trace of despair. It was a very sad thing to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. He had thought of many ways to ask for help along the way, but none of them worked. That's where Dark Huiguang lives. Dark Lu Yun pointed to a secluded courtyard. It looked extremely luxurious from the outside. It was already late at night, but the courtyard was still brightly lit. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen dashed towards the courtyard. At this moment, in the garden of the courtyard, 3 young men were sitting around a table, drinking to their heart's content, talking loudly and boisterously about some women's problems. Boss, young Master Lu Yun, the women in the fragrance dispelling pavilion have already been played by us for 3 years. It is time to change them. That's right. Now that the void triangular domain is open again, young Master Lu Yun will definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. Let's wait until he gets his hands on another top-notch beauty. We brothers will be able to enjoy ourselves again. That's right, those women are much more fun than the women of our dark generation, haha. As the 3 of them drank, they talked about some obscene things, and these words just happened to be heard by Jiang Chen. All 3 of them are here. Dark Cloud said to Jiang Chen. It couldn't be better. Jiang Chen sneered. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. He didn't need to look for them one by one. Sure enough, there were 3 like-minded people. They were having a discussion even in the middle of the night. However, the difference between their strength and Dark Lu Yun's wasn't small. 2 of them were first-grade minor saints while the other was second-grade minor saint. Shua, suddenly, 2 people appeared beside the table. One was a white-robed youth and the other was a purple-robed man. The purple-robed man looked very miserable. His body was full of injuries and half of his face was smashed. Dark Huiguang and the other 2 were stunned. They didn't expect that there would be an uninvited guest in the middle of the night. They looked at the newcomer. Although Dark Lu Yun had been beaten up badly by Jiang Chen, they could still recognize him at first glance. Brother Lu Yun, what happened to you? Dark Huiguang stood up from his seat and asked. Who are you? Another young master pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted. The one who wants your life. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The 5 elemental sphere spread out in a swoosh, instantly shrouding the 3 of them. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They could only feel an invisible pressure coming from all directions, immobilizing them. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Bastard, you are exuding the aura of a human. This is Dark Mulberry City. You dare to attack us here. You are doomed. The 3 of them roared instantly. Jiang Chen snorted at such a meaningless threat. It seemed that the 3 of them were stupid. He even dared to attack Dark Lu Yun. What were they? Whoosh, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He didn't want to waste time either. Flames rushed out like sharp swords and pierced through the bodies of the 3 of them. However, they didn't die immediately. Instead, they were engulfed by the sea of fire. They screamed and fell into the same situation as the old man. I'll let you die knowing. My name is Jiang Chen. I'm killing you to avenge the women in fragrance dispelling pavilion. Jiang Chen said coldly. The screams of the 3 of them lasted for a few minutes before they were completely burned to ashes. The screams that lasted for a few minutes didn't affect the mansion at all. This was the place where the 3 of them gathered. Normally, no one would dare to come in. After burning the 3 of them, Jiang Chen left the mansion with Dark Lu Yun and went to the next target. Dark Lu Yun was completely scared when he thought about the miserable situation of the old man and the 3 princes. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a bloodthirsty devil king. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him in the end. 12 people, only 3 were killed. There were still 9 left. However, with Jiang Chen's speed, he would soon kill all of them. In the next residence, Jiang Chen and Dark Lu Yun barged into a young master's room. The room was filled with an incomparably erotic scene. A man and a woman of the dark generation, naked. Anyone would be enraged if they were to be interrupted while they were doing that. However, the poor prince just jumped off the bed. He didn't even see who the intruder was before he was slapped and turned into a blood mist. The whole room was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The woman screamed. She looked at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression, and her body was trembling. The people of the Dark Generation deserve to die. Jiang Chen was ruthless. He threw out a light and directly cut off the woman's head. Then, he and Dark Luyun went to the next location. This night was a disaster for all the noble princes in Dark Mulberry City. It was a hellish night. Jiang Chen didn't go anywhere. There would be blood everywhere. In just 10 minutes, the 12 princes who were identified by Dark Luyun died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Not even a complete corpse was left. This was the revenge of the human race. This was Jiang Chen's bloody method. It was a bloody lesson for them. I have avenged you. I will kill this Dark Luyun last. You can rest in peace. Jiang Chen looked at the dark night sky and said in a sad tone. All the people who had entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion had been killed. Jiang Chen's anger had finally been vented a little. Of course, this matter wouldn't end here. Since he was already here, he would turn the entire void triangular domain upside down. Dark Luyun was not killed yet because he was still useful to Jiang Chen. It was time to consider the benefits. Jiang Chen, you have killed all of them. You have avenged those women. As long as you don't kill me, I promise you that I will give you the benefits you want. Dark Luyun said in a trembling tone. No one wanted to die. The better their life was, the more afraid they would be of death. Dark Luyun was the young master of the city lord. He had never thought that he would die one day. Let's go. Bring me to the treasury of the city lord. Jiang Chen said faintly. Dark Luyun's facial expression changed. Jiang Chen was really ambitious. How dare he set his eyes on the treasury of the city lord? The treasury was his trump card. If Jiang Chen could get it easily, he would not have the capital to negotiate with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, the treasury of the city lord is sealed by my father. Only my father can enter it. Let me go. I will ask my father to open the treasury for you. You can have as many true meta stones as you want. Dark Luyun said. Bring me to the treasury. I don't want to say it for the third time. Jiang Chen looked at Dark Luyun Lung. Dark Luyun did not dare to make eye contact with Jiang Chen. He immediately brought Jiang Chen to the treasury. Although Jiang Chen did not let him go, Dark Luyun was secretly delighted. The treasury was sealed by his father. If Jiang Chen tried to force his way in, he would definitely touch the seal. At that time, his father would be able to sense it and he would be saved. Unfortunately, Dark Luyun seemed to have completely forgotten about Jiang Chen's matter in the courtyard. Jiang Chen casually arranged a formation outside the courtyard and blocked everything. For an array master like Jiang Chen, ordinary seals were basically impossible to stop. The treasury of the city lord was the same as the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. It was an incomparably huge underground chamber. Jiang Chen had the earth spirit, so he could casually travel underground. He didn't need to use the passage to enter the treasury. He brought Dark Luyun underground and soon arrived at the location of the treasury. Dark Luyun was extremely shocked by Jiang Chen's endless abilities. At this time, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? If he didn't provoke Jiang Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. This is the location of the treasury. Dark Luyun pointed at the stone door in front of him. The stone door was 2 meters tall and very thick. Dark Luyun looked at the stone door in front of him. This was the only way to enter the treasury. The entire place was sealed by his father. If someone tried to enter the treasury, his father would be able to sense it instantly. Moreover, if someone tried to break the seal, it would be useless. Once the seal was broken, his father would be able to sense it instantly. In other words, if Jiang Chen wanted to enter the treasury, his father would be able to sense it. At this time, Dark Luyun finally felt the hope of survival. His father was a peak 7th grade minor saint. He would definitely be able to rescue him from Jiang Chen's hands in one piece. Dark Luyun looked at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to enter the treasury. Dark Luyun, I know what you are thinking. Unfortunately, you are destined to be disappointed. Jiang Chen smiled at Dark Luyun. Then, he disappeared with Dark Luyun. In the next moment, they appeared at the other side of the stone door, entering the treasury. What? How is this possible? Dark Luyun exclaimed. He could clearly sense that Xianxia didn't touch the seal at all during the process of bringing him into the treasury. That was to say, in Xianxia's eyes, the seal that was set by his father didn't exist at all. He could go in and out whenever he wanted. Xianxia didn't care about Dark Luyun's surprise. The current him was dumbfounded. The entire treasury was filled with dazzling light. True meta stones the size of a fist were piled up into 3 small hills. All of them are top-grade true meta stones. It looks like there are at least 50 million of them. Xianxia's eyes were sparkling. He couldn't help but lick his lips. The wealth that had just flown into his hands was just too abundant. Not only that, there were also some herbs and rare treasures in the vault besides the supreme-grade true meta stones. However, there weren't many of them left. These treasures should have been exchanged with the humans 3 years ago, but after 3 years of consumption, there weren't many left. Of course, Xianxia wasn't interested in these medicinal herbs. What he was most interested in were the top-grade true meta stones. One should know that a top-grade true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. 50 million top-grade true meta stones was too amazing. You're right. There are exactly 50 million top-grade true meta stones here. Take them and let me go. Dark Luyun said. Xianxia ignored Dark Luyun. He made a grabbing motion towards the treasury. With a crashing sound, countless true meta stones drilled into Xianxia's body like a tide. Xianxia's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many things there were, it would be able to hold them all. With Xianxia's current cultivation, his qi had expanded to an extremely vast extent. It was no different from a small world. Not to mention 50 million top-grade true meta stones, even 100 mountains could be easily contained within. In the blink of an eye, the entire treasury was swept clean by Xianxia. 50 million top-grade true meta stones along with those medicinal herbs were all collected by Xianxia. After that, the huge treasury seemed empty. Dark Luyun had the urge to vomit blood. If his father knew about this, he would probably vomit blood as well. Xianxia, you've already gotten what you wanted. I advise you to let me go. Killing me won't do you any good. Dark Luyun only wanted to live. Since I've already gotten what I wanted, you're no longer valuable to me. Isn't it better for me to kill you now? A cruel smile was revealed at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Dark Luyun's facial expression changed dramatically when he felt Xianxia's killing intent. He hastily said, Don't kill me. I still have benefits for you. Oh? Tell me, let's see if your benefits are worth your life. Xianxia retracted his qi. It seemed like there was an unexpected harvest. There are a lot of hidden ores in the void triangular domain. These unique ores can absorb the light energy and condense true meta stones. The reason why we have an endless supply of true meta stones is because of these unique ores. 1,000 miles away from the Dark Mulberry City, there is a small mine. The true meta stones that our city lord got from there. As long as you promise to let me go, I will bring you to the mine. As far as I know, although the mine is small, it should be able to dig out 50 million true meta stones. Dark Luyun said hastily. In order to survive, he had to risk his life. One should know that the mines in void triangular domain were very well hidden. Plus, they were connected to the origin of the world. From the outside, the mines looked no different from ordinary mountains. Only the people of Dark Generation could find them easily. Humans would never be able to find them. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes brightened. He had already guessed that the source of true meta stones was the existence of a mine. Now, it seemed like he was right. Since there was such a mine outside the Dark Mulberry City, he would not miss it. Bring me there now. If I am in a good mood, I will consider sparing your life. Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with Dark Luyun. He brought Dark Luyun and disappeared, leaving behind an empty treasury. Originally, the treasury was very bright because of the existence of true meta stones. But now, it was completely dark. The reason why Dark Luyun brought Xianxia to the ore mine was naturally because he had other plans. This was his last chance to survive. The ore mine was under the complete control of Dark Mulberry City and was guarded by many experts. Unless Xianxia could kill all of them in an instant, the news would be sent to the prefecture. Even if no one sent the news, Xianxia would still create a huge commotion if he wanted to touch the ore mine. His father could also sense it. Given his father's strength, it would only take him a blink of an eye to reach the ore mine from the prefecture. Very quickly, Xianxia and Dark Luyun arrived at the designated location. There was a short mountain in front of them. It didn't look conspicuous at all. It looked like a bumpkin, but this bumpkin was the ore mine that Dark Luyun mentioned. Xianxia stood there and circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique, but he couldn't sense any difference between this bumpkin and the other mountains. It seemed like it was impossible for humans to find the ore mine. At this time, Xianxia thought of Big Yellow. If Big Yellow was here, he would definitely be able to find the ore mine given his ability. It's here, Dark Luyun said. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the dark sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his arms and felt the cold wind in the dark. It's time to end this. Next is the last step of the plan. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, his body began to transform. Cracking sounds were heard from his bones. In the blink of an eye, his body had doubled in size, turning into a half-human and half-dragon existence. A pair of blood-red dragon wings flapped casually, emitting a cold aura. His sharp claws glowed with blood-red light. His pair of merciless eyes looked like they came from hell. Kiss. Dark Luyun could see that Xianxia was using some kind of transformation technique. He had no idea why Xianxia would suddenly transform. Given Xianxia's ability, he wouldn't even need to transform to deal with the ore mine. However, Dark Luyun wasn't an idiot. It was obvious that Xianxia had a plan. He didn't know what Xianxia was planning, but he could feel the fear that came from his soul. He had never seen anyone who could be this abnormal. There was a huge entrance to the ore mine, but Xianxia didn't bother to look for the entrance. His action was simple and barbaric. His body floated above the ore mine and punched down. It was imaginable how powerful Xianxia's punch was. The surface of the ore mine, which was the size of a country bumpkin, was smashed by Xianxia's punch, creating a huge crater. The ores inside the crater were exposed. Those true meta stones were extremely bright. The radiance they emitted could even illuminate the night sky. These were huge ores which belonged to the ore mine. In order to turn them into true meta stones, they would need to be mined out. However, it was unnecessary for Xianxia to do so. He could absorb the ores regardless of whether they were mined or not. Without saying a word, Xianxia struck out his dragon claw again. The dragon claw was conjured by his yuan force. It was 300 meters long and it grabbed the entire ore mine. Who is it? Who dares to create trouble in the ore mine? Someone is attacking the ore mine. He must be courting death. Not good. The ore mine is moving. Someone is going to take the entire ore mine away. Who is it? Exclamations were heard from below. Then, black silhouettes flew out from the ore mine. In just a blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. All of them were powerful experts. The weakest among them was a combat emperor. There were more than a dozen of them who were minor saints. The leader was an old man who was the strongest among them. He was a 6th grade minor saint. According to Dark Luyun, these were the people from the Dark Generation who were guarding the mine. Usually, there weren't so many people here. Now that the void triangular domain had been opened again, they had to increase the number of guards to guard the mine. Dark Luyun was stunned. He didn't know why Xianxia, who had always been cautious, suddenly made such a big noise. It was too big. He was thinking about how to send a message to his father, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do so. If his father couldn't find out about such a big noise, he wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. Stop. Where did this evildoer come from? He actually dares to have designs on the mine. The 6th grade minor Saint Elder saw a dragon man covered in blood light enveloping the entire underground mine. All the guards widened their eyes as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene. There was actually someone who dared to rob the mine? He must be courting death. Void triangular domain had existed for a very long time. Even though it only opened once every 3 years, none of the human experts had ever dared to rob the mine. Today, they met a crazy monster who dared to rob the entire mine. It was truly abominable. Kong long long, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Xianxia didn't bother to hide his actions. The entire underground mine was pulled up by Xianxia. Third uncle, save me! Dark Luyun yelled at the elder. He looked at his own people as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. He had forgotten that Xianxia could kill a 6th-grade minor saint as easily as killing a chicken. If Dark Luyun was still sane, he would definitely warn these people to stay away from Xianxia and wait for the experts of the city lord's mansion to arrive. Unfortunately, he was desperate to survive. Although the time he was under the control of Xianxia wasn't long, he felt like he was walking in hell. He could lose his life at any time. The elder was stunned when he heard the voice. Then, his eyes fell on Dark Luyun. When he recognized Dark Luyun's identity, his facial expression changed dramatically. Luyun. When the old man saw Dark Luyun's miserable state, he was infuriated and rushed out. How audacious of him. Someone actually dared to attack Dark Luyun in Dark Mulberry City. How could this be? Dark Luyun wanted to say something but Xianxia had already sealed him with his domain. Even if he screamed until his throat broke, Xianxia wouldn't be able to hear him. Kong long, the earth within a few hundred miles was shaking. An entire mine was uprooted by Xianxia. His eyes glowed. Although the mine wasn't big, it was just like what Dark Luyun had said. It wouldn't be a problem to extract 50 million high-grade true meta stones from it. Including the 50 million he got from the city lord's treasure vault, he now had 100 million high-grade true meta stones in his hands. This amount of wealth was too shocking. Even the 8 families would be tempted if they knew about it. Stop. Stop him. Many of the guards of the Dark Generation exclaimed. Seeing that the Dragon Man was about to take away the entire ore mine, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. All of them moved, forming a huge encirclement, trapping Xianxia in it. Facing the attacks from so many people, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even look at these people. The huge dragon claw formed from Yuan energy had completely uprooted the entire mine, and with a swoosh, he stored it into his GC. Bastard, he took away the mine. Damn it, kill him. Be careful, don't hurt the young master. Someone shouted. The scene in front of them was simply too shocking. Guarding the mine could be said to be the easiest job, because no one dared to have any ideas about this place, unless the 2 cities went to war. However, the relationship between Dark Mulberry City and the neighboring city was still relatively harmonious. They each had their own mines, and they usually minded their own business, so there were no conflicts. Kong Hong, everyone unleashed their chi. The minor saints took out their combat weapons. Those were the weapons created by human beings. However, they were just ordinary emperor weapons. Perhaps, in Void Triangular Domain, a minor saint with an emperor weapon was already a very good thing. Everyone, die. Xianxia was cold and merciless. He wouldn't show any mercy to the people of the Dark Generation. Before these people attacked, he had already spread out his 5-elemental sphere, instantly enshrouding all the guards, regardless of whether they were minor saints or combat emperors. What's going on? I feel like I'm being confined. This monster is very powerful. I feel like I can't move at all. How could this happen? I'm a 5th-grade minor saint but I can't control my body. The moment they entered the 5-elemental sphere, they were terrified because they found out that they couldn't even control their bodies. Eternal Immortal Wind. Xianxia didn't give them any chance. He immediately casted the Eternal Immortal Wind. The terrifying wind was like a dragon-shaped sharp blade, turning into a sea of wind. For a moment, all the people of Dark Generation were trapped in the storm created by the Eternal Immortal Wind. Shrill screams resounded through the night sky. The Eternal Immortal Wind was like a meat grinder. Everyone who entered it was instantly crushed into pieces. The dark souls of those dead people automatically flew to Xianxia and all of them were taken away by him. In just a blink, all of them except for the 6th-grade minor saint were killed. Not even the 6th-grade minor saint was able to withstand the power of the Eternal Immortal Wind. Half of his body was destroyed. No. How could it be so? Arg, the 6th grade minor saint died and turned into a mist of blood. Even his flesh and blood vanished into nothingness under the ravaging of the eternal immortal wind. More than 100 people vanished into thin air just like that. Not even their bodies were left behind. It was an extremely miserable scene. The eternal immortal wind was one of Nan Beichao's most powerful skills. It was obtained from the immortal vault mountain, and could be considered as an inherited immortal art. Now that it was unleashed by Xianxia, its power was unimaginable. Even a 7th grade minor saint would be instantly killed by the eternal immortal wind. Voila under Xianxia's control, the eternal immortal wind was retracted. The dark sky returned to its normal state. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, but there wasn't a single corpse left behind. Dark Luyun, who was standing beside Xianxia, was completely dumbfounded. He would never forget the scene of Xianxia's massacre for the rest of his life. More than 100 people were killed in an instant. That terrifying storm had reached a horrifying level. Dark Luyun had never seen such a brutal person or such a brutal killing method. Just as Xianxia was about to kill all the people here, 7 to 8 powerful qi emerged from the direction of the prefecture. In a blink, they arrived at the scene. Xianxia knew that these were the experts of the prefecture. Even if they didn't come, Xianxia would still go and find them. Now that he had obtained so many benefits, he could start killing without restraint. 8 qi, 8 people. The leaders were a middle-aged man and an old man. Their cultivation grade was the strongest among them, a 7th grade minor saint. The remaining 6 were all 6th grade minor saints. This was the strength of the entire Dark Mulberry City's higher echelons. Such a group and combat power posed no threat to Xianxia. The 8 of them were enraged when they saw the tragic scene and the hollowed-out mine. When they saw Dark Luyun in Xianxia's hand, their facial expression changed. Dark Luyun. The city lord of the City Lord Mansion exclaimed. Dark Luyun was his most beloved son, and also his only son. Normally, he was like a treasure to him. Now that he saw his son in such a pitiful state, his heart ached and his anger burned through the roof. I don't know which world you are from, but our Dark Mulberry City has never offended the demon race. Release my son now. Dark Luyun was extremely excited when he saw his father. It was as if he had seen his savior. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He shouted loudly, but no one could hear what he was shouting because he was under Xianxia's control. It seems like your father isn't a good person to have such a son. All of you will die today. Xianxia looked at the prefecture lord and said to Lung Lung. Bastard! How dare you talk to the prefecture lord in such a manner? Hurting the young master, killing the guards and stealing the ore mine. This is insane. Prefecture lord, kill this monstrous monster. The experts of the prefecture were infuriated. Void Triangular Domain was the territory of the Dark Generation. Dark Mulberry City had existed for so many years, but they had never been challenged like this. What this Dragon Man had done had touched the bottom line of Dark Mulberry City. It was intolerable. He must be eliminated to defend the dignity of Dark Mulberry City. A puny 3rd grade minor saint dares to boast shamelessly? Courting death. The prefecture lord was infuriated. He immediately struck out with his palm. In his opinion, he was confident that he could deal with a 3rd grade minor saint. He had already locked onto Xianxia. Not only could he imprison Xianxia with this attack, he could also save his son. Unfortunately, he had thought too much. The prefecture lord thought that he could restrain Xianxia in an instant. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't strong enough in Xianxia's eyes. With a sway of his body, he shattered the energy that was restraining him. After that, he grabbed Dark Luyun and threw him away. Everything happened too quickly. In just an instant, Dark Luyun, who had lost his cultivation base, had collided with his father's attack. The consequences were obvious. Bang father. Arg, Dark Luyun let out a miserable cry. His body was smashed into pieces and he died on the spot. Just like the others, nothing was left of him. The only thing that was left was the dark spirit which was kept by Xianxia. Luyun. The prefecture lord roared as if he had gone mad. He had killed his own son with his own hands. How could he kill his own son with his own hands? Haha. You heartless bastard. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. How could you kill your own son without leaving his body behind? You are really ruthless. I have promised Dark Luyun that I will let him go after I get the ermine. I never thought that he would die in the hands of his own father. Haha. Xianxia laughed hysterically. Dark Luyun's way of dying should be the cruelest way of dying in the world. God knows what Dark Luyun was thinking when he died in the hands of his own father. This way of dying was 100 times crueler than being burned alive. At the last moment, Dark Luyun's will was destroyed. Ever since he fell into Xianxia's hands, he had been trying his best to get in touch with his father because he knew that only his father had the strength to save him. But now, when his father finally came, he died in the hands of his father. Even if it was because of Xianxia's intention, he still died in the hands of his father. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, the master was filled with anger, hatred, sorrow, regret. All kinds of emotions filled his soul, causing him to fall into a state of madness. Both of his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xianxia. It was all because of this bastard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed his own son. Kill him. Kill him. No. Imprison him. I want to torture him with all kinds of torture. I want to avenge Dark Luyun. The master was enraged and roared. Dark Luyun's death was caused by this dragon man. 2 7th grade minor saints and 6 6th grade minor saints. Such a combat strength wasn't weak, but it was nothing to Xianxia. When he annihilated Tianyi Gate, the formation was even bigger than this. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia moved. His steel-like dragon wings brought out a blood-red whirlwind. These people wanted to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia wasn't going to let them go. Even if they didn't attack him, he would take the initiative. Asterisk Pucci asterisk Pucci asterisk along with 2 whales, 2 6th grade minor saints were cut into half by Xianxia's dragon wings. They died on the spot. His dragon wings were indestructible weapons. They were many times stronger than the weapons of ordinary minor saints. Killing 6th grade minor saints was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Not good. This monster is very powerful. Everyone, join hands. The master's attack missed and allowed the dragon man to kill 2 of their experts. He wasn't an idiot. Given his eyesight, he could immediately tell how powerful this dragon man was. He could easily kill 6th grade minor saints. It was truly terrifying. Arg. However, just as the master was speaking, the other 4 6th grade minor saints died in Xianxia's hands. The whole process was horrifying. It was too cruel and horrifying. 2 of the 6th grade minor saints were cut in half by Xianxia's dragon wings. The other 2 had their heads pierced by Xianxia's sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 7th grade minor saints left in the group of 8. Now, their facial expression changed dramatically. They looked at the terrifying dragon man in front of them with disbelief. Even though they were very powerful, they could feel a trace of invisible pressure from this dragon man. Putting everything else aside, none of them could kill 6 6th grade minor saints in a blink of an eye if they were in his shoes. Dark World. The Palace Lord didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed his most powerful attack. An illusory world appeared above his head. The entire world was pitch black. Apart from the darkness, there were no other colors. However, it gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. It was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Dark frenzy tide. The other elder was enraged. He struck out a ferocious dark frenzy tide. The boundless dark energy was like a vast ocean, making a whistling sound. Behind the elder, a huge shadow of a monster appeared. The monster's body was incomparably huge. Its body was covered with black scales, like the King of Darkness. So, this is your origin? You guys are indeed a bunch of monsters. Xianxia and Lingling said. Both of their attacks were very powerful. They were the strongest combat techniques of the Dark Generation. Because it was night time, they could borrow the boundless dark energy to increase their combat strength. However, Xianxia didn't care about it at all. He was the nemesis of this dark energy. No matter how strong their combat strength was, they would still be suppressed by Xianxia. Eternal immortal wind, true thunder fire. Xianxia roared. A terrifying eternal immortal wind gushed out from his body once again. This time, the storm was even more violent than before. That was because the eternal immortal wind contained raging flames. Those were terrifying thunder fire and true dragon flames. The immortal wind and flames turned into the silhouettes of dragons and thunderbolts. The entire scene was extremely mysterious, causing people's hearts to tremble. Feeling the terror of the flames and the storm, the dark world and frenzy tide unleashed by the palace lord and the elder instantly dimmed. It was as if they had met their nemesis. What kind of flame is that? How can it suppress our power? It's like the flames of the heavens and earth. We, the dark generation, are not afraid of flames. However, this kind of flame is extremely terrifying. It's the nemesis of all darkness. Our power is suppressed by it. We won't be able to unleash our full power. The expressions of the two of them changed drastically. However, they didn't have the time to care about that. Even if their opponent had a method to suppress them, their cultivation base was still very high. They weren't afraid of Xianxia. The powerful dark world and frenzy tide of darkness attacked at the same time towards Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia's eternal immortal wind, true thunder fire, and true dragon flames also rushed out, colliding with the attacks of the two of them. Rumble, in an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The mountains within a radius of 1,000 li were destroyed. The originally dark night sky became incomparably bright because of the collision of energy and the impact of the flames. The destructive power of the eternal immortal wind was absolutely boundless. Everywhere it passed, nothing was left behind. All the mountains were destroyed and turned into dust. The dark world and frenzy tide of darkness were torn apart by the eternal immortal wind. Such a powerful attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. The entire process was as easy as crushing rotten wood. Wah, wah, after the storm passed, the city lord and the old man spat out blood. Both of them looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were cut by the eternal immortal wind from top to bottom. Blood was gushing out crazily. They stood in the sky, tottering and on the verge of falling down at any time. Even though they weren't dead yet, they weren't far from it, let alone fighting. Their current appearance was like an arrow at the end of its flight. They didn't have the slightest bit of combat strength left. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The city lord shook his head. He couldn't believe that this was true. They were too confident in their own cultivation base. However, they didn't expect that they would be so vulnerable in front of their opponent. Swoosh, Xianxia's body flashed and appeared in front of the two of them. His sharp dragon claws directly grabbed the heads of the two of them. Without any superfluous words, Xianxia exerted a bit of force and twisted their heads off. At this point, all the experts of the city lord palace were dead. However, after doing this, Xianxia still didn't have the intention to stop. His eyes once again looked at the dark mulberry city. Because of the huge commotion here, people kept coming out of the dark mulberry city to check on the situation. As I said, the dark generation shouldn't exist. Let them perish along with this world, starting from the dark mulberry city. This was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was a night of bloodshed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky above dark mulberry city. This gust of wind was incomparably terrifying. Every hurricane carried a strong destructive force. Wherever it passed, all living things would be torn apart. The next day, the entire dark mulberry city disappeared. It disappeared from the void triangular domain overnight. All of the buildings were destroyed. Only the debris of the buildings could be seen. However, the people of Dark Generation had survived for such a long time. They were well prepared to deal with emergencies. They had places to hide. Many of them were still alive. However, the number of people of Dark Generation who died in this gust of wind was uncountable. Most of the nobles were killed along with their buildings. The gust of wind seemed to treat the nobles specially. After the gust of wind passed, everything was destroyed. That gust of wind was too strong. It had never happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Obviously, the people of Void Triangular Domain weren't idiots. They knew that it was an attack by someone. The gust of wind that destroyed a city in a short period of time sent chills down their spines. Someone saw a dragon man excavating the mine last night and killed the experts of the city lord's mansion. Then, he unleashed a gust of wind that turned the entire city into nothingness. However, no one knew the origin of this dragon man. No one had ever seen him before. Dark Mulberry City had been destroyed. The Dark Mulberry City had been destroyed. A big city that had existed for a long time had vanished overnight. This was a great shock to the entire Dark generation. The news spread across the entire Void Triangular Domain at the fastest speed. The Void Triangular Domain was very small, it wasn't even half the size of a domain in the Divine Continent. At best, it was the size of the Western region. The number of cities in the Void Triangular Domain wasn't that many. The destruction of a city was definitely a historical event. Almost in a short period of time, everyone in the Dark generation knew about it. This was only the first day of the domain's opening. Such a huge incident had already happened. The neighboring cities of Dark Mulberry City felt a sense of crisis. They began to send a distress signal to King City. According to the witnesses, the Dragon Man was very strong and ferocious. Even a 7th grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. King City, the huge King City, was the biggest city of the Dark generation. It was also the most luxurious and honorable city because the royal family of Dark generation lived here. They controlled the entire Void Triangular Domain. At this moment, many experts of the royal family had gathered in the main hall of the Dark generation King City. The destruction of the Dark Mulberry City had alarmed the royal family. Even the king of the Dark generation couldn't sit still. A middle-aged man with a black crown on his head was sitting in the main hall. He had a strong body. His body was emitting a trace of chi. His cultivation was at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He didn't have a name. He only had a title, the Dark King. The King of Darkness was the king of the Dark generation. Every generation of kings in King City had only one title, the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness here was equivalent to the emperor of a martial saint dynasty. The Dark generation was equivalent to a country ruled by the King of Darkness alone. This is too abominable. That dragon man must be from the other 3 worlds. This is only the first day of the domain's opening and such a huge incident has already happened. I suggest that we close the domain and cancel the trade. A powerful 9th grade minor saint said. He was a noble of the royal family and had a very distinguished status in the Dark generation. As a matter of fact, any 9th grade minor saint was like a pyramid in the Dark generation, incomparably honorable. No. Our resources are running low after 3 years. We have stored a large amount of true meta stones for this trade. We can't close it just because of a dragon man. Someone objected. Void Triangular Domain would only open once every 3 years. Although it had brought benefits to the 3 major powers, they were the biggest beneficiaries. They couldn't just close it just because of a dragon man. I wonder, where did that dragon man come from? He might be from the demon race. The demon race in the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World aren't that strong. Only the demon race in Saint Origin World is stronger than the 7 major families. Could this dragon man be from the demon race in Saint Origin World? Someone guessed. I don't think so. The major powers like the 8 major families have their own passageways that lead directly to Void Triangular Domain. There is still half a month before the trade fair starts. They won't come so early. They will only come after a few days. Plus, the spatial passageway of the demon race hasn't been activated yet. We can rule out the possibility that the Dragon Man is from the demon race. Someone said. King of Darkness, no matter what, destroying a city is something that has never happened before in the history of the Dark generation. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of the Dark generation. This is an open challenge to the Dark generation. We must find that Dragon Man. Someone said sternly. Dark King waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to be quiet. The trade fair can't be cancelled. A puny dragon man won't be able to do anything. Pass down my order. Increase the security in every major city and pay close attention to the Dragonman's movements. Also, send someone to Dark Mulberry City to see if we can find any clues. Dark King ordered. In the eyes of the royal family of the Dark Generation, the Dragon Man wouldn't dare to show up again after destroying the Dark Mulberry City. The major cities had already increased their security unless the Dragon Man didn't want to live anymore. However, what happened next plunged the entire Void Triangular Domain into a state of panic. On the third day of the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the Dragon Man who had been silent for a day had reappeared. The treasuries of the two cities that were adjacent to Dark Mulberry City were robbed overnight. Apart from the treasuries being robbed, there were also many murders happening in the two cities. The victims were all young masters of the aristocratic families. These young masters were similar to Dark Luyun. They had a high status and were quite talented. However, they were all arrogant and had committed many crimes in their daily lives. Not only the two major cities were in chaos, the entire Dark Generation was in a state of panic. Although no one saw the faces of the robbers and the young masters, they were sure that it was the Dragon Man who did it. The others didn't have the guts to do it. However, compared to Dark Mulberry City, the two major cities were in a better state. After all, they only lost their treasuries and a few young masters of the aristocratic families. The cities were still intact. The overall strength of these two cities was similar to Dark Mulberry City. Xianxia could come and go as he pleased. No matter how tight the security was, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. The ones who were most affected by this incident were the princes in the cities of the Dark Generation. Many of them started to feel threatened. They were not fools. From what happened in the two cities, they could tell that the Dragonman's target was not only their wealth but also their lives. The Dark Ghost City was considered as a medium-sized city among the many cities in Void Triangular Domain. There were a few 8th grade minor saints in the city. A city like this wouldn't be afraid of the Dragonman's sneak attack. Even so, the destruction of the Dark Mulberry City, the looting of the treasuries of the other two cities and the killing of the princes of the noble families had set off an alarm in the city. Even though there were many experts in the city, they didn't dare to be careless. Above the city, there were 8th grade minor saints scanning the city with their divine sense. Once they found any suspicious person, they would immediately take action. The ones who worried the most were the noble young masters in Anyo City. Even though some of them were powerful, they were so scared that they didn't dare to step out of their houses when they thought of the miserable ending of those young masters. Even if they stayed at home, they would be accompanied by a few experts. It should be known that those young masters had died silently in their own homes. That Dragon Man was just like a ghost. His means were too terrifying. As the time of opening of Void Triangular Domain was getting longer and longer, the cities were filled with people from the 3 great worlds. They couldn't expel these people from the city. So, they had to be extra careful to avoid the appearance of the Dragon Man. At this moment, in an inn in the city, Dan King and the others had booked a courtyard. They knew everything that had happened in the past 3 days. The others might not know what happened to the Dragon Man, but they knew it very well. Tyrant was extremely excited when he thought about the earth-shattering things that Xianxia had just arrived in Void Triangular Domain. Ever since he came to Dark Ghost City, he had been regretting that he couldn't fight side by side with Xianxia. Looking at his irritable face, it looked like he was in pain. He didn't have the calmness that a Buddhist cultivator should have. Yanqingyu behaved calmly. She wouldn't be too shocked even if Xianxia did something earth-shattering. In her heart, her brother Chen was an omnipotent being. Plus, ever since she knew that Dark Luyun had created the fragrance-dispelling pavilion and many of the young masters of the Dark Generation had that kind of hobby, she didn't have a good impression of the Dark Generation at all. On the contrary, Dan King was worried. He had been here once and he knew how scary the Dark Generation was. This was the territory of the Dark Generation. Xianxia's unscrupulous behavior was worrying. The Dark Generation had existed for a long time but they had never encountered such a big incident. Oh yes, little Qinzi had transformed into a dragon when he was fighting against the northern and southern dynasties in Xuanyu. Although the people of the Dark Generation didn't see it, I'm afraid those who came from Saint Origin World would know about it. Wouldn't it be dangerous if little Qinzi's identity was exposed? Tyrant started to worry. Don't worry about this. You don't have to worry about this. Most of the people who came to Void Triangular Domain are from the Pure Land. Although the incident in Mysterious Domain was big, it only spread Chen Er's name to the Pure Land. Not many people would care about the details of the battle. Plus, it hasn't been a long time and he has only used his draconic form once. Not many people saw it in the Western domain. Plus, the forces of the Pure Land rarely care about the affairs of the 8 domains. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us know that Chen'er is a dragon man. Chen'er must have noticed this as well. That's why he didn't have any scruples. However, his method is too sharp. There has never been such a big event in the history of the Dark Generation. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us know that Chen'er is a dragon man. Chen'er must have seen this before. You know what happened in Dark Mulberry City? Dark Luyun wanted to kill us. He even poisoned the tea. If it wasn't for little Xianxia, we would have fallen into Dark Luyun's hands. Guess what would have happened to us? And those women who died in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. I'm afraid that there isn't only one Dark Luyun and the fragrance-dispelling pavilion in the entire Dark Generation. Why should we be merciful to such an inhumane race? Tyrant said earnestly. After the incident with Dark Luyun, he didn't have a good impression of the Dark Generation. Of course, I know that the people of the Dark Generation deserve to die. But in this domain, the Dark Generation is the absolute ruler. The 3 cities that Chen'er dealt with were the weakest cities here. Now, the Dark Generation has been completely enraged. How can I not be worried? Dan King sighed. Of course, he didn't disagree with what Jiangchen did. He was worried about Jiangchen. Father, don't worry. Brother Chen can handle everything. Yanqingyu said with a smile. She had more confidence in Jiangchen than herself. Dan King nodded. He believed in Yanqingyu as well. What Jiangchen had done was not something an ordinary person could do. Conquering the 4 domains and annihilating the Tani Gate. Each of these were earth-shattering things. However, confidence and worry were 2 things. Only family members would worry all the time. Dan King had already regarded Jiangchen as his family member. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiangchen. After all, he was the one who brought Jiangchen to Void Triangular Domain. The ancient people, Wu Ningzhu, still needed Jiangchen. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from Dan King's body. He quickly took out a golden talisman. It's little Xianxia's messenger talisman. Tyrant's eyes sparkled. Chen'er, send a message asking for our location. Dan King said. After getting the news from Jiangchen, Dan King's face was filled with joy. Immediately, he sent out a divine sense to inform Jiangchen of their location. Not long after, a figure appeared in the courtyard like a ghost. He was wearing snow-white clothes. He seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a bright smile on his face. He looked like a young master of a wealthy family. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiangchen? Haha. Who would associate you with a dragon man like this? Tyrant laughed. Jiangchen's image was too alluring. Even if King of Darkness was here, he wouldn't be able to see any trace of Jiangchen. Who would have thought that this smiling young man was the god of death who could easily destroy a city? Brother Chen. Yanqingyu was pleasantly surprised to see Jiangchen. She went up to Jiangchen and gave him a big hug. Father, Xiaoyu, Tyrant, I'm sorry for making you worry. Jiangchen smiled. Little Chen, what you've done is really satisfying. I heard that you've taken away the treasuries of 3 cities, and even excavated an ore mine. You should have gotten a lot of true meta stones, right? Tyrant asked. That's right. I have at least 200 million high-grade true meta stones in my hands. Jiangchen said. He had obtained 100 million from Dark Mulberry City and 50 million from the other 2 cities. Kiss, Dan King sucked in a breath of cold air. 200 million high-grade true meta stones. This was a huge amount of wealth that he had never thought of. Furthermore, their purpose of coming to Void Triangular Domain was to participate in the trade fair. To put it bluntly, they were here to exchange their pills for the true meta stones of the Dark Generation. However, it seemed like Jiangchen wasn't going to take the path of exchange. Because of Dark Luyun, Jiangchen had to resort to extreme means. Obviously, this method of exchange was much faster than exchanging for true meta stones. If they were to exchange for true meta stones, all of their pills wouldn't be enough to exchange for so many true meta stones. 200 million? That's amazing. Little Xianxia, why don't you dig out the other two cities as well? Tyrant asked. You think I don't want to? Unless De Huang is here, I won't be able to find the location of the ores. I can't just destroy the other two cities, can I? Jiangchen shrugged. The reason why he destroyed Dark Mulberry City was because the incident in Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion had left a huge shadow in his heart. If he didn't get rid of this shadow, it would greatly affect his mentality and cultivation in the future. Therefore, he mercilessly destroyed Dark Mulberry City to avenge those girls who died in the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. That's right. Of course, it wasn't because Jiangchen was merciful that he didn't destroy the other two cities. It was because he felt that it wasn't necessary. He would never do anything that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Killing those young masters with special fetishes was enough. Chen Heir, what are you going to do next? The royal family of Dark Generation will definitely pay attention to you. I think all the major cities will have to strengthen their security. Dan King asked. It doesn't matter. If they want to find the Dragon Man, they won't be able to find him even if they die of exhaustion. Next, we will go to the major cities and participate in some trades like normal people. After that, we will go to King City to participate in the final trading conference. Of course, we can also kill a few princes for fun. Jiangchen smiled. The Dragon Man was equivalent to an extra incarnation of him. The difference between his appearance and his original appearance was too big. Even those who had seen the Dragon Man with their own eyes would not be able to recognize him. I think those noble princes of Dark Generation are all feeling insecure. They are all afraid that the Dragon Man will secretly find them. Tyrant said with a smile. That is to make them afraid. They must be punished for what they have done. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. Little Xianxia, you have obtained 200 million true meta stones, but there are more here. Don't tell me you are going to stop here? Tyrant asked. He was also a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. Of course not. I don't mind telling you that I have a bigger plan. I want all the wealth in the entire void triangular domain. Tyrant laughed. He knew that wherever Jiangchen went, there would be no peace. Void triangular domain was destined to become a stepping stone for Jiangchen. Dan King sighed at the side. He had to admit that Jiangchen was born with the qi of a king. It was as if he was born with that overbearing qi. Moreover, Jiangchen was a man with great luck. No matter where he went, he would be blessed with luck. This time, the void triangular domain was destined to be chaotic because of Jiangchen's arrival. Jiangchen had already made his preparations. Tomorrow, they would go to the merchant house in Dark Shadow City to do some business. This way, it would look normal and wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the people of Dark Generation. Then, they would leave Dark Shadow City and head to King City. Moreover, according to the time, the experts of the 8 families of Pure Land should be arriving soon. However, their spatial passageway would lead them to King City. Given their status and identity, they wouldn't normally appear in a small city. The next day, Jiangchen and the others left the inn and headed to the city center. On their way, they heard a piece of news that was related to Jiangchen. Have you guys heard about it? That Dragon Man disappeared after he did something bad. It seems like he is afraid. But now, the third prince is going to deal with that Dragon Man. I have also heard about it. The news has spread out from King City. The third prince is the top genius of our Dark Generation. He has already reached the 8th grade minor saint in his 30s. Because of the Dragon Man, the third prince is furious and has decided to execute the Dragon Man himself. Is that so? But if that Dragon Man doesn't show up, I'm afraid that even the third prince won't be able to do anything. The third prince isn't an ordinary person. That Dragon Man's target is obvious. He has robbed the treasuries of 3 cities for the true meta stones. However, he only kills the young masters of the noble families. I have no idea how these young masters have offended him. But I'm sure that the target of the Dragon Man is these young masters. The third prince has already gathered all the young masters in the cities to discuss how to deal with the Dragon Man. The entire Dark Shadow City was filled with discussions about the third prince. One should know that if the third prince was going to deal with the Dragon Man personally, it would mean that the King City was going to deal with the Dragon Man. Do you know the location of the gathering between the third prince and those young masters? It has already been announced. It seems to be on the Black Dragon Mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain is not far from Anyo City, only a few thousand miles away. The reason why the third prince announced the location is to lure the Dragon Man. There might be powerful experts lying in ambush. As long as the Dragon Man appears, he will definitely die. You are wrong. With the third prince's pride, he won't allow any experts to ambush him. Plus, many of the young masters of the noble families are geniuses. They will settle the grudge between the young masters and the Dragon Man themselves. Besides, with the third prince's cultivation, if he needs experts to ambush him to kill a Dragon Man, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the third prince's reputation? That is the truth. The third prince is an arrogant person. He is a true member of the royal family and has the powerful bloodline of the Dark Generation. Since he wants to deal with the Dragon Man himself, he won't rely on external help. Those young masters that he invited are just bait. Even if they are just bait, there will be many young masters who will be willing to participate. This is a great opportunity to build a good relationship with the third prince. Who would be willing to let it go? Plus, with the third prince around, they won't have to be afraid of that Dragon Man. The discussions were so loud that it was hard for Xianxia and the others to not hear them. Hee, little Chinzi, it seems like things are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if you are going to take action this time? Tyrant said with a smile. Xianxia, the princes in King City aren't easy to deal with. Their techniques are very powerful. Plus, the third prince is an 8th grade minor saint. It will be too dangerous if you show yourself. Dan King said worriedly. Xianxia was now a 3rd grade minor saint. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint, and he could even fight an 8th grade minor saint. However, an 8th grade minor saint like the third prince wasn't someone that any ordinary 8th grade minor saint could compare with. Geniuses like these were all geniuses with powerful trump cards. If it's an 8th grade minor saint genius from the 8 families, I certainly won't be able to deal with him, but if it's an 8th grade minor saint genius from the Dark Generation, I have nothing to fear. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia, don't underestimate the Dark Generation. Their geniuses are no different from the geniuses of the 8 families in Pure Land. They are all very powerful. Dan King said. That's right, but I happen to have a technique that can restrain the Dark Generation. What they use is dark energy, and my flame is the true thunder fire. It is the nemesis of their dark energy. Under the restraint of my true thunder fire, even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Xianxia said in a relaxed manner. Xianxia had already experienced this technique in the previous battle. So, he was very interested in this third prince. Brother Chen, are you really going to show yourself? Yan Qinyu asked. Of course. I don't have a good impression of those princes. So what if I kill them? Plus, if I can capture one of them as a hostage, he might be of great use in the future. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. It would be a waste if he didn't accept this offer. But what if there's an ambush in the Black Dragon Mountain? Dan King was still worried. Although the third prince wouldn't ask for help due to his pride, it was better to be safe than sorry. Don't worry. With my dragon form, I can easily escape even if I encounter a 9th grade minor saint. If there's an ambush, I'll just run away. My identity won't be exposed. Xianxia said that he would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Later, Xianxia stopped a dark cultivator who was talking excitedly and asked with a smile. Brother, I wonder when the third prince will invite the princes to the Black Dragon Mountain. I think it's tomorrow. But I think that Dragon Man won't dare to show up. The third prince is a very powerful existence. If he dares to show up, he will surely die. That person said arrogantly, as if he was the third prince. Of course. The Three Emperors dynasty is very powerful. That Dragon Man will surely die. Xianxia smiled and went along with the flow to flatter the third prince. After that, Xianxia and the other 3 went to the biggest merchant house in Dark Shadow City to trade like normal humans. They used pills to exchange for a lot of true meta stones. However, it was only a small amount compared to the 200 million that Xianxia had. Participating in the trade was considered as a formality. The people of the Dark Generation were talking about the Dragon Man everywhere, but they didn't expect that the Dragon Man was right beside them. The next day, the Black Dragon Mountain became the focus of attention. But because of the order given by the Three Emperors dynasty, no one was allowed to approach the Black Dragon Mountain except for the princes who were going to deal with the Dragon Man. Even so, there were still a lot of people paying attention to the Black Dragon Mountain. Many of them saw the princes flying towards the Black Dragon Mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain stretched for a few hundred miles. It was shaped like a dragon. Looking from afar, it looked like a black dragon was spiraling up and down, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In the center of the Black Dragon Mountain, there was a spacious square. The square was extremely flat. It wasn't man-made but natural. It could be considered as the work of the gods. Currently, the sky was already bright. The power of light had replaced the darkness. Dozens of tables were placed on the flat square. All of them were made of high-grade true meta stones. This kind of wealth didn't show how powerful the Dark Generation was. It only showed that true meta stones were very common in this world. At this time, there were already many people sitting at the tables on both sides. Every one of them was a young noble. They were wearing luxurious clothes and their faces were full of arrogance. Today, they were personally invited by the third prince. Of course, they had to show up. Putting aside whether or not they could lure the Dragon Man out, they had to show respect to the third prince. These young nobles came from different cities in Void Triangular Domain. In the Dark Generation, they were equivalent to the nobles. They were respectable existences. They were the geniuses among the geniuses. Their cultivation grade was also the best among their peers. There was a table in front of them. It was the main seat. However, the main seat wasn't occupied yet. The third prince hadn't shown up yet. There were more than a dozen young nobles present and more young nobles were coming. Very quickly, the number of young nobles had risen to more than 30. All the tables were occupied. Among these young nobles, there were 2 7th-grade minor saints, 4 to 5 6th-grade minor saints and the rest were all minor saints. One had to admit that the Dark Generation had produced many geniuses due to their unique bloodline and cultivation environment. These geniuses were comparable to the top geniuses of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World. If it wasn't because of the influence of the world law in Void Triangular Domain, the overall power of the Dark Generation wouldn't be weaker than any of the 8 major families. Everyone, do you think the Dragon Man will dare to show up today? A 5th-grade minor saint young master said. His cultivation grade was the same as Dark Luyun. I'm afraid he wouldn't dare, right? Although the Dragon Man was strong enough to kill a 7th-grade minor saint, the third prince was an 8th-grade minor saint. Did you all notice that the Dragon Man only went to Dark Mulberry City and the 2 neighboring cities? These 3 cities were the weakest in our Dark Generation. The strongest among them was only a 7th-grade minor saint. As for the cities with 8th-grade minor saints, they didn't encounter any trouble at all. Why is that? It's because the Dragonman's strength isn't enough to defeat an 8th-grade minor saint. That's why he didn't dare to show himself. However, since it's the third prince's invitation, we naturally have to give him face. Plus, if that Dragon Man shows up, we can get rid of him. That way, we won't have to worry about our future. That's right. The third prince should be arriving soon. This is a rare gathering. At that time, regardless of whether the Dragonian appears or not, we can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the third prince. It will be beneficial for us in the future. Come, brothers. It's not easy for us to gather together. Since the third prince hasn't arrived yet, let's drink to our heart's content. This is a fine wine that I've been keeping for a long time. Today, I will share it with all of you. One of them waved his hand, and immediately, a wine cup made from top-grade true meta stone appeared on every table. Then, an exquisite wine pot that didn't look too big automatically floated above and poured a cup for every noble young master. Everyone, please. The young master took the lead and raised his cup, swaying it around. Good wine. Good wine. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Black Dragon Mountain. Those young masters who had already brought their wine cups to their mouths abruptly raised their heads and saw a dragon man whose entire body was glowing with blood-red light had appeared out of nowhere. Even with the strength of so many of them, they had not sensed him at all. Dragon man. What a monster. How dare you show yourself? You sure have guts. Dragon man, you are finished. How dare you kill the nobles of our dark generation? You will die even if you have 100 lives. Seeing the appearance of the dragon man, all the young masters on the scene threatened loudly. However, Xianxia treated their threats as farts. He descended from the sky and strode to the table in front of him. This table belonged to the third prince. Unfortunately, the third prince wasn't here yet. I don't have 100 lives. I only have this one life. But do you think you can kill me? Xianxia's merciless eyes swept across the crowd. Those young masters couldn't help but shiver in fear. Only now did they remember that the third prince wasn't here yet. With their strength, they were afraid that they wouldn't be a match for this dragon man. One should know that this dragon man was in existence that could kill a 7th-grade minor saint. A bunch of fools. How dare you call yourselves nobles? The third prince has invited you all to deal with me. In order to flatter the third prince, you all have come to this Black Dragon Mountain in advance. Unfortunately, I have come before the third prince. But this is fine too. When the third prince arrives, he can collect your corpses. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Xianxia was right. According to the time, it wasn't the appointed time yet, but they couldn't let the third prince sit here and wait for them because of the third prince's noble status. Therefore, each of them ran as fast as they could, fearing that they would be a step slower than the third prince. However, they didn't expect that the dragon man would appear before the third prince. Xianxia's words stunned those princes for a moment, then their facial expression turned ugly. As a matter of fact, most of the young masters didn't even think about the dragon man. In their point of view, this was a great opportunity to befriend the third prince. As for the dragon man, he wouldn't dare to show up after hearing the third prince's name. Now, it seemed like they were wrong. Humph. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He is alone. We have 2 7th-grade minor saints here. Plus, we are all geniuses. Those 7th-grade minor saints that were killed by him can't be compared to us. With our combined strength, we can definitely hold him off. Once the third prince arrives, he will be killed. A 7th-grade minor saint young master harumphed coldly. Now that the third prince wasn't here, they had to deal with the dragon man themselves. They couldn't just stand here and let the dragon man kill them. That's right. I would like to see how strong this dragon man is. Take my dark palm. A 6th-grade minor saint young master who seemed to be hot-tempered struck out with his palm. The horrifying black palm wind was like a sharp blade, slapping at Xianxia. The speed of the palm wind was extremely fast. It reached Xianxia in a blink. This was the terrifying attack of a 6th-grade minor saint. However, Xianxia's movement was very simple when facing such an attack. He raised his dragon claw and slapped forward, shattering the palm wind. After that, Xianxia attacked. He wouldn't show any mercy to these young masters. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have a good impression of these young masters, he wouldn't show any mercy to these people who wanted him dead. Xianxia would never show mercy to those who wanted him dead. Kong Long, the true dragon palm struck out. The 2 young masters were enveloped by the terrifying dragon claw. They let out a shrill scream and turned into a mist of blood on the spot. Attack! The 2 7th-grade minor saints were infuriated. They joined forces with the other 6th-grade minor saints. They struck out the most powerful attack of the Dark Generation. The terrifying energy exploded on the Black Dragon Mountain. It was like the end of the world. The combined attack of the young masters formed a black wave, pressing down on Xianxia's head. Humph! Xianxia let out a cold snort. He didn't take this attack seriously at all. He suddenly unleashed the fire dragon seal, unleashing a fire dragon that was more than 30 meters long, and it carried a terrifying flame with it. The fire dragon looked very real, as if it was alive. It opened its huge mouth and bit towards the huge black body. Kong Long, the fire dragon swallowed the black wave. Then, the wave exploded inside the fire dragon's body. Due to the fire dragon's innate ability to suppress the dark energy, the combined attack of these young masters didn't display its full power. Dang dang dang, wah, many of the young masters were pushed back by the strong repulsive force. Some of them spurted out blood and looked at the dragon man in shock. Not good. The flame in this bastard's hand has a strong ability to suppress our dark energy. Under this kind of suppression, we won't be able to unleash our full power. Someone exclaimed. They had all underestimated the dragon man. The attack just now was enough to prove that even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. They could only hope that the third prince would appear as soon as possible. Otherwise, many of them would die in the hands of this dragon man. It's my turn. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. The 5-elemental sphere spread out like a tide. In a blink, it had trapped all the young masters. The 5-elemental sphere was too terrifying. It wasn't something an ordinary sphere could compare to. The 5 elemental spheres were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It was equivalent to the combination of 5 different spheres. Once someone was trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. These young masters were trapped by Xianxia's sphere. It was like a turtle in a jar. It would be hard for them to escape. Not good. He has imprisoned us. Someone shouted, his face was filled with fear. Swoosh. Xianxia didn't care about the panic of these young masters. He spread his dragon wings and rushed out. Poo chi poo screams could be heard incessantly. To those princes, the Black Dragon Mountain had undoubtedly become an azure hell. Such a horrifying scene was something they had never experienced before in their lives. The people outside the mountain had already noticed the huge commotion and battle waves that erupted from the Black Dragon Mountain. Today, the Black Dragon Mountain was destined to be the focal point. However, because the third prince had given the order to forbid anyone from getting close to the Black Dragon Mountain, they could only feel the battle waves from the Black Dragon Mountain. They didn't know what was going on inside. Look, that's the battle waves. The battle in the Black Dragon Mountain has started so quickly. That dragon man has really appeared. This is unbelievable. How audacious. He is too audacious. He knew that the third prince had invited those princes to capture him, but he still dared to show himself. This courage alone is admirable. This commotion is really huge. Judging from the situation, I think the third prince has already made his move. All the princes are fighting with the dragon man. Who do you think will win? Is there a need to ask? The third prince is a powerful 8th grade minor saint. There are also powerful existences among those princes. Even if that dragon man has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for the third prince. It's a pity that although the dragon man is strong, he has a problem with his intelligence. He is just a brute. He couldn't see that the trap of the Black Dragon Mountain was specially made for him. It's really sad. The princes in the King City are constantly fighting against each other. After the third prince killed the dragon man today, his status in the imperial family will certainly rise. Many people were discussing about it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the third prince who was incomparably powerful in their hearts hadn't appeared yet. The Black Dragon Mountain was a miserable scene. It was the doomsday of those princes. Arg, there was basically no chance of survival after entering Xianxia's 5 elemental sphere. Xianxia, who was in his dragon form, turned into a bloodlight, rushing back and forth in the 5 elemental sphere. In just a few breaths' time, half of those princes were killed. He is too ferocious. Everyone, don't panic. We have to work together. Quick, let's attack together. They had never seen such a scene before, it was too frightening, they had never seen such a savage existence before. At this moment, these noble young masters felt a little regretful. No, it should be extremely regretful. Some of them regretted coming to Black Dragon Mountain today, some of them regretted coming early. At least they should have calculated the time and waited for the third prince to come. If the third prince was here, they would not have ended up like this. Rumble, the cultivation of these noble young masters was not weak, and the power and threat they could cause when they joined forces was also great. However, that was only relative. For Xianxia, they were basically no threat. In a battle, in addition to strong combat strength, momentum was also an important factor. If one's momentum was weak, they would have lost to the opponent. Just like now, these noble young masters were not only weaker than Xianxia, but their momentum was also completely crushed by Xianxia. Arg, the screams continued. Those noble young masters couldn't match up to Xianxia even if they joined forces. Under Xianxia's crazy attack, they died one after another. They couldn't even withstand a single blow, but they weren't useless. To Xianxia, their dark spirit was a rare treasure. Soon, only 2 of the 30-plus noble young masters were left. The last 2 7th-grade minor saints were still holding on, but they looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were covered with blood. It was hard for them to even stand. It was imaginable how bad their condition was. Both of them looked at Xianxia with fear in their eyes, only despair and regret were left in their eyes. Don't kill us?" one of them said. "Don't kill you? Let me ask you, if I am in your hands today, will you kill me?" Xianxia asked. The 2 of them were stunned at first, then shook their heads helplessly. There was almost no need to answer this question. If the situation was reversed and Xianxia was in their hands, he wouldn't just die. He would have to suffer a lot of torture before he died. If that was the case, what reason did they have to beg for mercy from Xianxia? Could it be that only they were allowed to kill Xianxia and Xianxia wasn't allowed to kill them? In this world, there was no real reason. The one with the biggest fist was the reason. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the sky above Black Dragon Mountain. A man dressed in black embroidered clothes appeared. This man was incomparably muscular, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, but he was very handsome. His brows were filled with a noble aura, causing people to be unable to help but feel respect. The man who came was none other than the 3rd prince. His eyes were looking at the bloody corpses and the 2 noble young masters who were under Xianxia's control. He knew both of them and one of them had a good relationship with him. Boom, a torrential rage suddenly burst out of the 3rd prince's body. This scene almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that he would cause such a tragedy because he was half a step too late. "3rd prince, save us!" One of them saw the 3rd prince and immediately cried for help as if he had seen his savior. "Bastard, I order you to let them go." The 3rd prince stared at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with blood. His anger had reached its peak. Today, he had gathered these princes to the Black Dragon Mountain in order to lure the Dragon Man here. He had never thought that the Dragon Man would come before him. This was out of his expectation. The 3rd prince took the initiative to deal with the Dragonians because he wanted to show off in front of the King of Darkness and increase his reputation among the princes. However, he didn't expect that he would lose so many noble young masters before he could kill the Dragonians. One should know that most of them had an extraordinary background. Even the royal family would have to show respect to them. Now that they were dead, those noble young masters would definitely vent their anger on the 3rd prince. In this way, not only did the 3rd prince fail to achieve a good result, but he had also brought trouble to the King of Darkness. Moreover, this was happening in the Void Triangular Domain. Even if the 3rd prince could kill the Dragonians today, he wouldn't be able to make up for his mistake. At the same time, the 3rd prince couldn't help but scold those young masters for coming so early. He scolded himself for not coming earlier. Even if he was just 1 step earlier, this tragedy wouldn't happen. However, the 3rd prince's thought was wishful thinking. Facing Xianxia, even if he came earlier, the outcome would still be the same. As long as Xianxia was willing, these young masters would also die. Order? What a joke. What right do you have to order me? Just because you're a prince? Xianxia sneered. It seemed like the 3rd prince was used to being in a high and mighty position. It was a pity that he couldn't see the situation clearly. Xianxia didn't put him in his eyes. In Xianxia's eyes, princes were just prey. 3rd prince, save us. Both of them looked sad and pitiful. Only the 3rd prince could save them now. However, they were under the control of Xianxia and they were severely injured. They were like an arrow at the end of its flight. They couldn't even move under Xianxia's control. Puff, however, as soon as their voices faded, 2 bloody holes appeared on their chests. Xianxia's sharp claws had pierced through their chests. They could feel the energy in their bodies disappearing rapidly. It was an incomparably cold feeling. Roar. Seeing this, the third prince was immediately enraged. He let out a roar, and his body suddenly expanded. His entire person underwent a great change. From the appearance of a human at the beginning, he instantly turned into a monster that was 30 meters tall. That monster was incomparably majestic. Its entire body was covered with black scales that emitted a faint light. Its 2 claws were incomparably sharp and its face was ferocious. It was much more terrifying than ordinary beasts. Just its appearance alone was enough to frighten people. Bastard, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. You lowly, stupid human. The third prince spoke. His voice was buzzing. Humph. The royal bloodline of the dark generation can directly transform into your original form? So this is the origin of the dark generation? It looks disgusting, 100 times more disgusting than the devil's. Xianxia harumphed coldly. After seeing the true form of the Black King family, he didn't feel any burden in his heart to kill the people of the dark generation. This race was no different from the devil race. They were cruel and merciless. If the people of the dark generation really went to Saint Origin World, he was afraid that it would be a disaster for the entire Saint Origin World. Die. The third prince spat out a word. Suddenly, he struck out his sharp claws, crushing the void. His speed was so fast that he appeared in front of Xianxia in a blink. The bloodline of the Black King family was incomparably strong. It wasn't something an ordinary dark generation could compare to. The 8th grade minor Saint Third Prince was destined to be very powerful. Just in time. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. His dragon form physique was much stronger than the true form of the Black King family. However, due to the difference in strength, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. This was his first time fighting against an 8th grade minor saint, and a powerful one at that. Bow the void trembled. Xianxia made his move. He didn't use any extra tricks, he just threw out a simple punch. The speed of the punch was so fast that it looked like a blood light. The power of this punch was enough to shatter a mountain. Kong Long. Xianxia's dragon claw collided with the third prince's sharp claws, producing a loud bang. The place where the claw collided created a large amount of sparks. Ding 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 under such a powerful collision, Xianxia was pushed back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. The true form of the Black King family is truly powerful. An 8th grade minor saint. I'm no match for him even if it's a physical collision. Xianxia thought to himself. However, he wasn't too surprised by the result. Or perhaps, it was within his expectation. After all, the third prince was an 8th grade minor saint, not an ordinary 7th grade minor saint could be compared to him. Although he was forced back by the third prince's attack, Xianxia didn't panic at all. He had the restraint of the flames, which was enough to close the gap between him and the third prince. Moreover, he was excited to meet such a powerful opponent. What a good human, to be able to block a punch from this prince and not die. Looks like this transformation skill of yours has some ability. However, it's a pity that the mistake you've made is unforgivable. Today, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The third prince said loudly. He was surprised that Xianxia was able to withstand his punch. In his point of view, Xianxia was only a 3rd grade minor saint. There was a gap of 5 grades between them. Although the transformation technique could increase one's combat power, it shouldn't be able to increase the gap of 5 grades. The third prince was shocked. At the same time, he was cursing himself in his heart. He regretted coming a little later. If he came a little earlier, he could totally destroy this dragon man with his current strength. Those princes wouldn't have to die, and he would be able to kill this dragon man successfully, which would greatly increase his reputation and make him proud in front of the other princes. It was because he was late that everything became imperfect. Even if he killed this dragon man, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the death of those princes. Damn it. The more the third prince thought about it, the angrier he got. His body made cracking sounds. His body swayed, and the terrifying sharp claws struck at Xianxia again. It was all because of this bastard that he had fallen into such an embarrassing situation. He must make this dragon man pay a heavy price. He must make him die 100 times or even 1,000 times more miserable than those princes. His strength was too strong. A casual move from him was enough to tear the void apart. The third prince had unleashed his true form of the Black King family. It was unimaginably powerful. His body was filled with dark energy that could destroy everything. Good timing. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of the third prince's attack. He clenched his dragon fist, which was covered with dazzling flames. These flames rippled out like a fire dragon. Not only did it wrap around Xianxia's dragon arm, but it also covered his entire body. What? Upon seeing this, the third prince exclaimed, because he could feel the strength of the flame on the surface of Xianxia's body. This kind of flame had a strong restraining effect on the origin of the dark generation. Under the suppression of the flame, the third prince could clearly feel that the dark energy in his body couldn't be fully unleashed. His chi was weakened instantly. In other words, he couldn't exert his full combat strength under the suppression of the flame. Bang, the two of them collided fiercely once again. The powerful force directly shattered the void. Everywhere was filled with flames. The battlefield above the Black Dragon Mountain seemed to have become a world of ocean. Thud thud thud, Xianxia and the third prince retreated 3 steps at the same time under such a huge collision of energy. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Roar ! The third prince roared angrily. How could he stand such a situation? He was at the upper hand just a moment ago. His opponent wasn't even able to withstand a single strike from him. In just a blink of an eye, his opponent had already reached a draw with him. This was truly unbelievable. The third prince knew very well that his opponent was relying on that kind of powerful flame. The flame was of the purest yang attribute. It had the innate ability to suppress his dark force. Because of this, he was unable to display his full strength. Because of this, his opponent was able to reach a draw with him. How could the third prince, who already had the victory in his hand, accept this? Despicable. If you have the ability, don't use your flame. Let's have a fair fight. The third prince shouted. This is really funny. A dignified prince dares to say such idiotic words. It's unfair for me to use my flame. Do you think it's fair for you, an 8th grade minor saint, to fight me, a 3rd grade minor saint? This is a life and death battle. What I want is your life. Whatever means you have, just use it. Xianxia sneered. The third prince actually said the word fair in a life and death battle. This was really hilarious. Humph. I will let you know how powerful I am. So what if you have the ability to suppress my flame? I want to tell you that all means are useless in front of absolute power. Have a taste of my dark hand. The third prince shouted. The dark energy swirled around his body and instantly condensed into a large hand. It was a dark palm with a radius of 30 meters. It was as black as ink. There were lines on its surface that looked like the lines of a palm. It was an incomparably real hand. A casual movement of the hand could set off a wave of dark waves. How can your dark hand be compared to my true dragon palm? My dark hand is the true purest yang existence. Xianxia's chi was even stronger than the third prince. His body was boiling with combat intent. It wasn't easy for him to meet a powerful opponent. A fierce battle was inevitable. He struck out the true dragon palm. The huge blood-red dragon claw was even bigger than the dark hand. The true dragon palm was a true dragon combat technique. When Xianxia used the true dragon palm in his dragon form, its power was much stronger than when he used it with his true body. Furthermore, the true dragon palm that was struck out by Xianxia also contained the true dragon flame. The two of them merged together perfectly and collided with the dark hand. Kong Long, the heavens and earth shook. Hei Longshan was completely destroyed. This was no longer a competition of physical strength. This was a powerful battle skill. Compared to the true dragon battle skill, the hand of darkness was weaker. Under the ferocious attack of the true dragon palm, the hand of darkness was instantly destroyed. The third prince suffered a great shock and was sent flying backward. He was only able to stabilize his body after flying for 10 meters. Impossible. The third prince was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He had fought with Xianxia 3 times. The first time, he had the upper hand. The second time, it was a draw. The third time, he was suppressed by Xianxia. He couldn't accept such a drastic change. All of this was within Xianxia's expectation. If the third prince wasn't a member of the Dark Generation, but an 8th-grade minor saint genius from the 8 families, Xianxia wouldn't be a match for him given his current strength. He would only be able to run away if he encountered him. However, it was a completely different story when fighting against the third prince. The suppression of the flames had provided Xianxia with a great advantage. The gap between the two of them had been reduced. Furthermore, the powerful combat technique that Xianxia casted was able to suppress the dark combat technique. Under such a double suppression, it was impossible for the third prince to remain undefeated. In other words, Xianxia had a great advantage over the Dark Generation. I won't be defeated. Dark Torrent. The third prince was infuriated. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by a 3rd-grade minor saint. Just like what Xianxia had said, even though his opponent had the suppression of the flame, he had a great advantage in terms of cultivation grade. There was a gap of 5 grades between them. If he was defeated, wouldn't it be unfair? Kong Long. Berserk waves of darkness surged out, wanting to drown everything. Pitch-black power was everywhere, and the entire scene was like a world of darkness pressing down. The boundless coldness and invasion caused people to feel boundless terror. Fire dragon in the sky. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't afraid of the third prince's attack. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Immediately, he struck out a powerful fire dragon. After the completion of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, the power of each of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal had increased a lot. In addition to that, Xianxia was using his dragon form to cast the fire dragon seal. The power of the seal was unimaginable. Roar roar roar. 3 earth-shattering dragon roars suddenly sounded. 300 meters long bright fire dragons were struck out by Xianxia. The 3 fire dragons drilled into the dark torrent from 3 different directions. The terrifying power and the flame itself suppressed the dark energy, instantly tearing the dark torrent apart. The dark torrent that was torn apart by the 3 fire dragons had its attacking power greatly reduced. Explode! Xianxia bellowed once more. The 3 fire dragons exploded amidst the boundless waves of darkness. The terrifying energy and impact instantly blew away and destroyed all the dark energy. The counterforce was too strong. Even the third prince couldn't withstand it. Immediately, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Both of his eyes glowed with a bloody light. He couldn't believe what he had just experienced. Even with his cultivation grade, he was defeated by the Dragon Man. No, I won't be defeated. Royal blood, burn for me. The third prince was completely enraged. He was high and mighty and couldn't accept his own failure. Immediately, he resorted to extreme measures. He ignited his royal bloodline in exchange for more power. Roar roar, the third prince roared. His body grew stronger once again. Just from his physique alone, he was much stronger than before. His aura also grew stronger. This was the power of igniting his bloodline. Igniting your bloodline? I won't give you the chance to do so. Xianxia sneered. How could he give the third prince the chance to become stronger? Immediately, he executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took would leave a huge hole in the void. Beneath his feet was a raging fire. His speed was extremely fast. When he arrived above the third prince's head, he had already taken the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang. This step of Xianxia was as heavy as a mountain. It landed squarely on the third prince's head. The third prince had ignited half of his bloodline, but it was forcefully broken. The powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps was even more ferocious than the true Dragon Palm. When Xianxia used it, its power was unimaginable. The void space was crushed into pieces. However, although the third prince's bloodline ignition was forcefully interrupted, he had already burned half of his bloodline ignition. Therefore, his combat power was much stronger than before. Facing the attack of Xianxia's azure dragon's 5 steps, the third prince's reaction was extremely fast. The terrifying dark energy condensed into a black shield and blocked Xianxia's attack. Crack, however, how could a shield condensed from the dark energy withstand Xianxia's azure dragon's 5 steps, which was the 5th of the ultimate steps? The shield, which should be indestructible, was crushed into pieces under Xianxia's foot. The third prince suffered another huge attack. His huge body was sent flying 10 zhang away. Cracks appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked like a spider web. Blood flowed out from the cracks. It looked incomparably terrifying. Roar, however, the third prince was still alive. The burning of his bloodline ignition was supporting him, allowing him to still have extremely strong combat power. However, it could be imagined that this kind of power obtained by burning his bloodline ignition wouldn't last long. When the power dissipated, the third prince's situation could be imagined. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to recover to his previous powerful state. Bastard, you damned bastard. You ruined my life. Today, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. The third prince roared. His voice had become hoarse because of his anger. He originally had a bright future. However, a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He wanted to get rid of the Dragonians for no reason. Now, even if he could kill Xianxia now, his bloodline ignition would be the end of him. What awaited him in the future would be endless darkness. What other moves do you have? Xianxia's aura was soaring. Today's battle with the third prince had made him more confident in himself. Especially against the people of the Dark Generation, he had a unique advantage. Swoosh. The third prince waved his arm, and a powerful black shield appeared in his palm. This shield was different from the previous one. The previous one was condensed by the third prince with the dark force, but this one was a real shield. It was a real battle weapon, and there were many patterns carved on it. It was incomparably mystical. Xianxia's eyes fell upon the black shield. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this shield was a genuine minor saint weapon. The Dark Generation didn't have any blacksmith and lacked the materials to forge a weapon. So, this minor saint weapon must have been exchanged from the other 3 great worlds. However, the surface of the shield in front of them was completely covered by dark energy. It was also fused with the bloodline of the third prince, and the chi of the third prince. Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this. He had to admit that the third prince was a rare genius. He had used his bloodline to refine the combat weapon and fused it with his own chi, making it almost equivalent to a natal combat weapon. A combat weapon like this would be much more powerful when used. I still have my ultimate attack. Let's see how you're going to resist it. The third prince gritted his teeth and shouted again. Ultimate Dark King Shield. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, the shield in his hand soared into the sky and floated above his head. Boundless power of darkness surged out of the third prince's body and poured into the king's shield of darkness like a tidal wave. The shield of darkness, which was already extremely huge, became even bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had more than doubled in size. This was the strongest attack that the third prince had condensed, and it was stronger than any of his previous attacks. This was a move that he had created himself, and he named it the Ultimate Dark King's Shield. This move had always been his trump card, and it was his proudest move. Die. Ultimate Dark King's Shield. Attack. The third prince roared again. The Dark King's shield was like a small mountain, pressing down on Xianxia crazily. In the face of such a terrifying strike, Xianxia didn't dare to neglect it. Of course, he wouldn't put it in his heart. The third prince had lost his confidence after being beaten by him. Although the Dark King's shield was a powerful minor saint weapon, it wasn't on the same level as his heavenly saint sword. There was no comparison at all. Howl a deafening howl of a sword was heard all of a sudden. Then, a dazzling sword light rushed into the sky. A longsword appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was an incomparably mystical longsword. It was a dragon sword, and its surface was covered with dazzling and terrifying scorching flames. After the heavenly saint sword had fused with the 4 fragments, its power had become many times stronger than before. Right now, the heavenly saint sword was covered with the true dragon flame and true thunder fire. Xianxia raised it up high and slashed it toward the Dark King's shield. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the dark energy collided with the sword chi emitted by the heavenly saint sword, setting off a wave of energy. This wave quickly turned into a sea of fire. Countless dark energy rolled in the sea of fire and was completely incinerated. The heavenly saint sword and the Dark King's shield collided. The Dark King's shield couldn't resist the sharpness of the heavenly saint sword and was split into two halves on the spot. What? The third prince's eyes widened like a copper bell. He couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. His Dark King's shield was a powerful minor saint weapon. It was extremely sturdy, but now, it was destroyed. What kind of powerful force was needed to destroy it? That sword was just too sharp. However, Xianxia didn't give the third prince any time to be shocked. The heavenly saint sword pierced through the void like a dazzling waterfall, reaching the third prince in a blink of an eye. When the Dark King's shield was destroyed, the third prince had already suffered a great backlash. How could he resist the ferocious Xianxia now? In desperation, he could only raise his sharp claws to resist. However, using his body to resist Xianxia's heavenly saint sword was an extremely stupid thing to do. Asterisk chi la. Asterisk arg. Along with a wail, one of the third prince's arms was severed into two halves by the heavenly saint sword. The third prince kept wailing. The injuries he suffered were too severe. Adding the fact that the power of his bloodline was almost depleted after using the ultimate Dark King's shield, he couldn't even support his body anymore. He had reverted back to his human form. Currently, he looked extremely miserable. His body was full of wounds and blood. One of his arms had been severed by Xianxia's sword. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had any combat strength left. The third prince was disheartened. Today's defeat had given him a huge psychological blow. The dignified third prince, an 8th grade minor saint, a peerless genius of the imperial family, had been defeated by a man he didn't even put in his eyes. The feeling was no different from being pushed down from the top of the pyramid. That's right. The third prince's body swayed, flying towards the outside of the ruined Black Dragon Mountain. Since he had already failed, he still needed to keep his life. At this moment, running away was the wisest choice for him. However, Xianxia wouldn't allow him to run away. Xianxia grabbed the third prince like a little chick. What a joke! The third prince was already in his mouth. How could he let him run away? Damn it, you dare to kill this prince? Do you know what the consequences are? The third prince issued a threat. Don't worry. I won't kill you now. Xianxia said with a smile. I don't think you dare. If that's the case, hurry up and let me go. The third prince was still incomparably arrogant. Even though his life was in someone else's hands, he still spoke in a commanding tone. I won't kill you, but it's even more impossible for me to let you go. Xianxia smiled coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the third prince anymore. He struck out a seal, sealing the third prince completely and putting him into a spatial ring. This was a prince. Even in the imperial family, his position wasn't ordinary. Xianxia had a bigger plan in the future. It was inevitable that he would fall out with the imperial family. At that time, this third prince would be a high-grade hostage. After dealing with the third prince, Xianxia didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the Black Dragon Mountain. It had only been a few minutes since he appeared. However, the shockwave from the battle was too big. Now that the battle had ended, there would definitely be experts coming to check. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Although he could kill an 8th grade minor saint of the Dark Generation, it would still be very difficult for him to do so. Killing the third prince had taken a lot of effort. With his current strength, it was still far from enough for him to travel unhindered in Void Triangular Domain. Look, the battle in the Green Dragon Mountain has ended. I wonder what the result is. The battle just now was too intense. That Dragon Man is really powerful. He could actually fight against the third prince for such a long time. However, I'm sure that he won't be a match for the third prince in the end. He is destined to be killed by the third prince. That's right. I think the Dragon Man has been killed by the third prince. From now on, the third prince's position in the imperial family will rise again. Many of them could feel that the shockwave from the battle had disappeared. It meant that the battle had ended. In their minds, the one who died was the Dragon Man. The third prince was a powerful 8th grade minor saint. How could he lose to a Dragon Man? Not long after Xianxia left, two silhouettes appeared in the sky above the Black Dragon Mountain. They were two elders. They stood there as if they didn't exist. They had completely merged with the void. They didn't make any sound when they appeared. They were like ghosts. It was obvious how powerful their cultivation was. The two 9th grade minor saints couldn't remain calm anymore. Looking at the corpses that were scattered everywhere, the completely destroyed Black Dragon Mountain, and the pungent smell of blood, even with their composure, they couldn't help but feel their chest heaving up and down. What exactly happened? One of them said with a trembling voice. These are the corpses of the princes. All of them have been killed. It must be the doing of that Dragon Man. Where is the third prince? What is he doing? Is he just going to let them be killed by the Dragon Man? The other one was shocked. The scene was too shocking. So many corpses of the princes. This was a provocation to the Dark Generation. Suddenly, one of them looked at the black shield that had been cut into half. His facial expression changed dramatically. The man clenched his hand and two black shields flew into his hand. This is the combat weapon of the third prince, his ultimate Dark King shield. How could it be destroyed? It seems like the third prince is in danger. A powerful minor saint weapon has been destroyed. The strength of that Dragon Man is much stronger than we have imagined. The third prince has miscalculated this time. Look over there. That's the main body of our imperial family. It's the arm of the third prince. It has also been cut into half. Not good, the third prince might have been killed as well. No, I don't feel the chi of the third prince's death. We all have the bloodline of the imperial family. If the third prince was killed, the chi of the imperial family wouldn't disappear so quickly. We should have sensed it. Damn it. There are only two possibilities now. Either the third prince has run away or he has been imprisoned by the Dragon Man. It's impossible for him to have run away. If he did, we would have found him. He must have been taken away by the Dragon Man. This Dragon Man is so powerful. This is our mistake. Stop talking. The ripples of the battle have just disappeared. That Dragon Man can't have gone far. Let's go after him. The two experts of the royal family were infuriated. This Dragon Man was too arrogant. Void Triangular Domain had existed for such a long time, but nothing like this had ever happened before. It had only been a few days since Void Triangular Domain was opened and there were already so many incidents happening. They didn't know where this Dragon Man came from, but it seemed like he was purposely going against the Dark Generation. Stealing a city's treasury and killing a noble young master was one thing, but now, he even dared to offend a member of the royal family, even daring to touch a prince. This was simply intolerable. The two experts locked onto a direction and chased after it as fast as they could. However, even after chasing for a long time, they still could not find any trace of the enemy. In the end, they could only reluctantly stop. Something has happened to the third prince. We have to inform the Dark King as soon as possible. That Dragon Man is much harder to deal with than we had imagined. Not even an 8th grade minor saint is his match. One of the old men said with a frown. How strong do you think that Dragon Man is? Could it be that even a 9th grade minor saint can't take him down? Not really. If that Dragon Man really has the strength to fight a 9th grade minor saint, he wouldn't have chosen to run away. He also wouldn't have done things in such a sneaky manner. He did it because he was afraid that we would find him. In my opinion, this Dragon Man is so strong that even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. However, he definitely wouldn't be a match for a 9th grade minor saint. One should know that there is only one grade difference between an 8th grade minor saint and a 9th grade minor saint, but the gap between them is too huge. The two of them roughly estimated the strength of the Dragon Man, then flew towards the direction of King City. One had to admit that their judgment of Xianxia's cultivation was very accurate. On that day, after the ripples from the battle on the Black Dragon Mountain disappeared, many people did not see the third prince and the noble young masters walk out. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Many people stepped into the Black Dragon Mountain, and after seeing the miserable scene, they were immediately shocked out of their wits. Very quickly, the news of what happened in the Black Dragon Mountain was spread to every corner of Void Triangular Domain. My God! This is too cruel. Although we didn't see the battle with our own eyes, all the noble young masters were killed. Their corpses weren't even complete. It's really bloody. It must be the Dragonman's doing. I didn't expect him to be so scary that he could kill all the noble young masters. Where's the third prince? Didn't you see the third prince? Could it be that the third prince was also killed by the Dragon Man? With his cultivation, I don't think he would lose to the Dragon Man. I have no idea. We didn't find any trace of the third prince or his corpse. It's too scary. It's too scary. Everyone was talking about the Dragon Man. The name of the Dragon Man had once again spread across every city. The incident in the Black Dragon Mountain was too cruel. It was hard to not know about it. King City, the King of Darkness, was enraged when he heard the news. He smashed a palace with his palm. However, the jade slip of the third prince's soul was still intact. This meant that the third prince was still alive. King of Darkness, this Dragon Man didn't dare to kill the third prince. It means that he is afraid of the royal family. I think he has imprisoned the third prince. Someone said. Go and investigate. Send the experts of the royal family. Even if we have to turn the entire Void Triangular Domain upside down, we must find this Dragon Man and eliminate him. The dignity of the royal family is not to be challenged. The King of Darkness was enraged. Compared to the time when the Dark Mulberry City was destroyed, the Dragon Man had already provoked the royal family. He was the public enemy of the entire Dark Generation. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, every city would fall into a state of panic and fear. Many people of the Dark Generation, especially the noble young masters, would be traumatized. The Dragonman's incident had escalated again. On this day, a lot of experts were coming from King City. It seemed like they were going to turn the entire Void Triangular Domain upside down. The King of Darkness had given the order to find the Dragon Man and the third prince at all costs in order to restore the dignity of the royal family. The next day, the news spread across the entire Void Triangular Domain. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the third prince had been kidnapped by the Dragon Man. Every major city was boiling with excitement. They were still guessing the whereabouts of the third prince and the Dragon Man. They had never thought that the third prince would be defeated by the Dragon Man in the end. Not even the powerful third prince could defeat the Dragon Man. My God! How strong is that Dragon Man? Not even the 8th grade minor Saint third prince is a match for him. This man is too daring. Xianxia killed dozens of noble young masters, and that's nothing. He even kidnapped the third prince, challenging the dignity of the royal family. He is the public enemy of the entire Dark Generation. We must kill him. Otherwise, we will lose our face. Xianxia is the Dark Generation's leader. He is the Dark Generation's leader. The King of Darkness is infuriated. He has already sent countless experts to search for the Dragon Man. Even if the Dragon Man has 3 heads and 6 arms, Void Triangular Domain is only so big. There is no place for him to hide. A lot of people were panicking, especially those cities that only had an 8th grade minor saint. They thought that as long as they had an 8th grade minor saint, they would be able to rest easy. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Even the powerful third prince had fallen in the hands of the Dragon Man. If the Dragon Man were to strike again, these cities wouldn't be any better. Not only would the treasures be stolen, many people would also die, especially those princes who lived in these cities. None of them felt safe. They all knew about the tragedy of the Black Dragon Mountain. They didn't want to end up like the Dragon Man because it was just too miserable. However, this situation had already been predicted by the royal family. The King of Darkness had ordered every city that didn't have a 9th grade minor saint to send a 9th grade minor saint to guard the city. As long as the Dragon Man dared to appear, he would be killed without a doubt. With the protection of a 9th grade minor saint, all the major cities felt relieved. Those princes finally felt relieved, but even so, they didn't dare to step out of their houses. Even if they were locked in their houses, they still felt unsafe with a dozen experts protecting them. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a crisis in their lives. Great Saint! Great Saint! While the search for the Dragon Man was going on, Xianxia had already returned to the inn in Dark Shadow City. He met up with Dan King and the others. Many people in the inn knew this white-robed youth who had a warm smile on his face. He looked like an elegant young master. No one would associate him with the ferocious and overbearing Dragon Man. Haha. Little Chen, this is really satisfying. Those beastly princes wanted to kill you, but now, they are all killed by you. I wonder how many nobles of Dark Generation want to eat you right now. Tyrant laughed when he saw Xianxia. It was hard for them to not know what had happened in Heilongshan. Now, everyone was talking about Xianxia and the Dragon Man. Chen Godfather was worried about you. But now, I feel relieved after thinking about your capability. Dan King laughed. He no longer had any worries about Xianxia. Given Xianxia's capability, he wouldn't be able to find him even if all the experts of the Black King family came down to search for him. What surprised Dan King the most was that Xianxia was only a 3rd-grade minor saint, but he had defeated the 8th-grade minor saint 3rd prince. Even with the suppression of the flame, it was still terrifying. He was afraid that only Xianxia could achieve such a heaven-defying feat. Little Chinzi, what did you do to the 3rd prince? Tyrant asked. This was what he was most interested in. He has been imprisoned. He might be useful in dealing with the Black King family in the future. After all, he is a prince. He is a high-class hostage. Xianxia smiled. Haha. It seems like Void Triangular Domain is going to be chaotic because of your arrival. Tyrant laughed. Tyrant's words were right. Dan King absolutely agreed with him. Ever since he knew Xianxia, wherever Xianxia went, there wouldn't be any peace. He was bound to set off a storm. Yanqingyu was leaning on Xianxia. She didn't speak much. In her eyes, one could always see her confidence in Xianxia. She was leaning on Xianxia, but she didn't rely on Xianxia. She wasn't a burden nor a burden. In her heart, it was the greatest happiness to be able to stay by Xianxia's side. Chen what's your next plan? Dan King asked. Go to King City. According to the time, the major powers of the 3 worlds should have arrived by now. King City is the most bustling place. We can travel slowly and go to the major cities to trade. Just like the other human cultivators, I won't be using my Dragon Man identity for the time being. I will let the people of the Black King family to search for the items. Xianxia smiled. He had a plan in mind. Plus, he had caused enough trouble in Void Triangular Domain. Now that the Imperial family was infuriated, the entire domain was filled with experts. As long as he showed himself as a Dragon Man, he would be noticed immediately. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with a 9th-grade minor saint. Alright, let's go to King City. Tyrant nodded. His eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't know why, but when he saw Xianxia, it was as if he could already see the scene of Xianxia wreaking havoc in King City. On the same day, Xianxia and the others left the inn and the Dark Ghost City, heading towards King City. Along with the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the number of human cultivators from the 3 worlds had increased. Most of them were scattered in the major cities, carrying out their main purpose of coming to King City, which was to trade. Xianxia's group of 4 also joined such a trading army. Along the way to King City, they, like other human cultivators, would enter every city to trade, exchanging elixirs they had prepared in advance for top-grade true essence stones. Yanqingyu's appearance was too stunning. After what happened in Dark Mulberry City, to avoid unnecessary trouble, under Xianxia's suggestion, Yanqingyu put on a veil to cover her beautiful face. For the next few days, Xianxia and the others spent their time in this kind of dull trading. The news about the Dragon Man could still be heard in every major city. The Imperial family had sent out many experts to deal with the Dragon Man. Unfortunately, the Dragon Man seemed to have vanished into thin air and never appeared again. What was even more infuriating was that the experts of the Imperial family had almost flipped the entire Void Triangular Domain open, but they still couldn't find any traces of the Dragon Man. Looks like that Dragonoid is really afraid and has gone into hiding. I wonder where he is hiding? That's right. Even the ninth grade minor saints of the imperial family couldn't find any traces of the Dragon Man. It's like the Dragon Man has vanished into thin air. It's unimaginable. Don't you understand? That Dragon Man must be a human who has cultivated a transformation technique. He used the form of a Dragon Man to commit evil deeds and then changed his appearance to that of a human. Of course, it's hard to find him. The people of the Dark Generation weren't idiots after all. After a few days of hard work, they still couldn't find any traces of the Dragon Man. The experts of the Imperial family had concluded that the Dragon Man was a human. Because he had cultivated a transformation technique, it was possible that he was mingling with the human trading army in one of the cities. When they thought of this, the people of the Dark Generation became even more nervous. They had to be very careful when they were trading with the humans. They were afraid that the other party was a Dragon Man. However, there were powerful ninth grade minor saints in each of the cities. In addition, the Dragon Man hadn't made any movements for a few days. It meant that he was afraid of the Dragon Man. This made the people of the Dark Generation feel relieved. Void Triangular Domain had been opened for 10 days. There were only 5 days left before the large-scale trade fair in King City. Just yesterday, the experts of the 3 major worlds had gathered in King City. In order to receive these experts, the people of the Black King family had to put aside the matter of the Dragon Man for the time being. Anyway, the Dragon Man wouldn't dare to show himself anymore. The Royal Dark family wouldn't dare to slight the 8 great clans. In their eyes, these great clans were their landlords. They wanted to use true meta stones, which were considered cheap in their eyes, to exchange for their precious elixirs and battle weapons. Therefore, the Royal Dark family had to treat these great clans warmly. In the huge King City, the Black King family had specially divided the 3 major worlds into 3 different areas. These areas were also known as the VIP area. It was used to receive the experts of the 3 major powers. There were still 5 days left before the trade fair. The geniuses of the 8 major families wouldn't be of good quality. These disciples would be free during this period of time. They would go to different cities to exchange for the items they wanted. In other words, after the arrival of the 8 major families, Void Triangular Domain would be bustling with activity. The power of light filled the entire Void Triangular Domain. Tyrant had benefited greatly from such an environment. He had already advanced to 2nd grade minor saint. At this moment, they had arrived at Dark Surge City. It was the closest city to King City. It was also the 2nd largest city in Void Triangular Domain. Its scale was much bigger than Dark Mulberry City and Dark Shadow City. The huge city gate alone was filled with a noble chi. Dark Surge City is the largest city in Void Triangular Domain other than King City. Before the trade fair, this city is the most crowded place. Many of the geniuses of the 8 major families would come here. As far as I know, there will be a trade fair in Dark Surge City before the trade fair. Although it isn't as big as the one in King City, it's still not bad. We might be able to get some treasures. Dan King said. Let's go in. Xianxia strode forward, heading towards the city gate of Dark Surge City. He could already see people of all shapes and sizes. Some of them were dressed differently. They should be the people from the other 2 great worlds because the origin of the world flowing in their bodies was different from Xianxia's. Basically, people from different worlds could feel the origin of the world in Void Triangular Domain. Xianxia saw a silhouette after a few steps. The silhouette also saw Xianxia at the same time. Their eyes met. Xianxia was stunned. Immediately, a wave of chi burst out from Xianxia's body, bringing with it an incomparably cold killing intent. Xianxia's sudden change had attracted the attention of Dan King and the others. They followed Xianxia's gaze and saw 3 people standing not far away from them. The leader seemed to be in his 20s. He was wearing a dazzling golden robe and had golden hair. His face was resolute and carried a domineering aura. His chi gave people the feeling that he was the only one in the world. Northern and Southern dynasties. Tyrant and the other 2 exclaimed at the same time. They finally knew why Xianxia could burst out such a powerful chi all of a sudden. Who else could this young man be if he wasn't from the Northern and Southern dynasties? How is this possible? His body and soul have been destroyed by Chenair. How could he appear here unscathed? Judging from his chi, he has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. How did this happen? This isn't right. The origin of his world is different from ours. He isn't a native of Saint Origin world. Dan King and Tyrant were shocked. Tyrant could feel the difference in the origin of the golden-haired man's world. He could tell that the golden-haired man wasn't a native of Saint Origin world, but his appearance and chi were exactly the same as those of the Northern and Southern dynasties. One should know that the Northern and Southern dynasties cultivated the Tyrant absolute art. Their chi wasn't something that ordinary people could imitate. When the golden-haired man heard the names of the Northern and Southern dynasties, he frowned and said indifferently, "How did you know my name?" Sure enough, he was also called the Northern and Southern dynasties. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you call senior brother Nanbei's name? That's right. Senior brother Nanbei is the top genius of Boundless World. You are courting death by calling his name. And you, a puny 3rd grade minor saint, how dare you unleash your chi in front of senior brother Nanbei? You are courting death. The two geniuses who followed the Northern and Southern dynasties shouted at Jiang Chen and the rest. Their chi was extremely arrogant. The Northern and Southern dynasties of Boundless World? Dan King and Tyrant were dumbfounded. Could it be that the Northern and Southern dynasties and the Northern and Southern dynasties that they were dealing with weren't the same person? The Northern and Southern dynasties waved their hands, gesturing for them to keep quiet. He came to Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "I don't know you, but you give me a familiar feeling that makes me want to kill you. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Remember, don't unleash your ridiculous chi in front of me next time. It doesn't matter which world you are from, you will only have one ending, that is death." Arrogant, domineering. Even the tone of their speech was the same. Could there be two people who were so similar in this world? Or were they actually the same person? Moreover, Jiang Chen could also feel the chi of the Tyrant absolute art from him. Let's go. The Northern and Southern dynasties put their hands behind their back and strode towards Dark Surge City. The two geniuses who followed them, Lung, looked at Jiang Chen and the rest and let out a disdainful harumph. Jiang Chen refrained himself from attacking them. First of all, this was Dark Surge City. If he attacked them, he would probably expose his true strength, which would make people associate him with the Dragon Man. Secondly, if this guy was really the same as the Northern and Southern dynasties, he would be no match for him given his 7th grade minor saint cultivation. Most importantly, this guy was from Boundless World. If he was from the Northern and Southern dynasties of Saint Origin World, he wouldn't hesitate to attack him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock and doubt. Back when he was in Nebula Sect, he had personally killed the Northern and Southern dynasties, leaving no trace behind. Now, there was another guy who was exactly the same as the Northern and Southern dynasties. It was impossible for Jiang Chen not to think about it. "Little Chenzi, what's going on? He looks like he doesn't know us." Tyrant came to Jiang Chen's side and said in shock. The appearance of the Northern and Southern dynasties had disrupted all their plans. "He's indeed not from the Northern and Southern dynasties that we know, but have you noticed that not only is his name from the Northern and Southern dynasties, his appearance is exactly the same as the people from the Northern and Southern dynasties, even his tone, chi, and the monarch heaven art that he cultivates are exactly the same as the people from the Northern and Southern dynasties. He's the same person. If it wasn't for the difference in the origin of this world and the way he looked at me, I would have suspected that the Northern and Southern dynasties are still alive." Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Nanbei Chao had always been his archenemy. He had finally gotten rid of him. He had never thought that he would meet another one in Void Triangular Domain. Nanbei Chao was his archenemy. How could this be? Could it be that there are many Northern and Southern dynasties in this world? Dan King was also shocked. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. "Brother Chen, can you guess the relationship between the Northern and Southern dynasties and the Northern and Southern dynasties in Saint Origin World?" Yan Qinyu asked. Jiang Chen lowered his eyebrows. Now, he had started to doubt the identity of the Northern and Southern dynasties. He was sure that the people from the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't the same people that he had killed. However, there must be some kind of connection between them. When Xianxia killed the northern and southern dynasties, he had a feeling that they were still alive. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed like the feeling was real. The northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of immortal spirits, which meant that they existed in the immortal world. Now that the boundless continent also had a northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia couldn't help but connect them to the immortal world. Perhaps, the immortal world still had northern and southern dynasties, or the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were the real northern and southern dynasties. However, these were all mysteries. No matter how smart Xianxia was and how omniscient he could not determine the true origins of the northern and southern dynasties. I can't be sure, but there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as it's the northern and southern dynasties, they are my enemies. The way he looked at me just now was filled with killing intent. However, he didn't attack me because I was in Dark Surge City. This killing intent came from the bottom of his heart. It's very strange. He treated me as an enemy at first glance. He said that he had a familiar feeling towards me. It's very strange. Therefore, regardless of whether he is directly related to the northern and southern dynasties or not, I can't let him go. Xianxia said. As for the true identity of the northern and southern dynasties, perhaps it would be revealed in the immortal world. However, he and the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be enemies. As long as it's the northern and southern dynasties, he would kill every single one of them. If there were real northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world, Xianxia was sure that he would still be enemies with them after he ascended to the immortal world. Killing one of the northern and southern dynasties first would only cause damage to the real northern and southern dynasties. I know. The northern and southern dynasties have the body of immortal spirits. He and the northern and southern dynasties are probably the clones of the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world. It must be so, said Tyrant. It was just a guess, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. All right. Now isn't the time to confront the northern and southern dynasties. Plus, we are no match for them with our current strength. I hope that there will be some treasures in this trade fair. If I can improve my strength, I will have a better chance in Void Triangular Domain. Xianxia said. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had given him a sense of crisis. He could tell from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties that they wouldn't let him go, even if they had only met once. Although Xianxia could kill an 8th grade minor saint, it was only against the people of the Dark Generation. Currently, there were so many major powers from the 3 major worlds. The geniuses of the 8 major families were also here. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to create any waves. His priority now was to find a way to improve his cultivation. At the same time, the northern and southern dynasties who had entered the inner area of Dark Surge City were wearing a cold face. Their eyes were glittering with cold light. Brother Nanbei, that bastard was too rude to you just now. You should punish him. One of them said. I don't know why, but this man gave me a familiar feeling, as if I have seen him somewhere before. Although he is only a 3rd grade minor saint, I feel threatened by him. The northern and southern dynasties said with a frown. This feeling was too strange. How is this possible? Brother Nanbei is unparalleled in the world. Although you are only a 7th grade minor saint, not even a 9th grade minor saint is a match for you. That brat is only a 3rd grade minor saint. I can easily pinch him to death. Even if you give him another 100 years, he still won't be a match for you. Another man said with a smile. Don't be careless. I must kill him, but not now. My goal this time is to take all the wealth of the Dark Generation. I cultivate the Emperor Tyrannical Heaven art, and I want the entire Dark Generation to tremble under my feet. My goal this time is to rule this world and improve my Emperor Tyrannical Heaven art. This goal can only be achieved after the trade fair is over and the experts of the 3 great worlds have left. So, don't do anything for now and let that brat live for a few more days. If I want to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Killing him is just a piece of cake for me. The northern and southern dynasties said. If these words were heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. They might even associate him with the Dragon Man. The northern and southern dynasties were truly ambitious. The Void Triangular Domain was destined to be chaotic because of the arrival of Xianxia. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had joined the fray. The fate of the Dark Generation was unimaginable. The northern and southern dynasties were different from Xianxia. In some aspects, they were even more ruthless than Xianxia. They didn't care about any race. In their heart, they only wanted to dominate and submit to him. Those who didn't submit to him were destined to perish. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had set their eyes on the Dark Generation, it wasn't a good thing for the entire Dark Generation. After the battle between Xianxia and the Dark Generation, he basically had the same thought as the northern and southern dynasties. The Dark Generation was really unlucky to be targeted by two monstrous geniuses at the same time. The opening of the Void Triangular Domain was bound to be very lively with the arrival of two Devil Kings at the same time. The battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties was going to start again. It was hard to tell who would emerge as the winner. Xianxia and the other three entered the Dark Surge City. The scale of the city was much bigger than the previous one. All kinds of people made the city very lively. Qua la la. Suddenly, a large group of Dark Surge City's guards appeared in front of him. These guards were wearing black armors. They rushed to the street and shouted at the shops on both sides of the street. Everyone, listen up. Whoever can catch the De Huang dog or provide any clues about the De Huang dog, report it to the prefecture and you will be rewarded handsomely. The captain of the guards shouted. After that, they left in a hurry and headed towards the other direction of the city. Not only them, the entire city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Guards in black armors could be seen everywhere. Each of these guards looked very angry as if they wanted to kill someone. De Huang dog. Hearing the news, Xianxia and the other three's eyes sparkled. They wondered if the wanted De Huang dog was the same as De Huang. Brother, why are you chasing after a dog? A newcomer who didn't know the ins and outs of the city pulled a member of the Dark Generation and asked. You still don't know? Last night, a dog came out of nowhere and went to the treasury of the prefecture and stole the 9th grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul. You should know that the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King is one of the treasures that will be auctioned tomorrow. The prefecture lord is furious. He wants to tear the dog into pieces. Damn it. First, it was the dragon man. Now, it's a dog. Mother *cur. There weren't so many incidents when the Void Triangular Domain was opened. That dog is too hateful. He even dares to steal from the prefecture lord. He must be courting death. The prefecture lord will skin him alive if he is caught. Speaking of what happened last night, many of them were gritting their teeth. Dark Surge City was the second largest city of the Dark Generation. The prefecture lord was also heavily guarded. Because of this, the prefecture lord was able to take advantage of De Huang dog. Every time the Void Triangular Domain was opened, the Dark Surge City would hold a trade fair before the King City Trade Fair. The auction was the highlight of the event. The geniuses from the three major powers of the three worlds would come and exchange for treasures. But now, a 9th grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul was stolen by a dog. This was a great blow to the prestige of the prefecture lord and the dignity of the Dark Generation. This time, the opening of the Void Triangular Domain was not peaceful. The matter of the Dragon Man had just calmed down and now, a dog had appeared. Puff Tyrant couldn't help but laugh out loud. Other than Goldie, there wouldn't be a second dog that would do such a thing. De Huang is being naughty again. Yan Qingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of the ability to create trouble, De Huang dog's ability was definitely above Xianxia's. No matter where this dog went, there would be no peace. A 9th grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King. How could De Huang let go of such a demon soul? De Huang has an innate ability called Soul Devouring Voice. If he could obtain the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Moreover, it's a 9th grade minor demon saint. Xianxia smiled. There must be a reason why De Huang stole the demon soul. Haha. De Huang is here. This is going to be fun. Tyrant laughed. Xianxia was incomparably happy. Without De Huang dog, he felt that something was missing. The entire Dark Surge City was filled with guards. Such a scene reminded Xianxia of the time when he was in Red City. He was looking for a dog everywhere in the city. Now, it was happening again in Void Triangular Domain. De Huang has stolen a valuable item from the auction. It would be strange if the city lord wasn't angry. You should know that the auction of the Soul Eater Beast King would be announced in advance to attract people's attention. The Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul must have been announced in advance. Now that it has been stolen by De Huang, it would be shameful if he couldn't bring out the demon soul in tomorrow's auction. The King of Elixirs shook his head. He was speechless at De Huang's actions. Senior Dan King, you don't have much contact with that dog. You don't know much about him. This is the way De Huang does things. If he doesn't cause any commotion, would he still be De Huang? Tyrant said with a smile. Dan King looked at Xianxia and shook his head. There was Xianxia, Northern and Southern dynasties, and now there was De Huang dog. It was hard to imagine how lively the Void Triangular Domain would be. Chengij, do you think they can find the puppy dog? Yan Qinyu asked. What do you think? Jiangchen chuckled. Yan Qinyu laughed as well. These people had mobilized so many of them, but if Big Yellow wanted to hide, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they exhausted themselves to death. This dog was extremely cunning. De Huang did this because the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King is useful to him. Secondly, he heard about my matter and wanted to help me divert the attention of the Dark Generation. Jiangchen said. He and Big Yellow were like brothers of life and death. He could roughly guess what Big Yellow was doing. Big Yellow must have a purpose in stealing the treasures of Dark Surge City on the first day he arrived. He must have heard that Dark Generation was hunting him everywhere, so he wanted to use this method to attract the attention of the people of Dark Generation. De Huang dog's good intention had touched Jiangchen's heart. The puppy dog is great. Yan Qinyu's face was full of smiles. Let's go. Let's go into the city. If De Huang is hiding in the city, he will definitely find us and find a way to meet us. Jiangchen said. Then, the four of them strode into the city. Dark Surge City was huge. Jiangchen and the others soon reached the center of the city. The place was bustling with people of all shapes and sizes. Both sides of the wide street were filled with shops. Many human cultivators were doing business in these shops. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Damn dog, stop right there. The voice came from afar. As the voice faded away, a dazzling golden light moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiangchen. When the golden light stopped, it turned into the shape of a big dog. Who else could it be but De Huang dog? Haha, little Chenzi, Master Dog has finally found you. When De Huang dog saw Jiangchen, he immediately laughed out loud. Then, he strode over to Yan Qinyu and showed his affection to her. However, upon seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this guy thinking of him? Why did it feel like he was thinking of Xiaoyu? Tyrant was even more depressed. This damned dog didn't even greet him and ran directly to Yan Qinyu, treating him like air. Puppy dog, you're in trouble again. Yan Qinyu patted De Huang dog's head. You bastard. How dare you show up after stealing the treasure of the prefecture? Tyrant was speechless, but his and Jiangchen's eyes were filled with astonishment when they looked at Big Yellow. This dog's current cultivation base was too strong. He had already reached the mighty 5th grade minor demon saint. It had only been a short period of time since they parted. Such progress was too terrifying. However, they soon understood that the reason why Big Yellow's strength could improve so quickly was probably because of the Soul Eater Demon King's demon soul. Damn dog, stop right there. The angry voice sounded again. Two powerful silhouettes were seen flying from the direction where Big Yellow appeared. One of them was covered in red flames while the other was covered in ice. Both of their chi were incomparably powerful. Their cultivation grade had already reached the 6th grade minor saint. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Both of them stopped in front of Jiangchen. They didn't retract their chi. Their eyes were fixed on De Huang dog. Their eyes were about to spurt out fire. Damn dog, hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The flaming youth pointed at De Huang dog and shouted. He didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. Look, it's that De Huang dog. He is here. It's him. He is the one who stole the treasure of the prefecture. Hurry up and inform the people of the prefecture. What are these two doing? They are humans. Could it be that they are helping the prefecture to catch De Huang Dog for the treasure? For a moment, many people's eyes fell on De Huang Dog, making De Huang Dog the center of attention. Who has seen your treasure? Don't make unfounded accusations. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy tail like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Damn you, mangy dog. It seems that I have to skin you alive today. The other youth, who was emitting a cold aura, looked even more irritable. He immediately stretched out his palm and grabbed at De Huang Dog. However, his palm was grabbed by another palm halfway. The youth was stunned. He looked at the person who grabbed him angrily and saw a white-robed youth looking at him with a smile. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The youth, Lung Lung, said. Brother, why are you so angry? Let's talk this out. Xianxia said with a smile. Alright, it seems that you are in cahoots. Ask this dog to hand over the spiritual fire pearl and the 10 millennia cold crystal. Then, we will pretend that this never happened. I am Duan Rong from the Black-Yellow continent. You can't afford to offend me. The youth, Lung Lung, looked at De Huang Dog. Where did this mangy dog come from? You don't know what's good for you. How dare you steal my, Hua Miao's, things? Who gave you the guts to do so? The youth, who was covered in flames, shouted. Upon hearing this, Xianxia, Tyrant and Dan King were stunned. It seemed that these two weren't after the demon soul of the Soul-Eater Demon King, but the other treasures. What did De Huang Dog do? This guy's name was Hua Miao. In the entire Saint Origin world, there weren't many people with the surname Hua, and geniuses were even rarer. Obviously, Hua Miao was a genius of the Hua family, one of the 8 major families. The other one was a genius of the Black-Yellow continent. After communicating with De Huang Dog, Xianxia and the others found out that Hua Miao and Duan Rong were having a trade. Hua Miao used a piece of 10 millennia cold crystal to exchange for Duan Rong's spiritual fire pearl. Duan Rong cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique, so his physique was incomparably cold. The people of the Hua family all had fire attribute physiques. Therefore, the items they exchanged could be said to be complementary. Unexpectedly, the treasure was snatched away by a dog during the trade. Therefore, the two of them chased each other all the way here. No wonder they were so angry. What? Who said that Hua Miao's things can't be snatched? You can't even protect your own treasures, and you still have the nerve to blame others? Moreover, you are no match for him. You are already lucky that he didn't kill you. Xianxia and Lung Lung said. They would never be polite to arrogant people. Moreover, they knew De Huang Dog too well. Once this dog snatched something, he would never take it back. Since De Huang was in trouble, Xianxia naturally had to stand up for him. What did you say? I can tell from your origin chi that you are from Saint Origin world. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you go against the Hua family? Are you tired of living? After listening to Xianxia's words, Hua Miao was enraged. Those who possessed the physique of fire attribute were usually hot-tempered, let alone a genius of the Hua family like Hua Miao. He was strong and had a strong backer. He had been living in the best environment since he was young. In his heart, he was a superior being. He wasn't someone that any ordinary cultivator could compare with. Today, a third-grade minor Saint Brat had appeared out of nowhere and dared to speak in such a manner in front of him. He said that Master Dog was being merciful. Otherwise, the two of you would be dead by now. Of course, what he said was the truth. Master Dog just didn't want to lower himself to your level. De Huang Dog said. Although his words sounded shameless, it was the truth. With De Huang Dog's current 5th-grade minor demon saint cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 2 6th-grade minor saint geniuses. However, De Huang Dog had robbed them first. Plus, they were in Dark Surge City. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't do them any good. Brother Hua, since they are from Saint Origin world, I will leave this matter to you. Duan Rong said. Don't worry, Brother Duan. I will definitely get the 10 millennia cold crystal back for you. Hua Miao promised. Duan Rong had already said that these people were from Saint Origin World. Given his identity as a member of the Hua family, if he couldn't even deal with these small fries, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in front of Duan Rong? He couldn't afford to lose face, and neither could the Hua family. Hua Miao took a step forward. The flame on his body became even more intense. It could be seen that this person's flame was also a strange flame. It was incomparably terrifying, incomparable to ordinary flames. The Hua clan was born with a fire-attributed physique. Some of them were born with a strange flame inside their body. It was precisely because of this innate flame that they had a special physique. This made the people of the Hua clan incomparably powerful, becoming one of the 8 clans of the Pure Land. Kid, I will say it one last time. Hand over the fire spirit pearl and the 10,000-year-old cold crystal. Hand over that dog as well. I cannot let this matter go. I have to skin that damn dog to save my, Hua Miao's, reputation. Hua Miao was extremely arrogant. I say, little brat of the fire clan, you want to save face in front of Lord Dog and him? You're really too immature. Isn't your fire clan known to be the best at playing with fire? In my opinion, in terms of playing with fire, a genius of the fire race like you is not even 1/10 of his. De Huang Dog shook his head and added fuel to the fire. What did you say? Are you saying that my flame is inferior to this kid's? Hua Miao was furious. Not just your flames, but the flames of your fire clan. De Huang Dog said. Boom, after listening to De Huang Dog's words, Hua Miao's anger rose in an instant. As a member of the Hua family, the thing he couldn't stand the most was someone saying that his flame was weak. Now, this guy was even looking down on the Hua family. No one in the entire Saint Origin world would dare to look down on the existence of the Hua family. When it came to playing with fire, Hua Miao had a unique advantage. If it was in other aspects, Hua Miao might not have been so confident. Now that De Huang Dog had said so, how could he stand it? Kid, what's your name? Hua Miao looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen revealed his name. It seems like you are an alchemist. Do you really think that you can play with fire just because you are an alchemist? Let me tell you, your flame is merely superficial. It's just an auxiliary tool for concocting pills. The real flame is used to kill and attack. If you can defeat me in terms of flame, I don't want the fire soul pearl anymore. Hua Miao was incomparably confident. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. As a matter of fact, if it was someone else, they wouldn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes either. Firstly, there was the gap between their cultivation grade. No 6th grade minor saint would pay attention to a 3rd grade minor saint who was 3 grades lower than them. Moreover, it was a competition in their field of expertise. If that's the case, it seems like you won't be able to get the fire soul pearl. Jiang Chen shrugged. He didn't care about his opponent's arrogance. It would be abnormal if the geniuses of the 8 families weren't arrogant. Of course, they had the right to be arrogant. Asterisk Chi La asterisk Hua Miao swung his arm. A Chi La sound was heard. A scarlet flame leaped out. The flame was like a fire snake, hovering between his palms. It was incomparably mystical. Raging Inferno Prairie. Hua Miao bellowed. The flame rushed out with a bang and rushed towards Jiang Chen. It could be seen that Hua Miao was very good at using fire. The flame had completely fused with him. The flame that was shot out by him had turned into a lively fire dragon, as if it had come to life. Let's go. This was a fire attribute combat technique. It was used by Hua Miao using a special technique and his strong physique, making it incomparably powerful. It wasn't something any ordinary alchemist could compare with. Dan King could see it clearly. As an alchemist, he was also an expert in using fire. However, if he were to use fire to fight, the gap between him and Hua Miao was huge. Among the 8 families, the Hua family and the Dan family were experts in using fire. However, if they were to compare their combat strength, the Dan family was obviously at a disadvantage. The reputation of the Dan family was mainly due to their alchemy. Facing the attack of Hua Miao's fire dragon, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. It had to be said that Hua Miao's attack was very powerful. His method of playing with fire was also extremely brilliant. He was indeed a genius of the Hua family. However, it was a pity that this kind of fire attribute combat technique was not on the same level as Xianxia's fire dragon seal. Moreover, Hua Miao's flame was incomparable to Xianxia's true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach Xianxian, Xianxian suddenly stretched out a big hand. His red palm was covered with incomparably bright flames. A deep dragon roar was heard. Many people saw a fire dragon spurting out from Xianxian's palm all of a sudden. In terms of size, this fire dragon wasn't as big as Hua Miao's fire dragon, but its chi completely crushed Hua Miao's fire dragon. After the appearance of the fire dragon, the chi of Hua Miao's fire dragon instantly withered, as if it had met a true king. That's right. Compared to Hua Miao's flame, Xianxian's flame was the king of flames. It itself carried a powerful king's prestige. Under such prestige, ordinary flames directly gave birth to fear and submission. Roar. As Xianxian's fire dragon let out a roar, Hua Miao's fire dragon instantly shrank. Then, it was swallowed by Xianxian's fire dragon in one gulp. Then, Xianxian waved his hand and retrieved the fire dragon. He looked at Hua Miao opposite him with a smile. What? Hua Miao was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of flame is that? It's actually so terrifying. It can actually form a pressure on my flame. It's even more noble than our fire clan's psychic fire. How can such a flame exist in this world? Hua Miao was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but be shocked. If Xianxian had suppressed him in other areas, he would have felt better. However, now that he was suppressed in terms of flame, he couldn't accept this reality. However, when he thought of the horror of Xianxian's flame, the shock in Hua Miao's heart grew stronger. All of a sudden, Hua Miao's eyes revealed a trace of greed. That's right, greed. Such a small character actually possesses such a high-grade flame. He can be called the king of flames. That's a powerful sacred flame. In his hands, it's simply an insult to the sacred flame. Only our fire clan is worthy of such a flame. Hua Miao's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. He took another step forward and said to Xianxian, "Brat, if you hand over your flame, I will write off everything that happened today. I will also give you the opportunity to cultivate in the Hua family. Once you enter the Hua family, you will have a meteoric rise. You should know that many people in Saint Origin World want to join the Hua family. I hope you won't miss this great opportunity." Upon hearing this, Dan King and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they realized that this bastard was eyeing Xianxian's flame and wanted it for himself. However, this bastard was destined to be disappointed. Xianxian certainly had no interest in the fire clan. Not interested. You have lost the competition of flame. Just leave as you said. Xianxian said in an incomparably cold tone. Xianxian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hua Miao's eyes flickered with fire. Just you? Xianxian was a little angry. He didn't want to cause any unpleasantness with the people of the fire clan in Dark Surge City, but if Hua Miao didn't give up, Xianxian wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Kong, all of a sudden, a strong wave of qi burst out from Hua Miao's body. He had decided to attack. Xianxian's flame was just too precious. If he could get his hands on it and hand it over to his family, it would be a great contribution to the Hua family. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Swoosh. However, before Hua Miao took action, Xianxian moved. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hua Miao. No one knew when a sword appeared in his hand. It was an extremely cold sword. It was pointed at Hua Miao's throat. The sharp sword light had even pierced through Hua Miao's skin. If it went a little deeper, Hua Miao would be dead. Hua Miao took a deep breath. He instantly withdrew his powerful qi. He felt a bone-chilling cold from Xianxian's long sword. What shocked him even more was that with his strength, he didn't see how Xianxian took action. In other words, if Xianxian wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man now. What are you doing? Hua Miao's voice was trembling. Under the pressure of Xianxian's qi, he felt that his soul was trembling. You should be glad that I don't want to kill anyone now. Get lost. Get lost, this word had undoubtedly hurt Hua Miao's self-esteem deeply. He was a member of the Hua family. No one had ever dared to tell him to get lost. He had always been the one asking others to get lost. Today, he, a dignified genius of the Hua family, was asked to get lost by a rogue cultivator who came out of nowhere. How could Hua Miao bear it? However, he had to accept the situation because his opponent was too strong. He could feel that he was no match for this white-robed youth. If this white-robed youth wanted to kill him, it would only take a moment. Moreover, he could see a trace of coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as the sword in front of him. If he didn't do as Jiang Chen said, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would really kill him. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to find a place to reason with Jiang Chen. Haha, get lost. You can't do it. The big yellow dog laughed out loud and swaggered toward Hua Miao. Then, it turned around and lifted its fat butt to shake at Hua Miao's face. Hua Miao staggered and almost fell on the ground. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that he was humiliated by a dog. It was unbearable, but he had to endure it. Good. Jiang Chen, you are a good man. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. No one will dare to attack the Hua family. And you damn dog. I will skin you and roast you on fire sooner or later. Hua Miao Linlin left these words and turned into a fiery light, disappearing in an instant. After Hua Miao left, Jiang Chen looked at Duan Rong. This guy from the black-yellow continent should be a genius from a major power. However, Jiang Chen still didn't put him in his eyes. The power behind Duan Rong was the one that posed no threat to Jiang Chen. After all, once they left the void triangular domain, they would have no chance to meet each other. Aren't you leaving? Jiang Chen looked at Duan Rong. Humph. Duan Rong snorted coldly and then turned to leave. He was not a fool and knew that he had met an iron plate today. The white-robed youth in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Duan Rong and Hua Miao's strength was on par, but Hua Miao was not even able to withstand one move from the white-robed youth. If Duan Rong took action, he would only be asking for humiliation. It seemed that he would not be able to get the 10,000-year-old cold crystal back. As for today's account, he would settle it later. Kaka, you want to fight with this lord dog? You guys are too inexperienced. De Huang dog cackled, but halfway through his laughter, Jiang Chen slapped him on the dog's face. Brat, why did you hit me? De Huang dog glared at him. You damn dog. You only know how to cause trouble for me. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang dog fiercely. De Huang dog was truly a troublemaker. Wherever he went, trouble would follow. Jiang Chen's plan to deal with the Dark Generation hadn't been realized yet. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had appeared. When he entered the void triangular domain, he had already fought with the Dan family. Now, he had offended the Fire family. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already gotten used to it. As the saying goes, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry. Why are you talking about me? You are the one who has caused more trouble than me. De Huang dog stuck out his tongue at Jiang Chen. Alright, you two are the eldest brother. Don't talk about the second brother. However, De Huang, we can understand why you stole the Soul Eater Demon King's demon soul. But why did you take the Fire Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year-old cold crystal from the other two? These two treasures don't seem to be of any use to you. Tyrant said. I took them for Xiaoyu. As for the Fire Spirit Pearl, I took it as well. De Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized 10,000-year-old cold crystal. It floated in front of Xianxia. The moment the crystal appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped. Cold chi filled the air, making people shiver uncontrollably. This 10,000-year-old cold crystal is a high-grade cold attribute treasure. It will be very useful for me to form the heart of the ice god. If I refine it, I might be able to break through to the 5th-grade minor saint. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. She had the 9 meridians. It was imaginable how beneficial this 10,000-year-old cold crystal would be to her. Jiang Chen forgave De Huang dog instantly after seeing the quality of the crystal. He was afraid that even if he was the one who encountered it, he would also find a way to get it. To Xianxia, this treasure was extremely rare. Xiaoyu, since De Huang has kindly taken it for you, you should just take it. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Xianxia said with a smile. There were people who complained about me just now. It seems like the fire spirit pearl is useless to you. Master Dog, I will eat it myself. De Huang Dog glared at Xianxia. Although the fire spirit pearl was a rare treasure, it wasn't very useful to Xianxia. Xianxia's flame was the powerful true dragon fire and thunder fire. Even if he got the fire spirit pearl, he would only get the energy contained within it. It wouldn't affect the quality of Xianxia's flame. De Huang Dog could digest anything. Eating the fire spirit pearl would be very beneficial to him. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk swoosh, asterisk at this time, powerful chi emerged from afar once again. In just a blink, they had reached the middle of the street. This group of people had extremely powerful cultivation. The leader was a white-haired old man who was a 9th grade minor saint. The rest of them were 7th and 8th grade minor saints. When they saw Big Yellow, their anger exploded instantly. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Look, the people from the city lord's mansion are here. That dog is finished. This dog is too despicable. He even dares to steal from the prefecture. Now that he has been caught, the prefecture will never let him go. That is the great elder of the prefecture. He is a 9th grade minor saint. Even he has come personally. It shows how much importance the prefecture has placed on this incident. Of course. You should know that the great elder is always in charge of the city lord's mansion's trade fair. He is also in charge of the treasures. Now that the treasures have been stolen by a dog, the great elder is naturally embarrassed. Many of the people in the shop started to discuss when they saw the group of people. The dog that stole the treasure last night had finally been found. Now that the great elder had come personally, the dog wouldn't have a good ending. Xianxia and Tyrant couldn't help but touch their foreheads when they saw the group of people. Another wave had just arrived. It was really a headache. They weren't fools. They could naturally guess the identity of these people. These people were much harder to deal with than Hua Miao and Ling Luo. It's this dog. Someone pointed at De Huang Dog. However, De Huang Dog behaved very casually. Even in the face of so many powerful experts, he could still maintain his composure. Putting aside other things, his temperament was pretty good. The great elder's face darkened. He looked at De Huang Dog, Lin Ling, and said, "Hand over the demon soul and I will give you a lighter punishment." "I have already eaten it." Big Yellow answered seriously and burped at the same time. "What? Eaten it?" The people of the prefecture were stunned. The great elder's face turned red and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. The demon soul had been eaten by this damned dog. Was there anything more despicable than this in the heavens and earth? Eaten it? You mangy dog. That is the demon soul of a 9th grade minor demon saint, soul eater demon king. What qualifications do you have to eat it? Cut open his stomach and have a look. An 8th grade minor saint was infuriated. He's right. The demon soul has been eaten. Xianxia said. Then pay the price. Kill this dog and take out its demon soul. The great elder gritted his teeth and said. I'm afraid you all don't have the ability to kill this master dog. Big Yellow was infuriated as well. The dragon horn on his forehead started glowing. It seemed like a war was about to break out. He was a fearless guy. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would still attack. Big Yellow was a fearless guy. Let me kill him. An 8th grade minor saint middle-aged man's murderous intent fluctuated. He was about to attack De Huang Dog. Stop. Xianxia shouted. Brat, who are you? You'd better not interfere in the matters of the prefecture. The man Lin gave Xianxia a glance. I'm Xianxia, a friend of this dog. We will buy the demon soul of the soul eater demon king. How about we compensate you? Xianxia said. He couldn't afford to fall out with the prefecture yet. Plus, the opponent was very powerful. Once he attacked, he would expose himself. What a joke. Do you know how much the demon soul is worth? Can you afford it? Besides, this demon soul has been announced to the public as one of the last treasures of tomorrow's auction. Now that the demon soul is gone, if we can't bring out the demon soul for tomorrow's auction, it will be a disgrace to the prefecture. The great elder didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Given his status, it was already very polite of him to talk to a third-grade minor saint. King Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He had to solve this problem. Immediately, he took out two powerful combat weapons. One was a blade and the other was a sword. These two combat weapons weren't considered as high-grade minor saint weapons, but they were already extraordinary. In terms of value, these two combat weapons couldn't be compared to the demon soul that De Huang Dog had eaten. However, it was different for the people of Dark Generation. What they lacked the most were pills and combat weapons. Even the combat weapon of this 9th-grade minor saint Great Elder was only at this level. I think Great Elder is a man who knows his stuff. Let's consider these two minor saint weapons as buying the demon soul. Let's both take a step back. What do you think? Xianxia said with a smile. These two battle weapons are indeed good items. However, I know that among you humans, the value of that demon spirit is not only this much. If we were to put it up for auction tomorrow and let you humans fight for it, its value would definitely be even higher. Furthermore, this dog's actions have already caused our city lord's mansion to lose face. If you think you can just take out these two battle weapons, aren't you taking this too lightly? After listening to what the Great Elder said, Xianxia just smiled. The Great Elder had organized many auctions and had many dealings with the major powers of the human race. His knowledge of pills and combat weapons was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he knew what the human race needed. Of course, Xianxia didn't intend to bluff his way out of this. However, the Great Elder's attitude towards Xianxia had eased up when he saw Xianxia taking out two minor saint weapons. He wanted to get more treasures from Xianxia. However, Xianxia wasn't going to take out more treasures as he wasn't a person that could be easily blackmailed. Great Elder, I have to tell you that you better not look down on this dog. Great Elder, I have to tell you that you better not underestimate this dog. You are no stranger to the demon race in Saint Origin World. This dog's status in the demon race is even more precious than your princes in the royal family. You better think twice before you touch him. Given the way the demon race does things, if you touch their princes, you will definitely cause a huge ruckus in Void Triangular Domain. By that time, your auction will no longer be able to proceed normally and even the trade fair in King City will be greatly hindered. I heard that a dragon man had appeared a few days ago and had caused a great disturbance in your Dark Generation. If the experts of the demon race are added to the chaos, I'm afraid that the Dark Generation will not be able to live in peace. I wonder if you, the Great Elder, can bear this responsibility. Xianxia said casually. At this moment, it was necessary to reveal the identity of De Huang Dog. The Great Elder might not care about other people, but he would definitely care about the demon race. After dealing with the demon race for so many years, he should be very clear about the demon race's way of doing things. The people of the demon race were always vengeful and they would fight whenever they felt like it. They were unrestrained and unrestrained. As for what Xianxia said about Big Yellow's status in the demon race, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. This could be seen from the time when Peacock King personally brought Big Yellow to Void Triangular Domain. Moreover, Big Yellow had only been in the demon race for a few days and he was brought to the trading fair in Void Triangular Domain. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He was afraid that such treatment was unique in the entire demon race. Moreover, Big Yellow was a powerful divine beast with a complete divine beast bloodline. Naturally, the demon race would treat him like a treasure and focus on cultivating him. If these guys dared to touch Big Yellow, he believed that the demon race wouldn't let this matter go given their usual style. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the Great Elder and the others' facial expression changed slightly. The way they looked at De Huang Dog changed. At first, they thought that De Huang Dog was just a mangy dog that came out of nowhere. They had never thought that he would have such a distinguished identity. They knew very well how powerful the demon race was in Saint Origin World. Plus, the demon race was famous for protecting their own people. Not to mention that De Huang Dog had such a distinguished identity. The Great Elder and the others still remembered clearly that there was once a trade fair in King City where the demon race had a conflict with a major power of the Black-Yellow continent. As a result, the demon race started a war and almost destroyed the auction house of King City. They were truly fearless. Furthermore, the demon race had incomparably powerful divine abilities. Their fleshly body was as strong as the dark generation, making them very difficult to deal with. They were the most troublesome existence for the dark generation. They could ignore humans, but they couldn't ignore the demon race. Grand Elder, I've said everything I need to say. If you agree, these 2 combat weapons will be the price for the Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul. If you don't agree, I'll keep these 2 combat weapons. I won't get involved in the grudges between you two. You can do whatever you want with this dog. Xianxia said again. The Great Elder knitted his brows tightly. He was in a dilemma. Now that the demon's soul had been stolen, the reputation of the City Lord Mansion had been tarnished. However, judging from the current situation, punishing this dog might lead to a series of bad consequences. Great Elder, this brat is right. If this dog is really a member of the demon race and has a certain status in the demon race, it won't be easy to mess with him. You know how the demon race does things. That's right, Great Elder. In my opinion, we should quit while we're ahead. 2 minor saint weapons are already very valuable. It's better than nothing. If we really touch this dog, the people of the demon race will definitely make a big fuss. At that time, not only will our auction be cancelled, it will also affect the trade fair in King City. If the Dark King blames us, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. The 2 people on the left and right of the Great Elder whispered. It seemed like they understood the situation. Alright, Xianxia, I'll give you face, I'll accept these 2 combat weapons. I hope something like this won't happen again. If not, even if he's a prince of the demon race, I'll still punish him. Great Elder Lin Lin glared at De Huang Dog and kept the 2 minor saint weapons, giving himself a way out of the situation. Great Elder is indeed wise. I will go to the prefecture tomorrow to participate in the auction and witness the glory of the dark generation. Xianxia clasped his fists at the Great Elder. He knew that the matter had been settled. The Great Elder didn't say anything and left with the people of the prefecture. He had lost all his face today. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Little Xianxia, you did a great job. You used the demon race's chi to make the Great Elder not dare to speak. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. Chen, it's best that you could resolve this crisis without shedding a drop of blood. Dan King also gave Xianxia a praising look. He had been looking at Xianxia's body since the beginning. When he first saw Xianxia's battle formation, he was sweating in cold sweat. However, it was great that Xianxia was able to resolve the crisis with such ease. Xianxia's image in Dan King's mind had risen to another level. Only a brave and resourceful person could achieve great things. Not only was Xianxia strong, he was also very wise. He knew how to resolve the crisis in the best way, which was very rare. After such a commotion, Xianxia and the others didn't have the mood to continue strolling on the street. They found an inn and waited for the auction in the prefecture tomorrow. In an exquisite courtyard of the inn, Xianxia and the others gathered together. Being able to meet De Huang Dog in the void triangular domain, Xianxia was very excited. Although De Huang Dog had caused trouble, if he didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't be De Huang Dog. In any case, the arrival of De Huang Dog was very beneficial to Xianxia. In Xianxia's plan, De Huang Dog was the most indispensable link. He was most interested in those true metastone mines. That was the real wealth. Only De Huang Dog could find those hidden mines easily. De Huang, how are you doing in the demon race? Xianxia asked. This was also the question he was most concerned about. De Huang Dog had just arrived in the demon race. It was similar to how Wu Ningzhu had just arrived in the ancient people's territory. De Huang Dog was invited to the demon race. Therefore, the treatment he received was very different from that of Wu Ningzhu. It's all right. Those old men's eyes lit up when they saw me. Master Dog felt uncomfortable when they looked at me. I was afraid that I would be raped by them. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with their sexual orientation. However, the demon race is actually quite chaotic. That old man Peacock said that there isn't any peace among the various races. Some of them want to train me as the next patriarch of the demon race. Of course, there are also many voices of opposition. I'm so annoyed that I'm going to get some fresh air in Void Triangular Domain. Big Yellow said casually. Although it was just a few simple words, it made Xianxia and the others feel that the competition in the demon race was very intense. As a matter of fact, it was imaginable that every major power in the heavens and earth was like this. The bigger the power, the more intense the competition. Now that the demon race wanted to make Big Yellow the next patriarch, it would certainly be very difficult and they would have to face a lot of obstacles. De Huang, if that's the case, you have to be careful. You can imagine how intense the competition will be when it involves the position of the patriarch. There will be people who will protect you, but there will also be people who will harm you. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Xianxia said. I know. Master Dog isn't an idiot. I won't let anyone harm me. I stole the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King to improve my strength. Apart from the high grade of this demon soul, it will also greatly help my innate ability. After refining the demon soul, my cultivation has reached the 5th grade minor demon saint. Of course, I haven't fully refined the energy of the demon soul yet. If I fully refine it, it won't be a problem for me to reach the 6th grade minor demon saint. In addition to the influence of the Soul Eater Demon Sound, it won't take long for me to reach the 7th grade minor demon saint. At that time I will even be able to deal with a 9th grade minor demon saint. De Huang Dog said. Don't be fooled by his carefree manner, he was actually very smart. Who would want this dog to be cheated and suffer some losses? It was harder than reaching the sky. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, Xianxia, Dan King and Tyrant couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. This was the power of a powerful divine beast's bloodline. Plus, De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a dragon horse. This was a unique advantage that no one could compare with. Furthermore, the bloodline of De Huang Dog would become stronger along with his cultivation. De Huang Dog's progress would be faster and faster. Don't talk about me. How did you know about this void triangular domain? When I knew that the domain was going to open, I immediately went to the Nebula sect to look for you. However, I couldn't find any trace of you. When I arrived here, I heard about the dragon men. Needless to say, it was you. Only a brat like you could do such a big thing. De Huang Dog said. Godfather is a famous alchemist. He has been here before. He has a spatial talisman with him. That's why we came here earlier. Xianxia said. No wonder. De Huang Dog shook his head. He then looked at Xianxia and said, Brat, you are not a good friend. You did such a big thing but you didn't bring me along. That's so boring. But why did you go and kill those noble young masters? You even destroyed a city of the dark generation. How much hatred do you have for them? De Huang Dog was puzzled. He knew Xianxia very well. Xianxia wasn't a reckless person. He shouldn't have caused such a big scene the moment he arrived. De Huang, those noble young masters deserved to die. Xianxia told De Huang Dog everything that happened in Dark Mulberry City. De Huang Dog was enraged when he heard that young master Lu Yun had plotted against Xianxia and poisoned her tea. He even created a fragrance-dispelling pavilion and enslaved people. Damn it. These bastards are worse than beasts. Good job. In my opinion, the entire dark generation should be killed. De Huang Dog was enraged. We have to deal with the dark generation. Even if I don't deal with them, they will deal with me. This hatred can't be resolved. Let's see who is stronger. Big Yellow, it's great that you can come. I have a big plan, and it can't be carried out without your participation. Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. What big plan? Tell me. I know that Master Dog's position is unshakable. If you want to do something big, you will need my help. De Huang Dog said narcissistically. When he heard that Xianxia had a big plan, his eyes almost popped out. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. The bigger the mess, the happier he would be. You know that my cultivation method consumes more energy as I progress. This disadvantage hasn't been revealed yet. But when I reach the Great Sage level, I will need an endless supply of holy elixir for every advancement. This consumption is astronomical. I can't even estimate it myself. Moreover, holy elixir is rare and precious. Even the 8 big families might not be able to support me. The supreme grade true meta stones here are comparable to holy elixir. You have probably heard that I have stolen the treasuries of 3 cities and a mine. Now, I have 200 million supreme grade true meta stones. But this is far from enough. My goal is to get all the true meta stones here. When he said the last sentence, Xianxia's eyes lit up. This was his ultimate goal. What the F***ck? You are too greedy, but I like it. Big Yellow was taken aback at first, but then he beamed with joy. But if that's the case, we'll have to fight against the Dark Generation, but the Dark Generation is still very powerful. Both of us aren't a match for them, and you're not strong enough. Da Huang Dog was worried. Of course I can't do it now. Of course, I can't fight them now. First, I don't have enough strength. Second, there are people from the 3 major worlds here. Once we start fighting, the situation will be out of control. I am a 3rd grade minor saint now, but I have a large amount of dark spirits in my hands. If I refine all of them, I will have no problem advancing to the 4th grade minor saint. However, I need to strengthen my foundation, so I won't use this method unless it's the last resort. Then, there will be the 2 major auctions in Dark Surge City and King City. There will be many wonderful treasures in these auctions. Xianxia said. My flame can greatly restrain the people of the Dark Generation. If I transform into my dragon form now, I can already deal with an 8th grade minor saint of the Dark Generation. If I advance to the 4th grade, I will be able to deal with a 9th grade minor saint. However, there are too many 9th grade minor saints in the Dark Generation. I won't be able to deal with all of them by myself. So, I need to advance to the 5th grade minor saint in order to have enough confidence. The auction will be my chance. After I advance to the 5th grade minor saint, I can transform into my dragon form and it will be hard for me to find a match for a 9th grade minor saint. After the auction is over, the people of the 3 major powers will leave. This was Xianxia's perfect plan. Dan King couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Xianxia's ultimate plan was to deal with the entire Dark Generation. Such audacity could no longer be described as audacious. He was afraid that only Xianxia could do such a thing in the entire heavens and earth. If these words were spread out, no one knew how big of an uproar it would cause. Good. This plan is truly earth-shattering. Master Dog likes it the most. However, what role do I play in your plan? Why do I feel like I am useless? Da Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. Of course it's useful. My ultimate goal is those mines. I got a small mine from Dark Mulberry City. There are 50 million high-grade true meta stones in it. If it's a super big mine controlled by King City, the amount of true meta stones in it will be terrifying. However, their mine is very well hidden. Only the people of the Dark Generation can find it. Other than them, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can find it. Do you think this role is not important? Xianxia looked at Da Huang Dog. Wakaka, of course. There is nothing in this heavens and earth that Master Dog can't find. No matter how well hidden their mine is, it won't be able to block Master Dog's senses. Da Huang Dog burst into laughter. He really felt that he was very useful. Not necessarily. When the time comes, little Xianxia can show off his power and force King City to reveal the location of the mine. Won't you be useless then? Tyrant ridiculed. Damn you bald donkey. How dare you say that Master Dog is useless? Do you know the consequences of saying that? Da Huang Dog immediately bared his teeth at Tyrant. That won't do. There might be a battle between me and the Dark Generation, but there are too many variables. Moreover, if we really fight, they will destroy the mine even if it's a life and death struggle. The loss outweighs the gain. Now, we have to focus on the mine. Before the Dark Generation finds out, we have to quietly collect all the mines. At least, we have to find the specific location. Xianxia said. Da Huang Dog was the most important part. In other words, compared to dealing with the Dark Generation, the mine was more important. This was Xianxia's biggest goal. Alright, it's settled then. Da Huang Dog was very excited. However, there is still a big variable in our plan. Xianxia's eyes suddenly became dull. You mean the northern and southern dynasties? Tyrant also thought of a person. What? Isn't that bastard dead? Could it be that he has appeared again? De Huang Dog jumped up. He had seen Xianxia annihilating the northern and southern dynasties with his own eyes. But now, he actually heard the name of the northern and southern dynasties from their mouth. The northern and southern dynasties are indeed dead. But now, another northern and southern dynasties have appeared. The northern and southern dynasties of the boundless continent. Tyrant said. Then, Tyrant told them everything that had happened outside Dark Surge City. Thinking of the northern and southern dynasties in the boundless continent, they still couldn't calm down. Moreover, they could tell from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties that even though they were not from the same world, as long as the northern and southern dynasties existed, they would still be mortal enemies. Motherf ****, how many northern and southern dynasties are there? Could it be that this guy still has a doppelganger? De Huang Dog was incomparably gloomy. He knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. Back then, in order to kill the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen had spent a great deal of effort and almost caused the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult to perish in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. In the end, he finally managed to kill the northern and southern dynasties, but now, another one appeared. Who knows, what we killed might just be a doppelganger. The real northern and southern dynasties might be in the immortal world. Jiang Chen said his bold guess. Is that possible? This is too shocking. Dan King's eyes widened. The immortal world was such a distant existence. Just hearing these two words made one couldn't help but have the heart to worship it. It's just a guess. Let's not think too much about it now. The existence of the northern and southern dynasties is a great threat to us. They are also the biggest variable in our plan. If there's a chance, we must eliminate them. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. He would definitely not be courteous to the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's ultimate plan had been made, but he couldn't have guessed that the northern and southern dynasties were also planning the same thing. These two were indeed mortal enemies. They were destined to collide again. In Jiang Chen's plan, the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties was indeed a big variable. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. No one could stop his plan this time. The true meta stones here were related to Jiang Chen's advancement to the great sage level in the future. He must get them. Otherwise, his advancement to the great sage level would be extremely difficult. Therefore, he must get the true meta stones here no matter what. After a night's rest, Jiang Chen and the others left the inn early the next morning, heading towards the direction of the prefecture. Today was the day of the large-scale auction in Dark Surge City. The entire city was bustling with people from all walks of life. Void Triangular Domain was opened once every 3 years. Dark Surge City and King City were the two biggest trading markets and also the two biggest auctions. However, compared to King City, Dark Surge City wasn't as attractive as King City. Those who came to participate in the auction were the geniuses of the major powers and the elders who didn't have high cultivation. The true 9th grade minor saint experts wouldn't show up. They would only trade and participate in the auction in King City. The prefecture of Dark Surge City was very big. There was a huge open-air auction house in it. However, those who wanted to enter the auction house had to pay a certain fee. Jiang Chen and the others followed the crowd into the prefecture and arrived at the huge entrance of the auction house. Currently, there was a black armored guard every 3 meters around the auction house. The security was very tight. Those who participated in the auction weren't just humans. There were also a lot of people from Dark Generation. Dark Generation was a world of its own. Naturally, there were many powers in this world. There were also a lot of exchanges and transactions between them. Jiang Chen saw that every human who entered the auction house had to pay a pill to the guard. Godfather, I saw that many of the medicinal pills they handed over were different. Jiang Chen asked. This is just the fee to enter the auction house. The Dark Generation doesn't specify the type of pill. It's fine as long as it's a human pill. Dan King said. Jiang Chen and the others were enlightened. From this, it could be seen that the Dark Generation had a great desire for pills. No matter what kind of pill it was something that they needed. However, the auction house of the prefecture was very profitable. Putting aside the price of the treasures in the auction house, just the entrance fee alone was already a considerable amount of wealth. With so many people, the number of pills would increase exponentially. Moreover, most of the people who could enter the auction house were minor saint experts. The pills they had wouldn't be trash. Xianxia and the others soon reached the entrance of the auction house. The leader of the guards frowned when he saw De Huang Dog beside Xianxia. He then looked at Xianxia's group and immediately guessed the identity of De Huang Dog. "Thieves can't enter?" the guard said loudly. "Who are you calling a thief?" De Huang Dog was enraged. "I'm talking about you. You stole the demon soul of the soul-devouring beast. Don't you want to admit it?" The guard, Lung Lung, said. "Haha. You are the dignified prefecture, but you can't even protect your own treasure. How dare you say it out loud? Master Dog has entered your prefecture as if it was an uninhabited land. Besides, I have already given you the price of the demon soul." De Huang Dog laughed loudly. His words were directly ridiculing the prefecture. The surrounding people looked over and one of them laughed out loud. "Haha. The dignified prefecture can't even protect their own treasure. This is really shameful. I think we shouldn't participate in any auction house in the future. We should just go to the prefecture and take the demon soul." The one who spoke was a youth with blue hair. He looked like he was in his 20s. His cultivation grade was very strong. He had already reached the 6th grade minor saint. Moreover, the demonic chi on his body was soaring. Apparently, he was from the demon race. You people of the demon race really know how to invert right and wrong. You are still so confident in stealing. I admire you. Another youth said. He was wearing purple clothes. His chi was extraordinary. Obviously, he was from one of the 8 major families. Humph. We of the demon race don't care about trifles. If you don't agree, you can fight me. The youth of the demon race harumphed coldly. His demonic chi fluctuated. Although the youth in purple clothes looked angry, he chose to remain silent. He knew very well that if he got entangled with the people of the demon race, there would be no end to it. This was an unreasonable big family. Now that the auction was about to begin, he didn't want to be entangled with the people of the demon race. Xianxia smiled. He looked at the guard and threw a few pills to him. "I advise you to stop while you're ahead. This dog isn't someone to be trifled with. If you infuriate him, he might just tear you apart and eat you. Given his identity, I believe the demon race will destroy your auction house if you dare to touch him," Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia looked at the guard and said, "You should stop while you're ahead." The guard looked very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had heard about the demon clan's way of doing things. He also knew about yesterday's incident. Even the Great Elder had compromised, which was enough to show that the dog's status in the demon clan was extraordinary. If it was really as the white-clothed young man had said, and the dog came up to tear him apart and eat him, then he would have died in vain. The city lord mansion would not offend the demon clan just to avenge him. The auction had not started yet, and he did not want to cause a big mess because of a dog. "Go in," the guard said coldly. For God's sake, what kind of attitude is this to Master Dog? De Huang Dog wasn't easy to deal with. Seeing the guard's bad attitude, he opened his mouth and was about to bite him. Fortunately, Xianxia grabbed his ear and dragged him in. Otherwise, the guard would definitely be bitten badly. There were so many people behind them. It wouldn't look good if the situation got out of hand. Xianxia didn't want to stand out too much as it would be detrimental to his plan. "Why are you pulling me? Master Dog wants to teach him a lesson." De Huang Dog was extremely dissatisfied. "Don't forget our plan." Xianxia patted De Huang Dog's head. The auction house of Dark Surge City was huge. It was an open-air auction house with a ring-shaped design. There was a huge auction stage at the front and seats around it. On the 2nd floor, there were rooms, which should be the so-called VIP area. The seats below were for ordinary people. Those who could enter the VIP area on the 2nd floor weren't ordinary people. "Little Chinzi, where are we going?" Tyrant asked. "Just find a random place." Xianxia walked towards the scattered seats in front of him. At this time, the blue-haired youth came to Jiang Chen and said, "De Huang, our monster race has a VIP area here. Let's go to the second floor. These are your friends, right? Let's go together." The blue-haired youth seemed to be in a good mood. It seemed like his impression of De Huang dog wasn't bad. "It's fine. We'll just sit here." Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the blue-haired youth. He was very polite to the people of monster race. "Did you hear that?" He said no. "Then we'll just sit here." De Huang dog said. "That's fine. I'm Blue Lion. May I know how to address you, brother?" The blue-haired youth looked at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was just a third-grade minor saint, he wasn't an idiot. De Huang dog seemed to be obedient to this white-robed youth. It showed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Although De Huang had just arrived in monster race, his status would be very respectable in the future. The lion race was very willing to have a good relationship with De Huang dog. "Jiang Chen," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "All right, brother Jiang. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to look for me." After saying that, Blue Lion walked to the VIP area on the second floor. "De Huang, who is that?" Tyrant asked. "I've never seen him before, but he should be from the lion race. This guy's true form is a blue flame lion, a 6th-grade minor demon saint. He is considered a rare genius. The lion race has a good relationship with the patriarch. They are my supporters," De Huang dog said. Although he had just entered monster race for a few days, everyone in monster race knew about De Huang dog. He was a divine beast that was brought back by Peacock King. Naturally, Blue Lion was one of them. Although De Huang dog hadn't seen him before, he knew De Huang dog. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's left index finger twitched. Jiang Chen was startled. Then, his index finger twitched more and more violently. It was the Saint Bone. Ever since Jiang Chen obtained this piece of Saint Bone, he had been very calm. He didn't expect that it would suddenly twitch today. Along with the twitching of his index finger, Jiang Chen immediately sensed something. His eyes shifted to one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. "The finger bone is throbbing. My finger bone is there." Jiang Chen's mind was shaken violently. He could clearly sense that there was a piece of his finger bone in the VIP room on the second floor. Along with the throbbing of his finger bone, his soul was trembling violently. It was the feeling of the fusion of blood and meridians. His finger bone was in someone else's body. This made Jiang Chen's soul feel extremely uneasy. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. That year when he was in the St. Cliff, his body could be said to have been smashed into pieces. He didn't know how many parts of his body were left, but as long as there were any, he could sense that it was a very powerful Saint Bone. Once he could fuse with it, it would bring him endless benefits. Asterisk swoosh asterisk Jiang Chen's soul power spread out and penetrated the VIP room. He saw that there were 7 to 8 people sitting in the room. There were 3 old men and 5 young men. The leading young man was dressed in white like Jiang Chen and had a golden silk belt around his waist. He had thick black hair and looked extraordinarily handsome. His cultivation had already reached the 7th-grade minor saint. He was the one with the highest cultivation in the room. Even the 3 old men were only 7th-grade minor saints. However, a 7th-grade minor saint like them couldn't be compared to a young man. If they were to fight, they wouldn't be on the same level. This young man was the youngest among them, but his cultivation was the highest. It showed how much of a genius he was. There was an obvious difference in his right index finger. That finger was emitting a faint wave of energy. "Huh?" The young man frowned. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the venue below through the glass. The place he was looking at was where Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen quickly retracted his soul power. "This man has a very keen perception. He could even sense my soul power. But because of the finger bone, my mind was affected and I didn't circulate the great soul derivation technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find me no matter how keen his perception is." Jiang Chen thought to himself. However, through his perception just now, he had already seen that the young man's finger was actually his own finger bone. A faint killing intent instantly burst forth from Jiang Chen's body. Daring to fuse his own finger bone into his body was a blasphemy against the world's greatest saint. Just this alone was enough to sentence this young man to death. Moreover, Xianxia was determined to take back what belonged to him, so he would definitely clash with the young man. At that time it would be a battle of life and death. "De Huang, ask Blue Lion which clan is in that room," Xianxia said. "It's Xiao clan," De Huang said after a slight hesitation. He had already transmitted his voice to Blue Lion and learned that the people in the room were all geniuses of the Xiao clan. Xiao clan. Xianxia frowned again. Among the 8 families of Pure Land, the one with the greatest influence wasn't the Dan family, Bin family, or demon race. It was the Xiao clan. It was said that the Xiao clan had inherited the bloodline of an ancient foreign race. They possessed powerful innate abilities that made them very difficult to deal with. Each of the 8 families had a profound foundation, but if there was a ranking, the Xiao clan would definitely be ranked first. "What's wrong, Brother Chen?" Yan Xingyu couldn't help but ask when she sensed the change in Jiang Chen's expression. "De Huang, ask Blue Lion what's the name of the young man in the room," Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog communicated with Blue Lion for a while and said, "His name is Desolate Ning, a rare genius of the Xiao clan. He's not even 30 years old, but he has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. He is the person that the Desolate clan is focusing on. I heard that he had defeated an 8th grade minor saint elder of the clan before he came out. No wonder the Desolate clan is willing to give him the saint bone. It turns out that he is the person that the Desolate clan is focusing on." "Humph." Jiangchen harumphed coldly. He didn't get along well with the Desolate clan in his previous life because this clan was too arrogant. However, they had suffered a lot when they met Jiangchen. The old ancestor of the Desolate clan was killed by Jiangchen. Therefore, the Desolate clan and Jiangchen had a deep grudge. "Little Chenzi, why are you paying so much attention to that guy?" De Huang Dog didn't understand. "He has something that I want." A smile was revealed at the corner of Jiangchen's mouth. Initially, he didn't want to have any conflict with the Desolate clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, it seemed like it was impossible for him to get along with the Desolate clan peacefully. A person like Desolate Ning would be even harder to deal with in Saint Origin World. Therefore, Void Triangular Domain was Jiang Chen's best chance. He must get the phalanx back. He already had a phalanx, but the power of the phalanx had been completely suppressed by the dragon form. In other words, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the phalanx while he was in his dragon form. However, if he could get another phalanx, he would still be able to unleash the full power of the phalanx, which would further improve his combat strength. More importantly, if Jiang Chen could refine the phalanx, he would be able to stimulate the potential of the dragon transformation skill using the origin bloodline. A phalanx would be enough to advance his cultivation grade to the next level. One of the main reasons why Jiang Chen came to Void Triangular Domain was to improve his cultivation grade. The discovery of the phalanx was a huge surprise. How could he miss such an opportunity? Chen, the people of the Desolate clan are not to be trifled with. They are much stronger than the Dan clan. Dan King reminded. Initially, I didn't want to have any conflict with the Desolate clan. After all, I already had some conflicts with the Dan clan and the Hu clan. However, I have no other choice now. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the phalanx in Desolate Ning's hand, he wouldn't have created a conflict with the Desolate clan at this critical moment. He already had a lot of enemies. Unfortunately, there were some things that he had to do. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and walked on the path of a supreme expert. Although he wasn't that strong yet, he needed to have the heart of an expert. Now that his phalanx had fallen into the hands of an outsider, if he remained indifferent, it would go against the will of the dragon transformation skill. Once his heart of an expert wavered, his future cultivation grade would be greatly affected. At the same time, in the VIP room of the Desolate clan, Desolate Ning looked at Jiang Chen's back and said faintly, "Who is this? How dare he scam me with his divine sense? I don't know him. He's just a nobody. Don't take him seriously." A young man beside Desolate Ning said. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Asterisk dong 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 asterisk asterisk at this time, 3 bell-like sounds were heard in the sky above the auction house. Then, 3 silhouettes flew down from the sky and landed on the auction stage. Standing in front of them was a woman who was wearing revealing clothes. She was a woman from the dark generation. Apart from her revealing clothes, she also had a very charming face. Her skin was as white as snow. A casual movement of her would ripple a myriad of amorous feelings. A woman like her would have a fatal attraction to any man. She should be the auctioneer. There were 2 elders standing behind her. They were squinting their eyes and clasping their hands behind their back. Their cultivation grade was very strong. Just by standing there, people could feel an invisible pressure. Both of them were powerful 8th grade minor saints. Their presence alone was enough to stun everyone present. You're right. You're right. You're the 8th grade minor saint. Welcome, friends from the 3 great worlds. My name is Wei Er. I am today's auctioneer. The voice of the woman was very sweet. It made people feel very comfortable. Wei Er bowed to the people on the stage, showing her standard manners. Some of you have come to Void Triangular Domain before. Some of you are here for the first time. According to the usual practice, Wei Er would like to introduce the rules of the auction. During the auction, the price will be based on the highest grade true meta stones. After the auction, you can use your treasures as payment. Pills would be the best. At that time, there will be a professional appraiser who will evaluate the value of your items. Wei Er said. Her meaning was very easy to understand. When everyone shouted a price, they would shout in top-grade true meta stones. Then, they would use their own pills to replace the price. The specific value of the pills would be estimated by the auction house. In other words, top-grade true meta stones were equivalent to a kind of currency here. However, because there were very few top-grade true meta stones in the hands of humans, and they had come here for true meta stones, in the end, they could only use pills as a substitute. Of course, true meta stones would not be auctioned in an auction like this because true meta stones were very common in this domain. If people wanted to exchange for true meta stones, they could go to any city to exchange for true meta stones. Apart from the treasures collected by the Dark Generation, there were also many treasures that were entrusted by the people from the 3 great worlds to be auctioned. For example, if Xianxia wanted to exchange a good treasure with someone, he would entrust the auction house to auction it in order to get the most out of it. The auction house would take a certain percentage of the profits. A treasure that was originally worth 10,000 true meta stones could be sold at double or even several times the original price. This was the reason why the auction had always been so popular. In order to let everyone have a better understanding of the value of a top-grade true essence stone in the auction house, Wei Er can give everyone a standard. Here, a top-grade true essence stone is equivalent to a heavenly yuan pill of your human race. I think everyone has no more questions. Then, let's begin the auction. Next, let's begin the first treasure. Wei Er turned her palm and a crystal the size of a human head appeared. After the crystal appeared, it floated above Wei Er's palm and emitted an incomparably bright light. Even though it was far away, people could still feel the vigorous energy emitted from the crystal. This is a true meta crystal. It's the crystallization of a true meta stone mine. The energy contained in this crystal is at least equivalent to 10,000 true meta stones, and the grade is even higher. Wei Er said. Many people were looking at the true elemental crystal. Some people's eyes were filled with excitement. Those who were interested in the true elemental crystal were the humans from the 3 big worlds. As for the people from the Dark Generation, they were not interested in it at all. This true elemental crystal is a rare treasure. I'm afraid it can only be found in the Void Triangular Domain. Yeah. This is a huge true elemental crystal. The energy it contains is enormous. It would be very beneficial to have it. Beauty, hurry up and tell us the starting price. Someone shouted. The starting price of this true elemental crystal is 5,000 high-grade true elemental stones. The bidding starts now. Wei Er said. What? The starting price of such a treasure is only 5,000? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's too cheap. But it's understandable. After all, this thing is priceless to us. However, it's just a common item for the people from the Dark Generation. This? Many people exclaimed when the starting price was announced. The starting price of 5,000 was too low. Wire had already said that in the eyes of the people from the Dark Generation, a high-grade true elemental stone was equivalent to a heavenly elixir. However, in the eyes of humans, a high-grade true elemental stone was equivalent to a holy elixir. I bid 10,000. 10,000 is too low. 15,000. 30,000. 500,000. Finally, this large piece of true essence crystal was auctioned off for 500,000. This price caused Wire's face to be covered with a smile. She thought that these humans were truly rich and overbearing. The starting price was 5,000, and the final price had reached 500,000. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The next few treasures were all relatively mediocre. The VIP area on the second floor didn't bid, but the people below shouted more enthusiastically. The VIP area wouldn't bid so easily. They had a strong foundation, and ordinary treasures weren't even worth their attention. Those who had participated in the auction knew that the treasures that appeared at the beginning were basically just passing stages. The truly good treasures wouldn't appear at this time. The auction lasted for half an hour, and finally, it came to an end. From the beginning until now, Xianxia hadn't called out a single bid. The surrounding people were shouting excitedly, but Xianxia turned a blind eye to them, because those treasures that appeared just now weren't worthy of his attention. What's wrong with you guys? You haven't bid once in half an hour. Are you here to play? Yeah, if you don't bid now, you won't have a chance later. The real treasures are the games of the VIP area. We can only watch from the sidelines. Alright, let's stop talking. I think they're all poor bastards. Why would they come to the auction when they have nothing better to do? Seeing that Xianxia and the others were too calm, even the people around them could not stand it anymore. However, Xianxia only grinned and pretended not to hear them. The next treasure was obtained by our city lord by accident. Everyone can take a look. Wire continued to speak. She flipped her palm and another treasure appeared. It was a broken piece of metal floating in the air. This piece of metal was rusty and did not look special. However, from its appearance, one could tell that this piece of metal was a broken sword. It was just that it was too ordinary. There was no aura being released from it. It was hard for people to associate it with a treasure. Swoosh, however, after seeing this broken sword, De Huang Dog's eyes shot out two bright rays of light. Xianxia, who was beside him, also widened his eyes. Back in the whirling sun city of Qi province, they found a treasure vault. There was a piece of such a broken sword in there. It looked ordinary, but De Huang Dog treated it as a treasure. As it turned out, this broken sword was indeed a rare treasure. In the hands of De Huang, it could unleash an unimaginable might. De Huang Dog had used this broken sword to save his life twice. The first time was when he dealt with Lord Blood Moon, and the second time was when he dealt with the Temple Lord of Shura Temple, Li Tianyang. Damn it. When I stole the demon's soul, I didn't even notice this treasure. De Huang Dog was incomparably depressed. Thinking that such a peerless treasure had slipped away from his eyes, he simply had the urge to vomit blood. Haha, Miss Wei, don't joke around. A piece of scrap iron is treated as a treasure by your city lord's mansion. Could it be that your auction house can't take out any real treasure? That's right. We have already carefully sensed this piece of scrap iron. There's nothing special about it. It's completely a piece of scrap iron. Yet, your city lord's mansion is taking it out for auction. Are you treating us as fools? No one wants this piece of scrap iron. The auction house instantly boiled up. Many people laughed out loud and began to ridicule the city lord's mansion for using a piece of scrap iron to deceive people. They were treating them as fools. Everyone, please calm down. This broken sword has been evaluated by an expert. Although we, the Dark Generation, can't be sure what kind of treasure it is definitely a treasure. Real treasures should be given to those who know their stuff. Now, I will announce that the starting price of this broken sword is 100,000. Wei said. Damn it, this broken thing costs 100,000? Isn't this extortion? I'm sure that no one will bid for it, unless they are fools. However, as soon as this person finished speaking, a voice rang out, 110,000. The one who spoke was none other than Xianxia. However, as soon as his voice faded away, the crowd instantly burst into laughter and ridicule. Mother **Cur, there are really fools here. I say, brother, you have been silent for so long. It's not easy for you to open your mouth. Is it because of this piece of scrap iron? Don't say any more. I think there must be something wrong with this person's IQ. Spending money to buy a piece of scrap iron. Xianxia had a smile on his face. He turned a blind eye to the people around him who were looking at him as if he was an idiot. It was good that no one was bidding against him. That way, he could get the best treasure at the lowest price. Wei Er, who was on the auction stage, also revealed a trace of a smile when she heard someone calling out a bid. One could feel that she was clearly relieved. As a matter of fact, taking out this broken sword for auction had caused a lot of criticism because even the city lord's mansion couldn't be sure what kind of treasure it was. However, they still took it out in the end. What if someone really treated it as a treasure and auctioned it? Now, it seemed that someone had really bid for it. This young master has called out a bid of 110,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? Wei Er looked around. On the second floor, in the VIP area of the Shao clan, an old man stared at the broken sword in Wei Er's hand and pondered. Then, he said, Xiaoning, this broken sword feels a little unusual. It might really be a treasure. Oh? Xiaoning exclaimed in surprise and immediately looked at the broken sword. However, he couldn't see anything special about it. However, since this was said by the elder beside him, he had to pay attention to it. The elder's status in the Shao clan was not ordinary and he had a unique understanding of rare treasures. Since even he said that this broken sword was probably not an ordinary item, he had no choice but to take action. 120,000, Xiaoning shouted. As soon as this was said, the entire hall was boiling again. Even Wei Er was stunned. It was obvious that even she didn't expect this broken sword to attract the bidding of the VIP area. Even the people in the VIP area have called out a bid. Could it be that this thing is really a treasure? No, it's definitely a piece of scrap iron. I have a deep understanding of rare treasures and can be considered to be extraordinary. Even I can't see what's so special about this thing. 150,000. Xianxia almost didn't think and immediately called out a bid. 200,000, Xiaoning raised the price by another 50,000. 1 million, however, as soon as Xiaoning's voice fell, Xianxia directly raised the price to a high price of 1 million. What? This guy is crazy. Damn, a real person doesn't show his face. I couldn't tell at first that this guy is so rich. However, it seems like his brain isn't too good to spend 1 million on this thing. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. The entire auction house was once again in an uproar. Even Wire, who was on the auction stage, was stunned. But shortly after, a smile blossomed on Wire's face once again. When she took out the broken sword, she was still nervous. If no one bid for it, she would lose face. But she never would have thought that someone would bid 1 million for such a broken thing. Boom, at this moment, a wave of anger rushed out from the Shao clan's VIP area. Xiaoning's eyes were looking at Xianxia through the glass. The anger in his eyes was about to materialize. A nobody who came out of nowhere actually dared to compete with him. He must be courting death. 1,100,000, Xiaoning raised the price. 2 million, Xianxia's tone didn't change in the slightest as he raised the price to 2 million. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. Let's not talk about whether this thing is worth the price. He actually dared to compete with the people in the VIP area. Isn't he courting death? You have to know that those who can go to the VIP area on the second floor are all powerful forces. Yeah, this guy doesn't know the rules. Under normal circumstances, as long as the people in the VIP area bid, the people below will not compete anymore. Firstly, they can't compete with them. Secondly, they are giving the VIP area face. That's the people from the Shao clan. The people from the Shao clan are already angry. This guy's bid will not benefit him. The originally playful atmosphere suddenly became heavy as the price soared to 2 million. Xiaoning's anger was undisguised as he hovered above the auction house, causing everyone to tremble in fear. In the entire auction hall, the happiest people were none other than Wei Er and the two old men behind her. It was good that someone was competing with the guests, but it was even better that someone was competing with the guests. Now, Wei Er was looking at Xianxia with a smile in her eyes. 2,300,000, Xiao Ning gritted his teeth and raised the price again. 3 million, hua, the whole audience was in an uproar again. The people of the Desolate clan were obviously angry. They thought that this white-robed youth would quit while he was ahead. They didn't expect that he would become even more aggressive. Judging from his appearance, it seemed like he was going to go against the Desolate clan to the end. Not to mention that the price of the broken sword was already enough to make people sigh, just the fact that he dared to go against the Desolate clan so openly showed his courage. However, in the eyes of many people, Xianxia was simply a hothead. He was just a nobody sitting in the audience hall, yet he dared to go against the Desolate clan openly. If he wasn't a hothead, what else could he be? *CK. Could it be that there is someone in the Xiao clan who can tell the value of this treasure? However, this toy is useless in their hands. Only I, Master Dog, can truly control this broken sword. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! De Huang Dog was also very depressed. He thought that no one was interested in this broken sword. If that was the case, Xianxia would be able to get it easily. He didn't expect that the Desolate clan would interfere. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of money. I'd like to see how long Desolate Ning can last. I will definitely get this broken sword for you, Xianxia said in a flat tone. There was no way for him to back down now because he knew the power of this broken sword too well. De Huang Dog had already obtained a fragment of the broken sword. If he could get another fragment, its power would be even more unimaginable. This broken sword was just like his heavenly saint sword. Every fragment he obtained would bring him great benefits. How could Xianxia let go of such a treasure? More importantly, he could take advantage of this opportunity to confront Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning had his phalanx, so the two of them would clash sooner or later. Once Desolate Ning entered King City and met up with the experts of the Desolate clan, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the phalanx. Undoubtedly, this was a great opportunity. According to Desolate Ning's arrogance, he would definitely not let him go. Perhaps after the auction ended, he would directly deal with Xianxia after leaving Dark Surge City. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. He wanted Desolate Ning to take the initiative to deal with him. In that case, he would be able to choose the location of the battle in advance and retrieve his phalanx. Therefore, in Xianxia's mind, the more intense the confrontation between him and Desolate Ning, the better. He wanted to make Desolate Ning want to kill him, only then would he be able to trap Desolate Ning. Damn it, who is this bastard? How dare you openly oppose me? Desolate Ning was enraged. Desolate Ning, I think we should forget about it. I can't be sure if this piece of scrap metal is a real treasure. There's no need to pay such a high price. The old man beside Desolate Ning said with an ugly expression. No, how can I, Desolate Ning, be defeated by a nobody? I would like to see how much money he can take out. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. It was no longer a matter of money, it was a matter of face. The foundation of the Desolate clan was not something a nobody could compare with. 5 million. Xiao Ning's voice sounded again. At this time, everyone could hear the anger in Xiao Ning's voice. Everyone knew that Xiao Ning directly increased the price to 5 million just to vent his anger, to save face for Xiao Ning. Fuck, let Master Dog deal with this bastard. De Huang Dog couldn't sit still anymore. He barked twice towards the VIP room of the Desolate clan. This guy didn't know what a low voice was. His loud voice could almost be heard by the entire auction house. Plus, De Huang Dog's action was simply a blatant provocation to the Desolate clan. Kiss, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They had the impulse to faint. This dog actually dared to call Desolate Ning a bastard in public. His audacity was simply heaven-defying. Bastard, I'm going to skin you alive. A furious voice came from the VIP room of the Desolate clan. How dare a dog provoke the Desolate clan? This was simply lawless. However, De Huang Dog didn't fall for it. He became even more arrogant. He raised his leg and shouted at the VIP room of the Desolate Clan, "Listen up, bastards of the Desolate Clan. Master Dog rules the world and has boundless prestige. If you dare to oppose Master Dog, you can only wait for death. Master Dog is going to fight you bastards today. 10 million. Asterisk plop, asterisk someone fell from his seat. This dog was too heaven-defying. Those who came from Saint Origin World had their eyeballs popping out. Others might not know how strong the Desolate Clan was, but they knew it all too well. In the entire Saint Origin World, no one dared to call the bastards of the Desolate Clan a bastard. It wasn't just scolding one person, but the entire Desolate Clan. Moreover, the price was 10 million. Mother asterisk cur. Did he think that this was just a number? Wei Er and the two elders on the auction stage had their mouths wide open. They wouldn't have thought that the scrap metal that they didn't have high hopes for today would rise to a sky-high price because of the battle between the two parties. Asterisk Hong, asterisk a powerful energy overflowed from the VIP room of the Desolate Clan. The two elders' facial expression changed. It seemed like something bad was going to happen. Friends of the Desolate Clan, please abide by the rules of the auction house. If you have any grudges, you can settle them after the auction. The two 8th grade minor saints were still very intimidating. Apparently, the Desolate Clan didn't want to cause a scene here. They slowly retracted their chi. However, the faces of the people of the Desolate Clan had turned ashen. Their faces were filled with murderous intent, especially Desolate Ning. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Kill. We must kill them. It will be their time of death when the auction ends. Going against the Desolate Clan won't end well. The people of the Desolate Clan were brimming with murderous intent. The people in the VIP rooms also shifted their attention to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They began to pay attention to this youth. It was impossible for them to ignore a person who dared to go against the Desolate Clan. In the VIP room of the Hua family, Hua Miao sneered. What a reckless bastard. It seems like I don't need to do anything. Desolate Ning is going to tear him apart. Is he the one who has a powerful flame? In front of Hua Miao was a youth in red robe. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. He was the leader of the Hua family. His name was Hui Yuan, a rare genius of the Hua family. Currently, he was a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. It's him. His flame is very powerful. It contains the power of the heavens and earth. It's even more powerful than the psychic fire of our Hua family. Hua Miao said. After the auction ends, we will catch up to him and make a deal with Desolate Ning. We will extract the flame before Desolate Ning kills him. Hui Yuan sneered. That's right. Only our Hua family is qualified to possess such a flame. Hua Miao laughed. In the VIP room of the Dan family. I heard that this man had killed our people at the Node of Void Triangular Domain. It seems like he has a lot of guts. A genius of the Dan family looked at Jiang Chen. That's right. There is only one ending for those who kill our people, death. But it seems like we don't need to do anything now. Someone said. At the same time, the Bin family, Ancient People, Demon Race, Narang family, and Shur family all shifted their attention to Jiang Chen. None of them had thought that such an audacious young man would appear in this auction. Miss Wei Er, let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and ask someone or some family if they want to increase the price. Jiang Chen said to Wei Er. Yes, young master. Wei Er bowed slightly at Jiang Chen. Her attitude was really good. She could easily enter the VIP area by taking out 10 million gold coins. This piece of scrap. Cough cough, someone has already bid 10 million for this broken sword. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? Wei Er was so excited that she almost blurted out the word scrap iron. The Shao clan was silent. It seemed like they had decided to give up. After all, the money they brought this time was limited. It was not worth it to spend 10 million to bid for something that they did not know was a treasure. There was still a large-scale auction to be held in Monarch City. Moreover, in the eyes of the people of the Desolate family, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. There was no need for them to compete with a dead man. In the VIP room of the Desolate family, the old man looked at the angry Desolate Ning. He was afraid that Desolate Ning would act impulsively again. He quickly said, "Desolate Ning, there is no need to fight with them anymore." The old man was still worried. The price of this broken sword had exceeded their budget. If Desolate Ning made another bid and the other party stopped bidding, it would be a waste. It was better not to take this risk. After I kill them, this thing will still be mine. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. Since there is no one else bidding, then I will announce that the broken sword has been bought by this young man for 10 million. Congratulations. Wei Er smiled at Xianxia again. However, she did not give the broken sword to Xianxia immediately. Instead, she kept it. After the auction, she would distribute the treasures. At that time, she would have to estimate the value of the elixirs in Xianxia's hands. Sigh. 10 million for a piece of scrap iron. That's enough. Moreover, he has offended the Desolate family. He will probably die the moment he leaves Dark Surge City. What a weirdo. Young people are always impulsive. Many people were sighing. However, no one laughed at Xianxia. They had no right to laugh at a person who could easily take out 10 million to buy a piece of scrap iron. Alright, the next treasure will be the highlight of this auction. Everyone, please take a look. The auction continued. Wei Er's voice resounded again. Another treasure appeared on her palm. It was a crystal box the size of a palm. However, this treasure was not the box but the thing inside the box. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Wei Er gently opened the box. Suddenly, a pure light energy overflowed from the box. It carried the aura of righteousness. A pearl the size of a fist appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This pearl was pure gold and was covered with runes. It was extremely mystical. At the moment when the pearl was opened, many people could hear Sanskrit chanting. It made their souls feel purified. Sarira. That's right. The golden bead that Wei Er took out was a relic of Buddha sect. Its surface was covered with Sanskrit of Buddha sect. On the surface of the relic, there were shadows of Buddha. More importantly, there was a hint of lightning in the relic. The energy it contained was enormous. This is a relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint. It contains the power of lightning. It should be a relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint who failed to break through to the great Saint Buddha realm. This relic contains all the essence of a 9th grade minor saint monk. Plus, it has been tempered by lightning. It is many times stronger than the relic of an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. I never thought that the dark generation could get their hands on such a treasure. Xianxia was shocked as well. It must have been entrusted to be auctioned by someone. Dan King said. Tyrant didn't say anything because he didn't have the mood to talk anymore. Ever since the relic appeared, his eyes had never left it. His gaze was fixed on the relic without blinking. His gaze was even more intense than when De Huang Dog saw the broken sword. I must get this relic. Tyrant has already obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. His foundation is very strong. If he can get the help of this relic, his cultivation grade will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. Xianxia was shocked. He didn't expect that he could get so many benefits in this auction. He found the phalanx, De Huang Dog found the broken sword, and now, there was a relic. It was as if it was specially made for Tyrant. However, both Xianxia and Tyrant knew very well that it was impossible to get this relic without spending a lot of money. The competition would be much stronger than the previous ones. In other words, this relic was the most important part of today's auction. A powerful relic of Buddha sect was not only beneficial to Tyrant, but also to anyone who could get it. Even the people of the devil religion could use the energy of the relic to purify their demonic nature and make them stronger. This is a relic of the Buddha sect. It was left behind by a powerful 9th grade minor saint monk when he was going through his tribulation. I'm sure those who are knowledgeable have already noticed that this relic contains a trace of lightning power. I'm sure all of you have an idea of its value. Wire's sweet voice resounded throughout the auction house, entering everyone's ears. Asterisk Hua, asterisk as soon as Wei Er's voice faded away, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Most of them were just guessing about this treasure. How could they not be shocked after listening to Wei Er's words? A relic left behind by a ninth-grade minor saint was priceless. Not to mention the monks of Buddhist sect, it would bring great benefits to any ordinary person. To put it bluntly, even a pig would become a peerless genius if it were to get its hands on the relic because of the Buddha's chi that was permeated by the relic. This Saraira is mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me. An arrogant voice rang out from a VIP room on the second floor. That was a genius from a major power of the boundless continent. What a joke. Such a treasure naturally depends on who has the ability to obtain it. Do you think you can afford such a high price for it? That's right. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you measure your own strength first? The VIP area on the second floor was already filled with the smell of gunpowder even before the auction started. The geniuses of the three major worlds were getting restless. This was destined to be a fierce competition. It wasn't just limited to the 8 major families of Saint Origin World. There were countless major powers of the 3 major worlds that had gathered together. It was rare to see such a scene. Wire revealed a satisfied smile when she saw the reaction of the auction house. Obviously, such an atmosphere was what she wanted to see. All right. Everyone, please calm down. I will now announce the base price of this relic, 5 million. The base price of 5 million wasn't too high for a relic that was left behind by a 9th-grade minor saint. Of course, this was just the base price. According to the current popularity of the auction, the price of the relic would definitely be raised to a sky-high level. It would be far beyond the value of the scrap iron. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. 15 million. In just a few breaths' time, the price of the Saraira had soared to 15 million, and it was rising by the millions. The VIP area on the second floor was incomparably lively. In the face of such a tempting treasure, no one wanted to retreat. At this time, the cultivators in the scattered seats basically didn't speak. They were self-aware that even if they bid, the relic would have nothing to do with them in the end. Compared to those people in the VIP area on the second floor, there was a huge gap between them. Moreover, even the VIPs were filled with the smell of gunpowder, so how could they interrupt? If they angered the geniuses of these major forces, they would be slapped to death with a single slap, and that would be their death in vain. 20 million. 20 million. 30 million. In the blink of an eye, the price had skyrocketed to the height of 30 million. At this time, some of the VIP rooms had become silent. The entire auction house had become deathly silent. Even though 30 million was equivalent to the heaven elixir, it was still a considerable amount of heaven elixir. After all, it was the heaven elixir, not the earth elixir or the human elixir. On the ground, Tyrant seemed a little nervous. The benefits of this Saraira were self-evident, and at the same time, Tyrant's eagerness to obtain this Saraira was self-evident. However, if Tyrant relied on himself, there was no way he could compete with those geniuses in the VIP area. Right now, he could only rely on Xianxia. Tyrant, you can't sit still anymore, can you? De Huang Dog came to Tyrant while licking his face. Don't worry. I will gift this relic to you. Xianxia said casually. He had a large number of pills, combat weapons, devil souls, and demon souls in his hands. What he didn't lack was wealth. At least, compared to those geniuses in the VIP area, he was much wealthier. The price of a 9th-grade minor saint's relic reaching 30 million wasn't a big deal. The price would surely rise even higher. 50 million. The Desolate family made their move again. Desolate Ning raised the price to 50 million. As soon as the price was raised, the entire auction house became silent. Many people in the VIP area became silent. Some of them were already calculating the price. 50 million wasn't a small number. We must get this relic. If Desolate Ning refines it, he will be able to break through to the 8th-grade minor saint or even reach the peak. The elder beside Desolate Ning said. Brother Ning has raised the price to 50 million. I don't think anyone will compete for this price. A youth said. He was older than Desolate Ning, but he still had to respectfully address Desolate Ning as Brother Ning. This showed Desolate Ning's status in the Desolate family. This was a world where strength was everything. As long as you were strong, everyone would respect you. 60 million. However, as soon as Desolate Ning's voice faded, a voice was heard, increasing the price by 10 million. What? Desolate Ning's eyes burst into flames. This voice came from the individual seats below. Desolate Ning looked at Xianxia, who was sitting leisurely on his seat. If his eyes could kill, Xianxia would have been dismembered by now. It was him again. Desolate Ning had the urge to kill someone. The faces of everyone in the Desolate clan turned incomparably ugly. Their anger soared to the heavens. It seemed like that guy was going to fight it out with them to the end. Now, even the geniuses in the VIP area had stopped bidding. Yet, he did it after them. Wasn't this targeting them? Asterisk swoosh, asterisk swoosh, asterisk. At this time, countless eyes fell on Xianxia again. Compared to the broken sword, everyone was more shocked. My God! How can there be such a person in this world? 60 million. Can he afford it? Can't you see it? This kid is purposely going against the Desolate family. He didn't raise the price until the Desolate family raised the price. He's obviously going against them. This guy is sick in the head. Let's stay away from him. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Desolate family like this. No one in the hall could remain calm anymore. No one knew where the silly kid came from. He was simply a hothead. In the eyes of many of them, Xianxia wouldn't be able to fork out 60 million gold coins. The reason why Xianxia raised the price was to target the Desolate family. After the Desolate family raised the price to a very high level, he stopped bidding, making the Desolate family become a sucker. This is getting more and more interesting. Desolate Ning is going to die from anger today. A genius from the Narang family crossed his legs and looked like he was watching a show. 70 million. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. This was his bottom line. 80 million. Sure enough, Xianxia didn't give him any face. Almost as soon as Desolate Ning's voice fell, he raised the price of 80 million. His tone was incomparably calm, as if 80 million wasn't a fortune at all. Damn it. 90 million. Xiao Ning shouted the number 90 million at the top of his lungs. Everyone heard the sound of tables and chairs shattering in the Xiao clan's VIP room. Then, cracks appeared on the glass in front of the room, like a spider web. It wasn't hard to imagine how angry Desolate Ning was right now. If it wasn't for the rules of the auction house, he would have gone down and killed Xianxia right now to vent his anger. To Xianxia, the angrier Desolate Ning was, the happier he was. This was the result he wanted. The atmosphere in the auction house had reached a freezing point. The Desolate clan had become a laughingstock after being bullied by a rogue cultivator who came out of nowhere. Everyone could feel that Desolate Ning was on the verge of going berserk at this moment. After the price of 100 million was shouted out, the entire hall didn't burst into an uproar. Instead, it became even quieter. Everyone was looking at Xianxia as if they were looking at a monster. Damn it. Do you think 100 million is trash? This is too cruel. The competition in this auction is even more exciting than a fight. We are going to watch a good show this time. That's right. I wonder where this white-clothed youngster came from. To think that he would be so rich and overbearing. The people from the Xiao clan are probably going mad with anger. If it weren't for the rules of the auction house, they would have already attacked him. I really don't know what he is thinking. How dare he go against Desolate clan? Doesn't he know the consequences of provoking Desolate clan? Everyone sighed. They couldn't understand Xianxia's action at all. What happened today wasn't just for the treasure. They weren't fools. This white-clothed youth was obviously targeting the Desolate family. Some of them guessed that this white-clothed youth must have some kind of great enmity with the Desolate family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against them recklessly. Crack crack, Desolate Ning clenched his fists so hard that his veins were exposed. He couldn't control his anger anymore. For a long time, no one had ever disobeyed him like this. No one had ever dared to go against him in public. Although they didn't have a direct confrontation, what Xianxia did was no different from slapping his face. Brother Ning, that bastard has already called out the bid of 100 million. Does he have that much wealth? Should we continue? You should know that it is a relic left behind by a cultivator who wants to become a Buddha. If you can get it, it will definitely be beneficial. A young man said. No need. Let him get the relic. It belongs to me, Desolate Ning. It will be mine sooner or later. Desolate Ning's tone was incomparably cold. He decided not to continue bidding. His opponent was a madman. If he continued to compete with him, it would only make him angrier. At that time, only the auction house would benefit. As for the relic and the broken sword that Xianxia had snatched, Desolate Ning would make Xianxia spit them out sooner or later. Looks like Xiao Ning won't be bidding anymore. Desolate Ning is really depressed to meet a madman today. However, this brat's cultivation is too weak. He's just a mere third-grade minor saint. He won't even have the strength to protect his treasures after leaving Dark Surge City. Desolate Ning won't let this go. I'm going to teach that brat a lesson after the auction is over. For this person to be able to spend 100 million to auction a Saraira, it means that he has a lot of wealth on him. Since he killed the people of our Dan clan, he has offended our Dan clan. When Desolate Ning comes to deal with him, let's go together. This kid has so many treasures on him, we can't let Desolate Ning monopolize them all. The geniuses in the various VIP rooms had already made up their minds. Many of them were prepared to join in. They could already see that the white-robed young man below was a nouveau riche. To be able to take out a treasure worth 100 million to auction a Saraira, he must have a lot of wealth on him. Alright. Since no one is bidding anymore, then this Saraira will belong to this young master. Wei Er looked at Xianxia. Her attitude towards Xianxia couldn't be any better. They had never thought that the main customer of this auction wasn't from the VIP area, but a young man in the individual seats. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. What appeared next were still endless treasures. However, Xianxia didn't continue bidding because these treasures weren't of much use to him. It didn't matter to the others. However, the cultivators in the individual seats didn't bid either. At the end of the auction, it would be the competition between the major powers in the VIP area. No one else could intervene. The auction lasted for an hour and finally came to an end. Dear friends, the auction has now ended. Friends in the VIP area, please don't move. Just stay in your room. We will send someone to bring the treasures to you. Friends below, please proceed to the hall in front of the venue to receive your treasures. Wei Er said. She then looked at Xianxia and said, Young master, we have also prepared a VIP room for you. Wei Er will bring you there personally. This was special treatment. The city lord's mansion must be very polite to their biggest customer. They had specially prepared a VIP room for Xianxia. Xianxia and the others stood up and walked towards the VIP room on the second floor. They could feel numerous divine senses surrounding Xianxia. These divine senses were filled with anger, killing intent, and greed. All of these divine senses were treating him as prey. Dan King couldn't help but sweat. This time, he really didn't expect to offend so many people. How was he going to deal with this? However, Xianxia still had a calm expression on his face, as if nothing had happened to him. He strode towards the second floor. Young master, this way please. Wei Er gestured to Xianxia and brought Xianxia and the others to the VIP room. Xianxia said, Miss Wei Er, we are in a hurry. Please send our treasures here as soon as possible. Young master, don't worry. The treasures are in Wei Er's hands. Our appraiser will be here in a while. Wei Er said, Young master, you can take a seat and rest first. Xianxia nodded and found a chair to sit down. Little Chenzi, what should we do after the auction ends? I don't think those guys will let this go easily, especially the people from Xiao clan. Tyrant was a little worried. I have my ways. De Huang, get ready. The plan might have to be brought forward. Jiangchen looked at De Huang Dog. Swoosh, after hearing what Jiangchen said, De Huang Dog's ears pricked up, filled with excitement. At the same time, Jiangchen secretly mobilized the Dark Soul, Demon Soul and Devil Soul in his Qi and began to refine them bit by bit. His next target was Desolate Ning to get his finger bone. Desolate Ning was a genius of the Desolate family, a powerful 7th-grade minor saint. He wouldn't be an easy opponent. Jiangchen was only a 3rd-grade minor saint. Even if he used his dragon form, it would still be hard for him to deal with a genius like Desolate Ning. Moreover, if he used his dragon form, it would attract the attention of the Dark Generation and his identity would be exposed. Therefore, Xianxia had no choice but to use extreme methods to advance his cultivation to the 4th grade minor saint as soon as possible. The amount of dark energy he had was enough for him to break through to the 4th grade minor saint. The reason why he didn't do it before was because he didn't want to use this method as it would affect his foundation. Xianxia was very confident. However, he couldn't care less about that now. In order to deal with Desolate Ning, he had to increase his cultivation grade first. If his foundation was shaken, refining the finger bone would be enough to make up for it. Everything was under Xianxia's control. Wing Xianxia's qi began to churn. Due to his deliberate restraint, the people outside didn't know that he was breaking through to the next grade. The dark soul was rapidly refined under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill. New blood-red dragon marks began to condense in his qi. Soon, an elder in grey robe walked into the room. He had a smile on his face. He was an 8th grade minor saint. After he entered the room, he clasped his fists at Xianxia and said, "I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. I am the appraiser of the venue." After the elder appeared, Wei Er took out the broken sword and the saraira, but she didn't hand them over to Xianxia immediately. I don't like to waste time. The total value is 110 million. What I have here should be enough. Xianxia said. He waved his palm casually. All kinds of pills flew out from his palm and floated in front of the elder. These pills were emitting colorful lights. The entire room was filled with dense medicinal energy. Profound elixir, Fight elemental pill, healing pill, jade dew pill, the elder's eyes shone with the same brilliance. It wasn't easy for him to recognize the names of these pills. Good. Each of these pills is a high-grade pill with 100% effectiveness. It seems that young master is also a great alchemist. However, I'm afraid that these pills alone aren't worth 110 million. As soon as the elder's voice faded, Xianxia waved his hand again. A total of 20 minor saint weapons appeared. This scene made the elder and Wei Er widen their eyes in shock. Minor saint weapons were what the Dark Generation lacked and needed the most. With these, it should be enough. Xianxia said with a smile. Most of these minor saint weapons were obtained from the young masters of the Dark Generation. He didn't feel distressed about using them to exchange for treasures. It's enough. It's enough. Young master is really a straightforward person. Our transaction this time is very enjoyable. The elder waved his hand and kept all the pills and combat weapons. He then turned to Wei Er and said, "Wei Er, hurry up and give the treasures to this young master." Wei Er smiled sweetly and passed the saraira and broken sword to Xianxia. She then said, "Young master can have a rest here. You can leave the auction house at any time." After saying that, Wei Er and the elder turned and left, closing the door for Xianxia. De Huangdog didn't hesitate and kept the broken sword. Xianxia took the saraira and gave it to Tyrant. "Tyrant, this is for you." "Alright, I won't be polite." De Huangdog had obtained the broken sword and Tyrant had obtained the saraira. The auction was finally over. However, they were going to face a bigger problem next. Countless divine senses with malicious intentions were sweeping around their rooms. All of them were locked on Xianxia. They were sure that these divine senses would follow Xianxia. Once he left Dark Surge City, it would be the doomsday of Xianxia. "Brother Chen, what should we do next? It seems like many people are going to harm you." Yan Qingyu was worried. "Yeah. We have already offended the Dan family, Hua family, and now the Desolate family. We have offended 3 out of the 8 major families, especially the Desolate family. They will never let you go. You have shown your wealth in the auction just now. The Dan family and Hua family will definitely join in. Even the other major powers, including the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, want a share of the spoils. This is unimaginable. You are now a prey in their eyes." Dan King was even more worried now. Just thinking about the upcoming situation made his scalp numb. It didn't matter if it was the experts of the 8 major families or the other 2 major powers, none of them would be easy to deal with. Each of these major powers had unimaginable resources. They couldn't afford to offend them. It doesn't matter. Since I have offended them, I will clash with them sooner or later. As for the experts of the boundless world and the black-yellow world, they better not provoke me. Otherwise, I will make them suffer unimaginable pain. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. He was destined to go to the Pure Land in the future. It was only a matter of time before he clashed with the experts of the 8 major families. Staying in Void Triangular Domain was advantageous to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Desolate Ning possessed his finger bone. This grudge was unavoidable. As for the Hua family and Dan family, it didn't matter anymore since they had already offended him. As for the major powers in the boundless world and the black-yellow world, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. It would be fine if they didn't provoke him, but if they did, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to them. Anyway, their great saint experts wouldn't be able to enter Void Triangular Domain. Once he returned to Saint Origin World, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they wanted to take revenge. Therefore, Jiang Chen cared the least about the people from the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent. If he killed them, then so be it. No matter how powerful their forces were and how deep their foundations were, they wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge. So, why would Jiang Chen be afraid of him? But that Desolate Ning isn't easy to deal with. Not just him, none of the geniuses from the 8 families are easy to deal with. Every one of them has extraordinary talent and powerful techniques. They are far beyond the average cultivators at the same level as them. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to deal with them with your current 3rd grade minor saint cultivation. Dan King said. I am breaking through to the 4th grade minor saint. After saying that, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and stopped talking to Dan King and the others. Dan King rolled his eyes, expressing his admiration for Jiang Chen's ability to advance. One should know that this was the advancement of a minor saint. After reaching the minor saint realm, every advancement was incomparably difficult. To put it bluntly, every level of minor saint was a bottleneck, but this bottleneck didn't seem to exist in Jiang Chen's case. However, Dan King felt relieved when he thought about it. A monstrous genius was indeed a monstrous genius. In this heaven and earth, there would always be some things that couldn't be judged by common sense. Jiang Chen's existence itself was a miracle. Jiang Chen casted out his 5 elemental sphere and surrounded his body. In this way, even if those divine scents could lock onto him, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was advancing. Jiang Chen had killed all the minor saint experts in Dark Mulberry City and so many young masters of noble families. The amount of dark energy in his storage was too much. Although none of the dark energy was above the 8th grade minor saint, it was enough for Jiang Chen to advance to the 4th grade minor saint. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to improve, the dragon transformation art became more and more terrifying. Under the high-speed circulation of the dragon transformation art, the dark energy was refined by Jiang Chen. The dark element in them was purified by the dragon transformation art and turned into the purest energy for Jiang Chen to absorb. In just a dozen minutes, a surge of energy that was countless times denser than before overflowed from Jiang Chen's body. However, the moment this surge of energy appeared, Jiang Chen kept it back. It was the qi of advancing from 3rd grade minor saint to 4th grade minor saint. If it was released, the entire auction house would be destroyed. So fast. Dan King was shocked once again. Jiang Chen only took a dozen minutes to advance from 3rd grade minor saint to 4th grade minor saint. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. However, after Jiang Chen advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, Dan King felt relieved. One should know that when Jiang Chen was still a 3rd grade minor saint, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint by transforming into his dragon form. Now that he had advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, he could easily kill an 8th grade minor saint. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with a genius like Desolate Ning. Very good. The number of dragon marks in my body has increased from 65,000 to 67,000. My cultivation grade has also advanced from peak 3rd grade minor saint to peak 4th grade minor saint. I have no idea how much stronger I am compared to before. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. His eyes sparkled. After advancing to the 4th grade minor saint, he had become more confident. His chi was natural. A trace of superior chi seeped out from his body. No one dared to look at him directly. Father, Xiaoyu, tyrant, you all stay in Dark Surge City. De Huang and I will leave the city to meet those geniuses. Jiang Chen said to Dan King and the others. Brother Chen, I will go with you. Yan Chenyu said. No. There are too many variables in this battle. I don't know how the situation will develop. After Desolate Ning and the others have been lured away by me, you all will leave Dark Surge City immediately and go to King City to seek refuge with the demon race. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably solemn because he wasn't sure how the battle would develop. It was highly possible that his identity would be exposed. At that time, Yan Xinyu and the others could only stay with the demon race to ensure their safety. The true experts of the demon race were all in King City. De Huang Dog had said that the leader of the demon race was an elder of the lion race. For the sake of De Huang, the elder of the lion race would certainly protect Yan Xinyu and the others. As for De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen knew that this dog would definitely follow him when he was going to do something big. Plus, De Huang Dog was a 5th grade minor demon saint and had powerful innate abilities. It wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Desolate Ning wanted to kill him. To Jiang Chen, this was the best chance to get the phalanx back. It was also a great opportunity to improve his strength. As long as he got the phalanx, Jiang Chen would be able to advance to the 5th grade minor saint. At that time, no ordinary 9th grade minor saint would be a match for him if he transformed into his dragon form. He would then have a strong foundation. At that time, no one in the entire void triangular domain would be able to kill him. Alright, then be careful. Yan Xinyu nodded. She knew that Jiang Chen was doing this for their safety. Plus, they wouldn't be able to do anything even if they followed him. They would only distract Jiang Chen. Tyrant was only a 2nd grade minor saint. He needed time to refine the Saraira to improve his cultivation. It would be best if he had the protection of the demon race. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Dealing with Desolate Ning is the most important part of my plan. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he left the room with a sway. He and De Huang Dog were flying crazily towards the outskirts of Dark Surge City. He was right. The opening of Void Triangular Domain was coming to an end. In order for Jiang Chen to obtain a large amount of true meta stones, he needed to have enough strength to deal with the Dark Generation. He needed to improve his strength at the last moment. The phalanx in Desolate Ning's hand was the best chance. It might be the only chance. If he missed it, he would lose everything and his ultimate plan wouldn't be able to be carried out anymore. Moreover, putting aside the ultimate plan, Jiang Chen's current situation required him to increase his cultivation base in order to deal with those powerful enemies. Without sufficient strength, he would only be at the mercy of others. Not good. That brat is trying to run away. In the room of the Desolate family, someone sensed that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were leaving Dark Surge City. Don't worry. He won't be able to run away. Let's go. Desolate Ning sneered. In the blink of an eye, the VIP room of the Desolate family was empty. Everyone was running towards the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared. It seems like that brat is afraid. He wants to run away secretly. How is that possible? Come, let's go, and get a share of the loot. The people of the Desolate family are chasing after him. Let's go and watch the show. That brat has a lot of treasures. Since he is going to die, we can't miss this great opportunity. For a moment, silhouettes flew out of the auction house like lightning. In a blink of an eye, they were out of Dark Surge City. Look, the geniuses of the major powers are going out. They must be chasing after that white-robed youth. Let's go and have a look. This is a big deal. Let's go and watch the show. I think that brat is going to die. Desolate Ning will not let him die easily. This scene shocked many people. Many people who had participated in the auction also flew out of Dark Surge City. They were not going to participate in the battle, as they did not have the ability to do so. However, it would be a pity if they did not go and watch such a big event. Many people wanted to see how the white-clothed young man would die. 2,000 miles away from Dark Surge City was a wilderness with a circumference of a few hundred miles. It could be said to be a natural battlefield. Given Xianxia and De Huang Dog's speed, it only took them a blink of an eye to reach this place from Dark Surge City. This place is not bad. Let's fight here. Xianxia stopped in the sky above the wilderness. De Huang Dog turned his head to look behind him and saw powerful chi rippling in the void. They were chasing after them rapidly. These guys sure are fast in their pursuit. De Huang Dog said with a smile. However, he and Xianxia had no intention of running away. Otherwise, none of those arrogant geniuses would be a match for Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Asterisk swoosh swoosh swoosh, asterisk in a blink of an eye, powerful silhouettes appeared in the wilderness. The first to appear was the people of Desolate family. The leader was a white-clothed youth with a face full of anger and killing intent. He was Desolate Ning. After Desolate Ning and the others appeared, they were followed by a large group of people. All of them were dressed differently. Apart from the experts from the 8 major families of Saint Origin World, there were also experts from the other 2 worlds. Basically, all the major powers that were in the VIP rooms of the auction were here. Some of them had enmity with Xianxia, like the Dan family and the Hua family. Some of them were eyeing Xianxia's wealth and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get a share of it. Some of them were here to watch the show. It would be a waste if they didn't watch the show. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Desolate Ning's eyes were like a poisonous snake's as he sneered at Xianxia. Running? Perhaps I am waiting for you here on purpose? Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest. His expression didn't change even in the face of so many powerful experts and a powerful enemy like Desolate Ning. A lowly loose cultivator. Who gave you the guts to go against our Shao clan? A 6th grade minor saint youth beside Desolate Ning pointed at Xianxia and scolded. Recalling what happened in the auction house, they couldn't wait to tear this bastard into pieces. The Desolate family was a high and mighty family. How could there be a reckless bastard who dared to go against them? Wasn't he courting death? Lowly? The people of the Shao clan are indeed arrogant, but there's something wrong with their intelligence. Before calling others lowly, you should first measure your own strength. I hope that when I step on you with my foot later, you can still say these 2 words. Xianxia's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the young man. He would never be polite to such people. There was only one ending for anyone who dared to say that the greatest saint in the world was despicable. Humph. Tell me, what's your name? I, Xiaoning, don't kill nameless ghosts. Xiaoning coldly snorted. Xianxia. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Fine, Xianxia, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword, then kneel down and kowtow 9 times in front of me. After that, I'll only destroy your cultivation base, turning you into a useless man from now on, letting you live a lowly life. I'll only give you one chance. As long as you don't kneel down right now, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Desolate Ning was like a high and mighty king. In his eyes, a loose cultivator like Xianxia was the lowest existence. Xianxia didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. It would be a great honor for Xianxia to say a few words to him. Asterisk AI. Asterisk Xianxia couldn't help but let out a sigh. These geniuses of the big families had a natural sense of superiority. No matter what, they would always show it on their faces. In order to deal with these people, no amount of words would be of any use. Only by smashing their sense of superiority with their fists would they truly lose their arrogance. CK your sister, your name is Xiaoning, right? You're already at death's door, yet you're still talking big. I really don't know if your brain was kicked by a donkey, but this master dog is going to point out a way for you. Just do as you said just now. As long as you kowtow 9 times and offer up all your wealth, you might have a chance to live. This master dog will only say this once. As long as you don't immediately kneel down, you'll die a tragic death. De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was even more arrogant than Desolate Ning. He returned Desolate Ning's words back to him. Hearing this, countless people felt dizzy. This dog was too powerful. Couldn't he see the situation in front of him? In the entire Saint Origin world, this was the first person who dared to ask Desolate Ning to kneel down and kowtow. It was hard not to admire him. This dog is finished. Many of them had the same thought. Given Desolate Ning's temper, he would definitely rush forward and peel off the dog's skin. Of course, before Desolate Ning could do anything, the other geniuses of Desolate family couldn't stand it anymore. One of them, a 6th grade minor saint, shouted, "Where did this dog with a stinky mouth come from? Die now!" Kong long a rumbling sound was heard. The youth struck out a palm. An incomparably bright palm print crushed the void into pieces. It reached De Huang Dog in a blink. Facing such an attack, De Huang Dog didn't put it in his eyes at all. His head glowed with reddish-golden light as he dashed towards the huge palm. Many of them sighed when they saw his action. They wondered if this dog was stupid enough to use his head to take on the attack of a 6th grade minor saint. Bang however, under the impact of De Huang Dog's attack, the huge bright palm was shattered into pieces. The 6th grade minor saint genius of the Desolate family was pushed a few steps back before he could regain his balance. What? Many of them exclaimed. Their eyes fell upon De Huang Dog. Their opinion of De Huang Dog had changed immediately. What a powerful dog head. This dog seems to be only a 5th grade minor demon saint, but he could defeat a 6th grade minor saint in a single strike. It seems like he has an extraordinary bloodline. Amazing. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out that he has some skills. However, they are still lacking if they want to fight against the Desolate family. That Desolate Ning is truly terrifying. More and more people gathered in the wilderness. Many of them were surprised by De Huang Dog's performance, especially Hua Miao and Duan Rong of the Black-Yellow Continent. Both of them were chasing after this dog on the street yesterday. Now, it seemed like what Jiangchen said was right. If this dog went berserk on the spot, they wouldn't be a match for it. Their cultivation grade was only comparable to the genius of the Desolate family. They were no match for De Huang Dog. Trash. How dare you be so arrogant with such little ability? The genius of the Desolate family is only SOSO. How dare you say that others are lowly? Big Yellow's mouth was even sharper. If someone were to argue or quarrel with this dog, he or she would be doomed to a tragedy, and might even die of anger. In the camp of the demon race, the leader was a man wearing a 7-colored feather robe. There was a peacock rune on his forehead. He had an extraordinary chi. His cultivation had already reached the peak of 7th grade minor saint. His eyes would emit 7-colored light whenever he blinked. No wonder he has the bloodline of a divine beast. No wonder my father and patriarch value him so much. The man nodded. Apparently, he was very satisfied with De Huang Dog's performance. When De Huang came with us, he was only a 3rd grade minor demon saint. Now, he has advanced to the 5th grade. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for him. The bloodline of a divine beast is truly extraordinary. Blue Lion, who was standing beside the man, nodded. Courting death. Desolate Ning was infuriated. Immediately, his chi fluctuated and was about to attack De Huang Dog. This man and dog were too annoying. He decided to kill this dog before dealing with Jiangchen. Stop. Just as Desolate Ning unleashed his chi, a loud shout was heard. The man in feather robe took a step forward and said to Desolate Ning, "Desolate Ning, how dare you kill a man of my demon race? Kong Yu, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved." Desolate Ning frowned. What a joke. De Huang is an extremely important figure of my demon race. If you dare to touch him, we will have to fight first. Kong Yu's demonic chi soared to the sky. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. It's Kong Yu, the youngest son of Peacock King. He has the powerful Peacock bloodline and is a rare genius of the demon race. Desolate Ning may not be able to defeat him if they really fight. No wonder this dog is so arrogant. It turns out that he is from the demon race. If this dog has the support of the demon race, I'm afraid Desolate Ning will have to think twice before dealing with him. Although the Desolate family is strong, the demon race isn't weak either. Plus, the people of the demon race are unscrupulous. They are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Kong Yu was standing up for De Huang Dog, the crowd finally understood that this dog had a powerful backer. Kong Yu was the son of Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land, Peacock King was infamous. Even those powerful great saints would have to give way to him. Kong Yu, do you think I am afraid of you? No one can stop me, Desolate Ning, from killing someone. Desolate Ning was furious. If he didn't vent his anger, he was afraid that he would explode. Really? Then go ahead and try. Kong Yu's demon chi shook and his feather close fluttered. His battle intent soared to the sky. It seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. The people of the demon race were warlike, not to mention the son of Peacock King. He had completely inherited the strength of Peacock King. Desolate Ning, don't clash with the demon race first. Today, our target is Xianxia. An old man of the Desolate family transmitted his voice to Desolate Ning. If they fought with the demon race now, it would not benefit the Desolate family. Kong Yu was not easy to deal with. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. At that time, the Hua family, Dan family, and other major forces would take advantage of the situation to deal with Xianxia. In that case, the treasures on Xianxia would not belong to the Desolate family. Humph. Kong Yu, we'll settle our scores in the future. Take this damn dog and disappear from my sight. I'm going to kill Xianxia now. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Kong Yu revealed a cold smile when he saw Desolate Ning retreating. Immediately, he retracted his chi, looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, come to my side. No one will dare to touch you with me around. De Huang, you go to the demon race first. I can deal with them alone. Xianxia hastily transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. Otherwise, according to De Huang Dog's temper, he wouldn't listen to Kong Yu and would continue to fight with the Desolate family. However, the current situation wasn't as simple as the Desolate family. The Dan family and the Hua family would definitely be involved. A genius like Desolate Ning was extremely hard to deal with. If a fight really broke out, he wouldn't have the time to care about De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was after all only a 5th grade minor demon saint. If he was a 6th grade minor demon saint, Xianxia basically wouldn't have any worries. Be careful, kid. Don't hesitate to kill these bastards later. De Huang Dog said loudly to Xianxia. He didn't even bother to conceal his loud voice. This was the second time he had called the people of the Desolate family bastards. The eyes of the people of the Desolate family were already spewing flames of fury. If this guy wasn't an important figure in the demon race, they would have rushed forward and skinned him. As a matter of fact, even if De Huang Dog was a member of the demon race, the Desolate family wouldn't let him go. However, their main target was Xianxia, not this dog. De Huang Dog walked to Kong Yu with extreme dissatisfaction. He didn't ask Kong Yu to help Xianxia because De Huang Dog didn't have much say in the demon race. To Kong Yu, even if he knew that Xianxia was De Huang Dog's friend, he couldn't help him now. There were just too many major powers in front of him. Putting aside the 8 major families of Saint Origin World, the major powers of Boundless World and Black Yellow World weren't to be trifled with. Judging from the current situation, Desolate Ning wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Xianxia. Kong Yu didn't have enough face to make so many major powers retreat at the same time. Moreover, Desolate Ning was on the verge of going berserk. He had already stopped him from dealing with De Huang Dog. If he continued to stop Desolate Ning from dealing with Xianxia, Desolate Ning would definitely attack regardless of everything. At that time, the demon clan would be directly involved. Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword. Xiaoning bellowed. There's no need for you to say such useless nonsense. If I wanted to hand over the Saraira and the broken sword, why would I compete with you in the auction house? Since I dare to compete with you, then I'm not afraid of you. If you want to fight with me, there's only one ending, and that's death. Xianxia said indifferently. His words showed that he didn't put Desolate Ning in his eyes at all. This guy is really arrogant. He's even more arrogant than the geniuses of the 8 major families. However, given his cultivation base, how is he going to deal with Desolate Ning? I really don't know what he's thinking. There's probably something wrong with this person's brain, but I can't help but admire his courage. In any case, I admire him very much. If it were me, I wouldn't be so fearless even if I were beaten to death. Let's see. Desolate Ning will definitely teach him a lesson. This guy will definitely die a miserable death. Many of them were sighing. They had seen Xianxia's courage and arrogance when they were in the auction house. However, Desolate Ning couldn't do anything because of the rules of the auction house. But now, Xianxia was still so arrogant. Could it be that he was confident that he could deal with Desolate Ning? I will let you know how to die. Since you don't want to hand it over, I will do it myself. Desolate Ning's body was producing cracking sounds. His dense killing intent had almost frozen the void. This man has humiliated the people of my Hua family yesterday. We can't let him go. Before Desolate Ning could act, the people of the Hua family spoke. The one who spoke was Hui Yuan. It seemed like he was going to intervene. And my Dan family. This Jiangchen has killed a new disciple of our Dan family in the Node of Void Triangular Domain. This is a great provocation and contempt to our Dan family. Today, our Dan family will seek justice for him. The leader of the Dan family walked out. He was wearing a yellow Dan robe. He was also a peak 7th grade minor saint. His name was Dan Yuanchong. He was also a rare genius among the young generation of the Dan family. Upon seeing this, Jiangchen smiled coldly. As expected, the Dan family and Hua family couldn't wait to attack. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuanchong, what are you two doing here? This man is mine. Desolate Ning and Leng Leng said. There is a kind of flame on this man's body. It is what our Hua family needs. He has to pay the price for humiliating our genius. We want this flame. Hui Yuan said. Our Dan family just wants revenge. Dan Yuanchong said. Enough. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? I know what the other major powers are thinking. Let me tell you, this brat's life belongs to Desolate Ning. No one can take it away from him. After I kill him, the Saraira and the broken sword will belong to me. As for the other treasures, they will all belong to you. Desolate Ning shouted. Without looking at Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong, he dashed at Jiangchen. In a blink, Desolate Ning had arrived in front of Jiangchen. His fist carried a strong wind as it struck at Jiangchen. Desolate Ning's fist carried boundless anger. In his opinion, Jiangchen would be killed by this punch. However, Desolate Ning didn't want to kill Jiangchen with a single punch. He wanted to torture Jiangchen slowly. Just in time. Jiangchen's chi fluctuated. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him an innate desire for battle. It wasn't easy for him to meet an opponent like Desolate Ning. Since there were so many geniuses here today, he was bound to have a good battle. Jiangchen's hand moved like lightning. He also punched out. His fist emitted a golden light as it collided with Desolate Ning's fist. Bang, both of their fists carried boundless power. A huge hole appeared in the void where their fists collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Dang dang dang, under such a strong collision, Jiangchen was forced to retreat more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and chi in his body churning. It was indescribably uncomfortable. However, this discomfort disappeared as he circulated the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the mulberry divine tree's essence, the recovery power of the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. Ordinary injuries and shocks couldn't cause any harm to Jiangchen. He could recover in an instant. What? Desolate Ning's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. In his imagination, even if this punch couldn't kill Jiangchen, it would at least make him lose all his combat strength. He didn't expect that Jiangchen was merely pushed back. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. How was this possible? Judging from his opponent's chi, he was merely a 4th grade minor saint. Even if Jiangchen had advanced to 4th grade minor saint in the auction house, he shouldn't be this powerful. Incredible. Why haven't I heard of this Jiangchen before? How could he fight Desolate Ning with just a 4th grade minor saint? One should know that Desolate Ning is a powerful 7th grade minor saint and a genius of the Desolate family. I heard that Desolate Ning had defeated an 8th grade minor saint before. That's right. This is too ridiculous. It seems like this bastard has the right to be arrogant. He could fight Desolate Ning to such an extent when he is only a 4th grade minor saint. If he is at the same level as Desolate Ning, wouldn't he be able to kill Desolate Ning in a second? There are so many monstrous geniuses in the Desolate family. Although he is a genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. There is a gap of 3 grades between him and Desolate Ning. The battle just now was very clear. There is still a huge gap between Xianxia and Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning didn't use his full strength just now. It was just a probing attack. The fact that Xianxia was able to withstand Desolate Ning's attack had surprised a lot of people. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed. Currently, Xianxia's face was calm, as if being pushed back didn't affect him at all. The geniuses of the Desolate family are truly extraordinary. Now that I have advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, any ordinary 7th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for me, but if I fight Desolate Ning, I won't be his match. It seems like I have to use my dragon form to kill him. Xianxia thought to himself. He estimated the gap between him and Desolate Ning. Given his current condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Desolate Ning, but if he used his dragon form, his combat strength would be increased by 10 times. The gap between them would be reversed immediately. Xianxia was confident that he could kill Desolate Ning and take back his finger bone in his dragon form. However, I have used a large amount of dark spirits to advance to the 4th grade minor saint. My foundation isn't very stable yet. Now, I can use my current condition to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize my foundation. Xianxia had made up his mind. He wouldn't use his dragon form for the time being. He wanted to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize his foundation. This kind of battle was beneficial to him. Xianxia, it seems like I have underestimated you. Xianxia, it seems like I have underestimated you. You are the first 4th grade minor saint who could withstand my attack. I never thought that there would be such a genius in Saint Origin World. However, it's a pity that you have offended me. You are destined to die. Your cultivation grade is still too weak. I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. What I said just now is still valid if you beg me for mercy and kowtow to me now. Xianxia said coldly. Desolate Ning said loudly. That's enough. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately, he struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and appeared above Desolate Ning's head in a blink. The true dragon palm carried boundless pressure like Mount Tai. What a powerful combat technique. Unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Con long Desolate Ning's attack collided with the true dragon palm, producing an earth-shattering sound. Once again, the void was smashed. That was an incomparable amount of energy. It spread out like a vast ocean. Even though they were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle still raged down, wreaking havoc in the wilderness below. Huge pits appeared one after another, and smoke filled the sky. Many people's facial expression changed. Some of them were too close to the battlefield. They were affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Their faces turned ugly and they retreated in a hurry. The battle between experts was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Sometimes, those who were too weak wouldn't even be qualified to watch the battle. The true dragon palm was shattered. Xianxia was sent flying once more, but he was only sent flying. Thanks to his incredible recovery ability, he wasn't injured at all. Immediately after that, he lunged at Desolate Ning with vigor and vigor. What a good Xianxia. You really surprised me. I don't believe that I can't hurt you. Desolate Ning was infuriated. It was a humiliation for him to be unable to defeat a 4th grade minor saint. Now that so many geniuses were watching, he would lose his face if he couldn't defeat Xianxia. Con long Desolate Ning and Xianxia exchanged a few more blows. Each time, he was able to push Xianxia back. In his point of view, Xianxia would be injured every time they collided. However, Xianxia was still as lively as before. This made Desolate Ning feel depressed. To Xianxia, this kind of battle was exactly what he needed. Every time he exchanged blows with Desolate Ning, his 4th grade minor saint cultivation would stabilize. This was what he wanted to see the most. Is this bastard an unkillable cockroach? How could he fight with Desolate Ning to this extent? It seems like we have underestimated him. This man must have cultivated some kind of abnormal technique. This technique can help him recover quickly. That's why every time he collided with Desolate Ning, he would be able to recover instantly. This technique is really terrifying. If I can get my hands on it, my cultivation grade will definitely reach a new level. I thought that this battle would be a foregone conclusion. But now, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for Desolate Ning to kill this man. This Xianxia's strength is really shocking, but given Desolate Ning's strength, killing him shouldn't be a problem. After all, Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He still has many powerful techniques that he hasn't used yet. No one wasn't shocked. Before this, no one had thought that Xianxia could be this powerful. Even Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng's facial expression changed. They couldn't help but pay more attention to Xianxia. However, because of his powerful performance, they were more certain that Xianxia must have some good treasures on him. Many experts of major powers had the same thought. In their point of view, Xianxia must have treasures all over his body. He must have cultivated an extremely powerful technique. Otherwise, how could a rogue cultivator be so powerful? No wonder De Huang and Xianxia have such a good relationship. De Huang's foresight is really good. Blue Lion of the demon race nodded. Kong Yu nodded as well. Now, the way he looked at Xianxia was completely different. Of course. Let me tell you, Xianxia has many tricks up his sleeves. Desolate Ning has only one ending for provoking him, death. In addition, let me correct one thing. We have a good relationship not because he is strong, but because we are brothers of life and death. No matter how strong or weak he is still my brother, De Huang. De Huang Dog said proudly. Xianxia, it seems that if I don't use some powerful techniques, I won't be able to kill you. Take my heaven-splitting palm. Desolate Ning couldn't take down Xianxia even after a long time. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Immediately, he no longer hid his strength and displayed the powerful heaven-splitting palm of the Desolate family. Both of Desolate Ning's palms faced the sky. Countless rays of golden light condensed into a layer of golden clouds. No one knew how much power the clouds contained. It was like a huge mountain. Along with Desolate Ning's shout, the clouds gradually changed. A thunderous sound was heard and it turned into a huge golden palm that was 100 zhang in length. It was the heaven-splitting palm. Haha, Desolate Ning has displayed the heaven-splitting palm. That kid is dead for sure. This move is called heaven-splitting palm. It's extremely powerful and lethal. Once it is displayed, the sky will be torn apart. I don't believe that he can resist it. That's right. The heaven-splitting palm of our Desolate family is a true killing technique. Desolate Ning has already cultivated the heaven-splitting palm to the great accomplishment realm. He can smash this kid into pieces with just one palm. The two geniuses of the Desolate family laughed confidently when they saw Desolate Ning display the heaven-splitting palm. In their opinion, once the heaven-splitting palm was displayed, only death awaited Xianxia. It was impossible for him to fight back. Rumble, the heaven-splitting palm was terrifying. The sky was directly torn apart. Below the palm, an endless golden storm was circling unceasingly. It was like a tornado made entirely of energy. Under this palm, everything in the world would be torn apart and crushed into pieces. Humph. This kind of combat technique is nothing. It's just the heaven-splitting palm. What's there for you to be proud of? I'll let you see the true killing technique. Golden Dragon Seal, come out. Xianxia shouted. The shadow of a dragon flickered between his palms. The purest and purest Yangqi was unleashed. The metal spirit spread out, bringing with it a sacred feeling. Soon, a powerful dragon seal was condensed by Xianxia. Go, Xianxia waved his palms forward. A total of 3 golden dragons whizzed out, emitting earth-shattering roars. The 3 dragons rushed towards the heaven-splitting palm from 3 different directions. The golden dragons formed by the golden dragon seal looked like real dragons. They carried boundless power, making people not dare to look at them directly. The dazzling golden light almost illuminated the entire world. The void was completely filled with the light. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Heavens! What kind of combat technique is this? It's so terrifying. What a powerful killing technique. It has a trace of King's Qi. The grade of this combat technique is definitely above the heaven-splitting palm. If Jiang Chen and Desolate Ning were at the same level, he could kill Desolate Ning in a second. It's too terrifying. This Jiang Chen's skills are really endless. I guess he must have obtained some kind of treasure left behind by an ancient powerhouse. There must be a big secret on him. If our Narang clan knows about this secret, it will definitely bring us endless benefits. Everyone was shocked once again. They were all shocked by the terror of the golden dragon seal. Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting palm was already very terrifying. It was a real killing technique. However, the combat technique Jiang Chen used was undoubtedly the king of killing techniques. The heaven-splitting palm couldn't even be compared to it. Desolate Ning's cultivation was very high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Chen. In many people's opinion, Jiang Chen must have obtained some kind of great opportunity. He must have obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but feel greedy again. In the face of such a strong temptation, no one could truly remain calm. Roar! Roar! The golden dragons roared, entangling the huge heaven-splitting palm. Endless energy collided with each other. In the midst of the roar and boom, the three golden dragons and the heaven-splitting palm exploded at the same time. Rumble! This time, the explosion caused a huge amount of energy to roll, covering the entire sky. A huge hole was created in the void. The battlefield directly turned into a chaotic zone. One could imagine how powerful the impact was. Fire Dragon Seal. After Jiang Chen used the golden dragon seal, he didn't waste any time. Immediately after, he used the powerful fire dragon seal. This time, 3 fire dragons rushed towards Desolate Ning. Everywhere they passed, the void was filled with flames. The chaotic qi was completely incinerated. The temperature of the entire battlefield suddenly rose with the appearance of the 3 fire dragons. Look, it's this kind of flame. It carries a high and mighty aura. It's like the holy fire of the world. Seeing Jiang Chen use the fire dragon seal, Hua Miao, who was far away, immediately shouted. It's really powerful. That kind of high and noble aura is even stronger than our fire clan's psychic fire. Moreover, the combat skill used by this kind of flame is extremely terrifying. Such a noble flame actually appeared in the hands of a rogue cultivator. It's such a waste. Only our fire clan deserves such a flame. Hu Yuan's eyes shone with a blazing light. At first, he only heard about it from Hua Miao, but he didn't believe it. Now that he saw Jiang Chen use it with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. The true thunder fire and the true dragon fire were true holy objects. They were the kings of fire seeds. They were incomparably noble and superior. Ordinary flames couldn't be compared to them. How could the fire clan not be tempted? Seeing another 3 fire dragons rushing towards him, Desolate Ning immediately roared. He was extremely angry. He had been suppressing his anger since the auction. He thought that he could release his anger by fighting Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that it would only get deeper and deeper. Jiang Chen was too difficult to deal with. He couldn't take him down even after such a long time. His opponent was obviously not his opponent, but he was getting more and more powerful as he fought, like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This was the first time Desolate Ning had encountered such a situation. It was impossible not to feel depressed. Rumble. Desolate Ning once again used the heaven-splitting palm, shattering Jiang Chen's fire dragons. Jiang Chen, let's see how long you can last. I won't be polite with you anymore. I'll let you know what true terror is. Heaven-splitting finger. Desolate Ning raised his right hand. His right index finger emitted a boundless golden light. A terrifying sense might filled the air. He felt that he couldn't continue fighting with Jiang Chen. If he couldn't take him down, he would lose all his face. Desolate Ning decided to use his most powerful combat technique, the heaven-splitting finger. There wasn't much difference between the heaven-splitting finger and the heaven-splitting palm. However, if the heaven-splitting finger was combined with his index finger, its power would be truly formidable. It was just like Jiang Chen using the Saint Bone to activate the 9 solar finger. Jiang Chen's eyes glittered when he saw Desolate Ning using the finger bone. That was his possession. When Desolate Ning used the finger bone, Jiang Chen's finger bone also began to move. Although Desolate Ning had used some kind of method to refine the finger bone into his body, it wasn't Desolate Ning's possession after all. The saint bone of the greatest saint wasn't something that could be easily refined. Moreover, Jiang Chen's soul wasn't destroyed yet. In other words, Desolate Ning didn't completely refine the saint bone. He just used it as a powerful means of attack to deal a great impact to the heaven-splitting finger. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could extract the saint bone from Desolate Ning's hand at any time. Look, Desolate Ning is going to get really angry. I heard that his index finger is a powerful saint bone. It was obtained by the Desolate family from the Saint Cliff. That's the saint bone of the greatest saint. It is obvious how much the Desolate family dotes on Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He has reached such a level at such a young age. Some people estimate that he will advance to the 9th grade minor saint in 2 years. At that time, I'm afraid that the sky ranking of the Pure Land will be replaced. I can see that Desolate Ning is really angry now. He has used the saint bone, wanting to kill Jiang Chen in one strike. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen has used up most of his skills. He won't be able to withstand Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting finger. He will die for sure. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Desolate Ning to this extent. The Desolate family had obtained the finger bone of the greatest saint from the Saint Cliff. It wasn't a secret to the 8 major families of the Pure Land. They weren't too surprised when Desolate Ning used the finger bone. Given his talent, it was normal for him to obtain a saint bone. Buzz buzz, Xiaoning's entire palm emitted a buzzing sound, and the saint bone became restless. Rays of bright golden light filled the surroundings of the saint bone. The powerful heaven-splitter finger had not yet been displayed, but its aura had already swept across the entire sky, forming a substantial pressure that made people's souls tremble. Finger technique, it's been a long time since I used it. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been fighting with Desolate Ning for a long time. Due to the fact that he had swallowed and refined the dark spirit, his foundation had been completely stabilized. His cultivation grade was now at the peak of 4th grade minor saint. Initially, he didn't want to continue the fight with Desolate Ning and was ready to use his killing technique. However, since Desolate Ning wanted to use his finger art, he decided to play along with him. Moreover, the sacred bone could increase Xiaoning's battle prowess, and it could also increase Jiang Chen's battle prowess. Jiang Chen rarely used the sacred bone because ever since he had transformed into a dragon, he had completely suppressed the effects of the sacred bone. However, he was now in his true form, so he could truly unleash the power of the sacred bone. Asterisk buzz asterisk asterisk buzz asterisk. Under the gaze of many people, Jiang Chen also raised his palm. A buzzing sound burst out from the index finger of his left hand. A powerful saint's qi spread out. It was exactly the same as Desolate Ning's qi. What? Desolate Ning exclaimed, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The qi is exactly the same. How is this possible? How can he have the finger bone of the greatest saint in his body? There was no way that Desolate Ning wouldn't be shocked. He was horrified to find out that after Jiang Chen casted out his finger bone seemed to have gone out of control, as though it was about to fly away from his body. This was too terrifying. Ever since Desolate Ning refined the saint bone, he had never encountered such a situation. This was the first time. Look, Jiang Chen also has a finger bone on his hand. Did you guys feel it? It's exactly the same qi as Desolate Ning's finger bone. Holy sh*t, this guy actually has the phalanx of the greatest saint in the world. This is heaven-defying. How did he do it? Back then, after the greatest saint in the world died, the 8 major clans swept through the Saint Cliff. It was said that only one phalanx was found. How did another phalanx appear? Heavens, another saint bone. If I can get my hands on this saint bone, it will definitely be of great benefit to my cultivation. This kid is indeed full of treasures. Even the saint bone has appeared. However, an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. With so many treasures and secrets, he is destined to bring disaster upon himself. Xianxia used the same Saint Bone as Desolate Ning at this critical moment. Such a scene had undoubtedly shocked everyone, but it also made them greedy. In their eyes, Xianxia was a great treasure. Xianxia, you lowly bastard. How could you have the qualification to possess a Saint Bone? This Saint Bone belongs to me, Desolate Ning. I will kill you today and get my Saint Bone back. Then, I will have 2 pieces of Saint Bone. Heaven-rending finger, kill him. Desolate Ning was shocked, but he was more delighted. In his point of view, the Saint Bone in Xianxia's body belonged to him. He knew the power of the Saint Bone all too well. If he could get his hands on the Saint Bone in Xianxia's hand, his strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the 8th grade minor saint. However, the finger bone on his hand was twitching more violently than ever. He couldn't suppress it any longer. So, he quickly used the heaven-rending finger. Kong long, along with the impact of the heaven-splitting finger, the void once again erupted with a loud bang. A huge golden finger that looked like a heavenly pillar appeared out of thin air. Just like its name, this finger tore the sky apart on the spot and rushed towards Xianxia. The power of this finger was enough to destroy a mountain with a circumference of 1,000 miles. 9 solar finger. At the same time, Xianxia used the 9 solar finger. This was his famous combat skill. When he used it at his peak, not even the old ancestor of the Desolate family could withstand it, let alone Desolate Ning. Although his Saint Bone and combat skill were stronger than Desolate Ning's, it was still impossible for him to defeat Desolate Ning. After all, the gap between their cultivation was too big. Unless Xianxia used his dragon transformation, he would be able to suppress Desolate Ning completely. 9 incomparably resplendent golden fingers appeared at the same time. Each of them was extremely fast as they collided with Desolate Ning's heaven-splitter finger. Very quickly, the 9 golden fingers fused together in the process of colliding with each other, forming a huge finger that was even bigger than sky-supporting pillar. Kong long, the collision of the 9 solar finger and the heaven-splitting finger produced an unimaginable destructive force. The void cracked inch by inch. Even the vault of the sky was destroyed. Many of the spectators' faces turned pale. Such a battle was soul-stirring. If a 5th grade minor saint were to enter the range of the attack, he or she would be instantly torn into powder and die on the spot. Dang dang dang. Xianxia was defeated in the competition of finger technique. However, he only took 3 steps back before he regained his balance. It was much better than being sent flying dozens of meters away after each collision. This was enough to show that Xianxia's cultivation grade had been completely stabilized. Up until now, many of the spectators were sighing. This result was too different from what they had expected. Desolate Ning had already used his strongest attack, but he still couldn't take down Xianxia. Xianxia was just a puny 4th grade minor saint, but he was able to create such a shocking combat technique. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the heavens and earth. No matter how Xianxia would end today, the name Xianxia was destined to be remembered by everyone. After this battle, Xianxia's name would resound in the Pure Land when he returned to Saint Origin World, not just in the 8 domains. To Desolate Ning, who hadn't taken down Xianxia for a long time, this battle was undoubtedly a huge blow to his confidence. He was now in a state of shock and anger. If he didn't kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Xianxia, I must kill you. The Saint Bones in your body will belong to me. Desolate Ning said viciously. He still had a powerful technique. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Let me tell you, I was just playing with you. Now, I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to kill you. Your Saint Bones are mine. You have taken something that you shouldn't have, so you have to pay the price. And the price is your life. Xianxia said with a loud voice, like an emperor descending upon the world. Hearing that Xianxia was just playing with Desolate Ning, many of them were shocked again. After witnessing Xianxia's technique, they didn't think that Xianxia was joking. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia again. Could it be that this bastard still had more powerful techniques and trump cards? What a joke. You have always been suppressed by me, but now you want to kill me? Isn't this ridiculous? Desolate Ning sneered. Ridiculous? I don't think so at all. Maybe you won't think so in a while. Let me show you what I can do. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, an energy that seemed to come from the primordial world suddenly burst out from his body. His body instantly changed. With a bang, he changed his shape and turned into a blood-colored dragon man. That's right, Xianxia used the dragon transformation because he knew very well that with his strength, he had to use the dragon transformation to kill Desolate Ning. In order to get the Saint Bones, he didn't hesitate to expose himself in advance. This is? Dragon Man, look, the Dragon Man has appeared again. So he is a Dragon Man. The Dragon Man has never been found. So he is a Dragon Man. For a moment, the whole scene was boiling. One should know that many of the spectators were from the Dark Generation. These days, the matter of the Celestial Dragon Man had already caused an uproar. Many cities were not peaceful. Dark Mulberry City was destroyed. No one expected that the Dragon Man would appear again today. Once this news spread, it wouldn't be long before the true experts of the Dark Generation appeared. The Dragon Man appeared again. The whole scene was boiling. Not only the people of Dark Generation, but also the others. Although these major powers hadn't been in Void Triangular Domain for a long time, they had heard about the Dragon Man. They had never thought that this Dragon Man was actually Xianxia. What a terrifying transformation technique. Kongyu couldn't help but be shocked. Of course. This guy's combat strength will increase by 10 times after transforming. Desolate Ning will only be tortured to death. De Huangdog shook his head. His face was full of excitement. It was a pleasure to watch Xianxia kill his enemies. The dragon transformation had increased his combat strength by 10 times. It had turned the gap between Xianxia and Desolate Ning. Even if Desolate Ning was a genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand Xianxia's attack. One should know that when Xianxia was still a 3rd-grade minor saint, he could easily kill a 7th-grade minor saint and even the 8th-grade minor saint 3rd prince. Desolate Ning might be strong, but Xianxia was already a 4th-grade minor saint. It was imaginable how strong he would be if his combat strength was increased by 10 times. Desolate Ning's face darkened. He could feel the powerful combat strength that surged out from Xianxia's body. Even he felt the pressure. However, Desolate Ning wouldn't retreat because if he did, he wouldn't only lose his face but also the people of the Desolate family. Today, he had come here to kill Xianxia. If he was scared away, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Pure Land anymore. Xianxia, do you think you can fight me just because you've turned into something that's neither a human nor a ghost? Let me tell you, it's impossible. The gap between us isn't something you can imagine. Desolate Ning roared. He struck out the heaven-splitting finger again. A terrifying golden finger appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Xianxia. This time, Xianxia didn't use the 9 solar finger to defend himself. His movement was simple. He punched at the golden finger. Rumble, Xianxia's punch, which carried a force that could uproot a mountain, collided with the golden finger. The indestructible golden finger was smashed into pieces by Xianxia's punch. Thud thud thud, Desolate Ning received a huge backlash and was forced back hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning and he felt an indescribable discomfort. This kind of collision would greatly affect Desolate Ning's future battle strength. One must know that he was not Xianxia, he did not have such an abnormal recovery ability. However, compared to the shock on his body, Desolate Ning's heart was the most shocked. His current mood was like a raging sea. As strong as he was actually repelled by a single move from his opponent. After fighting for so long, he had always had the upper hand. No matter how strong Xianxia's combat skills were, in the end, he was still no match for him. But now, the situation had changed so quickly that Desolate Ning simply couldn't accept it. Could it be that when Xianxia fought with him just now, he was just playing with him? This was Xianxia's true strength. No, he had to kill Xianxia. Otherwise, he would lose all of his face. Plus, this 4th-grade minor saint had such a powerful combat strength. He was too valiant. He had to eliminate such a genius as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be a great threat to his life. You can't even withstand a single blow. Desolate Ning, you have been defeated by me in a single move. Tell me, who is the lowly one here? Xianxia used the same words to mock him, which made Desolate Ning's face turn ugly. However, Desolate Ning wasn't an idiot. He knew that he was no match for Xianxia. If he wanted to kill Xianxia now, he would have to drag the others down with him. His eyes shifted to Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng, who were not far away. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuan, let's go together and kill Xianxia. We will divide the treasures equally. Desolate Ning said. Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng frowned. Xianxia's sudden change in strength had shaken their confidence. What are you two hesitating for? Your Dan family and Hui family have already formed a grudge with this man. If you don't kill him today, he will kill you too in the future. Desolate Ning continued. His words had undoubtedly triggered Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng. Desolate Ning was right. Both of them had formed a grudge with Xianxia. Just now, they had stood out to take away Xianxia's flame and avenge him. If that was the case, they would join forces to eliminate this man. More importantly, in Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng's point of view, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he was absolutely not a match for them. Plus, they did not put Xianxia in their eyes at all. Alright, count me in. My Hui family will kill Xianxia today. We don't want anything else but his flame. Hui Yuan declared. This man has killed the people of my Dan family. He must die. Dan Yuancheng also stood out. Haha, my Narang family will also get a share. Stone family too. This brat has so many treasures. It's so tempting. After Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng stood out, the Narang family and the Stone family also stood out. Up until now, 5 out of the 8 families of the Pure Land had stood out. The Demon family, Ancient People and the Ben family had yet to make a move. The Narang family also had a strong bloodline and extraordinary combat ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't be one of the 8 families. The Stone family had a special physique and extremely strong physique. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Narang family and the Stone family were not fools. Xianxia's previous performance showed that he had a big secret. They couldn't just watch these things fall into the hands of the Desolate family, Hui family, and Dan family. In their point of view, although Xianxia was strong after his transformation and could even suppress Desolate Ning, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be a match for so many geniuses. Sorry, our Heaven Nether sect also wants to join in. And our Shanluo sect. The Limitless Continent's Huangpu family doesn't want to stay idle either. For a moment, a total of 8 to 9 major powers in the Boundless Continent and Black-Yellow Continent were ready to make a move. Their experts stood out. With so many experts appearing at the same time, they besieged Xianxia. These people wanted to take advantage of Xianxia's misfortune. Their thoughts were the same, they wanted the treasures in Xianxia's possession. After killing Xianxia, they would more or less get some of them. More importantly, in their point of view, Xianxia was going to die no matter how heaven-defying he was when so many experts attacked at the same time. Since they were dealing with someone who was going to die, they naturally wanted to be a part of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to get any of the treasures. Humph. Narang Ying, Shiyun, and those from the Limitless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent, what kind of grudge does Xianxia have with you? How dare you take advantage of his misfortune at this time? How despicable. All of you are considered to be famous figures, but you are ganging up on a 4th-grade minor saint. Don't you know how to write the word shame? Kong Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Xianxia was basically going to die in such a situation. That's right. We, the Ancient People, disdain to do such a dirty thing. A young man from the Ancient People crossed his arms in front of his chest. He seemed to be disdainful of those who were ganging up on Xianxia. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when the Ancient People didn't join the fight. Among the 8 major families, he didn't want to clash with the Ancient People the most because Wu Ningzhu was still among the Ancient People. The people of the Ben family didn't say anything. They didn't join the fight either. It seemed like they were just watching the show. Kong Yu, since you are so passionate, why don't you come out and fight me? What's the use of talking? Desolate Ning said with a cold smile. His heart was blooming with joy when so many people wanted to kill Xianxia. Given the current situation, Xianxia was going to die for sure. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kong Yu's aura fluctuated. As the son of the Peacock King, he had never been provoked by others. Kong Yu, don't be anxious. Xianxia can handle it. Let's just watch the show. Let's see how many people are tired of living and are eager to die. De Huang Dog pulled Kong Yu back. Those who had never seen Xianxia's methods would never know how terrifying Xianxia was. If they wanted to fight against Xianxia, it would be a tragedy. When the northern and southern dynasties attacked the nebulous sect, it was a very good proof. For a moment, the sky above the wilderness was filled with killing intent. Everyone wanted to get some benefits from Xianxia, especially those from the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent. This matter originally had nothing to do with them, but because of a little greed, they got involved. Only De Huang Dog knew how wrong it was for them to make such a decision, and what kind of consequences it would bring to them. Xianxia stood in the center in his dragon form. His expression was cold. He casually glanced at those geniuses and said in an extremely cold voice, "It's still not too late to back out now. But if you attack now, you will die. I will only say this once." Haha, Xianxia, you're boasting shamelessly. Do you think you can deal with all of us by yourself? Let's attack together and kill him, then we'll divide the wealth equally. Desolate Ning laughed loudly. Although he was arrogant, he was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. At the beginning, he boasted shamelessly that Xianxia was his and no one should fight with him. But now, so many of them had to join hands to deal with Xianxia. This was undoubtedly a great irony. You people of Saint Origin World are really slow. I'll attack first. A young man from the Black-Yellow Continent charged forward. A powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. His speed was extremely fast. He reached Xianxia in a blink and slashed at Xianxia. At the same time, the other experts also moved. This time, it wasn't just the leaders of the major powers that besieged Xianxia. Many of them had also joined the attack. Most of them were 7th-grade minor saints. Die. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's dragon eyes. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. He didn't want to waste any more time. Since these people were courting death, there was nothing more to say. Hal feeling the endless murderous chi and divine aura from the heavenly saint's sword and the irresistible murderous chi, the genius's heart sank. He began to regret his decision. He would never know how terrifying Xianxia was if he didn't fight him head-on. The combat weapon of the genius collided with the heavenly saint's sword. The combat weapon was bounced off his hand. Then, the power of the heavenly saint's sword didn't diminish. It slashed down from above. The terrifying sword cheek condensed into a sword net, trapping the genius. As a matter of fact, even if it wasn't trapping the genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sword. The speed of the sword was just too fast. No, along with a shrill and unwilling scream, the genius was slashed into two halves by Xianxia. He died on the spot. The scene immediately caused an uproar. Those geniuses who were preparing to attack Xianxia changed their facial expression. The genius from the Black-Yellow Continent was also a 7th-grade minor saint. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Desolate Ning, he shouldn't be killed instantly by Xianxia. He killed Brother Huang. Everyone, let's attack him together. Someone shouted. It was impossible to retreat now. After witnessing Xianxia's power, no one dared to be negligent. They didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Each of them unleashed their chi to the peak, besieging Xianxia. Xianxia ignored everyone. His eyes were fixed on Desolate Ning, who was not far away from him. Those who attacked him today had to die, but Desolate Ning had to die first. Now that Xianxia's identity had been exposed, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for the experts of the Dark Generation to arrive. In order to avoid any accidents, he had to kill Desolate Ning as soon as possible and retrieve his finger bone. Swoosh. The dragon wings on his back flapped. Xianxia turned into a red gust of wind and appeared in front of Desolate Ning in a blink. The heavenly saint sword slashed at him. Not good. Xiaoning knew that he had completely underestimated Xianxia. He didn't expect Xianxia to be this strong after transforming into a dragon. Now that Xianxia had locked onto him, he suddenly felt isolated and helpless. Even with so many helpers around him, he still felt that as long as Xianxia wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. He would definitely die. Damn it! How is this guy so powerful? Desolate Ning cursed in his heart, but Xianxia's attack was already right in front of him. The only thing he could do was resist. Desolate Ning's movement was also extremely fast. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear's grade was extremely high, and there were runes engraved on its surface. The spearhead was resplendent, rippling with killing intent as it stabbed towards Xianxia's heavenly saint sword. Bang, the two combat weapons collided with each other. Desolate Ning was sent flying, and the spear in his hand almost flew out of his hand. However, before he could react, Xianxia slashed out with his sword again. Poochie, this slash was even faster than the previous one, and it was extremely tricky. With a strange twist of the sword, Desolate Ning's palm was chopped off. The palm that was holding the long spear was chopped off by Xianxia's sword. After that, Xianxia grabbed the long spear together with it. Bang, a surge of energy burst out from Xianxia's body, shattering Desolate Ning's palm into pieces, leaving behind a golden finger bone. Xianxia put it away along with the long spear. After getting his finger bone back, Xianxia finally felt relieved. However, this wasn't the time to refine the finger bone. These geniuses wouldn't give him the chance to do so. In that case, he might as well kill them all. Arg! Desolate Ning, who had lost his palm and finger bone, let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was filled with despair. He was a rare genius of the Desolate clan, and he had a bright future ahead of him. But now, he had lost his finger bone, and his future had become bleak. This kind of despair was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine or accept. Kill! Kill! Kill him for me! Desolate Ning roared with bloodshot eyes. Kill? Do you still have the qualification to do so? Xianxia sneered. He strode forward and lunged at Desolate Ning again. Asterisk swoosh asterisk asterisk swoosh asterisk. The people of the Desolate family rushed to surround Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning was an important figure of the Desolate family. It would be a great loss if he was killed. I will kill whoever blocks my way. Xianxia's tone was cold. He simply kept the Heavenly Saint sword and grabbed a 7th-grade minor Saint Elder with his terrifying dragon claw. Then, he picked him up like a little chick. Arg, the Elder felt like he was being crushed by a huge mountain when he was caught by the dragon claw. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his body exploded. He died instantly. The people of the Desolate family were terrified. At this moment, Xianxia had turned into a killing god and devil. No one could stop him. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuancheng, what are you waiting for? If you don't act now, everyone is going to die. Desolate Ning roared at Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng. Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng obviously didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful. They were startled just now. Only after being reminded by Desolate Ning did they react. Without another word, they lunged at Xianxia. At the same time, Nai Ning, Shi Yun and the experts of the other two worlds also lunged at Xianxia. This time, no one dared to look down on Xianxia anymore. They could already see that Xianxia was too powerful after his transformation. Not even Desolate Ning was a match for him. They had to join forces in order to kill him. The experts of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World were even more determined to kill Xianxia. If they didn't kill Xianxia, Xianxia would kill them. Leaving such a person alive would be a huge problem. Haha. Everyone, come at me. All of you are going to die today. Not a single one of you will live. 5 elemental sphere. Xianxia laughed heartily. His body was covered with blood-red light. At this moment, he was like the god of slaughter. No one could stop him. With a sound of hua la, the 5 elemental sphere spread out. The powerful 5 elemental sphere was enough to confine everything. The overlapping of the 5 elemental spheres was unprecedented. Only those who had entered Xianxia's sphere could understand how terrifying it was. What a powerful sphere. It's full of 5 elemental elements. I feel that this is the fusion of several spheres. How can this bastard sphere be so powerful? Not good, I can feel a powerful confinement force. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy his sphere. As long as we destroy his sphere, he will be finished. Everyone's facial expression changed after sensing the power of Xianxia's sphere. Each of the geniuses no longer concealed their strength and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Now that you have entered my 5-elemental domain, it is no longer up to you. Have a taste of the eternal immortal wind. As the sound of Xianxia's voice faded, countless tyrannical waves of wind gushed forth from his body. The powerful eternal immortal wind was an indiscriminate attack. Each of the eternal tempest was like a tornado. The dragon-shaped tempest emitted a tearing sound, causing the hearts of people to tremble in fear. In the blink of an eye, the eternal celestial wind engulfed the entire 5 elements domain. Mournful screams rang out from within the storm. Those who were weaker could not withstand the eternal immortal wind and were blown into dust. The eternal immortal wind was a special existence. It was equivalent to a powerful combat skill. As Xianxia's cultivation base increased, its power would also increase. Now that these people were trapped within the 5 elements domain, they could not withstand the eternal immortal wind at all. Even a genius like Hui Yuan would be tortured to death by the eternal immortal wind. My God, this blue lion was so shocked that he couldn't speak a word. Kong Yu, who was beside him, widened his eyes. He felt as if he was in a dream. Even if it was a dream, it was hard to see such a scene. He was still worried about Xianxia. Now, it seemed that what De Huang said was right. Xianxia was a super abnormal monster. So many geniuses had joined hands to besiege him, but they were all killed by him. Who would believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes? Too ruthless. Too brutal. This Xianxia is too strong. Not only is he powerful, but he's also very courageous. He's simply audacious to the extreme. You should know that every single one of the people he killed has a great power behind them. Has he thought about the consequences of offending so many great powers at once? The boundless world and the black-yellow world are still fine, but he has offended the 5 major families of Saint Origin world. Even if he survives in Void Triangular Domain, how is he going to survive in Saint Origin world? These geniuses coveted Xianxia's treasures. They never thought that they would kick a steel plate. Let's see, I wonder if Xianxia dares to start a massacre. If these geniuses die, the consequences will be too severe. No one wasn't shocked. The development of the situation had exceeded everyone's imagination. At this moment, the experts of the Ben race and the ancient people were also shocked. They were glad that they didn't take action earlier. Otherwise, not only would they fail to kill Xianxia, they might even lose their lives. 3 silhouettes were watching the battle from afar. When they saw the eternal immortal wind, the facial expression of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties changed dramatically. Eternal immortal wind? How can this bastard use my eternal immortal wind? The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but be shocked. He rarely used the eternal immortal wind. It was his exclusive skill and his trump card. He had never thought that he would encounter someone else who could use the eternal immortal wind. This was too shocking. Brother Nanbei, I never thought that this man is so terrifying. Should we kill him? One of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties said. No need. I don't think his eternal immortal wind can improve his strength. Don't forget our ultimate goal. This brat has killed so many geniuses of major powers. Do you think he can still live? Even if we don't take action, those major powers will not let him go. The northern and southern dynasties said. The eternal immortal wind that Xianxia used had shocked the northern and southern dynasties. They couldn't imagine how Xianxia obtained the eternal immortal wind. ****, the scene was too majestic. Geniuses had fallen, this was an extremely great tragedy. After the eternal immortal wind blew past, many people died. Even those geniuses who survived were in extremely sorry states, their bodies were filled with injuries. At this moment, other than shock in their hearts, there was also a strong sense of regret. If it wasn't for their greed earlier, they wouldn't have acted. If they didn't act, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Xianxia stepped out, arriving in front of Desolate Ning. As for the other geniuses from the Desolate clan, they had all died miserably in the eternal immortal wind. Xianxia grabbed Desolate Ning's neck and ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Jiang Chen's foot stomped on Desolate Ning's face, unceasingly stomping on it. Desolate Ning, you are now being trampled under my foot. You are even worse than a dog. Who is more despicable? Jiang Chen's sarcastic words were like a knife that pierced into the depths of Desolate Ning's soul. This was an extreme humiliation. He had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. He was a genius of the Desolate clan, a high and mighty existence. He kept saying that Jiang Chen was despicable, but now, he was being trampled under Jiang Chen's feet. How could he still have the face to say that Jiang Chen was despicable? Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Desolate clan will definitely tear you into pieces. Desolate Ning threatened. You won't be able to see whether I will die or not because you are going to die now. Jiang Chen hated such empty threats the most. He exerted force and crushed Desolate Ning's head. An outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Desolate clan, a genius with a saint bone, had fallen just like that. From now on, the enmity between Jiang Chen and the Desolate clan was completely formed. See, Desolate Ning was trampled to death. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This Jiang Chen was truly audacious. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. He killed a genius of the Desolate clan just like that. Just this boldness alone was worthy of respect. And Desolate Ning's death caused the hearts of the geniuses in the 5 elemental domains to sink to the bottom. This fellow was simply a madman, an unreasonable madman. He even dared to kill Desolate Ning. They could already see their own fates. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone from the boundless continent shouted out. 4 to 5 geniuses were unwilling to sit still and wait for death. They charged towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Humph, Jiang Chen waved his hand and a powerful water dragon seal rushed out. The 5 geniuses were frozen into ice sculptures on the spot. Then, they turned into solid blocks of ice and froze to death. Jiang Chen was too ferocious and too terrifying. He didn't care who the other party was and just killed as he wished. Moreover, many people realized that they had indeed underestimated Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, for those geniuses who had attacked Jiang Chen before, it was already too late. Jiang Chen was like a god of death. He arrived in front of the fire source and said indifferently, "You want my flames, then I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die under my flames." Jiang Chen, killing me won't do you any good. You have already offended the Desolate clan, are you going to offend the Fire clan as well? If that's the case, there won't be a place for you to hide in the entire Saint Origin world. As long as you don't kill me, I guarantee that the Fire clan won't hurt you. The fire source was scared, his voice was trembling. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. Standing in front of him was like an invisible mountain, giving him endless pressure. It's too late. Jiang Chen spat out 2 words and struck out a fire dragon, completely encircling the fire source. Not only was the fire dragon's flame tyrannical, it also had an extremely strong offensive power. It was impossible for the fire source to withstand it. He was burned to death amidst a blood-curdling screech. Jiang Chen was ruthless. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he understood this world very well. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, you must be ruthless to survive. Jiang Chen would never show mercy to his enemies. If he was in their shoes, Jiang Chen would certainly die if he fell into the hands of these geniuses. In that case, why would he let them go? He never liked to leave opportunities for his enemies. At this time, there were only a few people left in the 5 elemental sphere. Dan Yuancheng, Nailaning, and Shi Yun were still alive, but they felt worse than death. They knew very well that Jiang Chen wouldn't let them go. They would end up like Desolate Ning and Hui Yuan. The other 3 geniuses of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World were shivering in fear. They regretted not joining the fray earlier. Now, they were going to pay with their lives. Kong Kong At this time, powerful chi flew out from Dark Surge City. Very quickly, it reached the wilderness. It was a group of powerful experts. There were more than a dozen of them. There were 3 9th-grade minor saints and the rest were 8th-grade minor saints. They were the people of Dark Generation. They immediately rushed over when they heard the news of the Dragon Man. When they saw the tragic scene, their facial expression changed dramatically. It seemed like a tragic scene had already taken place here before this. However, it seemed like it was a grudge between the three worlds and had nothing to do with the Dark Generation. However, this was the first time such a tragic battle had taken place in Void Triangular Domain. The trade fair had been held for a very long time, but there had never been such a large-scale conflict. The major powers of the three worlds came for benefits and benefits. Most of them would mind their own business. However, this year, because of a dragon man, not only did Void Triangular Domain become chaotic, but also caused such a tragic battle. The experts of the Dark Generation are here. They are here for Xianxia. That's right. I've heard that the Dragon Man has destroyed a city of the Dark Generation and killed a lot of young masters of the aristocratic families. It can be said that the Dark Generation hates the Dragon Man to the bone. Now that so many experts have appeared, it seems like they won't let Xianxia go. It's getting more and more lively. I believe that the news of the battle will spread to King City very soon. At that time, the experts of the major powers of the three worlds won't be able to sit still any longer. They won't let go of Xianxia after he killed so many of their geniuses. The arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation had pushed Xianxia to the heart of the struggle again. The experts of the Dark Generation shifted their gaze to Xianxia. One of the elders said loudly, "Good, Xianxia. I never thought that you are the Dragon Man. Why didn't you hide yourself? Why did you show yourself and start a massacre here? You really don't know what's good for you." The one who spoke was the great elder of the prefecture. He had met Xianxia on the street yesterday, but he had never thought that the white-clothed youth was the Dragon Man. "Save us!" Seeing the arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation, the geniuses who were trapped by Xianxia's five-elemental sphere cried for help as if they saw their savior. Pa. However, as soon as the voice of the genius from the boundless world faded, he was slapped to death by Xianxia. These people still wanted to live after such a long time. Not to mention the experts of the Dark Generation, even if the experts of the major powers behind them came, they wouldn't be able to save their lives. Domineering, cruel, this was the true portrayal of Xianxia. It was terrifying. "Now, capture him!" A middle-aged man standing beside the great elder shouted. He was the city lord of Dark Surge City, a 9th-grade minor saint. If he could capture the Dragon Man today, it would be a great contribution to the city. Dark King would surely reward him for it. However, when the people of the prefecture were about to attack, they saw Xianxia conjuring a man out of thin air. In his hand was the third prince, who was covered in blood. Although the third prince looked very miserable, he was still alive. "Third prince!" The city lord and the great elder exclaimed at the same time. After the disappearance of the third prince, the people of the Dark Generation had guessed that he was captured by Xianxia. Now, it seemed that they were right. "City lord, save me!" The third prince saw the city lord as if he had seen his savior. He immediately shouted, "Xianxia, release the third prince now. Don't make a mistake." The city lord shouted, "Listen up, people of the Dark Generation. If you dare to move, I will kill the third prince immediately. Worst comes to worst, I have a lot of enemies now. I don't mind adding you all to the list." Xianxia said loudly. He had imprisoned the third prince in the past. Now, he could finally put him to good use. The hierarchy of the Dark Generation was very different. The people of the imperial family were the supreme ones. Now that the third prince was in his hands, even the city lord of Dark Surge City wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If anything happened to the third prince, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. As a matter of fact, Xianxia only needed a little more time to refine the phalanx. As long as he refined the phalanx and advanced to the 5th-grade minor saint, he wouldn't need to stand here and talk to the people of the Dark Generation. He would kill them immediately. After advancing to the 5th-grade minor saint, he would be able to deal with any 9th-grade minor saint in his dragon form. Only the geniuses of the 8 families would be able to fight him. As for the people of the Dark Generation, he would be able to sweep across the entire Void Triangular Domain because he had the flame that could restrain the Dark Generation. However, he didn't have the time to refine the phalanx. He could only use the third prince to deal with them. "City Lord, what should we do now?" The great elder looked at the city lord. "We can't act recklessly. The third prince is in his hands. I believe that the news has already reached the king's city. I believe that the Dark King will show up soon. The third prince is one of the princes that the Dark King dotes on. If anything happens to him in front of us, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The city lord said. He seemed to be in a dilemma. Xianxia, let the third prince go and we might give you a lenient punishment. The great elder shouted at Xianxia. Cut the crap. If you want the third prince, then go ahead and try. Xianxia didn't care about this at all. He was thinking about how to deal with the situation today. There would be more major powers coming later. At that time, he would become the target of everyone. However, the situation would be chaotic. He might be able to come up with a solution during the chaos. Kong 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 a loud explosion was heard from the void. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, a powerful chi came from afar. End of chapter 848. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.